Warning. Adult and violent content. Viewer discretion is advised. Welcome to my channel. Have fun. The Harbinger of Death. Authors, Pancake Switch. Terra Monocore Ranks, Soul Ranks. Monocore Ranks for Terra. There are 10 known ranks from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Each rank has 4 stages that you need to undergo to finally break through the rank. These are initial stage, middle stage, upper stage, and peak stage. Rank 1, Monocore Awakening, requires learning 1 spell. Rank 2, Monocore Nourishment. Rank 3, Monocore Expansion. Rank 4, Monocore Refining. Rank 5, Monocore Quality Enhancement. Rank 6, Monocore Veins and Soul Veins Awakening. Rank 7, Monocore Divine Aura Awakening plus Pseudo Divinity Acquisition. Rank 8, Monocore and Soul Fusion. Rank 9, Monosoul and Divine Aura Fusion. Rank 10, Divine Monosoul Creation plus Divinity Acquisition. Talents. Everyone is born with a certain grade in the talent of their monocores. Not everyone is born equally. The talent of one's monocore is judged around the ability of the monocore to store mana, pretty much how much MP pool you have. Only monster monocores are judged by grades. D-rank talent. These people are often seen as hopeless, their monocore is too small and can barely store any mana. Cultivation is extremely hard for such people, and they are often stuck at rank 1 with the ability to only learn 1 spell. There are ways to increase talents, but they are rare and costly. Freebnoll.com, C-rank talent, a bit less hopeless. People with this talent can get up to 3 spells at rank 1 and can increase their rank up to 3 until they begin to slow down compared to the rest, needing often more time, more resources, and many other things to even break through anymore. Those with this talent often are stuck at rank 3, with a few head workers getting to rank 4 through their entire lives. B-rank talent. This is considered a good and decent talent. With this talent it is possible to go through each stage with relative normality, needing resources, but not as many as the previous 2 talents. Those that work hard can reach high with this talent. Those with this talent have an easy time learning spells. At rank 1 they can get up to 6. A-rank talent, the best talent possible. Those with an E-rank talent can cultivate twice as fast as those with B-rank, needing less resources and time. These people are destined to reach even ranks such as 10. Those with this talent are outstanding, and can learn up to 10 spells at rank 1. Soul cultivation, a transcendental type of cultivation that exists in every world. You have unlocked its functions by strengthening your soul density. By using the universal principles of soul strengthening, you can shape soul energy absorbed from other souls into yours, making it your own power and soul. Soul cultivation has several realms. Soul energy gathering realm. Soul core creation realm. Soul core nourishment realm. Soul energy refinement realm. Soul core enlargement realm. Spiritual soul realm. Spiritual soul core realm. Nascent soul realm. Freebnovel.com, Divine soul core creation realm. Divine soul realm. Many more yet to be revealed soon. Chapter 1, The World Traveling System. After having gone through a lot of crap, you might expect me to never get surprised anymore for random things that I cannot predict occurring in my daily life, right? I mean, since my father went away and all, it has been pretty crazy. Well, these last years, it had stabilized a bit, and now, I think I have finally found some peace where I can slowly make up my life and resume where I left it before everything went downhill. Phew, I was looking forward to my first day at high school in a new country and all. I was watching some conspiracy videos that this strange algorithm often throws at me. And as I fell asleep with a phone over my chest. Boom. Or more like spark? Anyways, the thing is, a terrible pain enveloped my entire body. I think I have felt it before when I was younger and touched a broken electric wire. Quite the electrifying experience. The pain continued for a few agonizing seconds until it stopped. And my vision completely changed. I was standing in a completely different place than my bedroom. with a weird mechanical voice speaking inside of my head. The APP World Traveling System has been initiated. Welcome to the beginner world, Terra, Farmtown APP, user, Frank James. What? Frank said, as he glared at his surroundings. The sun was brightly shining atop the clear blue sky. There were barely any clouds atop the beautiful clear blue heaven, something that he had not seen much since he went to live inside the big unclustered city, often filled with too much light pollution or gloomy days. There was a free and refreshing breeze going through the environment, something almost soothing to his tired heart, which made him instinctively relax as he breathed upon it, filling his lungs with the air, and then sighing in relief. But he was not relieved at all. To his left, there was a large house, seemingly made entirely out of wood, which was beautifully painted with white and brown colors. To his right, there were large green fields, which extended across half a kilometer, and to the far, seemingly in the background of this world, there were vast plains filled with green grass, resembling oceans of greenery, and small forests spread around such natural beauty, resembling a painting brought to life. Ugh! Am I dreaming? He thought. Frank could not help but wonder what had just happened. Just a few seconds ago, he was peacefully sleeping on his bed. However, as he slept, he felt a sharp pain, almost electrical, which began to affect the phone he was holding in his hands, as he had fallen asleep while watching YouTube videos about cooking that the algorithm of the app randomly suggested to him. When he woke up from such pain, he saw that the window in his room had been shattered and that the strong storm outside finally calmed down. He had assumed that the heavens sent a thunder upon him just to wake him up. He had checked his body but found that nothing had happened to him. Aside from his phone. His phone was strangely showing colors and windows after windows. It was seemingly overloading with electricity, releasing sparks all across his bed. Frank tried to move away from the dangerous item only to trip with a cushion and slap his face into it directly. He was not the luckiest, to say the least. And when his face fell upon the phone, he felt as if the electricity crossed across his entire body. And then, he found himself in this space. Can it even be called space? It was simply another world. The strangest of things was not only this but the mechanical voice and the holographic windows showing ahead of his sight. It welcomed him to a beginner world of sorts. And it even was some kind of APP? Beginner world? The Farmtown app? No way in hell this is real. Muttered Frank, sighing. Frank began to think about what to do. He could not help but be in denial of all of this. It was simply way too fantastical. There was even a bit of fear quickly blossoming on his heart, as he was thrown into this new world out of nowhere. He might have always fantasized about such events, but now that it was actually happening, he simply could not sort his mind out properly. Even cold sweat began to drip from his neck. This was bad. The world, however, was peaceful and tranquil. The breeze crossed across his entire body and he could not help but feel relieved. Whatever this world was, it was very real, and although the breeze made him feel relieved, the concern was still present within his mind. Well, if it's just a dream, let us go with it. At the very least, I will have some relief from my daily life. Though this dream seems vivid and realistic. Perhaps I am becoming schizophrenic? Frank wondered. Frank tried to take this all like a dream. It could not possibly be the actual real world, right? So he decided to assume that this was a dream and to enjoy it and try out things. He sat down in the dirt, and grabbed it with his hands. He felt the dry and muddy dirt, and as he put his hands deeper into the fields, he would find fresher and colder dirt below. This is way too real. He muttered. Frank decided to touch the plants. They felt strong and alive. Although they were simply some very tall grass, they exuded a soothing smell. The moment Frank noticed this, he could not help but swallow some saliva. Indeed, it is way too real. He muttered again, checking his clothes. He found that he was simply wearing farmer clothes. Boots, jeans, a red-colored shirt with black squares, and even the iconic straw hat. These clothes had come out of nowhere. He did not remember wearing them before. Making all of this even more weird, mysterious, and confusing. However, Frank tried to play this off as a dream. Damn, I am rocking this style. Frank thought. I wish everyone at home could see this. And because it feels that everything is so real. Could it not be a dream then? Well, there is the last test before deciding that, Frank said, glancing at his hand. He had come to the obvious conclusion to see if he could feel pain, like any person would try to do when they were experiencing something that they could simply not believe, imagining that it might be a dream. Frank then pinched his hand with the fingers of his other hand. Pain. He felt a bit of pain by doing so. And the concern in Frank's mind became even bigger. This wasn't a dream. I have never had a vivid dream like this, nor one where I could actually feel pain. This is not a dream, I am really inside another world? And it is the world of an app? God, what kind of web novel setting is this? Frank could not help but sigh again at the over-the-top ridiculousness of the situation. He tried to play it off inside of his mind with some inner comedy of his own, as if he were trying to calm down his own consciousness. He decided to stand up. And as he did, more system notifications, accompanied by the mechanical voice and the holographic windows, appeared one after another. Frank was startled for a moment, as he slowly glanced at them. An ominous text appeared within such surreal holographic windows. You have entered the Farmtown app, Frank James. To exit, simply will it with your mind. If you desire to stay, why don't you begin doing some quests? It seemed to tell Frank that he could exit this world at any time he wanted. Was this some kind of Vermo or something? Frank even thought that he might have been kidnapped and forcefully put inside a futuristic capsule to live inside a Vermo world. But well, if that were the case, it would not simply tell him that he could exit. Quests. And I can exit whenever I want? Then let me. First quest acquired. Harvest weed, quest, grade, F. You were a simple wimp in your school but suddenly got struck by lightning while sleeping with your phone. Now you are the owner of a crazy system that can make you travel through app worlds. How crazy is that? As you are in the Farmtown app, why do not you begin your farmer work and harvest all this aromatic weed, which you have not touched for over half a year? Since you did not even touch this app for so long, it had grown all the way to 1 meter. Good luck. Don't worry, maybe you can get to kill some monsters soon too. Mission rewards, a small amount of EXP, farming technique scroll, 20 app points. Mission failure, death, quests. Are you for real? Wait, mission failure is death? Are you kidding me? How can I have an option here? If I fail to do it, I die. Frank was shocked, the system seemed too friendly. But the mission failure was simply death. It was even more ominous than he had imagined. This was not a game at all. This thing, whatever it was telling him to do something, and if he did not, death was the only thing waiting for him. Frank once more swallowed some saliva, as he slowly calmed himself down. Somehow, due to the effects of some kind of power within him that had recently awakened, his mind would instantly go calm the moment he panicked too much. But wait a minute. There isn't any time limit. Then I can harvest it whenever I want? Wait, then isn't the failure just a nothing burger? Thought Frank. Ding. Now that you have entered a world in an app, it has become real. That means that the weed will rot in a few weeks if you do not take it out soon. You will die if you do not do it. In a few weeks, okay? That was oddly specific. So I have a few weeks to harvest it. Wait, why do I have to obey you anyway? And who are you exactly? Can you explain to me what is going on? Asked Frank. If you want, you can check your status, by simply saying status. The system did not answer any more questions to Frank and simply suggested him to do something else. Frank sighed internally, as he did as the window told him, for now. Status. Freebnovel.com, ding. Name, Frank James, race, human. Titles, world traveler. App points, 10, job, farmer. Job history, none. Level, 1, health points, 10 tenths, plus 10, mana points, 10 tenths, strength, 1, plus 5, defense, 1, plus 5, magic, 1, resistance, 1, +5, agility, 1, +5, passive skills, world's traveler body, level dash, gift of life, level 1, equipment, farmer's jeans, F, leather gloves, F, leather boots, F, farmer shirt, F, straw hat, F, active skills, none. Relationships, none. Tamed monsters, none. Worlds visited, Earth, Terra, Farm Town app. APP special functions, inventory, World's Gate, quest board, APP Gacha, locked, APP shop, locked. Unbelievable, I really have a status. Did this game even have something like this? No, I'm fairly sure this game wasn't even about leveling up or having skills. Frank thought while rubbing his chin. Frank decided to check out the skills, thinking about how the system told him to just think things for them to happen or appear, such as when he wanted to exit. The world's traveler body granted him the ability to have a body capable of adapting to the conditions of any world he traveled without any complications, to the point of giving him the possibility to adapt to any type of energy present in such worlds. This skill also seemed to affect his own mind and might be the reason why Frank's mind would become calm the moment he panicked too much. It was as if the skill itself was adapting his mind to the situation. And the gift of life skill was a rather simple skill, as its description said that it used Frank's own life energy to transfer it to others or his own body to heal wounds. It seemed to even have the ability to heal negative status effects. I see. So one skill is for me to adapt to other worlds. Am I really traveling to other worlds? I guess so now. And the equipment, can I see it? Frank glanced at his equipment slots, as each equipment seemed to have its own window. Each window showcased the equipment stats, and also if they had any bonus or special effect. His whole set of equipment brought him a tiny amount of extra stats and nothing much to talk about other than that. He could not possibly get the best gear at the beginning, so he accepted the mediocrity of such equipment quite fast. Oh wow, what an annoying text wall. Well, pretty much everything is like a game. And those two skills are especially useful if I am really world traveling. Oh, and the equipment grants bonuses to stats even if they look like simple clothes? That is why I have +5 in most stats in between brackets. So, what do I do now? Frank was not relieved at all even after seeing all of this info. Everything was simply unnerving. Although he had always imagined having some kind of special ability that gave him a game-like system, the way he got it was rather overwhelming for his mind. Frank glanced at the crops for a moment. The breeze always calmed down any worries he could have. He simply sighed and decided on his next course of action. He was curious about the rewards that simply taking this weed could give him, and also about what could happen if he gained experience points and leveled up. Amongst his greatest fantasies was the ability to level up and become stronger just like a game character. At least, he wanted to try. Alright then, time to work. No point babbling around. I can go back, it seems. But I want to enjoy this place a little longer. Maybe I will get some more answers if I complete the quest. How hard could it be to harvest weed? Frank said, putting his hands at work. Frank quickly got to know that farmers are not to laugh about. The weed had grown so big and was deeply rotted into the ground. It took him 3 to 4 minutes per weed to take each one out, and each time he had to rest a bit. As he worked his ass off, a small child glanced at Frank from inside the house through the windows and behind the curtains. It had a small, orange-colored fox tail behind itself, and fox ears atop its tiny head. It glanced at Frank with surprise, widening its beautiful and shiny emerald eyes. Who is that person? It came out of nowhere. Why is it taking out the weed? I have to call mommy. Author's note, if you like the story please give any power stone you could spare. If we reach a nice number there will be bonus chapters at the end of the week. It all depends on you. Chapter 2, First World, Terra. Annabelle was peacefully preparing lunch for whenever her mother came back from her shopping in town. She was only 9 years old, but was already a splendid chef, and she called her fried eggs as a delicacy. Although her mother deep down knew that they were mere fried eggs which she added a bit of pepper and salt. Nonetheless, she was raised very well by her mother, even without a father, who had died when she was still a baby. Annabelle and her mother were of the race of fox beastkin, descendants of the beast god Labrador. In the world of Terra, where she and her mother lived, every race was the children of a god, and they were given the task of inhabiting Terra and bringing it to fruition, to live as they might while coexisting with the precious nature. The gods of Terra were very laid back, just as their inhabitants. But such laid back nature made their control over their children very slim. Such peace only lasted as much in a few countries, as raging wars and discrimination were bound to happen at some point, and various kingdoms and nations had fallen and risen across the course of history. Although in the country that they lived in, there was plenty of peace and resources for their inhabitants, the surrounding nations could not help but desire such riches for themselves. However, Annabelle and her mother were mere townspeople, living in the countryside as farmers. Could they even care about such a thing if they did not even know about it? The only issue that she experienced today was, well, a young human boy falling from the sky over the abandoned fields of her backyard. Just what was that? Who is that weird guy over there? He just fell from the sky, said little Annabelle. Her hair was chestnut and orange colored, alongside her foxtail and her fox ears atop her head. She was clearly a young fox beastkin girl. Her adorable voice contrasted with her surprise and horror, her emerald eyes widening as she saw the man that just fell from the sky stand up as if nothing, and then he began to talk with himself as if he were schizophrenic. Yuwawawa. What is he? Is he? Was he dropped by the skies by the gods? He is a god then? Of course not. He talks like an idiot and he is. Eh? Why is he taking out the old weed there? Hey! Don't do that. Although Annabelle wanted to stop Frank, she was too shy to do so, only yelling inside her house. The young man could not hear her as the house was unexpectedly quite soundproof. Wait for a second. I will call Mommy. He's just taking out the weed and he's so weak that he takes like 4 minutes per weed, said Annabelle, opening the front door, which was at the other side of the house from Frank's perspective, and running away towards town with all of her might and speed given to her through the beastkin blood. Was that a door closing? Wondered Frank, as he moved such thoughts away, thinking that it was just his imagination and then resuming his harvest. Freebnovel.com. Ha! Only 5 more and I will be done, he said happily. Meanwhile, Annabella's mother, Gwendolyn, walked around the streets of the small town of Acacia, located in the surrounding countryside of the large nation of Westwind, one of the few nations that included beastkin and other races as citizens. She often came to the town to buy groceries with the money she had accumulated by selling the crops she planted and farmed in the front yard of her house. The backyard, the area that Frank was harvesting, was where she planted special aromatic weeds in large batches, which would sell great whenever a merchant caravan came to town, as such weeds were precious and often used for the creation of cosmetics due to their revitalizing capacities and charming scent, which was said to calm all anxieties in a person. Such cosmetics were ideal for aristocrats that were always nervous doing much paperwork and maintaining the country. Gwendolyn resembled Annabelle, but as a mature woman, with chestnut and orange-colored hair, a long and fluffy fox tail, and long fox ears atop her head. She had a charming and youthful beauty, and her hips were wide and provoking, while her bouncy chest was awe-inspiring. A dozen of eggs, check. A kilogram of potatoes, check. Bread, check. What more? Ah, milk. Annabelle is just growing. Oh my, this little girl has been asking me for pancakes for a while. It would be a nice breakfast for tomorrow, thought Gwendolyn with a happy smile, going towards the milk seller, who was a young raccoon beastkin cow at his side. Fresh milk, fresh milk. Get your fresh milk, only 1 bronze coin for 2 liters, said the man, twisting his raccoon ears. Gwendolyn reached the man as she then noticed another stall at the man's side. There was a girl selling milk as well. But there was no cow. The girl was also a beastkin. She had a larger and seemingly stronger body. Her size almost reached 2 meters, but she had a shy expression on her face. Although she was rather beautiful, nonetheless. Her biggest asset, and the one that every man walking by noticed, were her enormous breasts and the horns on her head. "Excuse me, sir, but who is she? She didn't bring a cow and she's selling milk. Is she working for you?" asked Gwendolyn. "Ah. So you noticed, missy. No, that girl over there is a Minotaur. She is selling her own milk. You see, after the war, there is a lot of single mothers. And the young missy has to somehow feed her kids. Milk alone will not do any more. So she is selling her own as long as she can produce it. I, honestly, am not too fond of Minotaur milk, and it feels quite weird to drink it knowing that it comes from a person. But that is just me. I have seen a lot of thirsty old men buying her milk already. Imagine their faces. I bet they were thirsting for something else." "Hey," said the raccoon man while resting his arm on his cow. I see. Well, I'll buy 2 liters of your cow milk," said Gwendolyn with a mild smile. "Alrighty. Just because you preferred my milk, I will give you both bottles for 1 bronze coin, missy. How is that? Promise me to buy again on my stall next time too, and it's a deal," said the raccoon man. "Oh? Alright then, Foo-Foo, you are quite the good merchant, aren't you?" said Gwendolyn, grabbing the 2 bottles of milk and saving them inside her leather bag while giving the coin to the man. "Thanks, missy," said the raccoon man, resting once again on the cow. Gwendolyn, however, walked towards the Minotaur girl, who was seemingly in her 18s or a bit older. She seemed rather depressed although she was a beauty. She sighed every 30 seconds, even though she had been doing well. She seemed to be very embarrassed in selling her own milk to gain money. It seemed to be quite the taboo amongst Minotaur, but because there were not many Minotaur around, she has not been called out by her own tribe yet. "Excuse me," muttered Gwendolyn with a gentle voice. "Ah, yes miss. Do you want some milk? They say that Minotaur milk is more nutritious than cow milk. And I am giving 2 liters for 1 bronze coin. If you are raising a child, it's the perfect drink so they can grow big and strong," said the girl, completely changing her expression and becoming playful, faking her own sadness behind a smile. "No. I've come to offer you something else, my dear," said Gwendolyn with a gentle smile. "Huh? Wait. Are you from that brothel, perhaps? I already told them that I won't go to work there. I have my own kids to raise. And I am also married to my man. Even if he died, I won't go work my body for a few coins," said the Minotaur girl, exploding in anger. Wait, my dear. That's not it. Have you looked for another type of work? I can offer you some coins in exchange for taking care of my crops. Well, I will help you out as well. I see that you're big and strong. You would be perfect for the job," said Gwendolyn. "F farming? Like harvesting?" asked the Minotaur girl. "That's right. How about it?" asked Gwendolyn. I. Well, that sounds nice. It is better than selling my milk. I am sorry for my rudeness before, missy. What is your name?" "My name is Cathal, by the way," said the Minotaur girl, her glossy chocolate skin shining brightly with today's sunlight. Her hair was blonde, and her horns were dark-colored, reaching almost 10 centimeters each, ending in a very pointy tip. Starting from her knees, she had the legs of cows, which were covered in dark fur. Her body was rather big and muscular, but there was also some slimness and a clear lack of nutrition too. In a few weeks, if she does not feed herself properly, she might end up becoming weaker. "Cathal. My name is Gwendolyn. It is nice to meet you at. Would you like to come to my house?" "At the countryside of the town, by walking straight through the road upwards," said Gwendolyn with a gentle smile. I have sold most of the milk. So, why not? Missy, I still can't believe that you want me to work as a farmer," said Cathal with shining eyes. She was a very non-V girl, accepting Gwendolyn's offer without questioning much at all. Gwendolyn knew that she would have to teach this girl a lot about the world. Cathal saved the bottles inside the wooden box, which she carried around with her with ease due to her superhuman strength natural of Minotaur. The two mothers walked back to Gwendolyn's house, and through the road, they saw a little fox girl running towards them. "Mommy! There is a weird human that fell from the sky. I am not lying. I saw it with my very two eyes. He's taking out all the aromatic weed that you will sell for winter." "Oh, she's cute, is she your daughter?" asked Cathal, shamelessly grabbing Annabelle with her arms. "You And who are you?" she asked. "Hi, I will be working on your farm from now on," said Cathal. "Wait, that's not the point. There is a human in the backyard." "A human?" shouted Annabelle. "A human? It most likely a thief. He probably knows how valuable the wheat is. All right, let us go there. Cathal, take care of my daughter," said Gwendolyn, as Cathal followed her from behind. "Speed enhancement. Magic enhancement. Fireball," said Gwendolyn, suddenly conjuring 3 spells and enhancing her capabilities as she rushed towards her backyard. Your mother is super fast, what the hell? And she can use magic too?" asked Cathal, trying to follow with Gwendolyn's speed. "That's Mommy for you. She used that strength to protect me when I was a baby," said Annabelle with pride. Gwendolyn rushed towards the stranger, Frank, who had just taken out the last weed, saving it inside his inventory function, which he had just recently discovered. "Ha! Done. Now, system, give me the quest rewards." "Hey you, stand right there!" roared Gwendolyn, pointing the fireball floating atop the palm of her hand towards Frank. Frank was frozen. A woman appeared out of nowhere carrying a fireball in her hand. "Missy? Do you need something?" asked Frank with a bit of concern. "Where are my weeds? What did you do to them? Give them back and I won't burn you to death," said Gwendolyn. Wait a second. I can explain it. I'll give it back, said Frank, opening his inventory and throwing it all to Gwendolyn's feet. "What is that? Space attribute magic? Just who are you?" asked Gwendolyn with even more fierceness in her eyes. Well, Frank needed to formulate some kind of story behind him that could not simply reveal that he came from another world through incredibly ridiculous means such as being struck by lightning with his phone in his hand. Author's note: if you like the story, please give any power stone you could spare. If we reach a nice number, there will be bonus chapters at the end of the week. It all depends on you. Chapter 3, Back to Earth! For now. Frank began to think carefully about what to say. He glanced deeply at the woman, Gwendolyn. Her emerald eyes seemed beautiful, but filled with a strange shade of maturity that contrasted with her innocent and youthful appearance. Frank could tell that she has gone through many things on her life, as such eyes resembled the tired eyes of his old man and his mother. The other thing he noticed was that this woman had strange, fluffy ears atop her silky hair, and below her green-colored dress, she had a fluffy fox-like tail dangling around in anger. Wait. There are beast people in this world? Frank thought as he glanced at the 2 new figures that just reached the place, standing beside the fox woman. There was a small girl, remarkably similar to this woman, standing there with a concerned expression, and to her side, there was an almost 2 meters tall beauty of a woman, with a muscular physique, chocolate-colored skin, large black horns growing from her head, short white hair, and starting from her knees. She had the feet of cows. Is that her daughter? And that, a Minotaur woman, perhaps? Hot damn, she is hot. Okay, calm down. Got to think about something clever. She looks like a good woman, aside from the anger. It seems that this weed was valuable. Do I simply say that I was trying to steal it? No. That would not work. Got it. Thought Frank, coming out with a simple story. Please, you're misunderstanding, I didn't know, Frank cried. Although Frank did not kneel asking for forgiveness, he tried to appeal to the woman as much as he could. Although he wasn't so good at pretending his emotions, he had developed his acting skills a bit in his life, mostly to get out of the bully's hands at school, which had proved to work sometimes, by acting as if he were rather powerless and not worth their time. Of course, this only worked up to a certain age. After that, he was way too old to do that, so he just was clever and ran away from any potential trigger that might provoke bullies. Gwendolyn was taken aback. Yes. Please. I am sorry, I did not know. I did not know that this weed was yours. I was just picking it up because I discovered that it might be valuable. I have a little sister far away from town, living in the city with my mother, and I really need money. What? You have a family? Asked the woman, falling into Frank's bait. Frank could not help but smile internally as he continued his blabber. Yeah. I came to the countryside because the family of my parents used to live around here, but when I finally came here to attend the crops and earn some money to send to my mother and sister, I found out that the house that was hereby mine after my father died was taken by some obscure family member. They threw me away from it and even took all of my money. Are they even family, Missy? What? Really? That is horrible, said the woman, turning off the fire and covering her mouth. She was quite v. That must suck. Life's like that, muttered the Minotaur woman. Well, that's really how life is. I have been wandering around aimlessly through the nearby forest until I found this weed after a few days. I really thought that it was my lucky day because the house seemed to be abandoned, there was no one inside. I am deeply sorry. Please, do not confuse me for pitiful Thebes, I truly did not know that this grass was yours, muttered Frank, finishing his convincing story. The people fell into silence as they glanced at the boy. His backstory seemed genuine in how he phrased everything, he did not falter at any word and his emotions seemed quite convincing too. And because both women had experienced how life truly sucked, they kind of felt sympathy for the poor young man. Well, as long as you're sorry. Also, you have given all the weed, I have counted it all, though it sucks that it was harvested earlier. I will have to sell it now, whenever the merchant comes in a few days. Sigh. Well, I am glad you earned your lesson, young man, said Gwendolyn. Could I do anything to compensate you, Missy? I really want to show you that I mean no ill intention. I just didn't know, said Frank. Gwendolyn suddenly analyzed Frank's physique as he stood up. He was young and seemed rather strong enough to take out all of that deeply rooted weed without much effort. Hey, I am expanding my farm, so I am planning on planting more types of vegetables, and I am even planning on buying some cows and chickens. Why don't you work on my farm? The pay is not outstanding, but you will have 3 guaranteed meals a day. You can also use the bathroom, and I'll even lend you the couch to sleep in, said Gwendolyn. Frank was a bit baffled, and outside of his own act, he could not believe how nice was this woman. Was this real life? Really, Missy? Are you sure? Are you for real? Asked Frank, just to make sure that Gwendolyn wasn't trying to do something to him afterward. Yeah, I am for real. More importantly, I was not just attracted by your physique and youthful appearance, but your use of space attribute magic is quite outstanding. Someone with such a useful ability to simply store items inside a storage spell can sell its services for gold. So I am grabbing you right now, kid. How about you win our trust working for me? And do not worry, if you ever act shady, I will just roast you, foo. By the way, what is your name? I am Gwendolyn, this is my daughter Annabelle, and this is Cathal, she'll be working at your side from now on, said Gwendolyn. Hi. And the house was not empty. I was there. You just didn't see me. Maybe because I am too small, muttered Annabelle. Hello, I am Cathal. Wait, Gwendolyn already said it. I am glad there will be a working partner at my side from now on. Hopefully, we can get along simply fine, said Cathal with a gentle smile. Gwendolyn, Annabelle, and Cathal. Nice to meet you. I am Frank, said Frank. Frank? That is quite the aristocratic name. Was your father one? That might explain the rare magic attribute you have, said Gwendolyn. I do not know much about my father aside from the stories my mother has told me. He is. Well, my mother used to work for him. As a maid, said Frank, lying a bit more to make things more convincing. I see. Well, now relax and sit on the bench, I'll go make some orange juice, said Gwendolyn. Orange juice? I won't, said Annabelle, following her mother. Missy, I'll get comfortable inside then, Tilda, said Cathal, entering with the things she was carrying. Frank was standing there, as he sighed in relief. I did it. I somehow saved my life from being roasted alive. Crap, this was tougher than I thought. Was not this my farm? Why are there people in here living? Sigh. Maybe this is not so game-like, thought Frank. As Frank sat down on the bench and tried to take off his straw hat, he found out that he had the ability on his equipment tab to make items invisible, which would still give him their stats, but would make them simply disappear, or become invisible. He decided to do so as he felt that the straw hat just disappeared, although it was still somehow there. When the straw hat disappeared, it slowly dissipated as if it were pieces of pixels or data. That was weird. Now, let us see the quest. After this, I am going back home. I'm missing my comfy bed, thought Jason, glancing at his system windows, which had been clouding his vision for a while, but had been ignoring because he was busy convincing Gwendolyn to forgive his life. Ding. Harvest weed, quest, completed. You have harvested all of the weed, and by doing so, you got into a bunch of misunderstandings that made everything harder than you thought. Perhaps this is not a simple app game world? And wasn't this your house? Well, it seems that it is not. You acquired the quest rewards, a small amount of EXP, farming technique scroll, and 28 PP points. Your level has raised to 3. Your stats have increased accordingly to your levels gained, level 3. I wonder if people here can level up too. I cannot simply ask it out if it is something too obvious, as it might end up looking quite strange. From what I can recall, there are beastmen in here, and there is a town far away. There are merchants, meaning more advanced kingdoms and nations in this world. And also meaning a more advanced social construction and the idealism of consumerism, which might relate to a capitalist society of sorts. What more? Oh right, magic. Gwendolyn used magic. So at least there should be the magic of the basic elements, as I would assume, and there is space magic, which was mistaken by my inventory. Frank thought. Frank had always been a kid that thought things rather fast, and always liked to investigate and find out things through clues if there was the possibility of doing so. He was usually quite cautious as well, which helped him in running away from bullies and even preventing their attacks, to begin with. However, he was frail, weak, and his grades were not the best. Nor the worst, he was simply a bit above average, which was enough for him. He did not like to stand out either. If possible. But now that he was struck by destiny, and various ridiculous and fantastical things happened to him one after another, he could not help but be trapped in a series of misunderstandings with people from a completely different world. Though, now that he thought about it. Wait, shouldn't people from another world speak different languages? Why did I understand everything, and they understood my language too? Wait, could it be about that world traveler body adaptation ability? That must be. Thought Frank. Frank was also curious about the system and wanted to find out what were APP points for, but he could not simply relax and find out for now. Should I exit from here now? Maybe if I just disappear while they're inside the house. Ding. New quest acquired. Make relationships and connections with this new world's people, quest, grade, F. Welcome once again to the world of Terra. Yes, that is the name of the Farmtown app world. Due to the circumstances of life, now you are midway through forging a relationship with Gwendolyn, Annabelle, and Cathal. Now, not romantic, but a friendship and work relationship. Make sure to be a nice person, and to become a trustworthy individual for the girls to rely on. Enjoy your new life in this world. Though you can travel to other worlds if this one does not suit your tastes, but beware. Going to too many worlds might give you too many quests. Mission rewards, a small amount of EXP, APP shop function unlocked, 20 APP points. Mission failure, death, wait. Mission failure is death? And just when I was thinking of leaving. Wait. I don't care, there is no time limit anyway. Always scaring me away. Gwendolyn seems to be taking her time, I will slowly exit and go back home for a few minutes. Muttered Frank, as he walked to the side of the house so the girls couldn't see him from the windows, seemingly pretending to be stretching himself while glancing at the beautiful scenery. And then, he simply disappeared. You have exited the world, Tara, Farmtown APP. Due to your ability, the time of the worlds connected to you will go slowly whenever you are not in them. This time effect switches out whenever you travel to another world, depending on the world you are, the others will go slowly. The time difference is that 2 days in the world you are currently in will only be an hour in the worlds connected to you that you are visiting. Abuse this power to your heart's content. Freebnoll.cm, you can access the world's gate through your phone at any time whenever you desire. Poof! Frank fell onto the floor of his room head on. Although this should have hurt him quite greatly, he only felt a slight weight and pain. I am really back? So it wasn't a dream, said Frank out loud. Frank then glanced at his phone lying right beside him, grabbing it with his hands, he inspected it. Only to find that it was pristine. It was as good as new, somehow. The phone's screen flashed out as it showed Frank his applications, the hour of the day, and everything just as usual. However, there was now a strange app named $3% #. Whenever Frank touched it, he would be asked if he wanted to enter the world's gate. The possibilities of world traveling were now endless, as long as he considered that every APP in existence could be an entirely new world. Frank could not help but fantasize about going to the worlds of the various gacha games he played and summoning his favorite waifus. But that would have to wait. It was 6 a.m., and his mother was already yelling at him to wake up, it was time to go do school. Frank! Wake up! You're not missing today's school, young man! Roared a lioness, Frank's mother. Chapter 4, Daily Quests. Frank heard the roar of his mother, as he answered back to not force her to enter his room. All right, I am getting ready, stop screaming. He said. Okay, good boy. I'm making pancakes this morning, so hurry up or your sister will eat them, you all, said Frank's mother, walking downstairs to the first floor of their house. Okay. Muttered Frank, as his mother finally let him go. He decided to assess himself after going to another world. He checked his skin, a bit tanned, but that's because summer break had just ended, and he went to the beach, forced, with his family. He then went to his mirror and saw his appearance. He was the same as ever. Aquamarine eyes, chestnut hair, a small and pointy nose, and a slim complexion. Though, if he looked sharply enough into his arms and stomach, they seemed a bit tougher, but not much physical change. And then, of course, his clothes. I am still wearing the farmer clothes, he muttered. Indeed, they seemed to have carried with Frank to earth, and as he glanced at his phone while thinking about the status word, the status appeared in front of his sight, as if projected by the phone itself through some kind of hologram device. Name, Frank James, race, human. Titles, world traveler. App points, 30, job, farmer. Job history, none. Level, 3, health points, 10/10 greater than 20/20, plus 10, mana points, 10/10 greater than 14/14, strength, 1 greater than 11, plus 5, defense, 1 greater than 11, plus 5, magic, 1 greater than 7, resistance, 1 greater than 7, plus 5, agility, 1 greater than 7, plus 5, passive skills, world's traveler body, level dash, gift of life, level 1, equipment, farmer's jeans, F, leather gloves, F, leather boots, F, farmer shirt, F, straw hat, F, hidden, active skills, none. Relationships, none. Tamed monsters, none. Worlds visited, Earth, Terra, Farm Town app. App special functions, inventory, World's Gate, Quest board, App Gacha, locked, App shop, locked. Damn, talk about an improvement. Who would have thought that taking weed would make me stronger? All of my stats increased and the equipment is still there. Wait, what? I get to bring all of that to this world too. Isn't that a bit? Never mind. Let's just go with it, muttered Frank. Frank decided to hide the farmer's clothes, pretty much making them simply disappear while still giving him the stats, as he appeared almost naked in front of the mirror aside from his boxers. This is way too convenient. Can I wear other clothes though? He thought, taking on a shirt and trying it out. You have equipped the simple shirt, cosmetic item. Cosmetic item? So, whatever that does not give stats is a cosmetic item, I would assume? I see. Very straightforward. I have simply become a game character at this point. This is the greatest dream that any gamer, and non-gamers to an extent, would ever wish for, thought Frank while clenching his fist. He was incredibly happy to have been chosen by the heavens for such fortuitous events to occur on his life. Even though they did not make much sense when he put thought into it. Frank sat down and sighed once again. Everything was happening way too fast, and although he was outstandingly adapting to everything at an insane pace, he recognized that he might become schizophrenic if he did so too easily. It was simply not sane for a person to accept such ridiculous things happening one after another as if nothing, even when just yesterday he was a simple kid. At the very least, like any other human being, he decided to seek answers through speculation, as the system was not as interactive as he thought, and would not answer the questions he asked to it. Okay, so to recap everything. I got hit by lightning and then my phone somehow malfunctioned? What kind of cliché is this? And then, when I hit the phone with my face while I had my body still with electricity running around my body, which I do not know how it did not simply fry me alive, I entered the phone and was randomly sent to the world of one of my apps, one of the apps that I haven't touched for a long time, Farm Town, which was simply about creating a farm. Frank analyzed. There was no scientific explanation for all of this. The lightning should have just fried him alive at worst, or left him with a few wounds at best, but Frank felt better than ever, and his phone had also gone back to normal. This was simply a supernatural event. Magic. Well, if magic existed in that world, and all of these ridiculous things are happening, this is most likely something related to magic. Could that lightning have been fired by something else than just the cloudy sky? Are there beings capable of producing such miracles on Earth? Really? That could mean a whole amount of possibilities than just entering game worlds. What is truly this world? This planet? Is everything so normal as I thought? Is everything so simple as I always considered throughout my life? My whole existence and the things happening to me already tells me that the possibilities for many supernatural things to exist are extremely high. He thought. Frank had just recently reached 17 years of age and had recently finished the last year of middle school. He was older than he should be, but that is because he had been traveling with his mother across the world before finally settling down in Japan when his mother married his new stepfather here. Freebnovel.com. His sister was from his mother and his stepfather, and Frank's father had disappeared when he was a baby, so he never got to know his blood-related father. But it was not as if he cared much. His stepfather was a nice man. However, because Frank looked still rather young and was of small stature, he went quite well with the appearance of the other kids at school even if he were 1 or 2 years older than them. Despite his young age, Frank had gone through his fair share of life difficulties and had experienced many things in life, which had forged his character to be very adaptable to the situations given to him. But even then, this was way too ridiculous. It was just like a light novel or a web novel. Oh no! What if I begin to be chased down, just like any protagonist in a web novel of such settings would have to go through? Isn't this fortuitous event kind of a curse then? Wait, I'm not being a bit paranoid. I must go on my life as I can. If I constantly think about bad things to happen to me, They might come faster than they would truly be. I do not want to trigger any red flags. Well, I will use this power of mine to grow strong and. Ugh, am I sounding so cliche already? Okay, I will just get strong and blah blah blah. Anyways, what are APP points? Can the system answer this at the very least? Said Frank, trying to calm down and move out of such cliche thoughts for once. Ding. Just as he thought, such a question was indeed answered by the system. APP points can be spent in the GACA function and the APP shop function of the system, which you have not unlocked yet. You can earn more APP points by completing quests of all kinds. How about we begin with a daily quest, without any death penalty this time? I see. Wait, daily quest? In Earth? You know that we are no longer in an APP world. Ding. Daily quests have been unlocked. Stay hydrated, daily quest, grade, F. You are now in the possession of an awesome system. Isn't this the best ability you could have ever dream of? How about you begin with some daily quest, just like in real games. Drink 2 liters of water and stay hydrated. Mission rewards, a tiny amount of EXP, 5 APP points. Mission failure, none. Pump up those muscles, daily quest, grade, F. You are now in the possession of an awesome system. Isn't this the best ability you could have ever dream of? How about you begin with some daily quest, just like in real games. Do 30 push-ups, 30 sit-ups, 30 squats, and run 1 km every single day. Do not worry, this is a toned-down version of that legendary training, so you will not become bald. Hopefully. Mission rewards, a tiny amount of EXP, 5 APP points. Mission failure, none. These quests. Well, they're optional, but the rewards are enticing. Like this, I could pretty much grind 10 APP points per day. But I cannot even use them yet. That is frustrating, you know? Said Frank, as the system remained in silence. Frank then remembered his other quests, which included making relationships with the girls he met in Terra. If he succeeded, he would unlock the shop function, and he would finally be capable of buying things. Whatever the shop sold. How about the World's Gate? And as he willed it, Frank touched the strange app on his phone with the tip of his finger, as he was transported to a different space. There, he found himself in a strange temple, seemingly old and ruinous, covered in moss, and also quite cold. The temple was closed on all sides, but there was a small monolith in the middle of the room. You have entered the World's Gate. You can choose which worlds you can travel into here, just touch the monolith and select your next destination, freebnoel.com. Wait. That easy? Frank thought, walking towards the monolith and touching it with his hand. Ding. Welcome to the World's Gate, World Traveler. Available Worlds Categories, APPs, Available APP Category Worlds, Terra, Farmtown APP, Camelot, Knights of Arthur APP, Abyss, Abyssal Realms, Vampires Wars APP, Gaia, Monster Catcher Tale APP, Locked. There are 3 more worlds I can travel to. And those are all from my favorite phone games? No way. Could I be able to one day meet with Serafini? Or Sylvana, the bewitching vampire empress? Crap, I am getting way too overly excited. Frank could not help but act like an idiot as he fantasized about meeting in real life the way IFAs he had collected on his game through the years he had played. However, not everything was just games. Just on his experience in Terra, Frank knew that the worlds he would enter were not exactly as his game account. For example, the Farmtown APP world, his home was being inhabited by other people, and the weed he harvested seemingly was of a strange type of plant that sold for a lot, which he always thought was only normal and useless weed. Just thinking about how terrifying it would be to travel to Abyss, the world dominated by demons, vampires, and monsters. Frank would surely simply die there with his current stats, and there has not been any guarantee in the system that he would just revive if he died in a game world. Well, if he were to not exit the world before, Camelot might be okay. as long as I join the Knights of Arthur as some kind of soldier. But in Abyss? No way, I would be a simple human inside a world where monsters roam freely, vampires fight for supremacy, and demons crawl underground. Ah, and Gaia seems to be the same thing. Would I be able to summon heroes or monsters like in the original games there? Maybe not. Well, there is the Gaga function for that, right? I just need to unlock it," muttered Frank. Frank was not feeling like going to any world as of now and decided to go back to Earth, and finally prepare himself for school, taking a bath, wearing his school uniform, and then going to have breakfast with his family. Chapter 5, A Mysterious Girl. Today was Frank's first day of high school in the Japanese high school he has been attending. He hoped to meet new people and make friends, to become someone different than the last years, something like a reset. But would that go as he expected? Already something incredibly fantastical that not anyone would believe had happened to him, so he believed that at least he should be able to make a friend in this world based on the sheer luck he had to have for that to happen to begin with. He walked downstairs as he met his stepfather, sitting in a chair atop the table. "Good morning, Frank. Did you have another all-nighter playing games? It will be the last you will have now. How do you feel about high school? Excited?" The times when I was in high school sucked, so I hope it is not the same for you," he said. Frank's stepfather was of Japanese nationality, and this was clearly shown on his deep black and glossy hair, slim complexion, pale white skin, and black eyes. He was a rather handsome young man, nearing his mid-30s. However, he often wore glasses, making it difficult for people to notice his handsome face. Luckily, Frank's mother did. His name was Ikita Katsumi, which meant self-controlled or restrained, which always showed in his calm and often silent nature. "Nichan. Good morning," said a little girl with blue eyes and short black hair, which only reached her neck in a bobby-styled cut. She was the young sister of Frank, daughter of his stepfather and mother. Her name was Kami Kimiko, Kami for short. Freebno.com, good morning. And actually, I slept quite early last night. Didn't you hear a storm last night? Or was I the only one? Asked Frank. A storm? Nichan, you're nuts. There wasn't any storm last night, said Kami while eating rice alongside vegetables, a rather healthy breakfast. I am fairly sure that last night the sky was as clear as ever. Maybe it was one of your crazy dreams that you often talk about. Playing too many video games until night makes your mind go crazy when you sleep, son, said Akita while sipping some coffee. Frank, no more games until the weekend, okay? Said Frank's mother, named Amelia. Both Frank and his mother were formerly of American nationality but had been traveling the world since he was very young, until one day, his mother suddenly found the ideal man on Akita, and moved to Japan to finally settle down after so long. Since then, she had become quite the responsible mother, changing her ways, and becoming more similar to the typical Japanese mother, caring and responsible. Unlike how she used to be, which was quite wild and irresponsible, always buying junk food for the young Frank while never cleaning anything. Mother, it's not the game's fault. I really heard a storm last night. And lightning even clashed against the window. Go look up to my room, the window is broken. Said Frank. The window is broken? Really? We'll have to repair that immediately. I'll buy a new window online. And we can ask my father to put it back, he's good with it, said Akita with extreme calmness, as if a window breaking was something normal. What did you do, Frank? Don't break windows again, okay? Asked Frank's mother. As if they were completely ignoring his words. They simply didn't believe in something that they didn't experience nor heard last night except for only him. Nichan, don't be bad. Said Kami. Sigh. Is there any point in trying to convince them? Was it really just my imagination then? Thought Frank as he began to dig into the freshly made pancakes of his mother, which were smooth, fluffy, and big, generously covered in syrup and a small piece of butter on top. He then sipped in the coffee and was ready for school. Well, sorry for the window, I'll make sure to compensate it with good grades, said Frank. Wait, "Nichan, I wanna go with you," said Cammy. "But, Cammy, we are not going to the same school anymore," muttered Frank, petting her silky black hair and kissing her on her forehead. "Be a good girl at school, okay?" he asked. "Okay. Make sure to not break windows anymore," said Cammy. "I am not a window breaker," said Frank, walking outside the house as his mother stopped him again, grabbing him from his uniform. You forgot your bento box," said his mother, handling Frank a small box made out of wood, which was warm to the touch, filled with his lunch. "Ah. Right. I almost forgot, anyways, bye," said Frank, hurriedly leaving his house as he walked through the streets in the neighborhood where he lived. Frank was hurrying up because he wanted to take the express train, which he needed to go to this new high school where he had moved for his last years in Tokyo, where his family had moved 2 years ago. Before that, he used to live in a rural area named Hida Takayama, which was filled with many shrines, which he often visited with his mother, who had become quite the fanatic of Japanese culture. The move to Tokyo happened because of new work opportunities for his father, who wanted to offer his family a more comfortable lifestyle with more commodities, choosing to become a wage slave in a corporation in Tokyo. Frank still could not believe how his father would sacrifice such a beautiful house in Hida for Tokyo at all. And even after 2 years, he still cannot, although he had gotten used to Tokyo more or less. It was a cramped city filled with too many things and too many people, but it was still amazing how he had easy access to many things. There were supermarkets at every corner of their neighborhood, libraries that sold all types of manga and light novels, gaming shops with the latest games and consoles on sale. Frank could not deny that this was a nice plus that he did not have so easily available as it was in the rural side of Japan. Reaching the train station, Frank found that there were already dozens of people, but it was still rather a small amount from how cramped it would become after 7 a.m. Japanese people were very responsible with their schedules, and woke up very early. Unless he were to wake up at 4 a.m., he would never find this place empty. And even then, there would be people working at such hours. As he sighed in relief while waiting for the train that would come at 6:30 a.m., he glanced around as he felt the slight presence of someone glancing at him. Such perception was never part of his senses, but since he traveled to the other worlds, he clearly felt rather different, and Frank's senses had multiplied due to having leveled up. Frank glanced to his back, as he found a young girl, perhaps on his same age if not a few months younger. She had a slim and tall body, with a youthful and beautiful pale white skin, her irises were dark purple, and her hair was pure black like the night, made into braids that rested at each side of her shoulders. She wore a similar uniform to him, except that she obviously had a shirt, with tight black stockings. "Do you need something?" asked Frank. "You," she muttered, her glare was so strong that it seemed to pierce Frank. Asked Frank. "Nothing, sorry," said the girl, averting her glare from him. "What's up with her?" wondered Frank, as he saw the train approaching the station. Chapter 6, Matsuo and Harumi. After the train came and Frank entered on it, the girl followed him behind, which he assumed was because they were going to the same school. He wondered if she would go to the same class as him, but that would be way too much of a coincidence. Through the trip, Frank glanced at his phone while reading the latest news on Twitter and other pages, finding nothing about the strange storm that attacked him in the middle of the night. Was it really all a dream? But the abilities in this phone clearly aren't, he thought. And as he glanced at his phone through the trip, Frank could not help but feel the eyes of the girl glaring at him directly. She was still glancing at him from the sides, she had sat down near him as well, and even when Frank had glared back at her, making her quickly avert her gaze, she would go back to glancing at him just a bit afterward. She's the weird type, huh? He thought, thinking that her glare was a bit cute, nonetheless. Her eyes were very big and rather charming, such color in irises was very rare, making her seem like an exotic beauty. Could it be? Is this another fortuitous encounter? Just like in those school dramas. A love interest? He thought, but quickly decided to move away from such fantasizing thoughts, as they made little sense and were a bit cringy even to himself. However, he hoped to make friends with her if the opportunity was given. When the train finally reached the station near the high school, Frank and the girl left the train and walked towards school through the same streets and the same route. The girl was walking a few meters away from him, but she kept glancing at him. Frank could not help but feel a bit of an eerie atmosphere slowly embracing him just by her look. Just who is this girl? Just when Frank was nearing the school, the girl approached him again. Are you from the same school as me? The Tokyo Metropolitan Izuku High School? Asked the girl, her dark purple irises deeply glancing through her very soul. Yes. Couldn't you tell me the uniform I'm wearing already? We even walked through the same route. Muttered Frank. Ah. Yes, that is right. What's your class? She asked. Oi? This is going way too fast. Thought Frank, as a bit of steam flew out of his ears. Figuratively. Ah, Class C, why? Asked Frank. Class C. I am Class C too, we will be classmates, said the girl. Eh? Really? Asked Frank. Yes. What is your name? I am Harumi, said the girl. Harumi. I am Frank, Frank James. I am not Japanese if you couldn't tell already. Said Frank. I can tell, your facial appearances and your eyes are different. And you have something in you, don't you? I can feel it, said the girl with a mysterious tone on her voice. Me? Something in me? Ha ha. What are you talking about, Harumi-chan? Said Frank, patting Harumi's shoulders and walking towards the school, quickly evading her questions. Let us go to classes, they're about to start. I hope that we can have a good relationship. As, classmates, that's it, said Frank. Fine, I can ask you later, if that's what you want, Frank, said Harumi, walking to his side in silence. Frank felt as if Harumi already knew what he was. But how? Could she feel ability users? Wait, what are ability users anyway? This was a new concept on Frank's mind since he acquired the ability to enter his phone and travel through app worlds. And now, he suspected that Harumi might be someone as well. Frank felt as if a whole new supernatural world had opened to him the moment he acquired such ability last night through that mysterious storm that no one else saw or felt. And just as he went out of school, he had already found someone mysterious in Harumi. Did she had good or bad intentions? Frank could not tell, but he was not into revealing all of his secrets to a random girl that had appeared out of nowhere. For now, he tried to be friendly and sociable, but to an extent, he even suspected that she might be up to something. And there was not any confirmation that she did not have eerie intentions with him if she were to know that he was an ability user. Through his perception abilities, Frank had already perceived some kind of rabbit hole, which Harumi was slowly leading him into. He did not want to get into any trouble if possible, so for now, he played it dumb and friendly, acting as if he was unaware of what she was trying to communicate to him. Harumi also sensed that Frank was cleverer than he looked like or acted like. She knew that he was hiding something, and decided to stick to him to take that info out and figure if he was friend or foe. Meeting ability users that she had never seen before was dangerous. She had even considered that he might have infiltrated into her school for some kind of eerie motive, commanded by an organization of the underworld. Frank, of course, did not know anything about what the underworld was even. Just a day ago, he was a simple kid living a simple life. He did not even believe that there were supernatural powers in this world. And that life was just as simple as it was always shown. After a brief introduction to the new students made by the teachers at the school alongside the director, the students were finally sent towards their classrooms. Reaching their class, both sat down near the other. Frank did not really mean to do this, but Harumi made sure to sit right behind him, to always be glancing at him. Such odd conduct was quickly noticed by the other class students, who began to chit-chat about the two, and some even speculated that they might be a couple or something. This only made Frank a bit irritated. He wanted to make a good impression but ended making everyone believe that he came to this new school with his girlfriend. The gloomy Harumi, who did not even put a glance at anyone else than Frank through the whole introduction and welcoming ceremony of the teachers and the director, and through the entirety of the morning up until lunch. When he was about to eat his bento, Frank could not help but move back to Harumi, surprising her. "Would you stop glancing at me like that, Harumi? It feels quite eerie. I am trying to eat my bento," muttered Frank. "No," said Harumi. "Ha! You are not eating anything?" asked Frank. "No," said Harumi. "Are you hungry?" asked Frank. "No," said Harumi, as her stomach roared for a bit. "Your stomach is being clearly honest. All right, everyone already believes that we are together into something, so I guess it doesn't matter if I share my bento. I don't want your bento. What if it's poisoned?" "Do you believe I'm a fool?" asked Harumi. Poisoned? How would it be poison if I am eating it right here?" asked Frank, eating a little meatball. "Maybe it's a poison that you're immune to," muttered Harumi. Fine, you win, be silent, alone, and don't eat. Whatever. I am just trying to be friendly, you know? I want to make friends, to turn on a new leaf, said Frank. Is that so? Why? Who sent you to do that? Asked Harumi. Her, my parents? Said Frank. Who are your parents? Asked Harumi. Why do you want to know that? Asked Frank in disbelief. Freebnovel.com, for nothing. I am just curious. Yes, that is it, said Harumi. Sigh. Maybe I will tell you later when we become closer, said Frank. Closer? Is this your plan? Asked Harumi. Why does everything have to be a plan? Asked Frank. Harumi was very irritating. It was as if any action on his side was somehow a scheme. Freebnovel.com, for nothing, said Harumi, evading the question, while finally averting her gaze from Frank, standing up from the chair and walking outside of the classroom. Damn, man, why you gotta yell to your girlfriend? Were you never taught to respect girls? Asked a guy near him. Harumi is not my girlfriend, I just met her today. And who are you, anyway? Asked Frank. She's not your girlfriend. Everyone here thinks that though. And I am Matsuo, nice to meet you. What's your name again? Asked Matsuo. He had chestnut hair, golden eyes, and a slim complexion, but had the mouth of a cheeky breath. My name is Frank, nice to meet you, Matsuo-san, said Frank. Hey, you're good at Japanese despite being foreign, a lot of the girls were eyeing you as well, you're like an exotic thing here, it's rare to see foreigners even in a school in Tokyo, they're always just tourists, said Matsuo. I see. Well, that's how it is, said Frank. Well, if she's not your girlfriend, who is she for you? Asked Matsuo. Something like. Well, she's my friend, said Frank. What a beauty. Man, I wouldn't be so rude to such a girl, you're missing a big game there, said Matsuo teasingly. You sound like someone very experienced in girls, are you not? Go ahead, I am not interested in her anymore, said Frank. Oh? Is that so? Ha ha, don't worry, I am not stealing you anything, man, laughed Matsuo. She will probably slit your throat if you ever try anyways, muttered Frank. What? Asked Matsuo. Nothing, said Frank. Chapter 7, A Dangerous Vampire. Harumi walked outside of the classroom to take a breather. She knew that due to the suspiciousness that emanated from Frank that she should not simply walk away from him, but she needed a bit of a breather. Walking through the corridors towards the girls' bathroom, she glanced at the many students walking around, chatting and doing their daily lives, completely unaware that their fragile lives were nothing but an illusion made by the government. She knew about the real world, about the things that existed outside of this surface that society and the countries and nations of the world showed to their citizens, and she knew very well what was lying behind of it, the dangerous underworld, and the beings and people that inhabited it. Entering the bathroom, she washed her face and refreshed herself a bit, relaxing for once before going back to Frank's side, inspecting his every movement. She glanced at the mirror as she noticed her dark purple irises widening. I'm hungry again? Her irises slowly turned crimson red, releasing an eerie hue, and her pale white skin seemed even sickly than before, almost as clear as candle wax. Noticing that there was no one around, Harumi quickly waved her hand as from within, a sparkle of crimson red light covered her eyes, quickly creating an illusion, making them seem of the same color as before. Her skin gained a bit of color through this illusion, as Harumi sighed and took out of her pocket a small black bag, which she opened and drank a red liquid from within in a few seconds. Finishing her meal, she put the bag in her pocket again as she walked out of the bathroom again. However, just as she was about to, the voice of someone else resonated through her ears, someone that she knew. "Did you also notice him, vampire girl?" asked the voice. It was of a cheeky young girl. Harumi was a bit surprised, as she had relaxed way too much in this little time, glancing behind her and finding a girl standing right in front of the mirror of the bathroom. Her hair was long and blonde, made into twin tails, and her skin was tanned, glossy, and chocolate colored. She wore the same uniform as Harumi and had blue irises. She had long and pink-colored nails, and her smile was cheeky and almost teasing. "Ah, you." "Yes, I did. He is below my supervision now. He seems to not be of any faction yet, but I will interrogate him properly whenever I catch him after class," said Harumi, as her eyes flashed in a crimson hue for a slight second, a bloodthirsty aura surging from within her small and frail-looking body. "Are you sure you want to be so merciful on the stranger? What if he is stronger than he seems? Do you need me to kill him? I can take care of him without any issues," said the blonde girl. "Erica doesn't get involved, he's my prey now. I will see what I can do with him. If things go as you say, then I will ask for your assistance. But I don't think I will ever need the help of someone that stinks like a dog," said Harumi. "Hey! I am a proud werewolf. Not a dog. And his scent is spread all around the school, it is hard to resist ravaging him right in front of everyone. And who are you calling stinky, bloodsucker? You stink like a corpse," said the blonde girl, named Erica. Harumi sighed as she waved her head, leaving the bathroom without continuing any pointless discussion with the mysterious girl. She seemed to be used to her babbling at this point, seemingly knowing her for several of years now. Unaware of such conversation, Frank glanced as Harumi came back from the classroom just before classes were to resume, and standing in silence through the rest of the day. Matsuo had tried to court her, but he had ended up completely ignored to the point that Matsuo felt as if he was talking to a wall, and when he ended up angering Harumi due to his harassment, she gave him a single glance with her eye that made him almost paralyzed in fear through some strange meaning that only Frank noticed. Since that day, Matsuo grew to fear silent girls. As Frank walked out of the school while chatting with Matsuo, Harumi tailed him from behind. "Man, she's really scary. Is she really following you?" asked Matsuo. "No. We actually live in the same neighborhood, so we take the same train and all," said Frank. "I see. Well, good luck with her, she is really scary. Anyways, this is where we split, bye. See you tomorrow," said Matsuo, walking away leisurely. "Yeah, see ya," said Frank with a mild smile. Aside from Harumi, who he did not consider a friend, he had made a new friend just on the first day of high school in the friendly and amicable Matsuo. Frank felt quite happy about that, as he had never made a friend in middle school before. He slowly felt as if his social life was slowly blossoming at last, even if it was in his last years of school life. Frank saw Matsuo walk away as he glanced back at Harumi. "You don't have to be so shy, come, let's go together to the train station," said Frank, walking slowly towards the station. Harumi, however, walked towards him with a speed that he did not perceive before, quickly grabbing him and moving him to the backs of the streets. Frank felt the burst of immense strength coming from Harumi and could not help but feel overwhelmed. Her bloodthirsty aura filled his entire body and he suddenly sensed as if he was paralyzed just by her glare. Suddenly, A mechanical voice resonated through his head. You have been inflicted with the curse, blood paralysis, status effect. An ominous and overwhelming enemy of a way higher level is confronting you. Shit. I knew she was kind of strange, but how strong is she? The system moves me to the world's gate, said Frank through his mind, as the system inside his head answered him. To enter the world's gate, access it through your phone, his phone. Frank needed to firstly grab his phone and touch the app that transported him to the world's gate, but such a thing was impossible now, as he was paralyzed in place. Harumi glanced at him as Frank laid stuck to the walls of the back streets. Now you're going to answer all of my questions in detail. You heard me? She said, her irises turning completely crimson red, as Frank glanced towards them. The irises dilated and showed a dark abyss within, something that deeply began to engrave and erode his own mind. Hypnosis. However, from within Frank's body, a strange power, seemingly mystical, emanated, negating Harumi's attempt of hypnotizing Frank. Spark. Huh? Hypnosis immunity? Impossible. Muttered Harumi, glancing at the calm Frank, who was a few seconds ago quite terrified. The effects of Gift of Life, Level 1, has been activated. The curse has been healed through the infusion of life energy into the user's physique. Frank had hurriedly activated his passive skill Gift of Life, which infused life energy into his own body. Such life energy contrasted against Harumi's curse, which was inflicted through her eyes, which was in fact, charged with an energy quite opposite to life. Both energies clashed against each other and Frank's life energy won by a little, freeing him from the curse as his system quickly noticed his newly acquired resistance through this method. Ding! You acquired the Curse Resistance, Level 1, skill. Ding! You acquired the Hypnosis Resistance, Level 1, skill. I resisted it, thought Frank. Frank then quickly grabbed his phone and put his finger over the World's Gate app, ready to escape at any moment while Harumi was still a bit in disbelief. However, he soon discovered that this was not necessary. You even healed back from my curse. So you're a healer type? A mage? No. A holy mage? Is your faction the Shrine of Tokyo? Asked Harumi, putting on a stance as her nails suddenly grew 3 times their original size, baring her fangs with fury. Her bloodthirsty aura covered her body menacingly. Frank did not have any time to think, so he decided to do what he was best at. Bluff. Yes, that's right, Harumi-chan. I am from that faction, said Frank, faking a smile, as if he was saying all according to Kaku. TCH. You should have told me before and I would not have done any of things, to begin with. I will not apologize for my behavior. You should have asked your superiors about reporting your existence to the vampire family and the werewolves. Don't you know that many of my family were already eyeing you? Are you really that stupid? We and the werewolves occupy this area of Tokyo, you should already know this, said Harumi, suddenly relaxing. I apologize. I am new in here, after all, haha, laughed Frank. His act was somehow convincing to Harumi, as she sighed once again. I will report this to the matriarch so everyone else can recognize you afterward. I guess that's why you were friends with that monk. His scent is truly disgusting. I can't believe he would flirt with me, muttered Harumi. Monk? Asked Frank. However, before Harumi was to leave the scene, another figure emerged from within the shadows. Matsuo. Chapter 8, The Protectors of Tokyo, the Monk Clan. Yep, he's my friend. He is actually the son of the granddaughter of the sister of my grandmother. That's why he's a foreigner. Ha ha, he laughed. Frank suddenly realized that Matsuo had been glancing at the scene that unfolded a few seconds ago. I see. But why didn't you acted before then? Asked Harumi. Well, I didn't want. I was hoping for you two to get together if you did not know he was from my family. Hey. Man, it's hard to flirt with vampires, said Matsuo. Vampires? So that is what Harumi is. Whoa, they are real and all, thought Frank. You and your stupid games. A proud vampire such as I would never be with the likes of you, Monk, said Harumi, walking away. Matsuo and Frank heard Harumi's footsteps as she walked away from the scene. After they did not hear her anymore, both of them sighed in relief. Wait, both? Man, you almost got killed, you know. Even if you can heal her curse and be immune to hypnosis, her strength would be capable of breaking your skull like a watermelon, said Matsuo with a relaxed tone on his voice. Matsuo. Are you? Asked Frank. Well, yes, we just met today, but I already saved your life once. So, you owe me a favor. How about you pay it by joining my faction? Unlike the vampires and werewolves, we are not so picky as long as you are willing and have a good affinity with what we use, said Matsuo, showing Frank a spark of bright yellow light from his fingers. Magic. Wait, all of this is going way too fast. Muttered Frank. Fast. You're an ability user, are you not? Why would you come here if you did not want to join a faction? A factionless ability user will not last a single day in Tokyo. Vampires and werewolves are way too picky and savage. They might not appreciate the ones like you, but the life energy that you controlled there was fairly good. We need healers for a long time. Come with me, I'll show you the shrine, said Matsuo. Well, I gotta be a bit honest with you, I had just recently awakened my ability, and my family doesn't know nor has any. Said Frank. Freebnovel.com. What? Wait, what? So you are an awakened? Damn. Well, come with me. You will love the shrine and my sisters. Do you like shrine maidens, Frank? Oh right, we will have to make a lot of preparations if you do not want your family killed by other factions sooner or later. We better cover them into our faction too. Though, if they are not ability users, we should not tell them. Damn, you are so lucky to have met me. I am quite a nice guy, you know. You are also a fairly good actor, faking being in my faction like that. You sure know how to survive through your brain. Well, a bit, said Matsuo, walking in another direction as Frank followed him. Although Frank had thought about escaping to another world from Harumi, he could not access his phone in time, and would have gotten killed with no second chances or lives to spare. His acting was what made him survive, and if he wanted to stay on Earth while not being instantly killed by other factions, he would have to join one. All of this is pretty new to me. But I will try what I can. I owe you more than a few favors. Harumi really didn't give me a good impression of the world of ability users though. Had this concept always existed, by the way? Asked Frank. Yeah, she is fierce, isn't she? That is why she is so fucking scary. But I cannot get enough of her beautiful eyes, man. Anyway, yeah, not all factions are like the vampires or werewolves. We the Shrine of Tokyo are those that try to walk through the path of righteousness and to save those that had awakened their abilities from falling into the underworld. You also almost got your blood sucked off you and left like a mummy on the streets. See how dangerous the worlds get when you get an ability? It's as if everything before is a mere aid for the masses, isn't it? Muttered Matsuo. Matsuo and Frank kept chatting as they walked through various alleyways, suddenly reaching a large shrine a dozen blocks away from the school. Here it is. The Shrine of Tokyo. Well, it is unnamed for now because it is mostly used by us, and not the public. This place is filled with magic seals that make people without magic or abilities are not capable of perceiving this part of the block, said Matsuo, patting Frank's shoulders. The shrine resembled a beautiful ancient Japanese building with several floors, almost resembling a tower to an extent. Such an enormous building would have been easily perceived by the masses, but because it was being hidden behind such seals, it has remained in secrecy for many years. I see. Damn, all of this is new to me. Now we are talking about magic and seals like a normal thing? Damn. Muttered Frank. Yeah, well, get used to it quickly, man. You'll get to have a lot of work whenever you become part of the faction. You gotta pay with effort for being protected by us, but don't worry, everyone is mostly nice. Mostly, said Matsuo. Mostly. Ugh, at least, if they are not as scary as Harumi. Muttered Frank. Ah, yeah, no one is that scary, Rest assured, said Matsuo, leading Frank through the stairs and entering the building. A beautiful young woman greeted them, with long white hair made into several braids that reached her feet, pale white skin with a rosy hue, a slim figure, and a beautiful and provocative kimono with white and yellow colors and flower decorations. She was wearing ornaments above her head that seemed to be part of the royalty of ancient Japan. Frank had suddenly noticed that the moment they entered the shrine, space had changed, as they were sent to a different room way above the tower. The woman glanced at Frank with her bright yellow eyes, which seemed to hold wisdom untold. "My descendant, have you brought another last puppy here?" "Sigh. Your benevolence knows no bounds, Matsuo-san," she said. "Sorry great ancestor, I just couldn't help but help him out. He's genuinely a nice person. He recently awakened a healer-type ability, and his physique seems strong enough to be capable of resisting a vampire like Harumi's strength without having its bones broken into pieces," said Matsuo. "Oh? He is indeed quite more promising than the ones you have brought in past years. Maybe he will be more useful as well," said the great ancestor of Matsuo. Her entire body radiated an aura of brightness as if she were the incarnation of sunlight. "Nice to meet you," muttered Frank, kneeling in Japanese style, named Dojsa. "Your Dojsa is quite good for a foreign. It is good to know that you're knowledgeable about our culture. You've already won a few extra points with me, Frank-kun, foo-foo." "Ah. Frank, you don't be too so formal with Grandma, stand up," said Matsuo. "Is that so? Okay, sorry," muttered Frank. "I like him already. He seems so innocent, yet there is something within his eyes. Yeah, you are not as simple as you seem, are you not? Foo-foo. Very well, come here, I will give you your mark, so none of those demons can come near you as easily as before," said the woman, as Frank walked towards her with a bit of awe over her overwhelming presence. However, unlike Harumi, she was inviting and gentle, almost relieving. "What? That fast? No ceremony, great ancestor?" asked Matsuo in surprise. "You have already proved his worth, is it not? I hate traditions anyway, so come here," said the great ancestor. Frank walked near her as she touched his right arm, and moved her delicate fingers across the palm of his right hand. Ding! A friendly entity of great power has branded you, ding! You have gained the divine brand of the monk family of Tokyo, level, skill. As Frank's hand was engulfed in a slight light, a small tattoo resembling a shrine appeared on the palm of his hand. "And done," said the beautiful woman, giving Frank a bright smile. "Thanks for accepting me in your faction. All of this has been very sudden," muttered Frank. "Ha, we get those words a lot, don't worry, Matsuo and my other descendants will give you a brief introduction. I am expecting a lot of you, so don't disappoint me, okay? But don't worry either. I have no interest in forcing people to do my bidding, it is of your decision to help us or not. As a friend of Matsuo, I am more than happy to offer you the possibilities within my faction. Make sure to grow stronger, there are many things we offer in here, and once more, you are not forced to do anything against your will, alright? So feel free to explore around. I am always happy when new members join us," said the woman, as Frank and Matsuo were suddenly sent to another floor in the large tower, without Frank being able to thank her. She was being indeed very nice, as this clan wasn't one that oppressed their members but simply tried to help new members to grow stronger and help each other to survive. After all, this world was already filled with many dangers, forcing people to obey them would not reach anywhere. Even an ancestor such as her needed to gain the honest trust of her people, and she had never liked to force her ideals or anything over anyone. She had many problems herself to go around telling people what to do. The woman then took a sip of her sake, as she glanced at the sunset. Times are changing, this young man. The power within his soul. Was he the one that received the source that fell from the heavens? To think that such a lucky person amongst the non-ability users would exist. Instead of sure death, he somehow survived and acquired a power that could change the course of our entire world. A new era is approaching. I have to make sure to nurture him well and not force him to do things he wouldn't want to, so he can grow as himself. I wonder what Gaia might think about him. She muttered. Indeed, although this was a clan, it was not conventional at all, and unlike Frank feared, no one was going to force him into doing anything he didn't wanted, but would offer new possibilities for him to grow stronger and know more about the world. By joining a clan, he was being helped and protected, but not chained nor restricted to do anything he didn't desired, and he was also free to do as he pleased. Chapter 9, The Matsuo Family. As Frank was introduced through the facilities of the shrine, Harumi walked back through the same route to take the train back home. As it was getting late and the sun was slowly descending through the horizon, her senses were increasing and her capabilities were augmenting, as a trait of being a half-vampire. Through the empty streets, she met up once again with a blonde girl with tan skin, twin tails, and a fierce look, Erica. So? Did you drink its blood or is he your new damper? I don't think so because he's not here with you, said Erica. He resulted to be a monk, but the stupid of Matsuo never told us about that, nor the other monks from the shrine. According to him, he seems to have recently moved in here, said Harumi. Oh? I guess that is why he had such a strange scent. So now what are you planning on doing? Wanna hang out with me? We are going with my pack to hunt for some lambs, said Erica. Not tonight, my mother has called me for a reunion, and to report her what had transpired today. After all, I am one of the few vampires that can walk through the day, so I have to constantly give her any information I gather each day, which my brethren often have a hard time looking for themselves at broad daylight, said Harumi. Eh? That old woman? Vampires are so strict with your family's system and all, can't she let you have some fun with your pack? Asked Erica. Erica, I am not a dog like you, don't compare our family with yours. And it's not like I am in the mood either. That guy, Frank. He is strange. I feel like he is way more than what he showed to me. Even if he is from the monks, it would be dangerous if the monks got their hands into a strong warrior without us knowing about that. What intrigued me the most was that he seemingly had a strong resistance to curses and hypnosis immunity. Also, even though I grabbed him with all of my strength, his bones did not break apart like branches, as normal humans or weak mage-type ability users would. Said Harumi. What? So that shrimp packs a muscle? Perhaps he's a double type? Asked Erica. Freebnovel.com. It's strange for double ability users to appear, especially if they're not from our prestigious families. He seemed like an awakener of sorts. Although he has bloodline ties with Matsuo, he did not present the powers that the monks of his family usually showcase aside from the rare healing magic, said Harumi. Ooh tilde. He got way more interesting now. My father has been pestering me about finding a mate in a few more years. Maybe I can catch him, and we can finally forge a bloodline tie with the monks. If he is strong, he will give me a strong offspring, right? Said Erica as a fluffy and blonde wolf tail appeared below her skirt, waving with excitement. Sigh. Degenerate dog. I tell you this and the first thing that you think is mating. I am done with you for today, Erica. Muttered Harumi as she slowly walked away. What would a corpse like you know about making descendants? Your whole family does not even mate, you just convert people. Said Erica from the distance, but Harumi ignored her babbler. Erica then sighed as blonde hair grew on her wrist and knees, her painted nails grew into wolf-like claws, and her ears grew fur as well, becoming elongated and sharp, her eyes flashing in an eerie light. Well, time for a hunt. Let us go, brothers. She said, jumping through the buildings of Tokyo as many figures emerged from the shadows. All of them roaring like wolves. Once a month, the family of werewolves in Tokyo would go hunting, meaning that they would satiate their thirst for hunting and bloodlust by hunting humans. This was often also called the cleansing. This is how the streets of Tokyo were often exceptionally clean of homeless people. The government could not care less about such people that did not bring anything to their country and would let such families of superhumans that ruled certain areas do the cleansing for them. Vampires would also have such a day, but this day would usually be separated from the werewolves to not cause conflicts. After a few hours in the train, Harumi reached her home, which resembled an ancient Gothic-style European manor. Entering the manor's front yard would lead Harumi to a different space from the outside world, which revealed countless grieves and undead walking aimlessly around, zombies, skeletons, living armors, ghosts and many other creatures that often spawned close to where vampires would settle down and create their domains. Such domains were infused with the vampire's mana, mutating the environment, and allowing the place to quickly infest itself with monsters. Thankfully, they would only appear within the domain of the families that created them, so such creatures leaking outside and attacking normal civilians would only happen very rarely. However, when it happened, many tales about such creatures were created, particularly in the past, where many of the tales about yokai were born in Japan due to these rare occurrences. Harumi glanced at the undead as they, instead of attacking her, stood up as if they were her servants. Harumi-sama. Welcome back, back. Fuhihi, Harumi-sama, welcome back. Freebnol.com. Such undead were not wild ones, but those tamed by the family and made into servants to clean the residence and to attend to the vampire's needs. Such undead were patiently waiting for their master, Harumi. Hello everyone, how has mother been? Asked Harumi to a walking skeleton with a butler outfit. Harumi-sama, your Clementine-sama is awaiting you in her throne, you must report her what you have seen as always. Ah, we have also prepared several of your favorite plates at your room, so feel free to walk there afterward and enjoy the rest of the night, said the skeleton. I see. Muttered Harumi, walking inside the manor as she was transported into the throne of such immense building. A large room whose floor was covered in a fluffy and medieval-looking crimson carpet. There were ghosts, wisps, and many other ethereal creatures floating around. The walls were covered in paintings depicting very pale, scarlet-eyed people. In the middle of the room, a large throne made by exquisitely crafted materials was standing, where a beautiful woman sat down over it, glancing with an emotionless expression to Harumi. Her hair was long and crimson red, alongside her pupils that flashed in a deadly scarlet. Her presence, unlike Harumi, seemed to be of a completely different level. The ghosts and other ethereal creatures would always stay several meters away from her. Tell me what you saw today, girl, she said with a cold tone. Yes, mother. Muttered Harumi, clenching her fist while resisting the oppressing presence of her mother. Meanwhile, Frank was walking through the beautiful shrines that surrounded the Tower of the Monks of Tokyo, where he met with dozens of people belonging to the faction and introduced himself alongside Matsuo. The people were mostly nice to him and had gentle demeanors, but a few older ones had sharp looks of concern over the rash decision of their great ancestor to recruit someone without making him go through the ceremony nor the trial. Reaching Matsuo's residence, Frank was greeted by his family, his mother, his father, and his many sisters, which glanced at Frank with awe due to his foreign appearance, which they did not see too often in here. Matsuo had 3 younger sisters, all of them being talented shrine maidens with abilities related to light and holy attribute magic. They were promising girls amongst the clan. Meanwhile, his father was a respected seal user, an ancient type of mage that uses several types of paper-based seals to inflict various effects on the environment or enemies. And lastly, his mother was a normal civilian that fell in love with his father and was accepted into the clan after marrying him, giving birth to Matsuo no long after. All of Matsuo's family greeted Frank with great hospitality, inviting him to have dinner with them, which he couldn't simply reject. Chapter 10, The Truth About the World. Oh my, to think that you would have such a backstory, Frank Cuntilda, said Matsuo's mother with a gentle smile. As she served Frank some green tea, he had been invited to have dinner with Matsuo's family, which he could not reject due to the circumstances given. He also wanted to give everyone a good impression of himself, and simply rejecting the invitation of dinner would make a very bad impression in Japanese culture standards. It's really nothing. I just woke up from an electric shock while sleeping and then I awakened an ability. Who would have thought? I was a simple civilian before all of that. said Frank. Oh, I get it. I get it. I was also a simple civilian, but due to my unfortunate encounter with a vampire, I almost died. And then that is where Deer came and saved me. Before that, he was one of my friends at school. After he saved my life, I couldn't help but fall in love with him," said Matsuo's mother. "Mom, you tell the same story to every new member that I bring here," muttered Matsuo. "But it's a romantic story, everyone loves romance, Matsuo," said Matsuo's mother. "I was told that you're a healer-type ability user, Frank-kun. How advanced is your ability? Can you cure my back pain?" asked Matsuo's father. Well, I could try," muttered Frank. "Wait, Frank. Don't do what this old man tells you. Father, Frank's ability is not for something like that. Just go to the springs if you want another massage," muttered Matsuo. "Ha ha ha, but it's killing me, Frank," said Matsuo's father, trying to act like an old man. "Don't worry, I can't try at least," said Frank, as he touched Matsuo's father's shoulders and activated the gift of life skill. Frank began to emanate a bright and golden aura of life, as such energy was transferred into Matsuo's father's body. He felt as if his bones became a bit sturdier, his muscles relaxed and most of the pain was dulled out, giving him slight drowsiness even. Hilda. This is of the gods. Frank-kun, your ability is perhaps the best I've ever seen. My back pain is completely gone. Look at me. I can even stretch like I used to do in my early years as a demon hunter," said Matsuo's father. "What? You actually healed him?" asked Matsuo in disbelief. "I'm glad I could help. By the way, what's a demon hunter?" asked Frank. "Ah, that's one of the assignations that you can get in the clan. We call demon hunters to the group of ability users that clean demons off the streets. Thanks to these people is that civilians can walk all happy and leisurely around without many worries," said Matsuo. "Are you interested in becoming a demon hunter, Frank-kun? A healer is always required within parties," said Matsuo's father. "Well, I never knew I would be so requisite. I will think about it, but if I can support the clan like that, I might," said Frank. "That's the spirit," said one of Matsuo's younger sisters. "We will become demon hunters whenever we reach 15, said the oldest of Matsuo's young sisters. "Daddy says that demons are scary, but if you can collect the crystals they drop, you can sell them for money or use them to make your ability stronger," said the youngest of the sisters. "Is that so? Well, to be honest, I don't have a clue about monsters. What are they to begin with?" asked Frank. "Ah, well, you're new in all of this, Frank-kun, so we should have introduced you more about the real world sooner," muttered Matsuo's father. "Indeed, I guess it's time for a big info dump," said Matsuo. "Wait. Info dump?" asked Frank with concern. "Because you have been living your life as a civilian up to this point, you might have never seen monsters in your life, and that is normal for normal civilians without abilities, but monsters do exist. To begin with, the world that you call paranormal is more like the normal world, while the society structured by the civilians is a aid for the rest of the population, so it can be remained in control by the governments and the organizations that runs it," said Matsuo's father. "Yeah, have you thought about the energy that you need to use when you activate your ability, Frank?" asked Matsuo. "Ah, I always assume that it's like mana points in video games," said Frank. "Well, it is exactly that. To an extent. We all have mana since we are born, but we can only use it when we awaken an ability. Some are from special families of demi-humans, such as vampires and werewolves who are born with many abilities from the get-go, while our family is humans with magic abilities, mostly," said Matsuo. "Ah, that doesn't mean that those guys don't have magic. Because they do, and it is quite strong on their own," said Matsuo's father. "Anyways, to introduce monsters to you, we have to clear up mana first. Because we are not the only ones that can wield it nor possess it, the whole world is shrouded in it since the beginning of everything. And since humanity was born, It has been surviving against the creatures born from within the mana of the world. No, Frank, Earth is not just filled with animals, those are simply for the show and zoos. The actual animals of our world are terrifying monsters of all shapes and sizes that used to roam freely through the world until humanity and the other demi-human factions put an end to them. Mostly. We simply couldn't stop the world from generating them constantly. But what history says is that humanity and the demi-human factions cleansed the world for people to live in peace, while making special areas where such monsters would be let to appear. Special places? So the outside world is safe aside from these places? Asked Frank. Not exactly, said Matsuo. Frank-kun, to put in an example, what if you have a stream of water that is constantly filling a room with it? You want to stop it from filling the entire room with water, but you can't simply stop the stream of water. So what you do is separating a special area in the room where the water will flow. However, because space is way smaller than the rest of the room, it gets full very quickly. That's what happens with these special areas and the rest of the world. The ancient humans and demi-humans concentrated large amounts of mana in certain areas of the world, often called magic realms, and those of smaller size named magic domains. By concentrating all the mana in them, monsters would appear incessantly there, but the rest of the world would remain mostly clean of them, as the world would prioritize the places filled with mana to make monsters appear, said Matsuo's father. I see. So it's all mana at the end? Asked Frank. Pretty much, it is the curse of our existence, the primordial energy that created life, that created monsters, and that created the power to let us fight against them, said Matsuo's father. You two talk as if the world was somehow alive, muttered Frank. Well, in various religions and mythology across the world, it is believed that the world possesses consciousness and is alive. Some call such entity as Gaia, others even Dressel. And here we just call it the world, said Matsuo. The world is also the one we believe chooses people to willed abilities. Awakeners that are not born with abilities are often called as the children of the world, as they were granted a power directly by it, unlike someone like me or my children, who inherited it through our bloodline, said Matsuo's father while sipping in some tea. In a way, you're even luckier than you originally thought, Frank, said Matsuo while patting Frank's back. Frank was barely processing the amount of information given to him through this long conversation, but he could not help but think about something. Did the world give me such an ability? And why? What was the purpose behind it? He thought with concern on his eyes, which Matsuo noticed almost immediately. Cheer up, man, everything will be okay. Our faction is known for its righteousness. We offer a hand to the awakeners that are lost after getting to know about the realm world. And we take pride in helping them survive and to feel welcomed into our clan. Rest assured, said Matsuo while winking his left eye. Just as my son said, rest assured, Frank-kun. I own your favor for having healed my back pain that has been tormenting me for years now. So whenever you feel like, come with Matsuo so I can teach you mana manipulation, alongside a bit about sealing magic, which might be useful for you if your affinity matches with it, said Matsuo's father. I see, thank you very much, sir, said Frank while bowing. Don't bow, don't bow. In our clan we did not like traditions as much as other clans. Relax and enjoy dinner. My wife made it especially delicious for our guest. There is a feast of seafood freshly harvested from a magic domain we have near the sea. In such a place we can harvest products from the sea without any issues, said Matsuo's father. I see. So such places can also be used for things like those, said Frank. Indeed, did you notice that you entered into a different space when you reached the shrine? You entered the magic domain of the clan in that time. The large tower there is also a magic domain, and it has many rooms that lead to large landscapes where monsters roam around. The great ancestor and the strongest of her children often explore such places in search for materials and magic crystals of high quality, said Matsuo. If you raise enough in the ranks, you might be given the opportunity of entering there, Frank-kun. I think you will have a smooth sailing due to your healing abilities, said Matsuo's father. Ha ha, I hope so, sir, muttered Frank. Oh right, we should inform the other clans about the location of your family's house. They're all normal civilians, right? It would be better if you could simply bring them to live in here, but it would all be way too sudden, and our superiors might not like the idea. For now, we will just leave several seals around their neighborhood, which will both alert intruders that want to mess with your family and also monsters that might follow you around, said Matsuo's father. Really? Asked Frank in disbelief, after hearing how dangerous this world truly was. Hearing this from Matsuo's father gave him great relief. Indeed, leave it to us, Frank, said Matsuo. Frank could not help but feel immensely grateful for such warm and lovely people. They were not so different than his own family, and he felt truly welcomed by everyone. Having told his parents that he had dinner in the house of a new friend he had, Frank enjoyed the large dinner, which included jumbo-sized seafood, which was in fact monster versions of various types of sea animals often enjoyed in Japanese cuisine. Eating monsters was really a completely different experience though, as they had delicious and stronger flavors than normal animals. Frank began to think that he would certainly never find normal food delicious anymore. Ding! You have forged a relationship with the Matsuo family, Tokyo Shrine Clan. Ding! Join a faction and forge a relationship with one of its families. Hidden quest completed. Congratulations! It seemed that your original world was not as simple as you thought. After undergoing a series of events, you finally joined one of the main factions of clans in Tokyo. What exciting future might await you? Only time will tell. You acquired the quest rewards, a small amount of EXP, Rainbow Commemorative Reward Package, DE grade, and 20 APP points. Your level has raised to 4. You gained bonus APP points accordingly to your levels gained, your stats have increased accordingly to your levels gained. Wait, a hidden quest just at this time. What is a package? A game-like item? Ah, this reminds me that I need to do the daily quests, thought Frank, as he dismissed the holographic windows with a faint wave of his hand and continued the dinner until very late at night, where he was finally let go by the Matsuo family. Matsuo accompanied Frank back to his house alongside his father, as both of them made sure to leave several seals around the neighborhood before leaving. When Frank was back home, all of his family was already sleeping, so he just went back to his room and sat down on his bed, glancing at the window that had been replaced by a new one. He then sighed in relief that everything had gone fine today, as he glanced at his phone and touched the World's Gate app. Name, Frank James, Race, Human. Titles, World Traveler. App points, 60. Job, Farmer. Job history, none. Level, 4. Health points, 20 greater than 25 plus 10. Mana points, 14 greater than 16. Strength, 11 greater than 16, plus 5. Defense, 11 greater than 16, plus 5. Magic, 7 greater than 10. Resistance, 7 greater than 10, plus 5. Agility, 7 greater than 10, plus 5. Passive skills, World's Traveler Body, Level Dash, Gift of Life, Level 1, Curse Resistance, Level 1, Hypnosis Resistance, Level 1, Divine Brand of the Monk Family of Tokyo, Level Dash, Equipment, Farmer's Jeans, F, Leather Gloves, F, Leather Boots, F, Farmer Shirt, F, Straw Hat, F, School Uniform, Cosmetic Item, Active Skills, none. Relationships, Matsuo Family, Tokyo Shrine Clan, Tame Monsters, none. Worlds visited, Earth, Terra, Farm Town App. APP Special Functions, Inventory, World's Gate, Quest Board, APP Gaka, Locked, APP Shop, Locked. Chapter 11, Mana Control. Ding! You have entered the World's Gate. You can choose which worlds you can travel into here, just touch the monolith and select your next destination. I am here, muttered Frank, as he crossed his legs and sat down on the cold floor of the ancient temple-like structure that was the enclosed space of the World's Gate. To think that Earth would be just as much of a crazy place than Terra. Was all of that normal life that I had simply an illusion? Man. I am a bit tired, mentally. For some reason, I cannot tire myself out physically as long as my HP is full. Muttered Frank as he talked to himself, opening his status as it showed his HP bar filled. After going through so many events and learning so many truths untold to others on Earth, Frank felt quite overwhelmed, and after finishing the dinner with Matsuo's family, he immediately rushed back home so he could relax for once and assess the mountain of information that he had acquired today. System, can you at least answer me a question like this? How does the time go in other worlds if I'm in the world's gate? Asked Frank. Ding. The world's gate is not a world, but a space where you can't travel to other worlds inside the apps of your phone. However, whenever you are on it, the time in the other worlds will go as slowly as when you are in a normal world. I see. So, it is all the same. 2 days in the world I am is simply an hour in the rest of the worlds? Asked Frank. I guess I am right if it isn't answering me. Now, what do I even do? I feel conflicted. Just yesterday I was looking at the future with a lot of brightness. I was going to finish high school and finally go to university. I was actually going to study to be a doctor. But can I even do that any longer? The moment I got this power, the game-like system and the world traveling thing, have my life on Earth been condemned to become filled with the dangers of the underworld and the terrifying organizations that live on it? Have I been revealed the truth about this world for real now? I feel like ignorance is bliss now. Frank said, talking with the system. The system, however, did not offer any words for him. However, as Frank fell into a small abyss of overthinking things, his mind suddenly sparked with a cold breeze, as it settled down and calmed. Why do I feel so calm out of the sudden? Frank said as he glanced at his status. There was nothing different from what he had seen before aside from a bit of more stats after leveling up to level 4. However, the system was able to answer this question. Ding. Your skill, World's Traveler's Body, level, give you the ability to adapt to any world situation. This means both physically and mentally. Is that so? Wait, is this why my mind has been so calm? Even when Harumi almost killed me, I calmly bluffed my way off her until Matsuo came to help me out. And even when I met with the great ancestor, her presence was even more terrifying than Harumi, yet I didn't falter with her that much. Said Frank. Frank felt as if the problems on his mind did not simply disappear, they were still there, but instead of the constant fear, frustration, desperation, and slight despair of a few seconds before, he felt calm as if each problem were listed inside a book on his mind, and he was able to calmly analyze them and know that there was a solution for each one. He had many problems that he wanted to solve, but he knew that they could be solved through various means. Frank then stood up and slapped his face 2 times. His strength was rather high, so he even lowered a few points of his HP by doing this, which pain doled out almost instantly afterward. I am really like a game-like character. My HP is the only representative of my status, the pain goes away quite quickly, and it seems that even damage that should break away my bones will just decrease my HP instead, such as when Harumi grabbed my shoulders with her strong arms and almost broke them. But it simply didn't happen, said Frank. Now that I think about it, most of the problems on Earth can be resolved through, well, it will sound cliché, but bear with me. Strength. Yes, I need strength. But not just brute force. I need strength in variety, on abilities, in ways of both defending and securing the safety of my family. Strength in the versatility of what I am capable of. Just now, I am just a healer, but I am fairly sure that I can earn more skills than simply healing, said Frank. Frank then glanced at his status window, as he saw the 3 new skills he had now. I had acquired 2 interesting skills, which I had ignored at the moment that I got them for obvious reasons. But curse resistance and hypnosis resistance were acquired, most likely because I was able to resist those effects or attacks from Harumi. Vampires are truly cheating, they have so many abilities that they end up being quite ridiculous. Frank then touched both skills as he tried to see their descriptions. Curse resistance, level 1/10, a skill acquired by someone capable of resisting the power of a curse inflicted upon them and heal itself from such power. This skill increases the resistance against all types of curses, both from external forces or internal forces. The user can also use such skill with Gift of Life to cure the curse effects of others with variable results. Increase the level of this skill to strengthen its effects. Hypnosis Resistance, Level 1/10, a skill acquired by someone capable of resisting the power of hypnotizing abilities inflicted upon them, to the point of rejecting them out of the user's mind. The skill increases the resistance against all types of hypnosis and mental attacks from external forces. The user can also use such skill with Gift of Life to recover other individuals from states of hypnosis or mental encroachment. Increase the level of this skill to strengthen its effects. So I just acquired a skill by resisting an attack? Would I be able to get poison, bleeding, burn, and other resistances if I experience those status effects and heal them through my Gift of Life as well? My ability might be even greater than I had originally thought. Frank then concluded that his ability, the system, and his phone, gave him not only a game-like status system but also the ability to learn skills through certain actions. Now I know that I can get resistance abilities through this method. But it is not like I have any method available to inflict myself with such statutes that wouldn't be drinking bleach or cutting myself until I bleed without stopping. And I am not that desperate to do these for now, said Frank while rubbing his chin. Then, Frank came with another idea. Does hitting something would give me a skill like Strong Blow? No way, right? Thought Frank as he glanced at the brick and mossy walls of the World's Gate. I don't lose anything trying, muttered Frank, as he bared his fists, sensing his inner mana, the one he subconsciously used to conjure Gift of Life, which he weirdly enough, naturally was capable of molding around his fist. They felt like small layers of warm mist that covered them thoroughly. Fran then began to concentrate even more mana into his fists, as he suddenly realized that he could do much more than simply punching. However, as he felt that he was running low in mana due to using it without control by covering his fists with it, he decided to quickly use it in something, as he felt that he was getting more used to its feeling. Okay, just a simple swipe, said Frank, spending the last tidbits of mana and sending a strong swipe that released a slightly larger wave of mana towards the wall. The wall trembled slightly as Frank suddenly got a few holographic notifications on his system. Ding! Due to your acquired experience over mana manipulation, you have learned the Mana Control, Level 1, skill. Mana Control. I got a skill from it. But not Mana Swipe or whatever I thought would come out. Perhaps the system would not simply create whatever wacky skill by simply anything I do. I suppose it is a more serious system than the one I've seen in other fictions. Or maybe I just needed to do this exercise more? My mana ran out immediately, and according to the system, I have to wait around half an hour for it to fill up again. Frank sat down cross-legged again on the floor, as he then glanced at the items he acquired inside his inventory. The inventory could be considered a unique ability of its own in Earth, as it was a powerful space attribute ability that let Frank store a large number of items inside and move them wherever he wanted. The items stored inside would not decay nor discompose. It was as if time stopped inside. Freebnovel.cm, he grabbed a scroll he had obtained on his visit to Terra when he completed the quest of taking the weed out of the backyard. The scroll seemed to be made of an ancient paper that Frank felt would crumble at any moment. And alongside this, Freebnovel.com, this item. Chapter 12, Lesser Fire Salamander Egg. Farming Technique Scroll, Degrade. An ancient scroll that possesses magical scriptures. Anyone that reads it would acquire the legendary farming techniques taught by the goddess of harvest to the humans of ancient times, so they could take care of the world and its nature, and to thrive on their new lives. Quite straightforward. Although I doubt that farming techniques would be useful in battle, in Terra I would be doing a lot of farming, so it will be useful there to gain Gwendolyn's trust through my efforts, said Frank, as a system window appeared before his sight. Ding! Technique scroll detected. Do you desire to learn the Farming Technique, Level 1, skill? Greater than yes no. Yes, said Frank. Freebnovel.com, flash. Suddenly, a burst of energy entered Frank's entire body as his mind received a stream of information about various ways of moving the ground and taking care of plants. Alongside this, he learned how to sense plants and also, to an extent, how to communicate with them through their mana. Due to your knowledge about farming and about how to take care of plants, you have acquired the farming technique, level 1, skill. When Frank learned the skill, the scroll crumbled into pieces into the ground, as the pieces glowed in bright yellow light and disappeared. I got it. And this information. My head hurt. It is gone. World's traveler body must have made my mind adapt to the information, I suppose? Said Frank as he stood up once again, stretching, and then he realized something. Wait, I need farming tools to even use these techniques. I guess I will be trying them at Gwendolyn's farm. Thought Frank. Now, let us see this tasty prize I got, perhaps it might have something that can help me in this convoluted life that I got now? Perhaps it is the system way to give me a way to cope with it, rewarding me with shiny things. Said Frank, taking out of his inventory a small treasure chest that shined in the colors of the rainbow. This was an item he acquired after having completed the hidden quest of forging a faction in Tokyo. He inspected it to find its name and a bit of its information. _freebnovel.com, Rainbow Commemorative Reward Package, DE Grade, a mysterious treasure chest that can bring a random gift item from grades F to D that you would otherwise acquire by buying it in the app shop or acquiring it in the app Gacha, disappears after one use. In resume, it's just a one-time Gacha pull in a pool of random items. Thought Frank. Frank was deeply knowledgeable about the predatory microtransaction mechanics named Gacha, which were incredibly popular in mobile games, especially those present in the Asian market such as the Japanese app store. He had played through countless Gachas, pulled through many spins and wheels, and acquired many trash heroes and items that would never be used other than as scrapable materials. At some point, Frank could not bear such terrible games anymore and only stayed with the ones of the highest quality that he had a strong connection with, such as Knights of Arthur. Frank then glanced at the chest as he tried to open it, but it seemed tightly closed. Ugh, system please, stop seeing me suffer and just let me open it. Ding. Treasure chest detected. Do you desire to open the Rainbow Commemorative Reward Package, DE Grade, item? Greater than yes no. Yes, said Frank. Flash. The treasure chest suddenly opened wide, as a flash of bright light emerged from within. The treasure chest suddenly turned into yellow particles and dissipated into nothingness, as a novular item was left behind. An egg. It was an egg of the size of an ostrich egg, whose eggshell was completely red-colored. It had flame-like patterns decorating it as if they were painted into it, and through the egg, Frank could feel a warm presence resting inside. Lesser Flame Salamander Egg, F Grade, the egg of a lesser flame salamander, a reptile-type monster with the element attribute of fire, originating from the world of monsters and monster tamers of Gaia. Lesser flame salamanders are proactive creatures that are always looking for challenges to sharpen their strength and capabilities, ideal for a monster tamer that is always willing to go on an adventure. The egg will hatch at any moment. An egg. Really? How can an egg come out of a treasure chest? Are you for real? And it's the flame salamander from the Monster Catcher Tale game. It's actually one of the starters. So even such a thing is an item in this strange system? Does it mean that the items I get come from the app worlds I can visit? Wondered Frank, as the egg began to crack just after a few seconds of appearing in front of his sight. Crack, crack. Frank could not help but realize that he was finally getting a companion that might be able to travel with him through all the worlds he will visit. Wait, this is way too soon. I am not prepared, said Frank, as the egg cracked. At last, the eggshells fall apart as an adorable, scaled snout appears out of the egg, sniffing the air around. Then, crash. The egg explodes in a burst of fire as Frank has his face slightly burned, which quickly healed through gift of life. Growl. A small lizard-like creature begins crawling on the floor while releasing small coughs charged with hot flames. Its body was small and chunky, and it was covered in red and orange scales across its body. Its eyes were gold, while the irises were crimson red. Growl! Growl! It quickly noticed Frank as it quickly walked towards him with enthusiasm, its eyes shining brightly with emotion and happiness. Growl! Growl! Wait a second, said Frank, as he tried to move away from the small lizard. He had never seen a real-life lizard in his entire life, nor one that could breathe flames. He was simply afraid of taking more damage from its flames. But it was also a bit afraid of its razor-sharp fangs. However, his mind suddenly calmed down as he began to think things through. Well, I suppose it has just been born. It probably needs to have some kind of contact with me so we can form a bond quickly. Just like in that game, when you hatched a monster, you needed to do a bond with it so it would become your tame monster, or it would else try to attack you whenever it grew bigger, he thought, approaching the lizard as he resisted the slight pain of its blazing coughs. Ouch! 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 There, I am here for you. Aren't you the cutest thing? Said Frank, grabbing the salamander as it looked at him right into his eyes. Growl! It roared lovingly, rubbing its scaled snout over Frank's face, and then taking its tongue out and licking him as if the creature were a dog. You're very sticky, are you not? Grah! Flash! Suddenly, the salamander coughed again as it released a burst of flames over Frank's face. Ouch! Gift of life! Gift of life! Ah, I'm fine now, said Frank, as 2 uses of Gift of Life brought him back to full heal again, alongside emptying his mana reserves, which had recovered by a bit when he opened all the items. Ding! Due to having to bear the pain of being burned and resisted it, you have acquired the Fire and Burn Resistance, Level 1, skill. Ah, maybe encountering you was a good opportunity to get a useful skill. But I seriously need mana potions if I want to survive your bursts of fire. Can you control yourself a bit? Asked Frank. Growl! Growl! Roared the salamander, biting Frank's nose as a response to his question. Ouch! Stop it! I can't heal myself at the moment, you know? Said Frank. Growl! Growl! The flame salamander then licked Frank's nose as he suddenly felt a bit better. Does its saliva have healing properties? No way! Muttered Frank, as he received another system notification. You have formed a bond with the monster, Rank 1, Lesser Flame Salamander, unnamed. Ah, so the bond was made, said Frank with a happy smile, as he then began to think about a name for his tamed companion. Wait, are you a girl or a boy? He asked, as he wondered if the salamander might have a status of sorts. Grah! Ding! Name, unnamed. Race, Lesser Flame Salamander. Titles, Tame Monster. Gender, female. Types, reptile, fire. Rank, 1, level, 1. Health points, 25-25. Mana points, 15-15. Strength, 10. Defense, 15. Magic, 10. Resistance, 12. Agility, 10. Passive skills, Iron Scales, Level 1. Fire and Burn Resistance, Level 1. Active skills, Fire Breath, Level 1. Licking Wounds, Level 1. You actually have a status. And your stats are almost the same as mine? But you are so tiny. I suppose I cannot underestimate a monster after all. And those skills seems interesting. Licking Wounds? Is that why its saliva has some healing properties? Ah, right. You're a girl, said Frank in surprise. Grah! Said the salamander, licking Frank's burnt nose until the wound disappeared from him, but he was left all sticky. Thanks for your consideration. Now, how should I name you? Ah! I will just name you like I called your version in the game. Ruby, said Frank with an almost kid-like smile. He was really happy to finally have his own monster pet. Growl! Ding! The name, Ruby, has been decided for your monster pet. Chapter 13, Ruby. Ding! Tame a monster pet and name it. Hidden quest, completed. Congratulations! You have tamed your first monster pet ahead of time, thus, completing this hidden quest. Ahead of time? Of course. You could have tamed one by going to the monster catching app world. But I guess you lucked out with the pet. However, taking care of a monster pet might seem way more complicated than you think. You acquired the quest rewards, a small amount of EXP, app special function, monster pet nursery, 10 app points. The moment Frank named his lesser flame salamander as Ruby, system windows popped in front of his sight, telling him that he had completed a hidden quest related to taming a monster pet and then giving it a name. What? Another hidden quest? These hidden quests feel more like achievements. But I will take the small rewards. Wait, what is monster pet nursery? Frank noticed the second reward aside from a few experience points and the app points, was a seemingly new app function named Monster Pet Nursery. Could speculate that it might be related to the original game from where this monster pet, Ruby, originates. What is this pet nursery thingy? Asked Frank as he held Ruby on his arm as if she were a large-sized cat, and then glanced at his system window, clicking in the new function that appeared there. Ding! Enter Monster Pet Nursery? Greater than yes no, Yes? Said Frank, as he was suddenly teleported to a different space. Poof! He fell over a fluffy couch as he glanced at his surroundings. What is this? A world? He wondered. Ding! Welcome to the Monster Pet Nursery, where you can spend time with your monster pet, leave them here to rest and train, and many other things. You can upgrade your monster pet nursery by spending app points. Upgrading your monster pet nursery will give you more space for your monster pets, such as new and unique rooms befitting of their ideal habitats. Furthermore, upgrading your monster pet nursery will unlock more benefits, such as buying or selling pets, special pet items, special pet food, and more. Whoa, what? Let me see it. Upgrade? Said Frank as he thought that by saying upgrade, something might pop up. However, nothing happened. I guess I will have to figure that part on my own, huh? He said, as he walked around the spacious room he found himself in. The room seemed around 10 meters cubic, and it was painted completely white, with a few furniture pieces such as a couch, a coffee table, an empty bookshelf, sideboards, cabinets, and many others. Frank even considered selling all of this furniture, as they seemed to be in perfect condition and would make him a few yens. The room had a door and a window that was covered in a blue-colored curtain. Ruby jumped off Frank as she began to inspect the area on her own, like a curious dog would do, sniffing everything. Frank stood from the couch as he inspected the area, he checked the furniture and confirmed that they were real and not an illusion, and then walked towards the door. He tried to open it. Is there a whole world outside of this or? He said, as the door opened and showed Frank a surprising view. It was an empty white space up until his eye could see. There was seemingly no end to the whiteness, but there was a floor either. If he were to put his legs outside, he would most likely fall into nothingness. What is? This is freaky, he muttered, as he quickly closed the door. Without letting Ruby take a peek outside, she was a young monster after all and might end up doing a foolish act and fall to her death. This is so strange. Did my powers just created this space out of nowhere to suit my needs of a place for Ruby? Frank wondered. He was curious about the truth of his powers, and from where did it exactly acquired such power or energy to simply create a special space for him? But then he remembered what Matsuo and his father had talked about, such as ability users being able to create magic domains, which were simply other spaces where they could live hidden from the civilians and showcase their powers and magic without having to worry about destroying surrounding properties. If those people can create such spaces, then perhaps my powers had done it for me in some way? Though I am not sure what is the logic behind it, I should ask Matsuo more about that if I want to know. For now, let us inspect that other door, muttered Frank, as he walked towards a door to the other side of the room near the empty bookshelf. Frank opened it to find a sudden change in the environment. What the? A warm, almost burning wind entered the room as he felt his face slightly burn, Frank glanced at the room as he found a small cave made entirely out of dark-colored stone, possessing a large lava pool in the middle of the space, which constantly generated bubbles and a very warm environment, almost suffocating. Ding! You have entered Ruby's room. While training with Ruby in here, her skill proficiency will increase by x2. Wait, really? That simply? Ruby, come here, said Frank, as he decided to simply go with the flow instead of constantly wondering what was everything. He was way too tired to even care anymore for the time being. Growl. Gra. Ruby ran towards Frank as she glanced at the enormous and spacious caves, her crimson eyes shining brightly in excitement. Grow. Growl. Ruby enthusiastically jumped inside the room as she began to run around in circles, and then jumped over the lava pool as if nothing, swimming like a puppy. She can swim in lava. I never knew that she was capable of doing that. Well, in her original game the only thing we did with monsters is evolving them and fighting with them, so it's obvious I suppose, muttered Frank. Ruby seemed incredibly happy as she swam around in her lava pool, refreshing herself on it. Frank then wondered if the time going on in this space was any different than in other worlds. Ding! The time in the monster pet nursery goes differently. 1 hour in any other world would be 3 hours inside here. This time difference is so you can leave your pet's training inside. You can increase such time difference as you upgrade the monster pet nursery. Whenever you are inside the monster pet nursery, the time in other worlds will go as previously stated. 1 hour in any of the other worlds is 2 days, and how can I upgrade it? Okay, I'll find out myself, muttered Frank, as he inspected the white room and then sat down in the office room near an office table, seemingly being the place where he would do transactions of some kind. Ding! Monster Pet Nursery status, owner, Frank James, Monster Pet Nursery rank, 1, app points needed for upgrade, 1000 app points. Monster Pet Rooms, 1, special effects, none. Monster Pet Market, locked. Freebnovel.com, Monster Pet Item Market, locked. Ah, it is quite the simple status. Though I wonder why it even has one, to begin with. Well, the cost to upgrade it is quite high. I don't even have 100 app points yet. How do you expect me to gather 1000? Said Frank as he dismissed the status window. Frank then glanced at the happy Ruby, the one he had just gotten into his life a few minutes ago, as he suddenly realized the big responsibility that was taking care of a little living being such as her. This was not simply a game, although everything was very game-like. This was real life, and she was now a living being, just as people would take care of their pet. Although there were a lot of people that would barely take proper care of their dogs and cats, not even caring about their health and having them as decorations in their houses or backyards. Frank never had pets before because he knew the large responsibility that was behind taking care of another living being, but out of the blue, he was now forced to do so, with Ruby. Is she hungry? I should go look for something for her to eat, said Frank, as he quickly teleported back to his home and went to the fridge, trying to find anything that an enormous lizard such as her could eat. There is minced meat. But it's frozen. Ah, it will quickly melt whenever I put it in her room. Quickly going back to the nursery, Frank glanced at Ruby, who suddenly ran towards him. Growl. Growl. She said as if a bit saddened. What is it? I just left for a few seconds. Time goes in by x3 times in here, right? Perhaps I should be more cautious. Were you afraid when I went away? Don't worry, Ruby. I bought you some food, said Frank, as he opened the plastic box of minced meat and let it slowly melt in the room with the natural eating. Ruby glanced at the mush of meat with hunger as she immediately began to dig in. Frank glanced with a mild smile as Ruby happily finished her meal. It was good enough to fill her belly. I wonder if you need to drink water, as you are a fire-type monster. Maybe? Said Frank, as he took out of his inventory a few items he had stored inside, such as a large casserole, and then poured the water inside the bottles he had stored inside, which were up to 10. Ruby indeed drank water. She was actually quite thirsty and finished the 3 liters of water in an instant. Growl. Growl. She roared in happiness, waving her little scaled tail cutely. Frank could not help but pet her scaly head. "Do you feel better now, Ruby? Now let's train a bit. I have to finish these daily quests before the 24 hours pass," said Frank. Girl. Chapter 14, Back to Terra, Introductions. Frank walked inside of Ruby's room as he felt the intense heat cover his entire body. However, he was capable of bearing it with decency through his fire and burn resistance skill. Frank did not want to waste any app points he could get, as he felt that they were important for his future growth, quickly putting into the task of exercising as his daily quests asked him to do. Frank did 30 push-ups, 30 sit-ups, 30 squats, and ran 1 km by going in circles around the vast cave that was Ruby's room. It took him around an hour to finish everything, and the moment he did, he felt incredibly exhausted. The exhaustion became even bigger as he did everything in a chamber with an extremely high temperature. Through his training, Ruby tried to adorably imitate his exercises, but she only did the running 1 kilometer correctly, and unlike him, she seemed in perfect condition even after having run for so long. Despite having little legs, she seemed rather fast. After Frank caught his breath and went back to the white room, he decided to finally drink the 2 liters of water in a single go. Satiating his enormous thirst, Frank glanced at the windows ahead of his sight. Daily quests completed. You received the quest rewards, a small amount of EXP X2, and 5 app points X2. No levels ups, huh? Now that my status has stabilized, I feel just as new. Wasn't I tired moments ago? Wondered Frank as he walked around. The tension and pain on his muscles after exercising was gone completely, but his mind seemed tired and fatigued, nonetheless. Girl. Frank glanced at the adorable Ruby as he decided to take a nap on the couch of the nursery, sleeping with Ruby above his stomach. She was quite heavy, but Frank was able to bear with her weight as he felt that after leveling up, his muscles and strength really seemed to have increased. Frank slept in the nursery as he did not want to waste much time by going back to Earth and making the time there go faster. He planned on going back to Terra for a bit, at the very least until the day ended there. However, after sleeping for 3 hours, Frank felt that his mind was fresh again. Freebnovel.com. Sitting on the couch, he suddenly began to think about what to do with Ruby. He just could not simply present her to Gwendolyn, Annabelle, and Cathal as if nothing. And he also could not simply bring her to Earth, that would be way too out of the blue as well. Perhaps monster tamers existed in Earth as there were monsters, but Matsuo and Harumi would quickly suspect that something was going on that he had not revealed by bringing a strong monster out of nowhere with himself. He did not even know if monsters existed in the world of Terra either to begin with. To his knowledge, it was simply a world where people had farms. Frank felt bad about leaving Ruby inside the monster pet nursery completely alone, but he had to do it, at least until he could convince either Matsuo or Gwendolyn about how he found a monster egg around his house or in the forest, depending on the world. If there are beast people, there should also be other fantastical things, right? Perhaps monsters exist in Terra. Then that world would be a better place to leave Ruby while I go to Earth. After all, if I leave her in another world, time will go on slowly there and she will not miss me as much if only a few minutes passes in other worlds while I go to school in Tokyo. Said Frank as he glanced at the sleeping Ruby, who accommodated herself back in the couch after he woke up. Frank caressed her soft belly, which lacked the hard scales and had slightly pale skin. It seemed to be a weak point of her monster race. However, Ruby let him pat her in the belly, showing her strong bond with him, only forged after a few hours of her being born. Frank did not want to wake up Ruby any longer, so he decided to quickly teleport to Earth, taking a bath and then going back to the nursery, finding Ruby still sleeping. He took around 20 minutes taking a quick bath, which became an hour inside of this space. But she seemed to be taking a long sleep, so she kept sleeping even after an hour. She has spent a lot of her energy since she was born that she didn't take any nap or rested at all. Little thing, huh? Frank then noticed as Ruby began to pee on the couch. Wait. Not here. Go to your room. roared Frank as he grabbed Ruby and made her sit in her room, as she finished her duty. Growl! She said happily as she waved her tail. Ruby, don't go to the bathroom in the white room, okay? Use your room. You can use the lava pool, I'm sure your waste will just turn into ashes there, said Frank. Growl! Said Ruby. Frank did not know if she understood him or not. Nonetheless, he could not help but release a smile due to her innocence and cute energetic nature, petting her and spoiling her a bit. All right, I will go out for a bit now, so be a good girl and don't miss me too much. I will be back in. Well, as soon as I can. Here, there is more meat and I have left you more water in the white room, make sure to not go to the bathroom there. Okay? Said Frank. Growl! Said Ruby, rubbing her head into Frank's legs. Sigh. I hope you do as I told you. Muttered Frank, as he suddenly disappeared out of Ruby's sight. Growl! 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 Roared Ruby, looking for Frank around both rooms, but finding nothing. Growl! Ruby looked around the rooms but did not find Frank. She sighed as she glanced at the couch, which was impregnated with his scent. Sitting on the couch once again while feeling Frank's scent, she pretended to be with him as she fell asleep. The moment Frank disappeared from Ruby's sight, he appeared in Tara, in the same position as he was before, sitting on a bench near Gwendolyn's house. He was wearing his farmer outfit as well, and the sun was hitting rather strong just as before. Ah, I'm back here. How much time passed in here? Maybe a few minutes? It seems that Gwendolyn is not done with the juice she offered me. He muttered. Frank, come inside, the juice is done. Said Gwendolyn's charming voice, resonating on Frank's ears as he was interrupted from admiring the beautiful and almost endless landscape of the world of Tara, the graceful green plains, the lush forests, the clear sky, and the refreshing and strong sunlight. The air was clean and relaxing. It was truly a paradise for anyone to come and relax from the daily lives on Earth. Coming, said Frank, as he stood up from the bench and walked inside of Gwendolyn's house, finding Annabelle, Gwendolyn's daughter, sitting in one of the chairs while eating a sandwich and drinking orange juice with Cathal, the Minotaur woman who had come to do the same work as Frank. She was his future workmate. Drink it up, boy, you look quite tired after taking the weed out, said Gwendolyn with a motherly smile, as Frank sat down near Cathal, eyeing at her enormous balloons for a split of a second. They were really quite big. Thanks for your hospitality, miss, said Frank with a humble smile as he drank the refreshing, freshly squeezed out of the fruit orange juice. The fruit itself was immensely sweet and there was not any need for any additional sugar. It was refreshing even for him who had just drunk 2 liters of water a few hours ago. Ha! That was delicious, said Frank. You like it? Those oranges come from a neighbor farm that has a small forest entirely made out of orange trees. The old man that owns it sells them fairly cheap for their quality, said Gwendolyn. I see. I wonder if he could have some job for me, miss? Asked Frank. Maybe, but you will have your hands all busy with me, boy, so I don't think you will be having any free time. You have to compensate for what you did after all, said Gwendolyn as she finished cooking pancakes, putting a large plate with a tower of them in the middle of the table. Mommy pancakes, said Annabelle, who had recently finished her sandwich as she took a fork and grabbed a pancake, pouring a bit of honey and then beginning to dig in as if her life depended on it. Mommy pancakes are the best, she said with her cheeks filled with the fluffy texture of the pancakes. Look at that. I have never eaten these before. All right. Thanks for the meal, Tilda, said Cathal, grabbing a pancake and eating it with butter. Frank could not help but drool as he grabbed on a pancake and began to eat as well. Gwendolyn glanced at the three with a happy smile as she sighed in relief, slowly moving to the table, and sitting in another chair between Frank and her daughter. I wonder if you are from some kind of church, boy? Do you pray to one of the gods? Asked Gwendolyn while drinking orange juice. Our religion? Ah. Well, I was never well educated in them. I know there are some gods, but not exactly much about them. I am sorry if this offends you in some way, miss, muttered Frank. Ah, no. "This is a nice opportunity to introduce you to our religion then," said Gwendolyn, surprising Frank as she ended up being a strong devote. "I see. Which god would it be?" asked Frank. "Isn't it obvious? We are beast people, so it is the beast god Abradan, our creator and father, and also the father of all animals in the world, including the beast kings," said Gwendolyn. Chapter 15, The Dangerous Dungeons. Frank received the information about the existence of a god, the god of beasts, Abradan, through Gwendolyn's mouth. Although he had experienced a lot of fantastical things, the existence of gods as a fact was still a shocking thing for him. Even more when it was considered that this world was supposedly generated through an app. He wondered if the system itself was the one that created this world, meaning that it could even create gods, or that the system most connected him to parallel worlds that were incredibly similar to the settings of such apps. Although Terra did not have anything in common with the Farming Town app, freebnovel.com, Frank began to wonder if the other worlds, such as Camelot, Abyss, or Gaia would even have such similarities with the games. Well, with the existence of Ruby, he had confirmed that Gaia, the world based in the Monster Catching Master app, had the same monsters than the game. But about the other worlds, he was simply clueless. Just what were the odds for a parallel world to even exist while having similarities with a phone game? However, Frank did not have much time to delve into such thoughts as he decided to speak, asking Gwendolyn a few questions. "Abradan. I see. But what does that god have to do with me? Sorry for being rude, but wouldn't it be blasphemy for me to treat the god that created beast people as my father when I am a human?" asked Frank. "So you're sharper than I thought," said Gwendolyn while sipping some more orange juice. "Is there any benefit that you get from introducing me to that religion, miss? I know that religion might be something pretty big in some societies, but you've been a very nice person, and I haven't seen you acting with such fanatism," said Frank. "Exactly, I am not really a fanatic, I am just part of the faction of the beast god Abradan for obvious motives. It is the faction of my father and also the faction that wants my race to be treated as people. Do you see it? Gods had barely spoken with us and had let humanity do as we pleased for thousands of years. Now religion is simply used as a tool to control the masses. The kingdoms governed by humans and elves follow their own religions, manipulated so conflict can arise, giving them a reason to attack their neighbors and gain territory, riches, and a better life quality. That is how this world works. By being part of a religion, you simply gain benefits in the country that follows such religion. In Terra religion is strong, despite the gods barely speaking with us, said Gwendolyn. I see. Now I kind of understand. Sorry for being overly rude, Miss Gwendolyn, apologized Frank. No problem. You are a sharp boy, and I do not mind those that seek the truth and ask their questions, expressing their thoughts and opinions. Such people are always welcomed in my house. Now, you need to join the Abradan religion ASAP. Simply put, if a guard of the nation finds that you do not have a mark of the church, you will be most likely treated as an outsider and thrown into jail, said Gwendolyn. Although people seem to live comfortable lives in the nation of Abradan, where Gwendolyn, Cathal, and many other beast people existed alongside other races, it was a nation that was extremely strict with its religious rules, and due to many cases where outsiders infiltrated inside to cause mischief or chaos, it was made as to the law for any citizen above 5 years old to require the mark of Abradan, a simple tattoo made with magic inside any church or shrine by a priest or priestess. Frank now needed this, as Gwendolyn had noticed that he was way past 5 years of age yet had never done the ritual. She wondered if that was simply a mistake of her sick mother or that he grew in a small town where everyone knew about him, so they never were concerned about him being an outsider. Although such possibilities could be true, Gwendolyn needed Frank to register into the Church of Abradan as a citizen of the nation. And also, if possible, into another thing. I am quite surprised that you've never taken the oath in the tattoo, boy. It is something necessary for you, said Cathal, showing Frank her right hand, which had a small tattoo resembling the head of a lion with a long and golden mane. This was the appearance of Abradan in many churches, An enormous lion. I see. I am sorry, I grew in a separate area from the city, and I lack spiritual education, so I never thought that it was necessary to even need religion to become a citizen. My mother did possess a strange tattoo, but not my siblings, said Frank. Well, even I have it, said Annabelle as she showed her mark as well in her right hand. Anyways, we can do that tomorrow morning. There is a small shrine with a nice priest that would be willing to do it for a few copper coins. That will be your discounted pay, by the way, said Gwendolyn. Thanks for your generosity, Miss Gwendolyn, muttered Frank with an apologetic expression. He felt like he was already being kind of a burden to Gwendolyn. And another thing. You'll have to register in the guild as well if you want to start taking requests. While doing farm work you'll have to do some request for me, and we'll split the rewards. How's that? Asked Gwendolyn. Wait, split them? Can't I take it all? I will be doing it all after all, right? Asked Frank. Well, and who's giving you shelter, food, and even paying you for something I could do instead? Asked Gwendolyn. That's a good point. Half of it is already very good, thanks, said Frank, realizing how much Gwendolyn was doing for him. Don't worry, you won't be given the task of killing a pack of wolves or eliminating a tribe of goblins, just simple stuff like carrying luggage around, going to pick up mushrooms or fruits in the forests around, fishing, crafting, and so on. You will be learning all those basics, boy. With your spatial storage magic, it will be an easy job for you to do most of those things, actually, said Gwendolyn. Frank then finally understood why Gwendolyn was being so nice. Spatial magic, the inventory he possessed, which Gwendolyn thought was the precious and very rare spatial magic. It seems that such magic or ability was incredibly treasured in a medieval fantasy-like world such as Terra. So that's why she is willing to do many things for me. Inventory seems to be a very miraculous thing in here. Well, not like I am complaining, just doing all out of goodwill would be incredibly unrealistic for her, especially when I was trying to rob her weeds a few hours ago, thought Frank as he drank orange juice and ate a piece of pancake. It seems that with inventory alone, I am already very useful in here, and based on her thoughts and actions, it is even worth sacrificing money for me only for such an ability. Perhaps she wants to convince me that she is the best option available for me before someone like a merchant with way more money could try to buy my services. Frank assumed. Although I kind of wants to explore more of this new world, I have no plans in moving out for a while, especially because I need to forge a good relationship with Gwendolyn to unlock the app shop function. Thought Frank as he decided to ask a question regarding what Gwendolyn had just said. Goblins? Packs of wolves? Are there quests regarding the extermination of creatures? Like monsters? Asked Frank, who did not know about the existence of monsters in Terra, but received an unexpected confirmation by Gwendolyn when she said goblins. Indeed, the Adventurers Guild pay way more for monster and beast extermination requests. Although animals are our siblings, they can be too aggressive at times, and we have to sacrifice them to ensure our survivability. Such teachings are included into our religion as well, so there is nothing wrong in fighting and killing animals if you do that to survive, or for the survival of others, said Gwendolyn, thinking that Frank had thought that she was contradicting her beliefs due to his ignorance over the teachings of the Abroadan religion. I see. And what about goblins? Asked Frank. Goblins are fiends born from the chaos goddess Axitl. They are created inside the wicked dungeons, places where the goddess of chaos has placed countless trials for a mortal to go through. Her intentions seemed rather mysterious in the religion that preys upon her, but it seems that various believers had explained that she only had the intention of not letting humanity become weak and too conceited by the virtues given by the other gods. And the approval of the other gods seemed mutualistic in such tales, approving of the existence of monsters as trials for our lives, said Gwendolyn. What a strange group of gods. They give everything to their children but then realize that this is kind of bad because they grew too concentrated, so they decide to just slaughter them while masking the actions as trials. What a bunch of crap, thought Frank as he faked a smile and an understanding nod. Chapter 16, Terra, A world of mana cores and magus. After having been given the truth about the existence of monsters in Terra and their origin is related to the goddess of chaos Axitl, Frank had decided to formulate another question regarding such topic. Dungeons? I have never seen one. Where are they? How do they appear? Do they just come out of nothing? Asked Frank, with honest and innocent curiosity. On Earth, there was nothing named dungeons, but there were special realms where monsters would appear through the enormous amount of concentrated mana, and also magic domains that were considered small realms artificially created in smaller scales. However, it seemed that unlike Earth, Terra had different rules and nature. Monsters did not seem to be born from the world itself through accumulated mana alone and were instead originated from the inside of dungeons, special places created by the goddess of chaos. Dungeons are special places. They are often resembling of old buildings, or temples, sometimes underground, sometimes in the middle of the forest, or sometimes inside caves on mountains. The goddess of chaos seems to create them as she pleases, and each one is packed with monsters that keep being born inside. Of course, monsters did not simply bear out of nowhere, goblins give birth, demon spiders are born in eggs, and so on. Explained Gwendolyn. I see. So it's really not like in Earth in that regard. Monsters here seem more realistic than the ones spontaneously born in Earth. Well, perhaps not all monsters are like that in Earth either, said Frank. However, monsters are different from us as they can grow incredibly fast, often being ready to fight the moment they are born from their mother's womb or their eggs. Due to their rapid metabolism, they reproduce incredibly fast, and might even escape the dungeon and invade whole nations if the dungeons are left unchecked and uncleaned of them, said Gwendolyn. Is there a way for us to fight against them? Did the goddess of chaos not thought about that? Asked Frank. She did, like all the gods. We were already blessed by magic before the era of monsters and dungeons, the power to exert the elements of the world and to use them to our advantage. However, we all possess something that you seem to not be aware of, perhaps due to your low education. Said Gwendolyn. Something? Asked Frank. Freebenville.com, how can you not know about mana cores? Asked Hannibal. The little girl seemed to like to act like a know-it-all in front of Frank's ignorance over the world of Terra. Mana cores? Asked Frank. Well, most common folk like me never develop it, so I don't feel bad for it. Though you possess spatial magic, don't you? That means that your magic core was already activated. Perhaps you were never told that such organ was the origin of your magic? Asked Cathal. It is as Cathal says. All of us are born with a mana core. A special organ positioned near our heart, a crystal that generates and gathers mana for our use. At the age of 5 is where you would usually awaken it through a ceremony where you infused with magic. But you seem to have never gone through such a thing. Perhaps you unknowingly awakened it? Such cases are rare, but not impossible. It seems that you might be even more talented than we imagined, said Gwendolyn. I see. Mana cores is what gives everyone magic then? The weapon for people to fight against monsters and also to make their lives a bit easier, said Frank. Exactly. Sigh. I guess I will discount you a bit of your pay over me having to teach you so much. Now bear with me as I explain in more detail what I know about mana cores. Muttered Gwendolyn. More of my pay. Sigh, but it is precious knowledge, so go ahead, said Frank. Very well then. First of all living beings are born with mana cores, even non-monster beasts are capable of developing them. But such beasts often have them undeveloped as they are not monstrous nor possess strong mana. However, monsters usually have them always, and are precious materials that we can harvest when they die, aside from the body parts that can be used for a variety of purposes, one of them being alchemy and crafting. I see. Mana cores are divided into many categories for each attribute in the world of Terra. The attributes are the elements of our world. The elements that maintain creation as well, creation. They are fire, water, sky, earth, chaos, light, life, space, and time. I possess a mana core of the fire attribute, which is often red colored. I developed it through my training before becoming a soldier. And after retiring from it, I had already learned a few spells," said Gwendolyn. "So each person has a mana core of a certain attribute?" asked Frank. "Yeah, though I don't know what attribute I have because I never awakened it," said Cathal. "I have fire like Mommy," said Annabelle. "However, mana cores aren't simply awakened and that is all. You develop them through the infusion of your own life energy and mana. The more you infuse into it, the more chances you'll have to undergo a core evolution or upgrade, where your core will grow larger and will be able to harbor greater mana. There are many stages of such cultivation of your mana core, which are simply divided into numbers as ranks, with 4 stages in each rank," said Gwendolyn. "Ranks? How many ranks?" asked Frank. "Boy, you really are clueless. There are 10 known ranks from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Each rank has 4 stages that you need to undergo to finally break through the rank. These are initial stage, middle stage, upper stage, and peak stage. You got it?" "I won't repeat it," said Gwendolyn. "I see. You didn't have to count all the numbers of ranks, Miss Gwendolyn. I am not that clueless," muttered Frank. "Well, how could I have known?" muttered Gwendolyn. After hearing Gwendolyn's explanation, Frank could not help but associate such explanation with the web novels he had read in Earth, where their fantasy worlds set into worlds named as cultivation worlds, where people cultivated their bodies, souls, and sometimes something called as cores, just like in Terra. However, such worlds were usually based in Eastern fantasy, and Terra was clearly more Western medieval in its setting, something not often used in the page he visited to read web novels in his free time. However, Frank wondered if he even had such core, as he came from Earth, where such things did not exist. By that logic, he did not need to cultivate a mana core but simply to level up himself and his skills. So, in a resume, due to your magic, you have the rare space attribute mana core. But it's not like you can be stuck with it. I have heard that those in higher rankings of society are capable of buying mana cores and implanting them into their bodies to gain more attributes to use. Though such mana cores are often taken away from other humans, as monster mana cores are incompatible with us. And also due to that fact, if you are not careful over showing off your magic without having grown strong, you might end up being captured by a bandit and having your mana core butchered out of your body and sold as a precious good, so you better keep your magic a secret as much as you can. I am the only one you can trust, and well, everyone here present," said Gwendolyn. "Of course you would say that now. But if cores can be implanted, perhaps I could acquire one to strengthen my magic. Though the process of getting one into my body might seem quite painful if not done by a professional though. Ah, I need to ask her if monster tamers exist. Although I am more curious about the capabilities that someone can reach with each rank, I should prioritize bringing Ruby here as fast as possible behind the pretext of her being a tamed pet that I luckily found in the forest or something," thought Frank. "By the way, are there people that tame monsters? They seem very strong, couldn't they be used to fight at our side?" asked Frank. "Indeed, they exist. They're rare people who had developed special slavery spells that can make monsters obey them. They're often limited to the attribute of their mana cores, meaning that people with fire mana cores can only tame fire attribute monsters. Life attribute mana core users can tame plant-type monsters. Earth attribute mana cores can tame golems or other cave-dwelling creatures, and so on. Do you want to tame a monster? You'll have to ideate a spell for that first," said Gwendolyn. "I see. It might be nice if I could tame a monster," muttered Frank. "I've heard that it is easier to tame them when they're just born from their eggs, but who would risk their lives to find a monster egg?" wondered Cathal. Freebnoll.com, one last question. "What are the capabilities of those with higher ranks in their mana cores?" asked Frank. "A very good question. I thought you would not care about such a thing, but you are indeed quite sharp, Frank. Indeed, the higher the rank the strongest the magic of the user becomes. And through magic, everything is possible, even the strengthening of one physical ability. Usually, civilians are between rank 1 to 2 at most, and because monsters share similar ranks to us, civilians with awakened mana cores should be capable of fighting things such as goblins if they possess enough spells. But the acquisition of spells is a whole different ordeal. However, the higher the ranking, the more you can exert powerful abilities through magic and spells. Those at rank 6 and above are considered superhumans amongst superhumans, and are talented heroes that protect whole nations. It is also said that those that reach rank 7 and above are considered gods. Though I've never met one, said Gwendolyn. So that is how it is. It's just like in cultivation, they become similar to immortal cultivators, isn't it? Damn, this is way too dangerous now, and these guys just walk around the world doing whatever they please too? Even more dangerous. I just want to be a farmer for God's sake, thought Frank as he considered the new danger of such a dangerous world that seemed so tranquil. Chapter 17, Gift of Life. As Frank was given a thoughtful explanation of the world of Terra by Gwendolyn, who had thought of him as an ignorant street boy due to his ignorance, Frank decided to ask a few more questions, squeezing all of the information he could from Gwendolyn to prepare his new second life in this app world. So to resume everything. The world was created by gods, and so did the human and demi-human races, having each race a father god. It seems that through Gwendolyn's explanation, there are humans, beast people, elves, and probably dwarves, and I believe that there might be a race similar to demons to an extent. The goddess of chaos was a bitch, so she decided to curse humanity with monsters and dungeons, but the gods were compassionate, so they gave everyone magic to fight back. And this world use of magic is rather similar to cultivation due to each person possessing a mana core inside their bodies that help them regulate and use mana. Each core can be of every attribute and blah, blah, blah. They even got ranks and all. And what else? I wonder if this world is simply filled with mages. Do they simply learn spells and that is it? That cannot be. I am sure that there might be classifications in between cultivators. Not everyone will simply settle down with being an all-rounder. After all, the way to strength has always been in specialization, well, at least in mercs. Frank thought as he glanced back at Gwendolyn after drinking the last drop of orange juice. Miss Gwendolyn, I wonder if there are classifications in between the people that cultivate their mana cores actively? Also, is there a name for such people? Asked Frank. Oh, right, I guess you could call us magus. Although that name is simply a classification for anyone capable of cultivating their mana core, those that are not magus are simply called civilians or mortals. I am a rank 2 middle stage magus, and my class is Fire Witch due to my specialization in fire attribute magic of offensive capabilities. I am also considered a battle witch by some people as I have a few spells that can enhance my capabilities in battle and become more physical. However, I often like to blow my enemies away with fire from a safe distance. Though those times are mostly in the past, and I don't want to get involved in war anymore. I have a daughter to take care of after all, said Gwendolyn as she petted Annabelle's silky orange-brown hair as the little fox girl twitched her ears cutely. Mama is strong. She protects me, said Annabelle with an innocent smile. I see. But what are classes? You are a fire witch that can also be considered a battle witch? Are there more classes? Asked Frank with curiosity. Indeed. A class is often defined by the spells you're capable of developing. You see, no one can simply learn every spell of their attributes as long as they try harder. Some people have a talent for offensive magic, others for defensive magic, others for enhancing magic, others for curse magic, others for environment magic, others for utility magic, healing magic, and more. I see. Well, such talents and affinities are often defined after awakening your mana core. You are given 5 spell scrolls for your attribute, and whichever one you are capable of learning will give away your talent. I was able to both learn offensive and enhancing spells, so I became a witch. There are also battle mages, those that can use magic to enhance their bodies even more than me and use weapons to compensate for their lack of offensive spells, and well, there are also priestess that heal or enchant, and so on. The classifications are rather simple but get complicated when you have more than one affinity. Your space attribute inventory spell instantly makes you a utility mage, but if you're capable of learning more than that, such as an offensive spell, you could be a utility battle mage," said Gwendolyn. Freebnovel.com. So in this world, I am considered an utility mage until proven otherwise. The thing is that the inventory is not a spell, it is a part of my ability. I do not think I can even learn spatial attribute magic anytime soon. I do not even know what my magic affinities are or how can I acquire them. This system is very secretive, unlike other systems I have seen in novels. I suppose that adds to the realism of the situation. This is real life, after all. I shouldn't simply compare it all with fiction," thought Frank. Then, Frank realized his gift of life skill, which could be considered to be a power similar to a life attribute spell. He decided to reveal such truth after asking if it was possible to be born with 2 attribute affinities. "I wonder if it's possible for people to simply be born with more than one attribute affinity?" asked Frank. Freebnovel.com. Well, although there are people that artificially can gain more attributes, there are those that had been born with more than one mana core into their bodies. Such individuals were able to cultivate twice as fast too, and develop into a wider range of spells and abilities. Such people are extremely rare though, so rare that when one shows up, it might even mean the beginning of a new era, said Gwendolyn. Well, should I tell her that I have the gift of life? How would she react? It is better to simply state it now instead of surprising her whenever I need to use it in the future, thought Frank as he showed his palm to Gwendolyn. Miss Gwendolyn, could you give me your hand? Asked Frank. My hand? Asked Gwendolyn. Yes. Please, trust in me, I want to show you something, muttered Frank. Okay? Do you know any other spells, perhaps? Asked Gwendolyn as she gave Frank her hand. Gift of life, chanted Frank inside of his mind. Suddenly, from within Frank's palm, a warm aura of life and the color of sparkling yellow gold covered Gwendolyn's hand as she felt the warmth rush through her arm into her body. The shock made her startle as she moved her hand away from Frank with a bit of surprise. Ah! That's... Gwendolyn suddenly realized that such aura could not be of the spatial attribute, which was a similar aura to the one that the life attribute priests that often healed her wounds in battles would use. She then realized why Frank was so curious about if there was any registry of those who had more than one attribute. Frank. You're a double attribute user, said Gwendolyn in disbelief, her eyes widening in shock over such an event. Just as she had said before, those born with the ability to use more than one attribute were simply geniuses, completely different than those that synthetically added attributes through the implant of mana cores into their bodies. The greatest difference between a natural multiple attribute user and an artificial one was that the natural was able to cultivate both mana cores, while those that artificially added them into their bodies could not. The mana core added into their bodies would simply become something like a tool, and not their natural one, unlike the naturals that would have all of their natural mana cores connected to their souls. It was thanks to this soul connection that the cultivation of mana cores was possible. If not, anyone that was to get a mana core from anyone they killed would suddenly be able to cultivate multiple times and become unstoppable. However, the thing was that Frank did not even have mana cores. Such powers that he showcased were simply part of his ability, the system, and he also assumed that he was not capable of cultivating either. But because of the situation, he could not simply tell such a secret that could shake the whole world to Gwendolyn, so he decided to simply make his abnormality a bit believable by making her assume it was a double magic core. You're a spatial and life attribute magus then? You are. You're a dual mana core user. A double cultivator, said Gwendolyn, her perception of Frank suddenly changed quite a bit. Chapter 18, Exploring the Nearby Forest. Is that so, Mommy? Is that rare? Asked Annabelle after seeing the surprised face of her mother. It is, Annabelle-chan. This kid will get big when he grows up, said Katha while waving her cowtail around. I don't think it's that big. I only know 2 spells, this one, and the inventory spell. I can heal and save things, but my fighting capabilities are quite bad. Well, I am confident in using a farming tool," said Frank, knowing that he could be a nice farmer with the farming technique skill he had. This kid is way too talented. 2 spells are not simply that. Does he not realize? If he can simply keep learning spells, his future is as brilliant as any of the previous natural dual mana core users. He will become someone great. Good, it is nice that I have him on my side. I will not leave him to go away from me. I will make sure to raise him well and also to take a piece of that cake. It's not like I am a cunning person or anything like that. But such opportunity, I cannot let it slide away from me," thought Gwendolyn as she decided to not let Frank get away from her grasp, making sure to make him stay with her as he learns more spells, so when he becomes big and rich, she can get some of that and live comfortably with her beloved daughter. "Frank, Annabelle, Cathal, it would be the best if we were capable of leaving what we had said as a secret for now. If such information is leaked in the outside, I am sure that some aristocrat will try to capture and enslave Frank, even more, that he is not a citizen yet," said Gwendolyn. She was genuinely worried about Frank even more than before now. Such a talent and ignorance were not a good combination. One bad move on his part and he will become the slave of an aristocrat and converted in either material or into a slaved champion to serve to the aristocrats while never experiencing freedom ever again. At least, if Frank were to be a citizen, it would be harder for them to catch him, as the church would be protecting him to an extent, but if he were to be simply a non-citizen, he was as good as nothing. There were no rights for those without the mark of a Broaden in the nation, and no one would be able to appeal for them nor try to protect them in court. They wouldn't even go through court, they would be immediately sent into prison and sold as slaves or have their mana cores extracted and then killed in the process. Such is the harsh truth of such a tranquil nation, such truth that Frank was now being introduced to before something bad could ever happen to him for real. However, even if he were to be in trouble, Frank believed that as long as he teleported back to Earth, he should be capable of escaping most troubles. However, the thing was that if he wanted to go back to Terra, he would be teleported right in the same place and position that he was earlier. But even then, by applying such cheat, there were many possibilities that he had at the time of running away or being cornered. As long as he had his phone on hand, he should be able to click in the World's Gate app and get out of Terra for the time being. But even then, Frank felt something wrong with such a cheat. It shouldn't be as easy, right? Not everything was so nice in life. He was sure that there might be some limitation in how much he can teleport between worlds, as if he could simply go in and out, it would be way too unbelievable. And as such questions arose on his mind, the system, for once, decided to answer his curiosity. You can travel through worlds at any time you want as long as you enter first into the World's Gate. There might be certain events triggered by actions that you make in a world. Depending on them, the capacity of traveling to another world instantly might be altered. Be aware of not making too much trouble. Too much trouble? No way. Am I being scolded by the system now? So it's all depends on my actions? Perhaps if I trigger a quest in the middle of a battle, I might be forced to finish it instead of escaping. Is that what the system means? Damn. It does make sense in some ways. If I simply run away from any challenge, I have all the time. How can I even grow stronger? I have to prepare well if anything like this happens, thought Frank, as Gwendolyn glanced at him as he seemed to have spaced out. Boy, do you understand? Are you okay? Asked Gwendolyn. Ah. Yes. I am fine, thanks, Miss Gwendolyn. I understand well such thing. This is a dangerous world after all, muttered Frank with a humble yet bitter smile. Don't worry, my mouth is shut. After all, you are the one giving me a new opportunity at life, Gwendolyn said Cathal with honesty. I won't say anything either, Mommy, said Annabelle. Alright. Phew. Very well then, now that you have revealed such talents, it would be nice to teach you as much magic as possible, and possibly how to cultivate your cores. You need to get stronger fast, after all, boy, said Gwendolyn. I see. Well, I will try my best then, Miss Gwendolyn, though for now, I kind of want to do what you're paying me for," said Frank. "Ah. Farming. You're right. Very well then. How about you do me a favor for today? Take a spear in the backyard garage and go hunt a few horned rabbits. It will be a good experience for you. The dropped mana cores can be yours," said Gwendolyn. "Really? Can I? Are they not dangerous?" asked Frank. "Horned rabbits are the weakest type of monster, only fools would die by their tiny horns. Your physique and magic are enough to survive against a horde of them with ease, even without offensive magic. Your healing magic seems potent enough, you have strong core," said Gwendolyn. "Is this my luck? This opportunity is way too good. With this, I can bring Ruby here and pretend as if I found her around the forest and she took a liking on me or something. Monsters exist in here after all, and now that I've become quite precious to Gwendolyn, I don't think she will complain as much as she would have done before," thought Frank cunningly. Freebnoll.com, "Very well then. In which area should I look for them?" asked Frank. "You see that area below that plains we are in? There is a small forest with a clearing inside. There are many horned rabbit nests there. It is rather easy to find them eating grass in small groups or alone. As long as you are fast enough, you can hunt a few and bring them here easily with your storage magic," said Gwendolyn. Frank not only found the perfect case to bring Ruby but also found a good way to finally begin leveling a bit more through defeating monsters. If quests gave him EXP, killing monsters should also do so, right? He was now something similar to a game-like character, so such an assumption was obvious. Frank finished eating the pancake he had left as he set himself into his little quest, which would let him bring Ruby here for a more comfortable life where he would leave her here in a world that would not go as fast as the Monster Pet Nursery whenever he went to Earth. The Monster Pet Nursery was honestly quite a good feature, but the way it worked made him worried about Ruby not being able to interact with him for hours, which would end up worsening their bond. Frank wanted to be a responsible monster tamer, and Ruby was already on his heart as more than a pet but part of his family. She was too adorable to simply leave her alone for so long, and he honestly felt a bit bad for her. Ruby saw Frank as her only family member, probably something like her big brother or even a father, which might make their bond weaken if she was not capable of seeing him for long. She also needed to eat a lot. Until he is capable of finding a feature in the Monster Pet Nursery where he can make time go slower there instead of faster, and perhaps another that could give him food automatically of some kind, he will bring her to Terra. Frank walked out of the house as he rushed towards the backyard, entering a small wooden room where there were many tools and weapons, some of them which were used by Gwendolyn in the past when she participated in the war with her husband before being pregnant. Frank grabbed the spear, which seemed to be made of steel. It had a small and strange, purple-colored jewel, encrusted in the middle of the blade, which Frank could not distinguish what it was. Could this be a mana core extracted from a monster? "I can feel some kind of energy inside," muttered Frank, grabbing the spear as he felt that the jewel activated, slowly draining a bit of his mana until it was full. "What the? A magic weapon? Damn, I wish I had something like appraisal to find out its details," said Frank, walking out of the small storage room and moving towards the direction given to him by Gwendolyn. After a few minutes of a carefree walk, while enjoying the bathing of the sunlight, Frank reached the entrance to the small forest. The moment he did so, he went inside and immediately opened his status, calling back Ruby through the Retrieve Monster Pet function of the Monster Pet Nursery. Flash! A tiny spatial portal opened as Ruby jumped out of it. "Groo-oo-oo-oo," she said, releasing flames and burning Frank's face partially. "A gift of life, gift of life. Sigh. Ruby, don't get angry at me. Sorry for leaving you alone for so long," muttered Frank, as Ruby began to rub her snout on Frank's legs. She seemed to have missed him. "Gruel," she muttered. However, when she realized where she was transported, she suddenly became paralyzed. Jigra. A vast forest, beautiful scenery, and a seemingly endless landscape, decorated with a clear-as-water sky and the sun bathing the world carefully with its sunlight. Ruby saw the outside world for the first time. Welcome to Terra, Ruby, said Frank with a smile. Grow. Chapter 19, Hunting Horned Rabbits for EXP and Mana Course. As Ruby jumped over the grass and the ground and glanced at the huge trees towering towards the sky and covering the forest from sunlight, Frank decided to glance at the quest that had been generated when he entered the forest. Ding! Hunt Horned Rabbits, Side Quest, Grade, F. Gwendolyn has given you the task of catching horned rabbits for dinner. Prove your worth and surprise her with your talent. If you do, you might increase your relationship with her and Annabelle and Cathal. However, a single rabbit will not do, impress her with 10. Hunt 10 horned rabbits. 0-10, Mission Rewards, a small amount of EXP, increased affection with Gwendolyn, Annabelle, and Cathal, 10 app points. Mission Failure, affection with Gwendolyn, Annabelle, and Cathal reduced. Oh? I see how it is. Even things as relationships are treated through some kind of game-like element, is it? Sigh. Well, I think I found out the way I will be able to complete the other quest that can unlock the app shop for me, said Frank as he moved away from the holographic window and stretched his arms, glancing at his surroundings. Freebnoel.com, Ruby, come here girl, let's go explore and hunt some meat. I can give you a rabbit when I complete the quest, said Frank, as Ruby stopped sniffing the trees as she rushed towards his side like a loyal puppy. Although she was enthusiastic and energetic, she did not seem to be disloyal, and would obey simple orders or requests such as staying at Frank's side. Grower, she said, as Frank and Ruby set into a small exploration around the forest. As they walked around, a question arose inside Frank's head. Wait, how do I even use a spear? He thought. He had never used weapons before, and he was now walking leisurely with a spear, a magic spear, as if nothing. How would be able to use it without proper mastery? Will he simply try to stab the rabbit? Did Gwendolyn assume that he knew how to handle a weapon, or did she thought that even someone without mastery over it would be able to kill a monster as weak as a horned rabbit? I will just try and stab the little creatures. Ugh, now I feel a bit bad about what I am going to do. But it's better to think that they are simply monsters from a game. As long as disassociate my morality from what I am about to do, I should be fine. Thought Frank, as he prepared himself to take the life out of the little monsters. Although Frank had traveled around the world with his mother, he never developed particular psycho tendencies, nor he enjoyed taking away the life of little animals for pleasure. He had also never experienced hunting animals, aside from fishing once with his uncle. As long as, if I think they are fish, maybe it is okay for my head? Man, it's hard to set my mind on the task. Earth's society nurtured me into a sensitive baby, Frank said nonchalantly. He seemed to have a great sense of self, to the point of realizing how much of a baby he was being at this moment. Grower, said Ruby. Maybe if I leave everything to you I won't nasty my hands and I won't feel as guilty afterward? No. I cannot let you do everything, Ruby. If I want to grow strong, I have to hunt them on my own. Though I do not mind getting your help in the task. I hope that these rabbits give me experience points. Just gaining from quest will make leveling too hard, and I do not even know what my level cap is even. Will I be a farmer my entire life? I hope not, said Frank. He passed through an odd-shaped tree, finding a small clearing inside the forest, where a pair of cat-sized rabbits with gray fur, crimson eyes, and a long, 5-centimeter-long horn in the middle of their foreheads were feeding in the large bright, green-colored grass. Freebno.com. Horned rabbits. They look like just rabbits but with a horn. Okay, calm down. I think I can do this, muttered Frank as he glanced at Ruby, who had fallen silent and still, as she saw the rabbits as her prey as well. Grower, groaned Ruby in silence. Okay, this is the plan. Slowly walk around the trees and spook the rabbits. I will try to catch at least one with my spear. Go it, Ruby? Asked Frank as Ruby seemingly understood his words perfectly through the bond they possessed. Ruby slightly nodded as she did just as Frank told her, appearing right behind the rabbits and roaring while throwing flames from her mouth, spooking the rabbits as they hastily escaped from her through the direction where Frank was hiding. "Now," said Frank, jumping out of the bushes and finding the rabbit right in front of him. "Here goes nothing," said Frank, using his mana and infusing it into the spear as it momentarily turned lighter, pointing the tip right towards the rabbit with great speed, just barely surpassing that of the horned rabbit at his left, while the other managed to escape in time. Clash! The rabbit released a small cry as it died almost instantaneously, the spearhead crossed right through its neck, a swift death which Frank, who had no mastery over the spear at all, managed to do. Ding! You acquired a small amount of EXP. It seemed that killing monsters did net experience points, but the amount of one rabbit was not enough to level up yet. "Sorry," said Frank, feeling a bit bad but deciding to move such thoughts away. He was reaching 17 years old already, and such things should not cloud his mind any longer as it would make him weak and immature. Groar! Ruby ran towards Frank as she opened her jaws towards the rabbit, however, Frank touched the horned rabbit's corpse just before that, teleporting it inside of his inventory. "Wait! Ruby, you should not try to eat it. I told you that I will give you one when we reach home, okay? Be a good girl and endure. For now, I will make sure to compensate you well enough," said Frank with a mild smile, petting Ruby as she groaned in an understanding tone. "You learn very fast, good girl," said Frank, relieving the slight guilt on his heart by giving a bit of love to Ruby. "Though, I want to do something before continuing," muttered Frank as he recalled the rabbit corpse back. This time Ruby only endured as she averted her gaze from the corpse and glanced at the surroundings instead. "This is a bit gross, but I have to try," Frank said as he used the blade of the spear to open the stomach of the rabbit and inserting his hand inside, he moved it around the slimy and bloody innards until he felt a hard, non-bony structure inside the corpse. "Is this it?" Grabbing the piece, Frank pulled it out with great strength, as it seemed to be stuck into the monster's veins and flesh. However, such a disgusting task gave Frank a nice surprise. "A horned rabbit mana core," he said, glancing at the purple-colored crystal covered in blood, which shined brightly when it received the light of the sun. However, as Frank thought about what to do with it, such as uses in alchemy, a sudden system window popped out of thin air in front of his sight. Ding! Mana core has been detected. Do you want to absorb it? Greater than yes no, absorb. What do you mean by absorbing? I don't have any skill that absorbs things, said Frank in surprise, as the system, which would often not answer questions, decided to answer this one as it was related to the system itself. As the world traveler, Frank James, you are capable of absorbing the energy of the worlds you travel into. This is an effect of the world's traveler body skill. Mana cores are a type of energy that exist in the world of Terra, but crystallized. Absorbing it will grant you benefits. It is recommended to do so if possible. Ding! Mana core has been detected. Do you want to absorb it? Greater than yes no, so it is a part of the world's traveler body skill. Now that I recall it, it did had such a description about letting me use any energy from the worlds I traveled into. So I suppose these mana cores are considered one, huh? Very well then, Gwendolyn said that I could keep them, so let's absorb this one for now. Yes, said Frank. Flash! Suddenly, the mana core in Frank's hand shined brightly, becoming particles of magic that entered inside of his body through his hand. This. Frank felt the slight amount of mana fill him, giving him great vigor. Ding! Mana core absorbed. Mana core creation can be started after the required amount of mana cores is absorbed. Mana cores absorbed required for mana core creation. 120. I didn't gain any stats though. But my mana recovered. And what is this? I can create my own mana core if I absorb 20? Does that mean that I can actually cultivate in this world then? I wonder what the limits are doing this. And what effect will they have after getting a mana core? Wondered Frank out loud, as the system fed his curiosity. Ding! You can only create one mana core. After creating one, You will be able to increase your cultivation rank through absorbing more. However, the more mana cores you use, the higher quality ones you will require, so I can only create one. Not two as Gwendolyn think I have? But wait, will I be restricted in the magic I can learn? Wondered Frank. However, the system did not answer this question whatsoever. He will have to find out on his own whenever he reaches that point. Not going to answer now, huh? Fine, Ruby, let's continue. Grower. Chapter 20, New Possibilities and Side Quest completed. Frank decided to continue hunting horned rabbits with Ruby, quickly walking through the forest, and crossing many trees, reaching another small clearing near the previous one, where a group of 4 horned rabbits was eating grass peacefully. Freedomville.com, using the same strategy as before, Frank managed to kill 2 horned rabbits with the swift movements of the magic spear. Thanks to filling his mana after absorbing the mana core, he used such energy into making the spear lighter, giving him the ability to unleash faster stabs. The 2 rabbits that passed near him died almost instantly after being stabbed by the spear's blade into their necks or spine, while Ruby, unexpectedly, managed to catch a rabbit by herself, although it was slightly roasted. You acquired a small amount of EXP. Ruby brought the rabbit with her mouth, resisting the urge of eating it as it was what her master, Frank, had told her to do so. She resisted the hunger just for him, and Frank understood her effort very well. Good girl, with these 3, we have 4 rabbits, 6 more and we can go back home, back to Gwendolyn," said Frank, saving the 3 rabbits. However, before that, he had taken the mana cores out of the butchered rabbits. The corpses disappeared and were instantly sent inside of his inventory, while Frank glanced at the slightly bloody crystals on his hands. "I wonder if you can use them too, Ruby?" asked Frank, showing the crystal to Ruby as she seemed to be willing to eat it if he were to let her. But that was most likely because she was just hungry. If you were able to absorb it, some kind of message should show up in front of you. Or me? You're my tame monster after all, ding. You are offering a mana core to Ruby, do you want her to absorb it? Greater than yes no, you can absorb it. So you can level up and possibly form your own mana core too. As you most likely don't have one due to your origin being from another app world," said Frank. "Growl?" asked Ruby. "System, how many mana cores does Ruby needs to absorb to acquire one for herself?" asked Frank, hoping for the system to at least answer that. Ding. Mana cores absorbed required for Ruby to form her own mana core, 020, the same amount as me, muttered Frank, as he began to consider if he should split the gains with Ruby. However, he did not want to waste time thinking about it for now and save the mana cores inside the inventory instead. As Frank and Ruby continued through the forest while looking for horned rabbits, Frank asked the system a series of questions, hoping to get some extra info. None of such questions were answered until he managed to ask one in specific. "Sigh. Can you answer me something at least? Let's see. Do mana cores have qualities?" "You didn't specify them," system said Frank. Ding. Mana cores have distinct qualities depending on their origin. Mana core qualities vary from grade F to SSS, having 9 grades in total. Horned rabbit mana cores are F grade, so I need to absorb any F grade mana cores to get my own mana core? If I only have to hunt rabbits, then it should be doable. Frank said. "Grower," said Ruby. She wanted to hunt more rabbits to finally receive one for her. "Alright, let's continue." Frank and Ruby wandered through the forest as they glanced at the sky, which was slowly turning darker. The sun was slightly moving its way back to the horizon, and the night was approaching this part of the world of Terra. Freebno.com, however, this seemed to be beneficial for Frank and Ruby. As the night came, horned rabbits would show up more commonly out of their nests to eat grass. Frank used this opportunity to hunt 2 more rabbits that were foraging around, right behind a large tree. He was getting more accustomed to the handle of the magic spear, infusing his mana more swiftly while releasing fast attacks. The rabbits ran faster, but Frank managed to catch to their speed thanks to having leveled up previously. He was not simply level 1 anymore, and after becoming level 4, his speed had increased noticeably. Clash! Clash! Like two flashes of silver color, Frank's spear reached the rabbits' backs, stabbing them with ease. Although these rabbits had horns, they often ran away from bigger predators that they could not use their horns against, such as humans. Their horns were simply too weak and their bodies too small to be of a treat to a human capable of kicking them with ease if these monsters were to dare attack their legs. You acquired a small amount of EXP. You have reached level 5. Ruby reached level 2. Oh, it even notifies me of Ruby leveling up. So, she is in like my party? That is convenient, said Frank with a slight smile, as Ruby jumped around while feeling her body slightly stronger than before. I wonder if you will be able to evolve after reaching a certain level and raise your rank. Or will you need materials like in the original game? Asked Frank to Ruby, as he separated the monocores from the corpses of the horned rabbits and then saved them separately inside his inventory. Ruby did not manage to catch a horned rabbit this time, but she seemed in high spirits after leveling up. It seemed that the XP that he gained was shared with her, and vice versa, as Frank could earn XP from the kills she did. 4 more and we can go back, let's go, said Frank while petting Ruby. Grow. After a few more minutes, Frank came across a large mushroom growing below a tree, which had odd colors and unleashed a pungent smell. Ugh, this smells terrible, he muttered, as he tried to move to keep exploring the forest with Ruby until the mushroom suddenly moved. Frank glanced as the mushroom moved. It suddenly took its feet out of the ground, like tiny white roots, and began to walk towards him. The mushroom opened its cap, revealing razor-sharp fangs and a malefic smile. Gryagryagario! Roared the walking mushroom. A walking mushroom? Talk about redundancy. The horned rabbits look so much like normal rabbits that I've forgotten that I am in a world filled with different and deadly monsters. Damn it, if I had an appraisal, I would be able to determine its strength, thought Frank. Ruby, blast it with fire, said Frank. Groar! Roared Ruby, jumping towards the walking mushroom, which had an almost similar size to her while releasing a breath of fire towards it. The mushroom groaned as it released a small amount of pungent odor through its body to defend itself. Flash! The flames began to roast the tender white flesh of the walking mushroom as it groaned in pain. Its razor-sharp teeth were incapable of doing anything as the creature died within a few seconds. Ruby received its scent attack but seemed a bit unfazed after coughing for a bit. Ding! You acquired a small amount of EXP. Good job, Ruby. Maybe I got more scared than I should have. Perhaps it was a simple rank 1 monster. It was small and slow after all, and its only attack was a bad smell. I guess this is truly a forest for beginners to level up, said Frank. Finding the similarity of this small forest to the beginner areas inside Merc's games. Groar! Groar! Said Ruby while waving her hands, pointing at the roasted mushroom. Frank walked towards it as he resisted the pungent smell that became even worse when it was roasted, and dived his hand into the inside of the creature, finding an F-grade monocore inside with a similar shape and form to the ones found inside horned rabbits. Good girl, I will make sure to give you this one later, said Frank as he saved the monocore inside of his inventory. He gave the roasted mushroom a last look as he continued walking through the forest. Not much alter finding a large group of horned rabbits that had come out of a hole in the ground. Due to their large group, Frank managed to kill 4 at last, finally walking back to Gwendolyn's house. You acquired a small amount of EXP. Ruby reached level 3. You acquired the Spirit Technique, level 1, skill. The levels of the Mana Control, level 1, and Gift of Life, level 1, skills have increased. Ding! Hunt horned rabbits, side quest, completed. Grade, F. How do you feel about taking the lives of little monsters? Does it hurt? Does it give you guilt? Does it make you question your morality? Well, you better get used to it if you want to grow strong. Hunt 10 horned rabbits. 10 tenths, you acquired the quest rewards, a small amount of EXP, increased affection with Gwendolyn, Annabelle, and Cathal, and 10 app points. I got a new skill from just using this spear to kill a few rabbits. Huh? What is with that quest completion description? Sigh. Name, Frank James, race, human. Titles, world traveler. Gender, male. App points, 90, job, farmer. Job history, none. Level, 5, health points, 25 greater than 30 plus 10, mana points, 16 greater than 18 strength, 16 greater than 21, plus 5, defense, 16 greater than 21, plus 5, magic, 10 greater than 13, resistance, 10 greater than 13, plus 5, agility, 10 greater than 13, plus 5, passive skills, world's traveler body, level dash, gift of life, level 2, level up, curse resistance, level 1, hypnosis resistance, level 1, divine brand of the monk family of Tokyo, level dash, mana control, level 2, level up, fire and burn resistance, level 1, equipment, farmer's jeans, F, leather gloves, F, leather boots, F, farmer shirt, F, straw hat, F, simple shirt, cosmetic item, active skills, farming technique, level 1, spear technique, level 1, new. Relationships, Matsuo family, Tokyo Shrine Clan, Tame Monsters, rank 1, Lesser Flame Salamander, Ruby, Worlds Visited, Earth, Terra, Farm Town App. APP Special Functions, Inventory, World's Gate, Quest Board, Monster Pet Nursery, APP Gaka, Locked, APP Shop, Locked. Name, Ruby. Race, Lesser Flame Salamander. Titles, Tame Monster. Gender, female. Types, reptile, fire. Rank, 1, level, 3, health points, 25 greater than 45, mana points, 15 greater than 17, strength, 10 greater than 20, defense, 15 greater than 25, magic, 10 greater than 16, resistance, 12 greater than 18, agility, 10 greater than 16, passive skills, iron scales, level 1, fire and burn resistance, level 1, active skills, fire breath, level 2, level up, liking wounds, level 1, bite, level 1, new. Chapter 21, No monsters allowed inside the house. After having hunted the 10-horned rabbits, the night had already fallen and Tara and Frank decided to quickly walk back alongside Ruby towards Gwendolyn's house, preparing himself for a convincing lie that could let him keep Ruby while living in Gwendolyn's house. Freebanal.com, and as he made his way back, Gwendolyn had just finished writing a letter and using a small magic artifact to send it flying through the wind towards a destination unknown. That should be it. I never expected that I would have to call my old friend again for something like this. I was planning on calling her for Annabelle's teachings, but I guess this will end up hastening my plans for her. Well, she can always be taught by her alongside Frank, thought Gwendolyn as she referred to a mysterious woman who she called her old friend. Mommy, did you send that letter to Andy? She is an amazing witch. Will she teach me magic? Asked Annabelle at Gwendolyn's side, as the little fox girl waved her fluffy tail while washing the dishes for her mother, who she would usually do willingly to help her out in the house. Yes, my dear, it is very important for you to listen to her very well when she finally arrives, okay? She will teach you and Frank all about magic to an extent, and will even bring Grimoire Iris for you to learn your first spell. She does not have the best of tempers, and she is doing this mostly because she owes me her life back on the battlefield. So, you better behave well, said Gwendolyn. So I am going to learn magic then? Nice. Yes, Mommy. I will be the best witch. I will make you proud. I will join the Magus Academy in the capital, said Annabelle with a smile, as Gwendolyn sighed with a smile and patted her daughter's hair. All right, you better do, for your father. Okay? Asked Gwendolyn. For Daddy. I will, said Annabelle with a confident smile while nodding. She will be getting here in a couple of days. I give it a week or so, She lives in the capital after all, so it's a big trip towards here, said Gwendolyn. I see. We have to prepare and leave the house very clean, said Annabelle. Indeed. Ah, it's already night and the boy hasn't come back yet. Do not tell me that he lost himself in the woods? I'll have to go look for him, muttered Gwendolyn as she walked out of the house, being greeted by Cathal, who had finished her work in the crops of the front yard. Phew, Missy, that was pretty good work. I never thought that attending the crops would be such a big work, said Cathal while resting a large hoe and a shovel on her left shoulder. Good work for today, Cathal. Will you bring your kids here? Asked Gwendolyn. I will go spend the night with them where we are staying, and I'll bring them tomorrow morning, Missy, said Cathal. I see, very well then, said Gwendolyn as she walked towards the road, inspecting the surroundings to see if Frank was coming here or not. The boy hasn't come back yet. How hard is it to catch a horned rabbit? You even granted him your magic spear, miss, muttered Cathal, a bit disappointed in Frank's performance. I know. Well, I think I'll have to go look for him. Could you stay with Annabelle for a bit more? Asked Gwendolyn. Sure, take your time, Missy. I am going to rest for a bit on the couch. Oh, if my legs are killing me, muttered Cathal as she walked inside the house and greeted Annabelle, sitting on the couch. Gwendolyn was about to go look for Frank until suddenly, through the shadow of the night, the figure of a young teenager, seemingly between 17 or 18, appeared within the road. Frank! Why did you take so long to kill a single rabbit? I knew that you were quite the novice, but wasn't this too much? What is that? Frank, get away from that! Roared Gwendolyn as she noticed the shadow of a reptile-like monster walking right behind Frank. The creature had shiny red scales and bright orange eyes that even shine in the middle of the night. Ah! Wait, Miss Gwendolyn, she is a friend. She's my pet, said Frank as he jumped towards Ruby and protected her from Gwendolyn's upcoming flame arrow attack that was about to be fired by her within the second that she shouted to Frank to move away from the monster. Friend? That is a giant lizard. How can you be a friend with that thing? Is it not doing anything to you? Asked Gwendolyn, dissipating her spell and walking towards Frank to realize that the lizard he was protecting didn't attack him. She's a good girl. I named her Ruby. I found her in the forest. She was lost and hungry, so I gave her the rabbit I hunted, and in the end, she ended up following me around. She is strangely perceptive and friendly, and even helped me hunt up to 10 more horned rabbits. I have them inside my spatial storage, Miss Gwendolyn, said Frank, opening his inventory and suddenly putting the 10 corpses of the horned rabbits in a line. What? That thing? You hunted 10 together? How could it be? Do you have an innate taming spell? But this lizard. You're way too weak and slow to catch 10 of these rabbits on your own. So you really were helped by her, muttered Gwendolyn, barely digesting the truth that Frank had revealed to her. Grower. Ruby groaned friendly towards Gwendolyn, and as the light of a flame surrounding her illuminated Ruby's appearance, her large orange eyes and cute appearance made Gwendolyn lower her guard a bit more. I really thought that it was some kind of baby wyvern. But what is this anyway? Is it a lizard? I have never seen one before. That scale color is so bright, I would remember something like this. You say you found her in the forest? Asked Gwendolyn while inspecting the little Ruby. Ruby was happy to find a new companion, as she groaned and waved her tail like a puppy would do after finding someone. Grower. Yeah, I found her in the forest. She was actually wounded in the feet with a deep wound, seemingly of something like a dagger or sword. I healed her wound after pouring a lot of mana to the point of feeling fatigued, but I managed to rescue her. She was a bit tired, so I ended up feeding her 1 rabbit, but as a result, she ended up helping me catch 10 more, said Frank. What a fortuitous encounter. And you say that she's docile and friendly? Asked Gwendolyn. Yes. The moment I healed her, she licked my forehead, and a strange emblem appeared in her chest, which dissipated after a few seconds, said Frank, coming out with a small lie, seemingly to set up the belief that he had some innate taming spell. So that's it. You tamed her without realizing it. The moment she licked your forehead, she decided to serve you, Frank. Monsters would rarely do such a thing, but this girl here seems highly intelligent, and probably was grateful over you saving her life, said Gwendolyn, concluding that Frank did have some kind of taming spell innate to him. In the world of Terra, those born with innate spells infused into their monochores were rare, but not impossible to exist. Such cases would often happen due to the enormous talent of the individual showing itself by materializing into a spell representing the user's emotions or strengths. Such innate spells were different than the ones that magus learned through grimoires, practice, or teachings, and held a mystical power connected more with the magus soul. There were a variety of innate spells amongst the user who had shown one, and they were always unique in their effects compared to the generic available spells sold inside grimoires. Amongst such innate spells, Gwendolyn had heard about a few aristocrat kids who had similar taming innate spells since birth and attributed this to Frank. So, you not only have a storage and a healing innate spell, but you also have a taming one. You are full of surprises, are you not? Alright, let us go back home. Ah, tell your pet to stay outside, said Gwendolyn. Yes, ma'am, said Frank, walking back home alongside Ruby tailing him from behind. When Frank reached the door, he told Ruby to stay outside for a bit. She seemed a bit saddened, but she obediently sat down outside while resting her head on the ground like a sad puppy would do. This ended up melting the hearts of Kathy and Annabelle, who had become surprised over the little creature that Frank had just tamed. Poor girl. Mommy let it in. She's hungry and it's cold outside, said Annabelle. No. No monsters in my house, said Gwendolyn. But cried Annabelle. She's really cute lizard. But it would be better for her to stay outside, even if it pains me to say this, muttered Cathal. Annabelle, calm down, Ruby is a strong girl, she won't get sad for that. And she also seems to be good with fire, so she won't get cold easily, said Frank. Freebnovel.com, is that so? Asked Annabelle. Yeah. Don't worry about her. Hey, why don't we go feed her? Asked Frank. Alright, you can take that pot there, go fill it with water in the wheel for her. And you can take 1 or 2 rabbits for her too, she seems to eat a lot, said Gwendolyn, as she butchered the other 8 horned rabbits, taking out their fur, blood, and other parts one by one with Cathal's assistance. Ruby saw the door opening again as she moved her head upwards, finding Frank and Annabelle walking towards her as they gave her a large amount of fresh water and 2 horned rabbits for her. Ruby, who had been enduring her hunger since she came to Terra, immediately began to dig into the rabbits while also drinking several liters of water. Chapter 22, Horned Rabbit Hot Pot. Whoa, she's eating way too fast, said Annabelle. She was hungry, it seems, said Frank, as Ruby had just recently finished eating, just after 10 minutes, and was now swallowing large amounts of water to refresh her throat. Tilda, she said in satisfaction, resting in the ground. Good girl, said Frank as he caressed Ruby's belly. Annabelle, come here. She's quite docile, if you pet her tummy now, she will trust you in the future, said Frank, as Annabelle walked slowly towards Ruby and moved her tiny hands over her exposed stomach. Ah! So soft! Said Annabelle in surprise. That's because she doesn't have scales in her stomach. If she lets you pet her stomach, which is her weak point, it means that it trusts you, said Frank. I see. Do you like to be petted, girl? Asked Annabelle while waving her fluffy fox tail around. Grower! Said Ruby happily. After having spent an hour with Ruby and Annabelle, Frank and Annabelle were called by Gwendolyn to go back home, leaving Ruby sitting right beside the door. She seemed to have received her daily dose of affection and was not sad over them leaving any longer, deciding to sleep for the rest of the night as she felt quite sleepy after eating. Frank walked inside the house as Gwendolyn asked him if he had taken the monochores out of the horned rabbits. Ah! I did, I think that Ruby ended up eating one by accident. But she seems to be fine, said Frank. She ate one? Well. If you say that she is fine. I have read somewhere that monsters can raise their strength by devouring the monochores of other monsters or. Well, Humans and demi-humans. So it could be that, said Gwendolyn. Freebnovel.com, I see. It must be exactly that, miss, said Frank. So what are you planning to do with these 9 cores? I can buy them for you for 1 copper coin, they are F-grade, so do not expect a fortune in the guild. And you can't trade there, to begin with, if you are not registered nor a citizen, said Gwendolyn. I would like to keep them if they're so little in value. It's better to feed them to Ruby so she can grow stronger and help me more, said Frank. I see. Very well then, I said that these are yours, you hunted them after all, said Gwendolyn, giving back the mana cores to Frank as he quickly saved them inside his inventory. We are preparing a nice rabbit hot pot, it should be done in a few minutes, so go to the bathroom to take a bath and get yourself well cleaned, said Gwendolyn, as Cathal had just finished taking a bath and was cutting down vegetables for dinner. All right then, miss, thanks a lot for your hospitality, said Frank, walking towards the bathroom. Even in what seemed to be a medieval setting of the world of Terra, technology had advanced in some areas through magic, especially in bathrooms, as there was a special potty that seemed to be connected with a magic artifact that sent any waste through a special pipe underground the farm. It seems that Gwendolyn used this method to both nourish the ground and get rid of waste with ease. The soil of the farm was always rich in nutrients due to such an invention. There was also a modern-looking shower, which ended up surprising Frank, even more. The water that came from it was from the wheel, and through another magic artifact, it came warm and was perfect for his sore muscles. There was also a large sponge and liquid soap with an aromatic scent, which he made sure to only use a tiny bit, as it seemed expensive. The bathroom of the house was not very spacious, as it was a rectangular room of no more than 5 meters, so everything was quite tightly packed. But even then, it seemed rather welcoming and Frank was able to relax there for a bit, coming out refreshed to be greeted by the delicious smell of horned rabbit hot pot alongside fresh vegetables. You took your time there, I will discount the water you used from your pay. Now come sit here and enjoy a meal with us, said Gwendolyn. Eh? Even that? I will make sure to not use this bathroom that much then, asked Frank as he sat down between Annabelle and Gwendolyn, and enjoyed the delicious hot pot, such as the tender and juicy rabbit meat, the delicious broth, the boiled potatoes added to it, and even some mushrooms here and there. Also, there was a delicious and fresh green veggie salad, which had been poured with yogurt, which was delicious and refreshing compared to the hot pot. And lastly, a large bread that was cut into many pieces was in the middle of the table. Everyone took a piece to dip it into the flavorful broth of the hot pot, Frank included. To accompany it all, there was either milk or orange juice, while Gwendolyn and Cathal drank a bit of red wine. It was an overall quite complete meal, and after eating it all, Frank felt stuffed and ready to go to sleep and finish the day. However, Gwendolyn had spoken about a new witch that was coming in a few days to pass the summer with them. A witch? Asked Frank. Yep, I do not want to ruin the surprise, so I will not say her name nor any more info, but she will teach you and Annabelle magic. She is an old friend of mine. I saved her life in the war and now she owns me big. I was planning to call her whenever Annabelle was a bit older, but things got hastier when you came here, and because your talent needs to be nurtured as fast as possible, she will teach you whenever she arrives, said Gwendolyn. I see. Thanks a lot for such consideration, I will make sure to repay your generosity in the future, miss, said Frank while bowing his head. It's fine, it's all being discounted in your pay, Tilda, said Gwendolyn. Muttered Frank. He had begun to think that Gwendolyn was planning in making him indebted to her for his entire life. Damn, you are so lucky, Frank. I wish I had been taught magic when I was younger. Now my mana core is atrophied at this point because I never awakened it. At least I got these missiles to help me out, said Cathal with a smile. Atrophied? What do you mean, Cathal-san? Asked Frank. It's hard to explain. Muttered Cathal. Ah, you see, when you don't develop nor awaken your mana core after reaching a certain age, it will atrophy and will, well, dry out. You will be stuck in your current cultivation level, the lowest one. Cathal could be said to be immortal due to not possessing any kind of magic, but her race is strong, so she is still stronger than most mortals or even rank 1 magus, said Gwendolyn. Yeah. Minotaur is good with our bodies anyways, said Cathal while showing the muscles of her arms to Frank, which were thick and firm. So that's what might happen. Is there a way for her to regain magic talent? Asked Frank. There are methods, yes. But they are costly and might even fail and backfire, said Gwendolyn with a slight pity in her eyes. Ah, don't worry about me, Frank. I am not into fighting anyway, I would simply like to live peacefully with my kids. You will see them tomorrow. You'll love the pair, said Cathal. You have children? Ah, it seems that things will get louder starting tomorrow, said Frank while chuckling. Yeah. Don't worry though, they're good kids deep down, they'll help me on the farm too, so they'll gain their bread, said Cathal. Huh? Is that fine? Asked Frank. I tried to convince her multiple times that it was not necessary, but she insisted. So we concluded on leaving them help as long as they were willing, and not to make them overwork, said Gwendolyn. I see. Well, it is better to not, they're little children after all, said Frank. Little Minotaur kids are fearsome, Missy. You will understand when you see them. Ha ha ha. Laughed Cathal with a vibrant smile, her personality brought a lot of harmony and enthusiasm to the table. Can they become my friends? Asked Annabelle. Of course, little Annabelle Chan. You can be their Nay-chan, said Cathal. Really? I've always wanted to have siblings, said Annabelle. The night continued like this until later on, where Frank was presented his little room upstairs in the house, where a small bed awaited his tired body. Before sleeping though, he went to visit Ruby again, talking with her for a bit, hugging her, and then kissing her on her forehead. Phew. I am beat. Should I go back to Earth now? Everyone is sleeping, so it is the best time now, thought Frank, taking out his phone from his inventory and then going inside the world's gate and selecting Earth, being instantly teleported back to his room, just atop his bed, where he decided to finally sleep for once, leaving the mana core absorption for tomorrow. Chapter 23, A Visit Within Dreams. As Frank fell asleep after such a long day where he pretty much lived 2 different lives in 2 different worlds, he was engulfed in strange dreams. His consciousness drifted through a strange cloud of everlasting darkness, his body felt light and his senses dulled, it was soothing and relaxing. Why am I? Is this a dream? Wait. I am conscious inside a dream. Frank wondered as he felt that his ethereal consciousness dived through the vast darkness. A dot of light appeared within the darkness as Frank naturally moved towards that bright light, slowly approaching it as if he let himself be moved by the sea of shadows. Suddenly, a warm sensation embraced his senses, as he entered through the small space that leaked the light within the shadows. Flash! The blinding light engulfed his senses of sight. Despite not having a physical body in this dream, he felt that his eyes burned for a bit. When the light began to dissipate, he found himself in vast and grassy plains. Such grass was green and fragrant, despite not having a physical body in such dreams, everything seemed overly realistic. Am I really in a dream, or was I suddenly teleported to a world without my permission? Asked Frank, glancing at the vast blue sky and the bright sun illuminating the calm and beautiful scenery. Suddenly, the voice of what seemed to be a mature woman resonated within Frank's hearing senses. The first option, it said. So this is a dream after all, huh? Who is there? Asked Frank, glancing at his surroundings to find the figure of what seemed to be a woman. Her figure was slender and mature, with wide hips and chest, her skin was pale white, and her eyes shone brightly as if they were 2 golden suns. Her hair waved across the vast of the dream as if it had merged with the world, waving in different colors that made Frank dizzy for a few seconds. Hello, Frank. How was your first day? Asked the woman. She was wearing a simple white dress, seemingly made entirely out of one piece of semi-transparent clothing. My first day. It was very tiring. But I managed somehow. Wait, can you tell me who are you? Maybe you're just a projection inside of my dream? Frank asked with intrigue. I'm glad you enjoyed your first day. And who am I? I do not think I need to tell you. It is quite obvious who I am just by looking at my grace, is it? Asked the woman. No, I don't know you at all, Nei-chan, said Frank. The woman chuckled as she said, what good jokes you like to tell. It's impossible for you to not be able to recognize your benefactor. Wait, are you serious? Asked the woman, her eyebrows showcasing an expression of disbelief. Benefactor? Asked Frank. Sigh. You are really something, are you not, Frank James? Doesn't the name Gaia resonate with you? Asked the woman. Freebnovel.com, Gaia? Like the world of the monster tamer app? Frank asked. No. Like the goddess. They called me Gaia, Terra, the mother of Earth. Earth itself? Asked the woman. Freebnovel.com, your Earth itself? No way a woman like you would be such an important figure. I am really tripping in this dream, am I not? Maybe I should try to enjoy it? Said Frank as he glanced at the woman's body. A few ideas popped up on his mind as the woman sensed them and blushed. Why, you indecent human! I give you a gift and this is the first thing you say to me? Where is your gratitude? Asked the woman. Wait, you're actually serious? No. No way, this is not real, right? Frank asked. Why you? Be more respectful. Said the woman, asking for respect like an immature girl. Okay, I believe you. There is not a thing I can do anyway, if it is just a dream, might as well go with it. I'm sorry, could you forgive me? Asked Frank, giving in to the dream and trying to apologize for his weird thoughts, which the woman managed to see somehow. He felt that she was being immature, so an apology often given to children with that much thought should work. The woman cleaned her face as she sighed. Sigh. Fine. Anyways, I am glad that you had a nice and productive day, world traveler. There are more adventures for you to come, so stay strong and endure them. I am sure that they will bring gratification to your journey and the experiences that you will have. I've actually wanted to take a peek at you because being the literal Earth is actually quite boring, said the woman. Is that so? Have you not been for billions of years? Asked Frank. Kind of. At first I didn't have much of consciousness, but as life developed. Well, you begin to slowly develop just as to them. You could call it collective consciousness. Perhaps my personality to you might seem immature, but it is the most suited to talking with you according to what I saw within your history, said the woman with a smile. Collective consciousness? Okay, this dream is getting weirder and weirder. And my history? Are you some kind of cop? The FBI? Asked Frank. The what? No. I am me, Gaia. Terra, Earth, or whatever name you prefer. Said the woman. I will call you An-san, then, said Frank. That's very Japanese of you, Frank-kun, said Gaia. Anyways, if this dream is actually real, the Earth itself came to visit me. So what do you need? Did you just come here to tell me that and that is it? And is it true that you gave me my ability? Asked Frank. Kind of, there were many factors, the world is more complex than you think. Actually, it's kind of a miracle that you survived. Hee. Is it? So I could have died? Asked Frank. Anyways, why don't we change topics? And yeah, I was part of how your powers came to be, the other several clues will have to be discovered by you. Or it would not be fun, right? Oh right. I called you here to give you a mission. Do you want to guess what it is? Foo laughed Gaia. No, said Frank. Sheesh. Okay, I will tell you, grab this exposition because it is a big bomb. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Gaia said. Could you please just spit it out? Asked Frank. You're so boring. Okay, it's simple. Save the world. Am I not good at exposition? Asked Gaia. How is that exposition? Are you asking me to save you? Aren't you something like a goddess? Can't you save yourself? Asked Frank. If I could, would I be asking you that question, to begin with? And yeah. Big things had been going on and I am on the border of dying. And no, It's not because of pollution like you humans always think. There are other factors. I am actually spending a ton of energy on just this little dream, so I might not talk to you in a while. Okay, to the point. Frank James, by traveling to other worlds and changing them through your actions, I will be capable of recovering. You gotta travel a lot and do it a lot too. Change them as much as you can, and don't dare to lay low," said Gaia. "What are you talking about? Do you want me to die that badly?" asked Frank. "No. That would be quite terrible. But it's not like I can do much to help you anymore. That thing was my limit and that of the other guys, so you better grow using that ability because we don't have more power to simply make you invincible," said Gaia. "I see. What? So, I need to change the world for you to recover? How that makes sense?" asked Frank. Well, have you heard of the theory of the echo? Any action that you do always leaves an echo across the world, changing the events of almost everything, even if it is the smallest of actions. Through your influence and abilities as the world traveler, you can create these echoes even more. The more echoes you create, the more you will connect those worlds with me, and through those worlds' power, I can recover. Easy, right? I had to resume it for you a ton, so don't ask me more questions, please," asked Gaia. Okay, I kind of get it now. Am I pressured by time by any chance? I want to take my time to do this. Is it fine?" asked Frank. "I think you can take your time. Humans live like 100 years, right? I might be dying, but it will take a lot in human years, although it might seem like very little time to me," said Gaia. "Okay, that's nice. I didn't want to be forced by the plot to move faster. That's reassuring," said Frank. "The plot?" asked Gaia. "Nothing, never mind. Have I done the echo thing after spending just a day in Terra?" asked Frank. "Yes, even if you only talked with 3 people in total, the enormous echo you created will go through the entire world in a few weeks. Good job. I feel like I am recovering a bit now," said Gaia. "Seriously? I just hunted down a few rabbits with Ruby. An otherworldly monster. I made Gwendolyn call her witch friend to teach me magic. Wait, is that witch a big shot in that world? Then I might have done a big echo," thought Frank, realizing that his actions were rather big, despite him thinking that he was laying low. "Anyways, now that I got the message delivered, I will go to sleep. Make sure to no die, okay? There is no plot armor like the one you've seen in your web novels here, Tilda," said Gaia, disappearing and slowly crumbling Frank's dream. The next moment he gained consciousness was by the sound of the alarm in his room. Ring, 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 ring. 7 in the morning already. Was all of that real? No way, the Earth can't be a weird and immature woman. Can it? Wondered Frank as he glanced at the ceiling of his room. Chapter 24, The Benefits of Leveling Up. Frank sat down on his bed as he began to recall the strange and bizarre dream he just had last night, where he was met by a beautiful woman that called herself the Earth or even Gaia. Freebnoll.com, although she seemed oddly immature and annoying, she was also incredibly knowledgeable of what Frank had been doing since then, perhaps being the only one to know so much about him and his abilities. She also explained a few things while also generating countless more questions for Frank's mind, and in the meantime, she asked him to fulfill the mission of simply saving the world. Really, Frank was already having troubles managing his time and schedule now that he had to go to a second world, but now he had to go to multiple ones as much as he could to create echoes, connecting Earth with such worlds and through that, making the world recover by assimilating the energy of these worlds. It was all really confusing, and if such a thing actually happened and was possible, Frank could not help but wonder. Then those worlds aren't simply data inside of my phone? These are worlds not created by the system either, right? Then how? What are these worlds really? And why do they connect to these apps? Are they really just like them? Well, obviously not. Terra is not at all like the Farming Town app, But that is understandable by seeing how in that tap you did not explore any world nor talked with any people aside from a few NPCs, that were all humans. But what about the other games? Are they really alike? Well, Ruby is just like the starter fire tribute monster pit from the monster catching game. Thought Frank as his mind flashed with many thoughts at the same time, since he woke up that he felt his mind clearer and more precise. Is this because I leveled up more? But what does increase intelligence if there is no intelligence stat? Perhaps increasing my affinity with magic through the magic stat produces this effect? Or maybe increasing my HP makes my entire body feels stronger and healthier, making my mind feel clearer as a result. There are many possibilities of what it could truly be, but if I cannot appraise my own stat descriptions, it is useless to waste more time thinking about it. Anyways, this is not the point but the dream. And what is the point of the dream? I already got the mission and now I have to pretty much do what I have been doing since yesterday anyway. She said that even the smallest of things creates echoes that can help her, and she said that I had a lot of time to do things without feeling pressured by time. Frank considered. Gaia had told Frank that she did not need him to rush through worlds. Although she had stated that she was dying, she never said the actual reason other than because of various factors. She had also said that although she was dying, time goes by slowly to a human compared to her and that the little time left for her might end as an eternity where many generations of humans live and die, so even at a slow pace, Frank was doing a good job already. At the very least that the last sentence reassured me a bit. But just simply thinking about the world actually dying and what would happen with humanity then? The life and everyone? Everything would simply end and that is it? I cannot simply leave that happen, no way, my family lives in here and wow, I am already beginning to talk like a protagonist, these powers are really making me cocky. Okay, calm down. This fast thought process is making me think way too much, which is annoying. I will go take a bath to relax. Today is my second day at high school, let us make it good, thought Frank, moving away from the concerning thoughts for some time and deciding to simply resume his daily routine, the one that always makes him relaxed. Despite having discovered yesterday that Earth is not simply just a world without magic or monsters but completely the contrary. As Frank took a bath, he relaxed while checking his body. The first thing he noticed was that his often weak and slim complexion seemed a bit more toned. Freebnoll.com, he did not have enormous muscles or anything, but his slim and weak arms seemed firmer and harder, his belly was not soggy but similar to a rock, although he did not have biceps nor anything of that. Yet, his shoulders were rather wide as well, and his legs seemed to be capable of running a marathon if he desired. So this is the power of leveling up. How more muscular would I get if I were to level up more? Wait, what would happen if I reach level 100? Would I become a mass of muscles? I hope not, that wouldn't be fitting of 17-year-old anatomy. Thought Frank, getting out of the bathroom, wearing new clothes, and then getting downstairs to have breakfast earlier than other times, surprising her mother, father, and sister. You woke up early today, Frank, I often have to yell at you. My son is becoming more mature, perhaps? Asked Frank's mother, Amelia. I just sleep well, that's all, said Frank. Maybe he found a cute girl at high school, but he doesn't want to tell us about it. Muttered Frank's stepfather, Okita Katsumi, while glancing at the news on his laptop. Not exactly. Muttered Frank while recalling Harumi, she was cute. But deadly. A girl. Is she cute, Unyai-chan? Is she cuter than me? Asked Frank's sister, Cami. Cami, you shouldn't be worried about that. Said Frank while sipping some coffee alongside eating a sandwich that his mother had just prepared for him this morning. Frank's stepfather then opened a video on his Twitter, glancing at the notices of a TV channel of Japan Tokyo. Today it has been reported yet another deceased person, seemingly assassinated by the same and bizarre methods of the previous victims the last week. Experts had begun to suspect that there could be a serial killer using the same killing method as a mark of its crimes. The police are doing their best to find more clues, but the method of assassination and the little evidence left in the crime scenes are dim," said the woman at the news videos. "Geez, dear. Don't put that news when we are having breakfast. What a way to ruin a beautiful morning," said Amelia, who was often disgusted over such news, as knowing how people died horribly each day wasn't very good to start the morning with energy and enthusiasm. "Ah, sorry about that. Well, it was a bit intriguing. What if such a crazy guy is nearby? We have to be prepared and know about him," said Akita. "We live in a pretty costly neighborhood, so the security here is high, thanks to the gods. Those crimes were only happening around the central areas of the city," said Amelia. Okay, sorry for worrying," said Akita. Amelia kissed Akita's forehead as she served him the fluffy pancakes with syrup that he always liked for breakfast. "Here, cheer up with this," she said. "I swear, these pancakes are my only reason to live." "And well, all of you," laughed Akita while enjoying his breakfast. "You're so childish with your pancakes," muttered Frank. "Oh? Someone is envious that he didn't get some," said Akita smugly. "Eh? I am not envious," said Frank. "Don't worry, my son. Here, I made some for you and Kemi because I know that you two love them too." Foo, laughed Amelia as she served fluffy pancakes made with a Japanese recipe to her beloved children. "Pancakes?" said Kemi, digging in immediately after receiving them. "Ha! Thanks, Mom," said Frank as he began enjoying breakfast with his family, most of his concerns gone from his mind. Although the thought of such a bizarre criminal lingered on his mind for a bit. Strange killing methods. Could he be someone from the underworld? He wondered. Chapter 25, Meeting Harumi again. After getting out of his house, Frank reached the train station a few minutes afterward. This time, just as yesterday, Harumi was standing there amongst the crowd, waiting for the train to get here. Frank was honestly a little bit scared of her. After all, she had tried to kill him yesterday, and showcased tremendous power, magic, and the ability to paralyze and cause hypnosis just by glancing at someone. Such a dangerous being would only belong within the depths of a dungeon as a boss monster in Frank's mind. Yet it was living right next to him, going to school with him as well, and pretending to have a normal life, despite being part of a prestigious and ancient vampire family that inhabited Tokyo. However, Harumi had already noticed him even before he even entered the train station. She perceived his scent about a few hundred meters away from her. Her range of detection was immense due to her sharpened vampire senses. Although her scent was not as good as a werewolf, it was already in the realm of superhumans. Harumi, however, decided to not mind him any longer, glancing elsewhere and ignoring Frank, which actually relieved him for a bit. "I wonder if she will sit behind me at school again. What should I do? Now that I think about it, the vampire family and the monk clan are in peace. Right? Her threatening me was a misunderstanding on her part, but it does not mean that she is my enemy. I should try to talk with her. Although she seems shy, I am sure she hides a good personality behind. Well, she is also quite lonely, perhaps she just wants someone to speak to her? I mean, why not?" thought Frank as he walked near Harumi and greeted her casually. "Yo, Harumi. Did you had a nice nap in your coffin last night?" asked Frank while formulating a slight vampire joke. Harumi did not take this as kindly. "I don't sleep in a coffin, that is a terrible stereotype, and a bit cringy as well. Please, do not talk to me from now on," said Harumi, only glancing at Frank for a split of a second while releasing a bit of her power, showing itself as a slight, almost invisible force that hit Frank's forehead. "Damn! I shouldn't joke around with someone several times my strength," thought Frank. Some of the people glanced at Frank's slight discomfort but did not notice any kind of power from Harumi being fired into his forehead, so they assumed he was like that due to her harsh response. After all, he called her a vampire, and without proper context, the people would have thought that it was an insult, as if he were a bully that was molesting her for being pale and a bit sickly in her complexion. Although the people of Japan would often never get into external conflicts, It did not mean that they did not have ears nor eyes to glance at Frank with various expressions. Frank felt a bit of pressure as he stepped forward again, trying to apologize, as he wanted to make of Harumi a friend he could rely on in the future. She was a super strong vampire after all, who would not want the friendship of such a strong being? Okay, sorry for that. Let's be friends, Harumi. I see potential in you. I am a bit awkward with socializing a bit, so I apologize for that as well, said Frank with a confident smile. Harumi, however, remained silent while her eyes glanced at the city. She was a bit irritated. She did not want this simpleton human to tail her around. But as she thought more about Frank, she remembered that he was a rare healing mage type ability user, and one even capable of resisting her strong curse of paralysis and even her hypnosis, not to mention that when she had thrown him into the wall yesterday, his bones did not break somehow, despite her superhuman strength capable of bending steel bars with ease. And after thinking about that, Harumi also recalled the words of her mother, Clementine, the vampire matriarch: "We might require his services in the future in my family if he develops his capabilities further. So try to be friendly with the kid, okay, girl? You better not let him see you as an enemy. We already have too many and we do not want the monk clan to use him as an excuse for a war. Not now, at least." Sigh. Harumi sighed as she glared back at Frank with her dark purple eyes. "Did you do yesterday's homework?" asked Harumi with a plain voice. What homework?" asked Frank. He didn't remember any homework. "You don't remember? The math teacher gave us homework, pages 12 and 13 of the math book," said Harumi. "Really? Homework on the first day of high school? What kind of boring teacher is he?" asked Frank. He suddenly recalled the homework, but because he had been so busy, he never had time for actual school. And his mother would kill him if she were to find out that due to not doing homework, he was to get a bad first impression on his math teacher. "You're really hopeless," said Harumi. "Perhaps, but that doesn't stop me from also being shameless. Could you lend me your homework?" "I will make up for it," said Frank, acting politely with Harumi. Recalling what her mother said, making Frank dependent on her for homework might open a path where he will owe her and her family a lot of favors that will be useful if his abilities are required. Okay, but you loan me one. And you better do it right away whenever we reach the classroom while the teacher has not come yet." "I won't allow you to do it on the train," said Harumi. "I appreciate it. Although it would be better to make it in the train. But fine," said Frank with a gentle smile. Harumi glanced at his clumsy and friendly behavior and could not help but find him slightly cute, her pale cheeks releasing a small tad bit of red as a flush. "It's interesting, she just got really nice. Is she actually a good person deep down? Or maybe she wants me to own her favors? As long as they're simple things such as what I am asking her for, it shouldn't be bad, and this might even give me more chances with her in the future. No, maybe I am projecting too much into the future. I should stop thinking stupid things," thought Frank as he moved near Harumi. The two glanced at the train rails as the train approached. After entering it, Harumi sat right next to Frank, as the train was surprisingly empty today. Perhaps it was an occurrence amongst occurrences in such a populated city as Tokyo. As Frank waited for the train to reach the destination, he glanced as Harumi took out her phone, glancing at Twitter. She seemed to follow a lot of anime-styled artists. "You like anime? Have you watched any episodes for this season? Man, I've been missing out for a while. I have to catch up with the previous season." "I haven't," said Harumi with a dry tone in her voice. "Oh, I see. Well, anyway, we're at high school. Have you planned what you want to study?" asked Frank. "Study?" asked Harumi. "Yeah, like at college," said Frank. Why would I do that? I am coming to school for her motives. College is meaningless to me. I don't need to work like a normie for a salary," said Harumi. "Normie? Whoa, what with that terminology? She must be on the internet more than I thought," thought Frank. "Is that so? Well, even after being part of your family, I would still try to find a job or something. I kind of want to be a doctor, but I don't have that much confidence if I will even accomplish that," said Frank. "A healer that wants to be a doctor? How poetic. You want to save people's lives with science or with your gift?" asked Harumi. Well, with knowledge and whatever doctors use other than that. I've always wanted to save lives and make my family proud of me," said Frank. "Such bittersweet dreams. You're really way too innocent for the world you have begun to inhabit," said Harumi. "Innocent? I am not innocent. Anyone can have dreams, you know? It does not simply mean that you are immature. I just like to see the bright side of life, despite knowing really well that life really sucks. Call me a positive realist," said Frank. Positive realist? This is the first time I've heard someone call themselves like this. Most people is always depressed and pathetic, and often nihilist idiots that think that everything is meaningless. "Maybe you're not so bad as I thought," said Harumi, continuing to browse through her Twitter. Was that a praise? Wondered Frank. Freebnovel.com. Frank left Harumi in her own world as he decided to do the same as her, glancing at his Twitter and finding some more news about the recent cases of assassination, and the corpses spread across Tokyo's streets. The corpses would often be shown to have deep wounds in their faces or chest, seemingly as if the assassin used some kind of spear or horn to puncture the victim with enormous force. Various victims were also found to have several deadly toxins inside of their bodies, most likely injected through the strange attacks. Experts had associated this with an assassin that used some kind of modified weapon coated in lethal poison. However, it was obvious that the wounds seemed as if they were stinging wounds of a giant bug creature. Perhaps Frank's imagination was going a bit rampant in here, but to him, it seemed to be the case. "So that guy is doing it again," sigh muttered Harumi as she glanced at Frank's phone. "Eh? What guy?" asked Frank. Chapter 26, Are Harumi intentions good or bad? What guy? asked Frank. Harumi glanced around the train and noticed that most people were in their own worlds as well, listening to music in their headphones or talking with schoolmates or workmates. With a low voice, Harumi murmured, "The one in the news. I haven't seen him in person, but he's part of the underworld," said Harumi. "For real?" asked Frank in a loud voice. "Low down your voice, idiot," muttered Harumi. "Ah, sorry," said Frank. "Anyways, he should not be capable of doing anything to you or any of us whatsoever, or he would be messing with our families, and that might be his end. But if you ever run into him, do not try to stop him, or you're not getting out of there without a fight," said Harumi. What? Is the underworld such a crude world? Is she telling me to stay away if I ever run into this guy? Just killing people in front of me? But she is right, I am weak, I would not stand a chance. It is realistic to simply run away if I see him. He will not follow me knowing that I have the brand of the monk clan. But still, this really is. Sigh. "So, this is the world I am living in now," said Frank as he thought about what Harumi had said to him. Frank was not a psycho who enjoyed people being killed, nor he was an edgy kid that did not care about anyone but himself. He was a normal person with normal human values, but he was also realistic. He deep down knew that he couldn't do anything based on his strength alone. But he also could not help but feel bad for simply having the thought of considering letting someone die in front of him. However, such things had not happened yet, so he felt like it was pointless to pursue the thought and make him ask himself if he was even a normal human anymore. Deciding to change the topic as he kept browsing on Twitter until he and Harumi reached school. After entering the classroom, Matsuo was sitting right in front of Frank's desk, greeting him and Harumi while waving his hand. "Yo, Frank. Oh? You came with your girlfriend today as well?" said Matsuo teasingly. "She's not my girlfriend," muttered Frank with a tired expression. Harumi approached Matsuo as she grabbed him from the neck, tightly gripping it. "You better stop calling me his girlfriend or 50% of your blood will disappear whenever you're not paying attention." "You heard me, Matsuo?" asked Harumi. "Ape. Okay, Okay. Eek, said Matsuo as he was freed from Harumi's Herculean grasp. Matsuo began to cough as he caught his breath back again. Although he was a strong mage, Harumi's grip was strong enough to break his neck. And he did not want to use magic to defend himself at school either. There was also the factor on how he had received similar treatment from her since he met her a few years back in school. She had always been like this. Was that necessary? Asked Frank to Harumi, as she sat down in her desk right behind him and opened her bag, giving Frank her math book. Quickly copy it before the teacher is here, she said with an expressionless face. Frank gave Matsuo a pitying look, putting his hands over his shoulders for a few seconds until the pain on Matsuo's neck dissipated. Afterward, he sat down on his chair and grabbed Harumi's book, beginning to quickly copy everything down. Damn, you two are so close already. I've never seen Harumi acting so nice before. Is she planning something? Asked Matsuo with his usual fox-like face. She's just being nice, what's wrong with that? Asked Frank. Nice is not a word that goes with Harumi. But maybe she had a change of heart? Chuckled Matsuo as Harumi ignored him. Harumi remained in silence as she glared at her phone, while Frank continued copying the homework until the language teacher entered the classroom. Frank had barely managed to copy everything and had given the book back to Harumi almost immediately. The teacher had barely noticed him, so Frank seemed to be safe for now. Matsuo glanced at Frank as he finished everything with a precision that should not belong to a normal human that had just awakened some healing ability. He began to think that Matsuo might have been given more than one ability on his awakening. The day went by as normal and as peaceful. After the language classes that lasted 3 hours, there was a short, 20 minutes break where the students finally could relax for a bit, being given some time to eat their bento or to go look for something to eat at the cafeteria. Frank took out the bento that his mother carefully prepared for him as he recalled his memories from yesterday, where he had that delicious horned rabbit hot pot with Gwendolyn, Annabelle, and Cathal. Ha! It still feels surreal that I was in another world yesterday. He thought. Harumi had left the classroom just as yesterday, and Matsuo remained at Frank's side while eating a katsusando, a special sandwich sold in Japan that had juicy and crispy pork cutlets between soft pillowy Japanese milk bread, often accompanied with a few leaves of lettuce and perhaps tomato. The cutlets are often coated in sweet soy sauce. So have you trained your gift yet? Asked Matsuo. Ah. A little bit. I think I've managed to channel the power that can heal curses or other things, said Frank. Freebnovel.com. Oh, that's nice. Have you felt anything else? Asked Matsuo. Anything else? Asked Frank. Yeah, like some kind of another ability awakening with you. I think your overall capabilities had been sharpened, and your body is hard enough to take on Harumi's push yesterday. So you're already beyond a normal human, said Matsuo. Ah, I am not too sure yet. Matsuo? Isn't it a bit risky to talk this in the middle of our classroom? Asked Frank. Don't worry, I got this thing, said Matsuo, showing Frank a silver ring in his left-hand index finger. A ring? Asked Frank. This ring is often named a stealth accessory. It has the passive effect of making me almost unnoticeable to the normal folk within 3 meters around the accessory. If I infuse mana into it, the effect can strengthen a bit more. This also affects you as you are right near me. People here are not even thinking about us right now, they simply do not notify us. They are deep down aware of our existence, but simply cannot notice us beyond the recognition of our existence in here. You get it? Asked Matsuo with a smile. Whoa, that's cheating. You can even use them in an exam? And that ring is like a game item, said Frank. Yeah, I kind of can, but I have to take it out, so the teacher notices me and gives me the exam, to begin with. So it's hard to put it back if he's constantly glaring at us to not cheat. Anyways, this thing cost a small fortune. I think you could buy an entire house with the money I used to buy it, but that's around what you can make in a few months inside the magic domains where monsters spawn, said Matsuo. I see. I wonder if I will ever get to have a little fortune like that. Is it that easy to earn money by simply hunting monsters? Asked Frank. Kind of. But what I earn is simply nothing to the higher-ups in the underworld. I am a kid, after all. It's not like I can earn a fortune as some other underworld people can. And I have my own clan, so by accumulating merit, I can buy more things, but I am often busy at school. But this little thing helps a lot. However, there are more effective methods of earning money in the underworld than simply hunting monsters for their materials, said Matsuo. Damn, I am envious now. You bastard, said Frank. Ha ha. Don't worry, as long as you sit near me, you can enjoy the benefits. Harumi has a similar one, but when you're in places too crowded such as trains, it often has a lesser effect, said Matsuo. Oh. So that is why she told me to talk low at the train despite having one of these accessories, I guess, said Frank. I see. Well, I am still far too new into this, so I hope that you can introduce me more into everything, Matsuo-senpai, said Frank while slightly bowing his head. Ha ha. Don't be so humble, man. We are family now, we share the brand of our clan after all. No worries. I will guide you around the world and help you grow stronger. A healer like you is very precious, so the great ancestor told me to help you as much as I could. I am even getting merits out of that, said Matsuo. So you're getting paid to babysit me? Asked Frank. Kind of. Ha ha ha. Laughed Matsuo while finishing his sandwich. The day went on, as usual, the classes continued through the day, and Frank managed to convince his teacher that he did not copy the math homework. He was accompanied by Matsuo and Harumi outside of the school, and in the middle of the road, both separated as Matsuo told him that he could come to the clan at the end of the week for an introduction, as he was busy doing his own clan tasks at the moment. Reaching his home, he was greeted by his family who had come back from work and school, and he had a nice dinner with everyone. It was a peaceful day despite being now part of the underworld. After taking a bath, he rested over his bed. Should I go back to Terra? Or take the day free? Time there is going by very slowly, so I should be fine, right? An hour there are 2 days in the world I am, Earth. Frank honestly felt like sleeping now, but when he remembered the cute Ruby, and Gwendolyn, Annabelle, and Cathal, he could not help but want to see them again. Well, I was currently resting over the bed there, so it should be fine to sleep there now? Said Frank, teleporting to the world's gate. He decided to quickly do the daily quests there, acquiring a bit of experience, not enough to level up yet, and 10 app points, and then he traveled back to Terra, suddenly appearing with different clothing atop the bed given to him by Gwendolyn. Ah! World traveling is really so smooth. Well, I wonder how sleeping in another world will feel. He said as he fell asleep. Chapter 27, Preparations. Deciding to sleep in Terra, Frank was woken up early in the morning by Annabelle, who had begun to jump over his bed and body annoyingly. Wake up! Wake up! Frank! You have to get your citizenship today, said Annabelle, as Frank's eyes opened wide open, quickly realizing that he had woken up in Terra. That night was surprisingly relaxing. Even more than sleeping in the middle of Tokyo, nights are so tranquil in here. He thought, as he stretched himself and glanced at Annabelle who jumped out of the bed. Go downstairs to take a bath and then have breakfast with us. Hurry or I'm going to eat everything, hee hee. Laughed Annabelle as she ran downstairs while waving her fluffy foxtail around. Frank sighed due to the teasing personality of the little vixen, but then remembered Ruby, who he had left outside the whole night, rushing downstairs and meeting Gwendolyn preparing breakfast. Good morning, boy, go take a bath, quickly, said Gwendolyn. I'll go look at Ruby for a bit, said Frank as he opened the door without waiting for Gwendolyn's response. Frank left the house as he glanced at his surroundings. The vast green plains, the faraway forests and the road that led to the town were all peaceful and tranquil, with a slight cold breeze in the early light of the sun, bathing it all. Ruby? Ruby! Called Frank everywhere. Ruby seemed to not be present. Frank began to become concerned. What if Ruby had gone somewhere else and gotten itself lost? Freebnoel.com, Ruby? Where are you, girl? Sigh. I hope she didn't simply go to a forest or something. Frank was about to rush to the nearby forest until he glanced at a small figure running towards him from within a small group of bushes. Ruby jumped out of there and ran towards him with blazing speed while carrying a horned rabbit in her mouth. Ah! Ruby! Said Frank, running towards his beloved pet as he received her charge with full strength, falling into the ground as Ruby left the corpse of the horned rabbit on the floor and began to lick his face. Grower! Grower! She groaned happily. I missed you too. Don't lick me. You were just carrying a corpse with that mouth, muttered Frank as he moved away from the energetic Ruby, who couldn't stop licking her beloved tamer. Grower! Ruby groaned as she grabbed the horned rabbit corpse again and began to eat it. So you went hunting by yourself? Were you hungry? Sorry. I was actually going to give you another horned rabbit I stored in my inventory. But I guess I didn't need to be so preoccupied about you, said Frank as he took out a pot filled with clean water from the earth, giving it to Ruby. Frank noticed that Ruby's presence seemed a bit stronger, as she had most likely eaten another horned rabbit before, and through that, had ended up eating a monocore as well. Did you eat a monocore? Asked Frank, as he asked the system if it could tell him how many monocores she needed to form her own. Necessary monocores for Ruby to begin monocore creation, 220. You actually ate 2 through the morning? Said Frank as he petted Ruby's head as she enjoyed her meal. After a few seconds of eating the rabbit, she found the purple-colored monocore and began to munch it as if it were a crunchy treat, eating it entirely. Ding! Necessary monocores for Ruby to begin monocore creation, 320. I suppose I can also let her absorb them quickly by offering her one through the action, but she can also consume them on her own and form it anyways. I wonder if she has something similar to World's Traveler body, giving her the ability to adapt to any world I bring her? She didn't have any skill like this, but perhaps being my tamed pet gives her such benefit, thought Frank as he rubbed his chin, petting Ruby for the last time before taking a bath and then joining Gwendolyn at the table. Today there was fried eggs with bacon, mushrooms, and soft, recently baked bread. There was also a beverage similar to coffee, but it had a more aromatic, herbal scent, but it seemed to possess a similar taste on its characteristic bitterness, while also giving a lot of energy to whoever drank it. By the way, where might Cathal-san be? Asked Frank, thinking about the hard-working Minotaur mother. Ah, Cathal-san is still in her home, she'll bring her child today. I think she might be coming in a few hours, said Gwendolyn. I hope she has a daughter. Maybe we can play home together, said Annabelle. She said she had a boy and a girl, but both are twins, so you better get along with the boy too, Annabelle, said Gwendolyn. Okay. I hope he's not a brute though, said Annabelle. Well, he's a Minotaur, so it might be the case. But it is still a kid, so try to be nice, said Gwendolyn. Are Minotaur known as brutes? Asked Frank. Well, mostly. They're a warrior tribe, after all. They're oriented in battling and they naturally develop strong and muscular physiques. Their nature is also competitive. Although females are calmer than males, said Gwendolyn. Have you never seen a Minotaur before? Asked Annabelle. I am ashamed to say that I have not, said Frank. Well, for starters, the males have the heads of bulls, so I hope you don't act impolitely in front of him when you see him, okay? They're also hairier than the Minotaur woman, said Gwendolyn. Head of bulls? Just like in the actual legend of the Minotaur from Earth. I guess only the females have more human-like appearances. But I wonder why there is such a difference, to begin with. Perhaps more beast-like traits are possessed by the males while the females may not? Though I doubt that fox can beast people who are males have the heads of foxes. Right? Thought Frank as he nodded to Gwendolyn's words while sipping some more of the bitter coffee-like drink. I see how it is, don't worry, I will make sure to not act strange, so he doesn't feel uncomfortable with me, said Frank. Good boy, it is nice to see a human not being a racist prick for once, said Gwendolyn. Racist? Asked Frank. Yeah. Well, There are some humans in the town, but they are often rare in the entire nation. We still treat them as citizens as long as they have the brand of abroad, so you do not have to worry. But yeah, the human nation likes to reject other races, due to our contrasting cultures, origins, and physical features. As usual, everyone hates each other because we are all too different," said Gwendolyn. "You're a human but you're not mean, Frank. You even let me treat you badly, hee hee," laughed Annabelle. "Don't mind my daughter, she is just playing around. We wouldn't discriminate you like the others of your race would do if they were given the opportunity against us," said Gwendolyn. "I see. Thanks for your consideration. Lucky me, I come from another world, so I don't really care about human pride in this world," said Frank, as he considered how little he cared about having his race being called racist pricks, mostly because he was not a human from terra created by gods but one born on Earth. Frank continued chatting with mother and daughter as he talked about Ruby, who had hunted 3 horned rabbits in the span of the night, and even talked about how she even ate the monocores. "Even the monocores? Well, they're just F-grade, so I guess it is not much of a loss," said Gwendolyn. "Will Ruby grow big if she cultivates her monocore? Can we eat monocores to grow like her, Mommy?" asked Annabelle with enthusiasm. "You can't, my daughter. Only monsters can increase their cultivation by devouring other monocores. When it comes to us, we have to use several techniques using the knowledge we have been accumulating over the generations. We also have many tools that monsters do not, such as magic weapons, grimoires, potions, elixirs, and magic items," said Gwendolyn. "But monsters have it easier," said Gwendolyn. "Perhaps. But if the monsters in specific want to grow even stronger, they need to consume higher grade monocores after reaching a certain point. They can't become rank 10 just by eating horned rabbits. At some point they will be stagnant and will have to risk their lives again to fight monsters equal in strength or stronger to them to gain more power," said Gwendolyn. "So they can't cultivate like us by using techniques and learning to use and handle magic?" asked Annabelle. "No. They are unaware of those techniques and are rather ignorant. Also, most monsters do not have much intelligence, and those that have it will still prefer to eat other monsters," said Gwendolyn. As Frank heard what Gwendolyn talked about, he began to realize how he was capable of doing both things, strengthening by eating monocores and also by using cultivation techniques. Although he knew none. "Wait. Does that mean that I am considered a monster?" thought Frank, thinking that perhaps a human from another world might be considered a monster in this world. Chapter 28, Going to Register as a Citizen and the Visit of. "Have there ever been anyone registered to be capable of strengthening their monocore by consuming other monocores?" asked Frank. "I think. Well, there are registers of such people. Those are called monsterkin, people who are half monster and half of another race. These people are incredibly rare. As for a monsterkin to be born, well, it has to be either a normal person that had its body modified with monster parts through advanced magic and alchemy. Or well, the child between a monster and a human or demi-human. People with such description can be counted with the fingers of your hands," said Gwendolyn. "That rare. I wonder from where you know so much information, Miss Gwendolyn," said Frank. "You learn all this stuff in any academy?" "I learned it in the military academy, but there is also an adventurer academy and a magus academy. Military academy is free, but they actually prepare you to become a soldier there. Adventurer academy costs some hefty money, and that is where those that want to be adventurers go to study. You can also get an adventurer registration by going to any of the other academies, or by having the approbation or tutelage of an experienced adventurer or soldier. Ah, and the Magus Academy is where the greatest magus are taught about the use of magic in depth. I am saving money to bring Annabelle to that one, even when it is so costly that only aristocrats can afford it. But with your talent, they might end up teaching you for free, Frank," said Gwendolyn. "So that's how it is. I am just clueless about the most basic of stuff. I feel like a petulant ignorant," muttered Frank. "Well, you are. But we all have to start from somewhere, don't we?" said Gwendolyn with a smile. Frank, are you going to the Magus Academy with me? We can be classmates? Said Annabelle. Ha ha, well, that's for the far future, there might still be some time until that. Said Frank. Not really, in around half a year from now, Annabelle is getting registered there, that's why my friend is coming to teach her more magic as well. You two will be included in the mix, said Gwendolyn. Just half a year? Wait, another school? Will I end up going to two at the same time? What kind of cliché academy novel plot is this? Sigh, said Frank as he considered the thought about going to another school as rather obnoxious. Yeah. Do not worry, there is still a lot of time for you to earn about everything else. There will be a test done in the Magus Academy where they will judge new students that wanted to register. Despite mostly having aristocrats as students, the rules and requirements for becoming a student are still rather high, said Gwendolyn. Well, if that's the only path where I can become a more recognized citizen and get somewhere in life, I'll have to do it, I suppose. After all, I have to maintain the aid that I am trying to maintain my mother and sister living in the city, needing a lot of money due to that, said Frank. Of course, you'll also be able to come here and plow the fields from time to time. Just like today. Alright, let us go to the town, get yourself registered as a citizen with the mark of a Brodensama, and then we come back here so you can plow the fields for the rest of the day. How's that? Asked Gwendolyn while winking. Sounds like a busy day, but that's how I am getting paid. Said Frank. Yeah, work your butt on the farm, we aren't paying you to slack off. Said Annabelle. Sure, Missy, said Frank with a slight smile. Annabelle acted annoying but was still an innocent young girl, which reminded Frank of his sister on Earth, Cammy. Maybe I should spend more time with Cammy. Frank thought, considering spending more time with his sister. Can I go hunt after working in the front yard? Asked Frank. Hunt? You don't have to if you don't really want to, Frank, said Gwendolyn. No, I am fine with it. I really want to hunt more with Ruby, so she can grow stronger as well by eating the tiny critters that go around the forest. And also, so I can gather enough mana cores to form my own, said Frank, while thinking about his real motive, which was gathering mana cores and also experience points. Gaining 1 or 2 more levels through this week seemed doable if he combined the experience points of daily quests. Well, if you can gather the mana cores that you get, you can sell them to me, said Gwendolyn. I'll think about it, said Frank. After finishing breakfast, Frank, Gwendolyn, and Annabelle went together through the road, walking towards the town. Frank was rather surprised over the infrastructure of the town, giving a very Western medieval feeling that gave him a bit of thrill, making him even more certain that he was really in a different world as if it were not obvious enough already. Freebnovel.com. Frank also noticed that most of the citizens were all of some kind of beastkin race. There were a great variety of appearances and traits inside the town, ranging from a few other minotaur, both male and women, raccoonkin, rabbitkin, foxkin, wolfkin, wildcatkin, and even another race that Frank couldn't tell what it truly was, as they resembled normal humans, but had pale green colorations over their pale white skin and sticky mucus coating their bodies. Their eyes were often covered in hoodies or masks, only revealing their long and sticky hands below the clothes that covered them almost completely. Those are frogkin. It is rare to see them in here, as they often prefer to live nearby swamps. I guess the war has pushed them in here. They wear long clothing that covers them a lot because the direct sunlight might dry their skin, said Gwendolyn. I see, said Frank as he kept walking while being led by Gwendolyn until accidentally, someone stumbled upon him and released a small cry. Bump! The person fell on his butt over the paved ground. Ouch! Sorry, said the person, who resembled the same group of frogkin. It had the voice of a young girl. She glanced at Frank shyly, her aquamarine and yellow eyes gleaming with a bit of wetness. Ah, no, I should be sorry instead. Please, said Frank, giving the young girl his hand. She shyly tried to take it so she could stand back, but her hand was way too sticky, slipping off Frank's hand. You And not here. Sorry, I always begin producing a lot of mucus when I am nervous," said the girl. "Maybe this can calm you down?" "Gift of life," said Frank, touching the girl's head, which was covered in her hoodie, and activating the gift of life skill, infusing a bit of life energy into her head. Suddenly, the thoughts of nervousness slowly dissipated from her mind, and she felt calm and composed. "Ah. Thanks. I feel way better." "What kind of magic was that?" asked the girl. "Ah, it's nothing," said Frank. The girl quickly stood up as she apologized once again and went back to join with her group. "So you're now showing off your spells in public, huh? You even had a crowd around you," Boyle laughed at Gwendolyn as Frank realized that many people were glancing at him and the girl. "Ah. This is embarrassing," muttered Frank, as he finally resumed his journey into the town's church. Reaching the building, which was not bigger than a small house with 2 floors, Gwendolyn, Annabelle and Frank were greeted by the priest of the Church of Abroad, a gentle goat-keen man with long and spiraling horns growing from each side of his head. He didn't have the head of a goat, by the way, but had the legs of one starting from the knees. His hair was rather fluffy and white, and he held a genuine and gentle smile. "Welcome, Gwendolyn, long time no see you." "Ah, isn't it Annabelle-chan? Oh my? And who might this young boy be?" asked the priest. "Ah, priest, I've brought this kid. He's an orphan who had never registered before even when he was born in our nation, so I brought him to get his crest of abroad. I'll pay the fee," said Gwendolyn. "Oh. I see. Very well then, come here. What's your name?" asked the priest. "Frank, you can simply call me Frank, priest-sama," said Frank. "All right, Frank, come with me. Getting your crest is something that only takes a few seconds," said the priest. Frank was led inside the church, reaching a small pedestal covered in many paintings of different animals, seemingly giving a mystical feeling to the whole place. The priest asked Frank to put his hand over the pedestal gently, while he went to look for a special incantation grimoire. "Tell me, Frank. Do you believe in Abroad-sama?" asked the priest. I do, sir. What with that question? Isn't it a fact that gods exist in this world anyway?" said Frank. "That is all it is needed, to believe. Abroad-sama accepts anyone as their children. He is a god that does not discriminate. Now, Frank, you will feel a bit of pain, but bear with it until it is done. Don't take away your hand or the ritual will fail, and everything will have to be redone, and I'll ask you an extra fee if that were to happen," said the priest. "Okay, I am ready. Why would it cause pain?" said Frank. The priest began to conjure an incantation as the monument where Frank had left his hand on began to shine with a deep dark color, embracing Frank's hand as a sharp pain suddenly filled the nerves of his hand, even entering his blood vessels and bone. It felt as if someone used a needle to carve a way into his flesh. Said Frank, resisting the pain as the priest continued the ritual. Frank suddenly felt as if the world was engulfed in darkness. After a few seconds, his perspective changed, as he found himself in a world filled with vegetation and enormous jungles. "What is this place? Ah, my legs are moving on their own?" Frank began to walk against his will, reaching through a path within the jungle where a clearing was revealed, and an enormous creature filled his sight. It had the body of a giant lion, 3 heads, that of a wolf, a lizard, and a goat adorned its long neck resembling that of snakes. Each of its 6 legs seemed to be of a different animal, from a wolf, a lizard, a lion, a horse, a crab, a spider, a frog, and its body ended in dozens of different tails and stingers waving around furiously. It was a bizarre sight to behold. Frank felt a strange pressure fill his entire self, but somehow, he was capable of barely resisting it. You're not from this world, foreigner," said the entity, glancing at Frank with its 3 heads. Chapter 29, Abroad, the God of Beasts. In the middle of the ceremony to acquire the crest of Abroad, the mark that every citizen of the nation of Abroad possessed, Frank was suddenly engulfed by a strange darkness, as his consciousness was dragged to a different space. Similar to the experience he had on his dreams where he met the woman that called herself Gaia, Frank found himself in a different landscape, seemingly of a magical origin that did not seem to feel like the real world outside of it. It seemed like a strange space, a realm of sorts. This place, the one he was suddenly brought upon in the middle of the ritual to acquire the crest of Audiobook, was like a world dominated by nature. Enormous jungles filled any place that the eye could see, the sky was clear as water and the strong sun bathed the loud jungles with its warmth. Many animals were roaring and singing around, birds of many types and tree dwellers of many kinds, monkeys, rodents, and giant insects. However, before Frank could even begin to fathom where he was suddenly brought upon, his legs began to move by themselves, as if they were being manipulated by an external force. As he walked through the jungles relentlessly, the presence of a fearful entity became larger and larger, glancing at Frank from within the jungles. Frank's entire self was nervous. He tried many times to oppose this power, but he was incapable of moving of his own will, and in this place, it seemed as if his physical body was not present, which also included his phone, the item he needed to escape from the world through the world's gate. He wanted to open his inventory, but nothing happened either, or as he slowly reached a clearing within the jungle, the presence of the entity glared upon him with even greater pressure. Freebanal.com. When he finally stepped out of the jungle, an enormous and bizarre creature filled his sight, seemingly made out of countless pieces of various animals of many types, such as mammals, birds, reptiles, bugs, crustaceans, fish, amphibians, and more. The creature glanced at Frank with its three heads, those of a wolf, a lizard, and a goat, bizarrely moving its long snake-like neck around, surrounding Frank's sight with the bizarre appearance of a creature that could only appear in the worst of nightmares. The only thing that could describe this creature was a chimera. The creature spoke through a roaring voice that seemed to be the combination of dozens of different types of tones of voices and roars of different animals. The voice resonated through the entire world where Frank found himself, and even his own mind seemed to be grasped by the voice alone. Frank's senses were in alert, but he could simply stand there and glance at it. You're not from this world, foreigner," said the entity, glancing at Frank with its three heads. The head of the lizard would often take out its tongue as if trying to feel Frank's scent through the sensory glands of its tongue like many lizards would often do. Frank was somehow given the right to speak at this moment, as the pressuring feeling engulfing his soul and mind slowly gave for a little bit at the very least. Could you be the beast god, Audiobook? Asked Frank, as he barely caught his breath over the entity's pressure. The entity glanced at Frank as its six eyes closed for a bit and then opened again. "Yes, foreigner. I am the beast god Audiobook. The father of nature, of life, of the beasts, and the beast's kin, my children," said the creature. He was, in fact, the god of the beastkin himself, Audiobook, who had called upon Frank for unknown motives. "Your pressure. It is not as welcoming as that of hers. You're a completely different entity than hers." "Ha!" muttered Frank. "Her? Who might you be talking about, foreigner? Have you met one of my siblings? What have they told you?" asked Audiobook. He suddenly became more aware and cautious, even his tone became a bit angered. Basing on his tone alone, Frank deduced that Audiobook did not have a good relationship with the rest of the gods living in Terra. "I have not spoken with your siblings, Audiobook-sama. I am speaking of the goddess of the world I come from, Gaia," muttered Frank, deciding to speak the truth, as he suspected that if he were to not, Audiobook would use some kind of power as a god to extract the information out of his brain anyways. "Gaia. So that is the name of the foreigner goddess that sent you here. And for what motive have you come to the nation of my children? What is the purpose of that goddess with the world of Terra? Foreigners are not welcomed in my domain." Audiobook spoke. "Should I tell him the complete truth? He seems not quite friendly, to be honest. I have come to save my world by helping you, Audiobook-sama," said Frank. "Saving your world by helping me? What nonsense are you speaking of?" asked Audiobook. "My world is slowly perishing. Billions of lives will be lost. Gaia-sama had sent me to this world and various others with the mission of creating connections between them and my world. Through that connection, our world will slowly recover by absorbing the residual energy from them. Perhaps my presence might be disgusting for a Broden-sama. But I am willing to assist you in your battle against your siblings in exchange for you forgiving my life today, said Frank. Frank quickly ideated a plan, and at the same time partially explained how the process of healing Earth was through creating connections with other worlds. Help? I do not require your help, weakling. A foreigner like you should not dare to speak as if you were the last hope of my cause. And I and my siblings are not fighting. We are merely. Well, we just hold different beliefs, that is all, said Broden. I apologize for my insolence, Broden-sama, said Frank. Broden felt a bit flattered by Frank's words, as he was being very polite of a god that resembled a hideous monster like him. Broden had experienced several times how many of his believers fainted out of horror or shock whenever he appeared inside of their dreams to give them oracles, feeling himself a bit detached from his children due to how those that believed the most and were finally given the chance to look at their father were to feel so terrified after finally glancing at the divine entity. Although Frank seemed a bit scared, he was mostly unfazed by Broden's presence, and in the first place, the god had thought that just by his presence alone Frank would try to simply run away from this world immediately. But instead, he stayed in here and even hold a conversation with him, something that he did not have for hundreds of years. HMPH. Did you say that you only require the residual energy? What does that mean? Asked Broden. Well, you see, the residual energy of the world of Terra is any kind of energy that it is disposed of after something like a spell is used. That residual energy often simply stays in the air until it dissipates, but if a strong enough connection is made with my world, that energy will be recycled into my world and be used as nourishment. According to the goddess, she said that she did not intend to destroy any world nor make disrupt them, she only takes what is necessary. She had also said that whenever enough energy was given for her full recovery, she would try to repay the favor as much as she could to the worlds that helped her. Said Frank. Freebnoll.com. He was lying at this point, but Broden did not notice this as he was flattered by Frank's attitude and also over the opportunity of getting to know different worlds. Being a god was really boring, seeing a different world might bring some entertainment to him. Is that true, foreigner? Asked Broden. Yes, Broden-sama. I would never lie to a god, said Frank. Broden nodded with his three heads as he seemed a bit more relaxed now, resting over the clearing with his enormous and chimeric body. Is that so? Well, I might let you do as you please as long as you do not disrupt the peace of my children's nation. I see that you have made already some relationships with my children. Ahem. Well, I would also like to ask you for a few things. Such as? How's the world there? Asked Broden. Broden-sama, is that your question? Asked Frank. He was a bit taken aback by the chill attitude of the god all out of the sudden. Yes, I am very serious. I want to know, said Broden. Well, it is a vastly different world from Terra, you see. Frank spent an hour explaining and introducing Earth to Broden, and each time he spoke about the food, the entertainment such as games, novels, comics, movies, and other things, Broden would begin to wave his dozens of tails in excitement. If you can freely go there as you may, when you bring some of those things to me? I can call you in a dream and you can give them to me, said Broden. I don't see why not, said Frank. It is a deal then. I will give you my blessing to boot then, as long as you keep your promise, foreigner. What's your name? Asked Broden. I am Frank James, said Frank. Very well, Frank. I hereby declare you as my protected, hold into my crest and my divine protection, and make good use of them, said Broden, as Frank was suddenly bestowed upon a small piece of Broden's soul into his. His entire body was engulfed in new energy, vitality raising from his entire self. You can go now, I will call you on your dreams in 2 days. Make sure to bring the things I asked you, such as the Coke soda and the light novels. Said Broden. Yes, I will, "Thank you for your benevolence, Abradin-sama," said Frank, as he was suddenly brought back to reality. Chapter 30, Abradin's Divine Protection and... Wait, what? Frank was finally brought back to reality. What had been more than an hour inside of Abradin's realm were simply a few seconds in the real world. Before he could even glance at his surroundings, the sharp pain on his hand had dissipated, and a few system windows had popped out of thin air alerting him of a few things. Ding! Freebnovel.com, you have been granted the Abradin's Divine Protection level skill. You have been granted the Abradin's Champion Divine Crest level skill. 2 new skills. This must be Abradin's Divine Protection and the Crest. I cannot believe I became his friend out of a sudden, perhaps that God just needed someone to talk with. I will make sure to bring him the stuff he wanted. He acted a bit intimidating, but he seemed like a nice guy, thought Frank. This. To a mere human? I cannot believe it. Not even I. How? Impossible. The priest who had finished doing the ritual began to gasp for air as he felt in disbelief over what he was just seeing. In front of his eyes, a human, not a beastkin, was given the divine protection of Abradin, the god of beasts. The priest was capable of noticing such a gift due to his connection and faith over Abradin, immediately noticing the divine power of Abradin engulfing Frank for a few seconds. While the crest that formed on his hand was fairly different than the one that the normal citizens or even the priests had. Instead of resembling the head of a lion, it resembled the head of a lizard, a wolf, and a goat glancing at the sun in the sky. That is. No. It cannot be. Why on a human, Abradin-sama? Asked the priest as he fell to the ground. He was still in disbelief of what had just happened. He could not comprehend how his god, Abradin, had given his divine protection to a human, who was not his children, instead of a beastkin like him. And to boot, he even gave him the crest of a champion. Gwendolyn and Annabelle, that were glancing at the ritual from a distance, ran towards Frank and the priest, thinking that something might have gone wrong. "Frank! Are you okay?" asked Gwendolyn. "Priest-sama," said Annabelle, glancing at the priest, panting. "Ah. Yes, I am fine. I got the crest," said Frank, showing it to Gwendolyn. "That crest, good work, hey? What is that? The lizard, the wolf, and the goat? That's Frank. Oh my god. Abradin-sama. He has chosen you as his champion, Frank." Gwendolyn cried in surprise and happiness. He. What? Oh, that is why it was named Champion Crest. I also got his divine protection, by the way, muttered Frank. You did? That makes sense. A champion needs divine protection first to acquire the special crest. Do you know what this means, Frank? Asked Gwendolyn. No? Asked Frank. That you will become a hero. An important figure in the whole nation. And that means money. Which also means a comfortable and secure life. Mostly, said Gwendolyn. Freebnoel.com, I see. So that's what you're so happy about, huh? Sigh. Muttered Frank. Annabelle ran towards Frank as she checked his hand to confirm the crest. Hey, that's cheating. I also want to be a champion. Damn it. Said Annabelle with frustration. Calm down, it's just a little thing, said Frank. It's not. You're becoming a hero now, idiot. Said Annabelle. A hero? That fast? Asked Frank. This is. No. I cannot accept it. Roared the priest, glancing at Frank as he ran towards him with a furious expression on his eyes. I have given my faith for dozens of years to Abradin-sama. I always thought that he would one day bring upon an oracle for me. But you, a damned human from all things, gets it? And not only that, but a divine protection and a champion crest? I will take that crest out of your hand. Show it to me. He roared, suddenly taking a knife out of his pouch and pointing it towards Frank. Kaya. Annabelle, who was in front of Frank, glanced at the priest's mad expression in his eyes as he pointed the knife towards her. Get out of the way, you little whore. He roared. Frank ran towards Annabelle as Gwendolyn suddenly pointed her hands towards the priest with an angered expression. She had to defend her daughter. "Get away from my daughter." "Fireball, that won't be necessary." "Stop," said the voice of a young man, resonating within the church. Suddenly, the priest's charge was stopped out of the sudden, as if his entire body was frozen. A gray-colored magic circle showing marks that resembled a clock that had stopped appeared above the priest. High Priest Sama," muttered the priest as he glanced at the figure of a young black cat beastman, with long and silky black hair, closed eyes as if he were a vixen, and large cat-like ears popping over the top of his head. He was taller than the priest, almost reaching 2 meters. He wore a set of clothes that seemed of higher prestige and grade than the priest as well. "Ah! Annabelle!" muttered Gwendolyn, as she walked towards her daughter. "Mommy! That was very scary!" cried Annabelle as she hugged Gwendolyn. Frank had intended to charge against the priest and take upon his knife into his arm to defend Annabelle, but the intervention of this mysterious man had brought a stop to this situation faster than he had imagined. "You're the high priest. I hope you're not as nuts as this one," said Frank with a bit of concern in his eyes. The high priest opened his eyes as he revealed his white irises. "I apologize on behalf of my apprentice. That is certainly not the way of talking or acting against the one who has received both the divine protection and the crest of the champion from our father," Abradin Sama said, the high priest. "I will have to re-educate him. For now, it would be better to bring this ritual to an end and to lay low about this current event until I am done with this little uneducated apprentice. We can chat more about your new future ahead tomorrow as we enjoy some tea," said the high priest. "That sounds good," said Gwendolyn as she accepted the high priest's proposal a little too fast for Frank's opinion. "Wait, can't I get some more explanations in what was going on in the mind of this lunatic to jump towards us with a knife? How rare is getting divine protection? Doesn't everyone get their Abradin crest in this nation anyways?" asked Frank. "Ah, such questions will be answered tomorrow. For now, let's lay low. If we spread these rumors around, well, the future of a hero that waits for you might be suddenly ruined in a glimpse, young man." "Trust in me," said the high priest. "How can I trust you when your companion there tried to kill me and Annabelle?" asked Frank. "You'll have to do so, it is not like you have anywhere to go to, right?" asked the high priest. That's. Frank was in another world, after all. He did not have a family that supported him, nor there were Matsuo and a clan of righteous monks willing to help him as a family. He only had Gwendolyn, Annabelle, and perhaps Cathal, but unlike the monk clan, they were not a great organization protected by a powerful entity as the Great Ancestor. Abradin might be the father of the beast's kin, but he did not actively protect them. Frank had to understand this and decided to simply calm himself, and although he couldn't forget it, he tried to think about something else. Sigh. Gwendolyn walked towards Frank as she glanced at him with her emerald eyes. "There has never been a human that had become the champion of Abradin, Frank. This also means a lot of troubles by Abradin's own believers that will think that you're not worthy of such thing because you're not his descendant. I was surprised as you by this priest, but I am thankful that we didn't end up killing him, although I would have burnt him to a crisp if the high priest wouldn't have shown up," said Gwendolyn. "Ha ha ha, Gwendolyn, I know. You're as fierce as ever. Thankfully, my time magic is always useful to catch these little freaks that come to the church from time to time. My good friend, you have to know that despite being a human, if he is given divine protection by Abradin, it means that if you go against him, you are going against the god himself too. And that is blasphemy in our church," said the high priest, glancing at the priest who was still paralyzed in time. The high priest then waved his hand as he carried the paralyzed priest through the air, walking away. Wait. High Priest Sama. Please, forgive me. It was only a rush of the moment, I could not resist the urge. Of that bastard human. I am sorry. You can apologize all you want whenever we reach the purifying chambers down below, my good friend. Very well then, see you all tomorrow, he said, closing the church doors as Frank, Gwendolyn, and Annabelle glanced at the doors close. They seemed rather tired, even if it was still quite early in the morning. Too many things happened in the span of a few minutes. Gwendolyn could not simply catch a break over Frank's strange feats, she hoped for not every day to be like this. If possible. Chapter 31, Hero? No thanks, I will attend the crops. Frank, Gwendolyn, and Annabelle decided to walk back home after the current events to calm down and catch a break from what has unfolded just a few seconds ago. Gwendolyn seemed to be sighing a lot as they walked back, and her face would often turn rather happy and then a bit worried, she was changing expressions too often. Meanwhile, Annabelle was a bit scared from what had happened and was tightly grabbing her mother's hand. Frank could not help but feel pity for the young girl, as he put his hand over her head. Huh? Muttered Annabelle as she glanced at Frank. Freebnovel.cm, this should calm you a bit. Gift of life, said Frank, exuding a glowing yellow light that enveloped Annabelle's body for a few seconds. The concern and shock left in her mind suddenly dissipated as she felt calmer and more composed. Ah! Frank! Thanks, she said. You can also calm down nerves with your life spell? Could you do the same with me? I may not look like it, but I am rather worried as well. Muttered Gwendolyn, as Frank nodded and touched Gwendolyn's shoulder, using Gift of Life and calming her nerves. The glowing yellow light ran through Gwendolyn's blood vessels as she felt calmer, her mind felt as if she had taken a pleasant nap. By Broad, you're talented. She muttered. The trio quickly reached the house as they entered and sat down in the chairs around the table, finally sighing and beginning to talk their hearts out. The one who began was Frank, of course. First of all, are the priests of the church crazy nutjobs? Asked Frank. Kind of. You see, the Church of Abroad is the only religion in our nation, however, it has many factions. Within the factions, there is the extremist faction that secretly despises anyone that is not a beastkin. Like you, Frank. There is also the progressive faction that seeks peace within all races, even those that are not the children of Abroad Sama. That priest seemed to be secretly part of the extremist faction, and the hate he had against humans was deeply seethed into his heart. I suspect that he might have been containing it, but the moment he saw how you acquired not only the divine protection of Abroad but also his champion crest, he simply lost it. I need to apologize as well, it was my fault that I brought you into this, said Gwendolyn. No, it wasn't your fault, Miss Gwendolyn. It was a variable that you couldn't tell. I don't think you knew that the guy was an extremist. Thankfully the high priest seems to be on our side, though I am still quite suspicious of him, said Frank. I do know the high priest more than that goat, his name is Riuberto Est Gradand. I know him quite well because he participated in the war one was in against the nearby human nation. He is a rank 3 time attribute mage. His time magic was of great help for both utility, enemy disruption, and even healing, as he is capable of hastening the regeneration of people's wounds or make wounds stagnant, so they won't get worse, said Gwendolyn. So he's such a big shot. Damn, rank 3? In what grade? Asked Frank. He was middle grade. But the power he exudes now, he's most likely at peak grade, and soon to become rank 4. Although he is scary strong, he seems to be very devoted to the church, and told me that he had no plans of joining the military again. Well, with the amount of money he got from all his merits, he got his life insured, said Gwendolyn. I see. So that spell he used to stop the timer on the crazy goat priest. Does he have similar spells to those? They seemed ridiculous, said Frank. Through the media of Earth, Frank had seen many times how powerful and absurd the ability could be to manipulate time in various fictional characters. To simply think that there are such people in the world of Terra roaming everywhere made him a bit concerned. If time attribute magic were as powerful as he was imagining, he might simply never stand a chance against a user of it. Oh? You are interested in time attribute magic? The users of such magic are incredibly rare, similarly to space attribute. Do not worry, although it is rare and has many useful spells, it is not an unbeatable attribute. It seemed like that because of Riuberto's high cultivation rank, His spells are simply way stronger than any of us. He could single-handedly destroy this whole town if he wanted. But he is a good man. Most of the people in this town, including the Mad Goat, are mostly rank 1 magus, with a few being rank 2 such as myself. Time attribute magic is especially useful, but also has awfully specific uses, and is not often as flexible when it is needed in battle. The requirements for each spell are also very strict. Although Ryubido can make someone paralyzed in time for a small amount of time, such a spell drains a lot of mana, and cannot be used multiple times. He also lacks any truly offensive spells, as they are very rare in the time attribute category. And no, he cannot age someone to death, said Gwendolyn. Okay, I was thinking a lot of fantastical things he could do, but I guess without proper offensive spells, time attribute might have strong gimmicks, but it is not unbeatable. But even then, if he does not have offensive spells, how could he destroy the whole town as you said? Asked Frank. Ah, did you see how he manipulated the goat priest after he stopped him in time? He can pretty much do the same. He fought in battle by stopping a large piece of building in time, and then he moved it around freely through the air, blasting away whole battalions. Yes, that is how he does it. I still can remember his gentle laughter as he threw away dozens of humans through the air. It gives me shivers, said Gwendolyn. Wait, what? So that is how he can weaponize it. Though does not that sound more like telekinesis than time attribute magic? I guess the spells and their uses are very varied. As long as he stops something in time, he can move it freely around the air and even use it as projectiles or weapons, said Frank as he thought about the possibilities of such power. He was also thankful that there was not a spell that could age people to death or turn them into babies. However, if those that had reached rank 7 and above were as strong as Gwendolyn had explained to him yesterday, then perhaps a time attribute magus of rank 7 or above might be capable of doing something like that. Or not, it was simply a hypothesis for now. That was a crazy goat. I hope the high priest gives him a good lesson, said Annabelle. Ah, don't worry, Ryubido is known to like to discipline those that do not follow the church rules. There is a whole dungeon below the church where such things are done, said Gwendolyn. Huh, so he's also quite the sadist, muttered Frank. He was now even more terrified of this high priest, despite having helped him. All right, enough of this, I've explained to you enough. For now, I will teach you the areas that I want you to take care of around the front yard. Also I will show you the materials such as the rich soil, the seeds I want you to plant, and the many farming tools, said Gwendolyn. Mommy, can I help Frank in the fields? Asked Annabelle. No. Young lady, you have to study a few magic books with me, and you're still lacking in reading comprehension, so we'll also study that as well. We'll have a busy day, said Gwendolyn. It seems that she was tutoring her daughter at home. Boring, said Annabelle while crossing her arms. Be a good girl and learn a lot. Annabelle, you're already more intelligent than me, said Frank. Eh? Of course. You're just a dingus, said Annabelle. I'm letting that one slide because you remind me of my sister, thought Frank as he left the house with Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn showed Frank the large fields and the many farming tools, such as the hoe, the shovel, and many others. She also gave him a few pouches with different vegetable seeds that he needs to plant below the soil. His task was simple yet tiring. He had to open the soil quite deep with a shovel and a hoe, plant the seeds, and then cover them back with soil. He will afterward water the plants, going around the fields all over again. Frank was rather quick to learn and understand, and through the use of the farming technique skill he acquired, the information about good techniques using the farming tools came to his mind as he executed them quite precisely, surprising Gwendolyn. Frank slowly began to feel the excitement of fighting against the hard and dry soil with a hoe and shovel. It was as if each piece of soil was like a monster battle. Gwendolyn explained that this was due to the high density of mana in the soil. It made the soil very hard to move, but it also made the plants grow very fast. After a few hours of working below the scorching sun, Cathal finally came back with a lot of packed things alongside her 2 children. Frank was called back to the house to greet the new kids that would be staying in Gwendolyn's house today. Chapter 32, The Young Minotaur Twins. Nice to meet you. My name is Asterion. I will be on your care from now on. I hope that we can all get along well, said a young Minotaur boy, seemingly on his 12s. He already had the body of a bodybuilder, packed with tight muscles on his nude and hairy torso. On his lower half he wore some leather pants, and starting from his knees he had the strong and thick legs of a bull. His head was also that of a bull, contrasting a bit with the rest of his humanoid body. Although he had the head of a bull, it was that of a young one, and it was still rather adorable to look at. His horns were still developing and were quite small, not surpassing 2 centimeters. He really has the head of a bull, thought Frank as he gave Asterion a gentle smile. He was not disgusted by Asterion's appearance but a bit surprised. He had promised Gwendolyn to be tolerant of such features in beastkin, and as the holder of the divine protection of their father, he tried to be as gentle as possible. And I am Hilvra. Nice to meet you all, muttered a Minotaur girl, in the same age as Asterion but seemingly smaller in size and physique. Unlike her brother, she had the head of a human and not a bull, making her less resemble him despite both of them seemingly being twins. She had a petite body and unlike her mother had a long way to develop her hips and chest. Nonetheless, she still held some muscle in her body, which Frank assumed was the natural talent to all Minotaur. Even those that looked like a frail girl might be capable of crushing rocks with their bare hands. Hilver had short white hair and emerald eyes, while Asterion had black eyes and the fur on his head was brown as well as the one that covered the rest of his body. She's adorable, but I wonder if she can crush stones with her bare hands through the Minotaur's strength, thought Frank. For some odd reason, he wanted to see if she could crush stones with her fists. It is nice to meet you too. I am Frank. I am new here too. I just came yesterday. After a lot of things happened, I ended up working here. The fields are immense, so I am glad to get some more help from you two whenever you feel like doing so, but you're young so please don't push yourselves hard, said Frank with an amicable tone in his voice. Sure. But I am gonna work hard too. Mother said that we earn our bread like that, Frank. I hope you can teach me the ways around, said Asterion with an excited smile. I think the same. I am counting on you, Frank Kun, said Hilvra. Aren't my 2 little angels the most beautiful Minotaur in this whole world? Hee. I hope all of you get along, said Cathal with a bright smile. Yeah. Finally, another girl, said Annabelle. It seems that the 2 are getting along quite well. We are lucky to also be a pair, so we can also always do boy stuff, said Asterion. Boy stuff. Right, this kid is 12 years old. It is hard to keep that in mind when he looks like a bodybuilder, asked Frank. Yeah. Do you like to fight? We can practice some unarmed fighting. Or we can practice the sword or the axe. I am rather good with an axe though, and you? Asked Asterion. He's so young and he's being taught how to use lethal weapons. I am quite good with a spear. I hope you go easy on me, Asterion, said Frank. Hee. I don't know how to go easy, laughed Asterion. After the introductions, lunch was served, and just like yesterday, there was a horned rabbit hot pot, which was now accompanied with mashed potatoes instead of them being boiled into the hot pot. There was also fresh lettuce and tomato salad, which the Minotaur kids ate voraciously. Fumu. This hot pot and the salad are the best. Miss Gwendolyn, you're such a nice chef, unlike Mom, said Asterion. I am a good chef. Take that back, said Cathal with a blush. I don't think you could call yourself a good chef after you burned that soup, muttered Hilvra. Even you, my daughter? Sigh. Maybe Gwendolyn Sen can teach me some whenever I got free time, said Cathal with puppy eyes. Gwendolyn sighed as she gave in to her simple persuasion. Sure, I can teach you a few things, said Gwendolyn with a smile. Talking about it, Frank hunted a ton of horned rabbits yesterday with her pet lizard. Did you two saw the little thing? She's named Ruby, said Cathal. Yeah. It looked strong. Does its breath fire? asked Asterion. Yep, so don't try to be too brute with her or she might spit you some flames. Ah, well, if that happens you don't have to worry, I can heal you with my magic, said Frank. Ooh. You got magic, Frank? You're even more awesome now, said Asterion. Awesome. Do you think so? Ha ha, well thanks, said Frank. Healing magic? That is a very rare type of magic. I wish I could awaken my mana core, muttered Hilvra. Freebnoll.com, we can help you do so soon, little Hilvra. Asterion too, it is better to awaken your mana core even if you're planning to become a warrior one day, said Gwendolyn. I don't know about magic but if it can help me out with the axe, fine, said Asterion. Indeed, even if you are not planning on using magic, it is better to awaken it instead of leaving it to dry out like your mommy. Now I'm all old and all I want is to conjure magic, said Cathal. I didn't mention it. But it is very impressive that Frank hunted 10 horned rabbits, said Hilvra. Oh yeah. Even with the little lizard help, that's pretty good. Can we go hunt together later? Asked Asterion to Cathal and Gwendolyn. Sure, you can, after Frank is done in the fields. Don't feel forced to do the work, Asterion, you're still very young, said Gwendolyn. Nah, I'm gonna help him out so we can go hunt quickly, said Asterion. I also want to join, said Hilvra. Well, if you two are going then me as well, said Annabelle. Did I become a babysitter now, wondered Frank as he drank orange juice. The day went by, as usual. Frank worked in the fields with the new addition of the strong Asterion and Hilvra. Their strength was incredible, and that of Cathal even more. With that 3 help, most of the hard work only became a matter of time and repeated labor. When it was around 6 p.m., the work for the day had finally ended and Frank's ability to use farming techniques seemed to have become stronger. Ding! Due to continuous use of farming tools, the level of the farming technique, level 1, skill has increased. Now that things were done, it was time to go hunt, and Frank now had a whole party of kids to take care of. You can go grab the magic spear again, boy. Make sure to not scratch it though. It cost a fortune. Every scratch is another discount in your salary, said Gwendolyn. And how am I supposed to use it then? Muttered Frank as he walked out of the house. You're way too slow, Frank. Let's get going, said Asterion as he carried around a rusty steelax that seemed to lack any magical properties. Hilvra carried a short sword and Annabelle a small wand given to her by her mother. Annabelle was still a magician in training, but her mana core was already awakened, and she knew a basic fire attribute spell named Fire Tongue. Although it was a weak spell, when it was enhanced by the wand, it became strong enough to kill a horned rabbit if it were to get hit by it. There was also Ruby here to support everyone. Groar! Groar! As Frank and the party entered the forest, Frank acquired a similar quest than yesterday, asking him to slay 10 monsters of any kind inside the forest. The rewards were 20 app points, a bit of EXP and a strengthened relationship with the 3 kids. At least the system is helping me grow my relationship with them, thought Frank as he explored the forest with his party. Asterion seemed incredibly strong but rather clumsy and slow, and although he had the strength to slice a horned rabbit in half with his axe, he lacked technique and grace, often scaring the bunnies before he could do any lethal hit. However, Frank caught most of the horned rabbits, while Hilvra caught one through the use of her knife and her throwing technique, which she had been practicing for a few months. Annabelle was supposed to be the mage, but she was just as clumsy, and never caught any horned rabbit. She was rather frustrated at the end of their adventure, but Frank cheered everyone up by sharing the horned rabbits' corpses after having extracted their mana cores. Ruby had caught 3 herself too and ate 2 in the way. Frank let her eat the mana cores as well. They had encountered 2 walking mushrooms, but these monsters were weak and slow, and their strongest attack was simply a foul smell. They had sharp jaws but were too slow to even manage to bite anyone. The most that were killed were horned rabbits, going up to 15. Frank was a bit worried about the population of these monsters. But after remembering that they seemingly spawned almost endlessly in a nearby dungeon, he calmed down. Having claimed the 20 app points and a bit more exp, which was not enough to level up yet, after completing the monster slaying quest, Frank moved back home with a party of young adventurers. On a side note, Ruby was now level 4. Now that Frank had collected over 20 mana cores, he decided to finally form his own after dinner, when he had some privacy inside his room. Oh, and tonight, dinner was yet again a horned rabbit hot pot. Freebnoel.com, name, Frank James, race, human. Titles, world traveler. Gender, male. App points, 120, job, farmer. Job history, none. Level, 5, health points, 30/30, plus 10, mana points, 18/18, strength, 21, plus 5, defense, 21, plus 5, magic, 13, resistance, 13, plus 5, agility, 13, plus 5, passive skills, world's traveler body, level dash, gift of life, level 2, curse resistance, level 1, hypnosis resistance, level 1, divine brand of the monk family of Tokyo, level dash, mana control, level 2, fire and burn resistance, level 1, a broadens divine protection, level dash, a broadens champion divine crest, level dash, equipment, farmer's jeans, F, leather gloves, F, leather boots, F, farmer shirt, F, straw hat, F, simple shirt, cosmetic item, active skills, farming technique, level 2, level up, spear technique, level 2, level up. Relationships, Matsuo family, Tokyo Shrine Clan, Tame Monsters, Rank 1, Lesser Flame Salamander, Ruby, Worlds Visited, Earth, Terra, Farm Town App. APP Special Functions, Inventory, World's Gate, Quest Board, Monster Pet Nursery, APP Gaka, Locked, APP Shop, Locked. Dash, Name, Ruby. Race, Lesser Flame Salamander. Titles, Tame Monster. Gender, Female. Types, Reptile, Fire. Rank, 1, Level, 4, Health points, 45/45 greater than 55/55, Mana points, 17/17 greater than 18/18, Strength, 20 greater than 25, Defense, 25 greater than 30, Magic, 16 greater than 19, Resistance, 18 greater than 21, Agility, 16 greater than 19, Passive skills, Iron Scales, Level 1, Fire and Burn Resistance, Level 1, Active skills, Fire Breath, Level 2, Licking Wounds, Level 1, Bite, Level 2, Level Up. Dash, Chapter 33, Mana Core Creation Complete. Frank sat down on the bed given to him by Gwendolyn in one of the rooms on the second floor of the house. The room was, of course, is occupied by more people than just him. Gwendolyn and Annabelle slept in the same room on a single large bed, while Cathal, Asterion, and Hilvra slept in another large bed right in front of Frank. If I do this here and something flashy happens, it might wake them up. I better do this outside, said Frank, as he sneaked out of the house as silent as he could, reaching the outside and waking up Ruby, who was sleeping right at the door's side. Girl, said Ruby with surprise. SHH, don't bark around, Ruby. Let's remain silent, shall we? Asked Frank, as Ruby groaned very slowly. Frank sat down over the ground as he crossed his legs and opened his inventory, taking out 19 mana cores from the stack he had saved. The rest he planned to give them to Ruby, but she needed more than what he would be left with, so perhaps tomorrow would be her time to form her own mana core. Frank glanced at the shiny purple stones slightly covered in the blood of the horn rabbits that they came from as a system message popped up the moment he touched all the stones with his hands. Ding! Several mana cores have been detected. Do you want to absorb them? Greater than yes no. Frank selected the yes option as the 19 mana cores glowed brightly, turning into brilliant particles, and entering his entire body. He felt as if a powerful and thick stream of energy began to roam through all of his blood vessels, slowly gathering inside of his chest, near his heart. Ding! Mana cores absorbed. The quantity of mana cores required for the creation of a mana core has been reached. Mana core creation can be started at any time. Begin mana core creation? Warning: when you accept the beginning of the creation of your mana core, the mana in the surroundings will be absorbed. If this process is interrupted, it may cause damage to the user. Do you wish to begin the creation of your mana core? Greater than yes no, so the mana in the surroundings will be absorbed? But what does that mean aside from just that? Will something happen to my mana core? Will it become different depending on where I am? Asked Frank to the system, as the system remained silent. He just assumed that it wasn't the case, and decided to start the creation as fast as possible, as he required such mana core to gain more strength. Leveling seemed very good, but a boost like acquiring a mana core and becoming able to cultivate it shouldn't be ignored if it was possible within his grasp. Alright. Ruby, don't interrupt me, okay? And if something or someone approaches, try to distract it, said Frank, as Ruby adorably nodded her head. Girl. She said. Good girl. Alright, let's begin, said Frank. Frank quickly selected the yes option on the system window, as a sudden burst of power began to pulsate within his chest, very near his heart. Boom. 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 Frank didn't exactly feel pain, but an incredibly dizzy sensation through his entire body. The pulsating continued as a crystal of a transparent color began to form within his chest. Flash. When the crystal was finally solidified and formed, a force, seemingly similar to a vacuum, began to absorb the surrounding mana in the environment, showing itself as dozens of streams of blue energy that entered Frank's chest constantly as if he had a black hole inside. This exhilarating feeling, muttered Frank as he maintained his composure as much as he could. The streams of mana kept flowing into his body as he felt that his veins were about to burst out of the pure mana flowing all over his body. The crystal inside of his chest suddenly showed a transparent white color, with a small hint of gray. Flash. A last flash of brightness occurred as the ritual finished. Frank fell into his back to the ground, gasping for air as he touched his tired chest. The pulsation finally ended as he felt something inside of his chest exuding a bright power. His body felt completely engulfed in a new feeling of exhilaration and power. However, as he slowly cooled off, he managed to read what the system windows in front of his sight were telling him. Ding! Congratulations, your mana core has been created. You have reached rank 1 of the mana core awakening realm. You have reached the initial stage of the mana core awakening realm. All your stats have increased. Due to the effects of the broadened divine protection level dash, and the broadened champion divine crest level skills, your stats have received a greater increase. You acquired the mana core gray level 1, and the gray magic innate level 1 skills. The level of the mana control level 2 skill has increased. Even my stats increased? And the divine protection. It helped more than I thought. Wait, what? There is a mana core skill and a gray magic skill? Wondered Frank as he tried to open his status, only to be greeted by a different window. Ding! Create your own mana core and reach rank 1 initial stage in your cultivation. Hidden quest, completed. Congratulations! You have managed to create your own mana core despite being from another world. Isn't that incredible? Now you can finally cultivate like anyone else in Terra. There is a new world of possibilities in your endless journey. Enjoy this commemorative reward. You acquired the quest rewards, a medium amount of EXP, 50 app points, Rainbow Commemorative Reward Package, C, Random Skill Scroll, C, you have leveled up to level 6. These rewards. Could this be my time to shine? Nah, better not get too cocky before bad luck strikes. Though the rewards are more than I had ever expected. Because I did not expect any to begin with. This system seems to like to reward me when I least expect it. Frank finally decided to check his status to truly see his gains and stats, and the results surprised him. Name, Frank James, race, human. Titles, world traveler. Gender, Male. App points, 170. Mana core cultivation, rank 1, initial stage, job, farmer. Job history, none. Level, 6. Health points, 30-30 greater than 50-50, plus 10. Mana points, 18-18 greater than 43-43. Strength, 21 greater than 36, plus 5. Defense, 21 greater than 31, plus 5. Magic, 13 greater than 38. Resistance, 13 greater than 28, plus 5. Agility, 13 greater than 28, plus 5. Passive skills, World's Traveler Body, Level Dash, Gift of Life, Level 2. Curse Resistance, Level 1. Hypnosis Resistance, Level 1. Divine Brand of the Monk Family of Tokyo, Level Dash. Mana Control, Level 3. Level Up, Fire and Burn Resistance, Level 1. Abroadens Divine Protection, Level Dash. Abroadens Champion Divine Crest, Level Dash. Mana Core, Gray, Level 1, New. Equipment, Farmer's Jeans, F. Leather Gloves, F. Leather Boots, F. Farmer Shirt, F. Straw Hat, F. Simple Shirt. Cosmetic Item, Freebnoll.com. Active Skills, Farming Technique, Level 2. Spear Technique, Level 2. Gray Magic, Innate, Level 1, New. Relationships, Matsuo Family, Tokyo Shrine Clan, Tame Monsters, Rank 1. Lesser Flame Salamander, Ruby, Level 4. Worlds Visited, Earth, Terra, Farm Town App. APP Special Functions, Inventory, World's Gate, Quest Board, Monster Pet Nursery, APP Gaka, Locked, APP Shop, Locked. Amazing. For a little bit, my conscious self, let me be happy for a small bit at the very least. Look at that. My HP increased by a whopping 20 points. And my MP and magic finally managed to catch up with the rest of the stats. That was it. I just needed a mana core to finally get better at magic. I feel like I am finally going somewhere now with my strength, said Frank mentally, as if he were to shout out loud, he would end up waking up everyone in the house. It was already a miracle that the commotion of his mana core forming inside of his chest didn't cause any type of commotion. Grower, said Ruby as she jumped around Frank happily. She had been a bit frightened by the show of his mana core forming, but after that, she had calmed down and celebrated with her owner and adoptive father. Frank played a bit with Ruby as he suddenly felt rather fatigued. Ugh! It must be the tiredness of consuming so much energy into the creation of the mana core. Well, I better go to sleep after I open these items, of course he said, glancing at the rainbow box at his side and at the scroll that only had a large apostrophe mark on it. So this is the random skill scroll. As its description says, it gives a random skill from a certain category of skills that are set by grades. From F to C, I can get any skill within the list, that the system does not show me, of course, so I'm even more clueless, said Frank. He quickly decided to use the scroll as it began to glow in bright yellow light. Several yellow particles flew towards Frank's head, giving him a strange vision within his mind. He saw a large roulette filled with mysterious sounding skills. The roulette began to spin as he was suddenly given one of the skills on it randomly. A sudden stream of information and a slight amount of power filled Frank's body and mind. Ding! You learned the Dirt, Level 1, skill. A. Chapter 34, the legendary Dirt skill ! Or is it? Frank glanced at the system window, trying to find that it wasn't deceiving him somehow and that he didn't simply get a skill named Dirt. He glanced at his status again, but it was there. The skill named Dirt was there. What is this stupid trash skill? He thought. He could not help but think that. No matter how fancy could a skill be, if it is named Dirt, it should not be anything extraordinary, to begin with. No, wait, I am being way too hasty with my judgment of this skill. I bet it is one of those skills that sounds trashy but are in fact, a super game-breaking skill. Just like in the Isekai novels I have read. Like the guy with the breathing skill that was the god breathing technique, or the guy that could only inflict negative status effects, but they were rather strong. And how not to forget the guy with the transmutation skill that became all edgy when he fell into a labyrinth's depths and ended up even creating guns with the skill. He thought, glancing at the dirt skill description. Dirt, level 1/10, allows the user to create a handful of dirt. Each use costs a small amount of mana. Cooldown, 1 second. As much as Frank could wonder, think, and imagine, he could not think of any way that creating a handful of dirt could be of any use. I mean, just think about it. You can fill a whole place with dirt. One handful at a time. And make a mountain of dirt after one day of hard work? Is the dirt even rich in mana or something? Maybe I can sell it, said Frank, glancing at his palm as he activated the dirt skill. Flash. He felt like he spent only 1 point of mana, and a handful of dirt appeared on his palm. Whoa, although this is so lame, the flashy effect was rather surprising. But I bet that there are earth attribute mages that can create a wall made of rock instead of a handful of dirt, thought Frank, inspecting the dirt. It was no filled with mana. Although it was rather rich in minerals, it lacked any kind of special property, it was simple and common dirt. Frank dropped the dirt into the ground as his hands trembled. This is frustrating, just after getting so many good rewards I get this. Ha! I guess luck cannot follow me everywhere, huh? I bet if I open this chest, I will get something like a needle, thought Frank, deciding to cheer up by opening the treasure chest. Thanks to these things, I got Ruby. So maybe I could get another monster bet? That would be awesome. But unlikely, said Frank, opening the chest as it suddenly began to glow in bright yellow colors, dissipating into small particles through the air. An item was left behind. Frank glanced at it as his eyes were about to burst out of his sockets. It was a needle. A simple needle, it was of silver color, but that was it, it was a needle, nonetheless. Are you fucking with me now, system? He thought. It was incredibly unlikely for him to think that he would get something as useless as a needle just after having thought about it. It was as if the system were putting a prank on him for getting too cocky with his new strength. And honestly, Frank thought that it was exactly the case. Frank sighed as he glanced at the needle. He noticed a faint, blue-colored glow from within the needle. As he grabbed it with his fingers, it was rather thin, but not too small. Perhaps if you were to stab someone with it, it might cause a relatively shocking amount of pain. Or not, it depended if the person was a magus or not. Inspecting the new item, Frank glanced at its description. Silver needle, c. A special needle said to have been made by a goddess of sewing. Freebnovel.com. It looks quite simple in appearance, but it grants the one that holds and equips it the ability to sew wonderfully even without any previous experience. The path of sewing leads to other wonderful creation-oriented abilities. It is up to you to one day discover them. Stat bonuses, +3 speed, skill bonuses, sewing, level 1, special effects, sewing proficiency increase, fast speed sewing, fabric enhancement. Wait. So I can. Oh. It is for sewing, I guess. The moment I held it, it felt as if I've always known how to sew. And even, do I feel a bit faster? Can I equip it permanently and simply hide it? Wondered Frank as he equipped the needle into the left-hand square on his equipment tab that was for weapons. He instantly gained +3 speed inside brackets on his status, alongside the sewing, level 1, skill. He thought that as long as he practiced sewing, he might be able to learn the skill permanently. Sigh. Although it is not the amazing item I might have expected, it does have its uses. And if I keep developing this, would I be able to craft my own equipment? That would be very convenient. But I bet I will need too many materials to even get to craft anything, thought Frank. Frank began to think in which ways could he even sew something. He would first need some kind of fabric, and even then, he would have to plan out what to sew. A hat? A scarf? Could he sew a shirt? Or pants? Perhaps a blouse? He felt like he was somewhat capable of achieving such things, but he needed some good material. Maybe if I can get a good fabric, I could sew something like a set of clothes with a few stat bonuses. Maybe? This needle seems to give off the vibe to help me out in doing something like this, thought Frank. However, Frank was distracted by his intense fatigue, and decided to finally walk back home, entering stealthily into the house and into the second floor. Everyone seemed to still be sleeping. However, a young miniature girl was standing right in front of Frank as he got into the second floor. "Hilvra?" asked Frank in surprise. "Mew. Frank? What were the strange lights outside?" she asked with a sleepy face. "Ah. That's. Well, I was practicing magic. I often like to do this to get better at it. Don't tell Gwendolyn or she'll get mad at me for not sleeping," said Frank. "Oh. I see. Okay. I will not tell her," said Hilvra. "Heh, good thing she is such a nice girl," thought Frank. "But with one condition," she said. "Huh? What is it?" asked Frank. "Can I practice magic with you?" she asked. "I guess. It is fine," said Frank. Freeben.com, nice. "Now, can you move aside? I want to go to the potty," asked Hilver with still a sleepy face. "Okay, go ahead," said Frank as he went over to his bed. "She surprised me with her cute personality, but she seems to be quite opportunistic. Well, training magic with her shouldn't be so bad of a thing," thought Frank. Frank put the blankets over his body, making sure to cover himself almost completely. He also put several cushions below the blankets. This was because he was about to leave Terra for an hour that would be 1 or 2 days on Earth, so he wanted to leave these cushions in the case that his body was to disappear when he went to another world. He still was clueless if a body would stay in the world he left or not, and there was not any way of finding out that did not involve asking people. For now, he decided to leave these cushions just in case. Of course, he also waited until Hilvra was back into her bed at her mother and brother's side, covering herself in blankets and going back to sleep. "Now, let's go back," thought Frank, as he took off his phone from his inventory and went back to the world's gate and then back to Earth. Chapter 35, A Chaotic Threat. In an unknown place on Earth, two human figures seemingly covered in shadows and strange auras stood beside each other in a large and spacious hall, seemingly made out of dark blue material and with an architecture reminiscing of ancient times. The spacious halls were filled with enormous pillars that supported the ceiling high above everything, as the two shadow figures stood there in silence. Up until one decided to speak. Freebnovel.com, "So you've come. Late as ever," said the figure at the left. "Why do you care about punctuality, to begin with? We live for eternity, punctuality has no point in our existence," answered the figure at the right. "Is that so? I still believe that time is gold, even after putting into account what we are. Perhaps humans have influenced me even more than before," said the figure at the left. "Humans are what you're made most of, and humans, with their short lives, had always valued time above all else. This is why they wake up early, this is why they work up until late, this is why they constantly work their entire lives. For what? For a little bit of money to live the last days of their lives comfortably, right? Humans are so chaotic that by the time that they had finally reached that point, the money they accumulated would be devalued so much that they will live their last days in poverty. All their efforts will always be pointless, such are humans," said the figure at the right. "You criticize me for such things, but you are just as influenced by them, are you not?" asked the figure at the left. HMPH. Enough babbler. Let us go to the point now, said the figure of the right. Oh? Didn't you care about time and punctuation? Now you are hurrying me up, how ironic, said the figure at the left. I will cut off that tongue if you continue your petulancy, said the figure at the left. As rude and angry as ever. Anyways, here are what those lowly humans that you hate so much have gathered for us through the organizations we have settled up, said the figure at the right, glancing to the darkness of the spacious hall before him as a holographic window appeared within the nothingness, showing several pictures and images of a young man that had recently reached his late teens. The young man had aquamarine eyes, chestnut-colored hair, a small and pointy nose, and a slim complexion, He was wearing a black-colored Japanese high school uniform. Such pictures of him were taken while he was leaving the school while being accompanied by a fox-faced young man and a gloomy girl with purple eyes. "Ah, the trio," said one. Oh yes, they had met for only 2 days, but they already made a good team, are they not? Lucky kid, he should have died. Why is he standing here and living happily? He really should have died. The power he was given was something that he clearly does not deserve as a lowly human without any connection with the underworld at all. He was a simple insect a few days ago and now, he is the holder of the power to change the world. The turns of fate are always filled with such ridiculousness from time to time. He really does not deserve the power of Gaia at all. Is the wasp amongst the ones going around the neighborhood of this kid? Yes, the wasp is around as well as other more. They cannot contain their bloodthirst though, so they would often take 1 or 2 of the cattle walking around for entertainment and nourishment, nothing much that the media covers up easily. Humans are so easy to deceive, it is impressive that we originate from them, so? What are you waiting for? When are we taking the kid away and extracting the power he stole? Soon enough, but for now, we must play our cards right. Oh? Right. Those 2 kids are no ordinary kids. Matsuo from the monk clan of Tokyo, and Harumi from the vampire family of Tokyo. Those 2 are not strong enough to be a treat. But the families they belong to are a treat. At least a small one at the very least, since when has the monk clan not been a treat, my foolish brother? Well, if we continue as we go, will there even be a family in the whole of Japan that could stand against us? If it is not part of the 5th shoguns, why should we care? Sigh, you are reckless as ever, are you not? But instead of doing anything ourselves, it suits us better to move our pawns within the shadows as we had always done, indeed. Gaia and the other celestials are truly imbeciles to even think that this kid taking on the source was a good idea. It was an accident, yet they let him be. Truly foolish entities. Can you remind me again, why are they ruling this world? There are various reasons why, but yeah, they're quite stupid. Send the wasp and the others. It would be better to do this slowly, one by one. Though I doubt the kid will even stand against any of them, so it should be a quick job. They should be capable of doing it as long as they don't make too much of a mess. They just need to find the perfect spot where he is completely alone. It should not be so hard. 2 days had gone by and he seems just as stupid. He might have joined the monk clan, but so what? It was only 2 days, I doubt they even know his full potential, nor they see him as much of a valuable resource anyways. As long as they trap him inside a magic domain and hide the kid's presence from Gaia, it should be easy. Why should we even care about her? She is dying, it is the best opportunity we have to do what we please. Goodbye to the old and welcome the new. Sooner or later, we will become the new Gaia. Quite ambitious, are you not? For all the long life you have, you had to be so impatient? Well yes, that is what I like to be, impatient. You're here to be the calmer one in these things. We should consider what to do with the source afterward. Isn't it obvious? We use it and we become what we desire the most. The 2 shadow figures glanced at the pictures of the boy. Frank. Their shadowy figures showed wicked smiles as they savored within their empty eyes the moment they could finally extract out of his soul, the source, the power to accomplish their deepest desires, the ones that gave sense to their long lives. Foolish kid, you were simply a miscalculation in our plan. Although we managed Celestials and Gaia to destabilize the source and send it flying across the heavens to the earth, it was supposed to be our gift, not yours. He's so normal that it makes me quite angry. Are these the desires of the humans within my own self? It might be that his innocent face is rather irritating to even me. It really fills us with frustration to see this stupid kid walking around with such power as if nothing. He does not even know how to develop it, yet he thinks it is a mere ability. These entities were the culprits behind the mysterious thunder that hit Frank in the middle of the night, and according to their words, the rightful owners of the gift or source, the ability that Frank had awakened after surviving the thunder from the sky. It is infuriating, but we shall bear with it for now. For now. Ha! Japan shall change for the sooner or the later. And the entire world as well, we are slowly spreading. Can the underworld, the fifth shoguns, or even the four empires do anything to us at the end? I doubt it, but we still need many key pieces to accomplish our final goal. The kid is yet only one of them, albeit a very crucial piece. We still require the Philosopher's Stone and the world's soul core fragment. But I assure you, the day of chaos shall befall upon the world, and everything shall change for the better. Or the worst. Oh, you're such a poet, although that didn't rhyme at all, you actually suck. Hey, give me a break. The only poet within me was rejected 20 times by the girls he wrote them for. Oh, what a loser. Such are humans, but I suppose this is why they are so amusing as well, are they not? Indeed, and they are so amusing to the point of us doing so much for them. Humans will rejoice when the day finally comes. No longer will they be seen as simple cattle, the underworld will swallow the entire world and the entire world will become the underworld. Not more hidden secrets. Chaos, pure and sincere chaos. They will be able to do whatever they want. No more shackles from society. I can't wait, I am trembling, look at my hands, oh my, you're actually trembling out of excitement, foolish brother. I can't wait, I simply can't wait. The two figures kept their insane chit-chat as they glanced with spite and wickedness towards the pictures of Frank. To their goals and minds, he was simply a small nuisance, nothing more than a fly that needed to be taken care of in the great scheme of things. Chapter 36, Memories of a Tragic Past. Time rewinds itself several of years in the past. A young little boy with aquamarine-colored eyes and chestnut-colored hair sat down while eating milk and cereal from a small bowl. He was inside what seemed like a minivan. A few centimeters near him there was a small bed where a woman was sleeping while snoring. There were several empty bottles around her and her entire body smelt like alcohol. The boy's eyes, although beautiful, seemed rather devoid of the common light that brought life to one's eyes. He ate the cereal slowly while crunching on it without much enthusiasm. His eyes seemed saddened, and his mind was clouded with negative thoughts. Did Dad left me and Mom because I am a failure? He thought. I wish he could be with me. He was always so happy, without him, everything seems so gloomy. Mommy is always sleeping and drinking. Perhaps the kids at school are right. I am a failure. A chicken, a weakling. And not even that, but also stupid and bad at studies. I am really a failure in everything. Perhaps. I didn't deserve my dad. The boy felt dispirited and slowly fell into a deeper and darker abyss. For someone so young to feel like this, such experiences in life must have been rougher and more terrible than what other kids had. A childhood without friends. A childhood with an alcoholic and depressed mother. A childhood with bullies constantly reminding him how much of a failure he was. Was there anything he could find joy in? He glanced at his mother sleeping, as he felt kind of bad, desiring the warmth that she once gave to him when his father was present. He slowly walked towards her sleeping mother as he shook his mother's hands. Mom. 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 Wake up. Can I hug you? MMHH. Go away. You little leech. Roared his mother, waving her arm and throwing the boy away into the ground. Freebnoll.com, the boy landed on his butt, but even that hurt a bit. He felt like he was about to burst into tears, but even then, he knew that such a meaningless act would only end up enraging his mother even more. He felt alone even with someone like his mother in front of him. Ouch! The boy contained his tears as he cleaned the tiny bit of water that had appeared beneath his eyes, sighing, and standing up. He walked around the minivan as he glanced at the window. He glanced at the sky. The clouds passing by relaxed him. It was the only thing that always worked. Glancing at the clear sky. The water-clear heaven of above, the fluffy and white clouds that passed by with absolute tranquilness. He glanced at the birds flying over the sky, seeking new horizons and a new life, moving towards the faraway mountains as the wind slowly caressed their long wings and feathers. A sense of peace emerged from within his mind as the boy glanced at the birds. I wish I were a bird. Then I could fly away from this. And look for father. Maybe if I find father, mother can be nicer to me. And we can live happily together again. Maybe if we can live happily together again. Perhaps the bullies will notice and will stop annoying me. The little boy glanced at the sky, tranquil and peaceful. His thoughts lessened as his negative emotions became dimmer. He slowly felt anew, although he knew that whenever he averted his sight from the heavens above, he would see the reality he was, and he would end up going back to such reality. But for now, he wanted to keep glancing above, to keep imagining himself soaring through the skies with the birds as his companions, seeking for new horizons and his father. On his little and young mind, he really could not think much other than what he saw in the present. Even if the future were to be completely different, diving into dreams was the only thing he could do at the moment. As much as he tried, he could not understand the books at school, and as much as he tried to make friends, everyone rejected him because he was always wearing terrible clothes and smelled bad. The boy did take baths, but because they lived in a minivan, his mother would often not let him waste all the water into that. Life was rough in every possible way, but he still held the willingness to live. And to see every day the clear sky, the calm clouds, and the beautiful birds soaring through the sky. It's time for school. I will try to pay more attention to the teacher. She's nice, thought the boy, walking back to his messy bed and grabbing his backpack. He glanced back at his sleeping mother with saddened eyes. Mom. I'm going to school. He said, expecting something from his mother, only to receive her groan as she changed her sleeping position, giving him her back. The boy's lifeless eyes glanced at the ground as he moved towards the door, opened it, got out, and then closed it as slowly as possible to not annoy his mother. He then glanced once again back to the sky, as his mind dimmed the bad thoughts. Today. Let's make it a good day. He thought, forcing a mild smile on his face as he walked with energy to his school. Such a scene began to fragment into pieces as darkness took hold of Frank's vision, and then, his eyes opened to see the ceiling of his room. This was nothing but a small dream, a fleeting memory of his past. Sigh. These dreams again. Well, it has not happened in a while. When my mind is so immersed into these dreams, it often feels as if waking up is a relief. He thought. Frank thought about his past, his lost father, and his mother. She has really changed since then. Getting angry over these memories is meaningless now. She has made up since then. I do not even recognize the mother of my past to the one now. She really did have a big metamorphosis. This only shows how all humans can change for the better, no matter what. Thought Frank, sitting on his bed as he stretched and walked to the bathroom, taking a relaxing bath, and then going down to have breakfast. Third day of high school. How's my champion? How many girls have you charmed? Foo-foo, asked Frank's mother as she greeted her son with her usual happy and uplifting personality. I bet he's popular, just look how handsome this young man is. I was such a wimp at high school, no girl ever took a glance at a loser like me, ha ha, laughed Frank's stepfather as he drank coffee. Dear, don't say that. You're a great man. If you had the luck to be with me, those girls were the losers, said Frank's mother, kissing Frank's cheeks and then his stepfather's forehead. I haven't charmed any girl. I am kind of like Dad. Well, there is a girl, but it has been just 2 days, I can't really get to know her better in so little time. She is named Harumi. Ah, and there is this guy who has suddenly become my best friend, Matsuo. He's incredibly nice and friendly, and also quite funny, said Frank. So her name is Harumi, said Frank's sister. Cammy, stop being like that. I don't know how I've failed as a brother to have such a jealous little sister, said Frank. I am not jealous. I just want the best girl for Nissan. And a random Harumi might not be enough, said Cammy while pouting cutely. So that's her name. So? How's she? Do you like her, my man? Asked Frank's father with a smug. Stop being so clingy, Dad. And, well, yeah, she is very pretty. But her personality. Sheesh, she's a hard girl to please. But it seems that she had become a bit nicer, She even let me copy maths homework. What? You didn't do your homework, my son? Asked Frank's mother with bewilderment. Ah. Mom. I can explain it. Muttered Frank. Frank. Jason. Roared Frank's mother. Didn't I mention how pretty you are today, Mother? That skincare cream you used is really taking a good effect on your skin, it looks so smooth. Said Frank. Oh, really? Hee, it was a bit pricey, but I saved money. And flattery won't save you all the time. Said Frank's mother. Okay. Sorry. I have been, busy with. Matsuo, remember that he invited me to have dinner? Asked Frank. Oh right. I suppose I can let it slide. Said Frank's mother. Ah, it's not like you can do anything to me. Muttered Frank teasingly. I can shut down your phone internet and change the Wi-Fi password, said Frank's mother. Wait, okay. I yield. Said Frank. Ha ha ha. You two are always so hilarious, laughed Frank's stepfather. Tell him, Mom. He gotta get better at school. Said Cammy. I am already quite good, Cammy. Don't badmouth me like that because you're jealous. Said Frank. Meh. Said Cammy, crossing her arms. Sigh. What a wild family. But is better than it ever was before. Thought Frank, as he continued having breakfast with his family until it was time to go back to school again. He kept glancing at the sky every day though. Chapter 37, Introduction to Hunting Domains. On his way to school, Frank met with Harumi in the train station today too. Although she was as untalkative as ever, she asked if Frank had done his homework. There was more homework? Asked Frank. Idiot. We are going to a very prestigious school. Do you think that the teachers would not shower us with homework? And it was language this time. Sigh, I know that you go to Matsuo's place, but even then. Asked Harumi. You're right. Harumi. Could you? Asked Frank. Okay. But you will own me too then, said Harumi, as Frank managed to get the opportunity to copy her homework whenever they were to get inside the classroom. The next trip on the train was peaceful and quite quick. And by browsing through news pages or Twitter, Frank saw more reported cases of people killed by the mysterious assassin. It was often one person per day. In such a vast city as Tokyo, where a large amount of the population of Japan was, one death per day in a small neighborhood was nothing to care or sweat about, and the people of Japan, that was often too detached from other people's problems, couldn't care less. However, for someone like Frank, who had gotten information of who this assassin truly was, as someone from the underworld, he could not help but clench his teeth a bit. How can the families of the underworld around here let this guy do as he pleases? Frank thought as he decided to ease his thoughts by glancing at other news, such as those of games, or by watching whatever stupid video YouTube recommended him. Reaching the classroom, Frank once again greeted Matsuo, and quickly sat down on his seat, beginning to copy everything at an even more impressive speed, which Matsuo and Harumi noticed more this time. What? Did he just get like 3 times faster out of the sudden? This guy. Is he developing every day? Perhaps his ability is a growing Taiwan? Wondered Matsuo as he glanced at Frank's superhuman feat, which seemed completely normal to Frank. He's fast. He was not this fast 2 days ago. He might be more than a simple healer, thought Harumi. When Frank finished copying the homework, the chemistry teacher came into the classroom as the boring classes began. Everything was just as boring as always, but Frank made sure to put some attention into them. Since he leveled and awakened a mana core, his mind seemed sharper and clearer, and he even began to feel as if the things he learned remained on his head way longer than before. No way, did I get a bit intelligent? Nah, I am still rather stupid. It is more like my mind just got better, thought Frank. He was rather humble. Frank had imagined that the increase in level not only brought increased reflexes, speed, or strength, but also a clearer, faster, and sharper mind. Although there were no intelligence or wisdom stats on his system, he assumed that these things might be related to his mana points, MP, and magic stats. As it was often intelligence and wisdom that increased the power of these two, so he thought that, perhaps, it might be the reverse case, having MP and magic enhancing these traits on his head. The hours went by as lunchtime came. As always, Harumi decided to go elsewhere while Frank remained at Matsuo's side while enjoying their lunch together. "So, wanna come to my place now? I think I can handle time to introduce you to more facilities. We could also begin a quick exploration in a small magic domain where monsters appear, so you can grind some materials in magic crystals," said Matsuo. "Magic crystals?" asked Frank. "Ah, don't you remember the explanation I gave you? Well, I guess it was quite vague now that I think about it. Anyways, mana crystals are the condensed mana within a monster. It often also serves them as an inner organ similar to a heart, but instead of blood, it pumps mana across their bodies, giving the monsters all their fantastical powers, magic, or superhuman strength," said Matsuo. Freebnov.com, "So they're similar to Terra's mana cores. But I guess people do not use these to cultivate or anything like that, but as resources for magical items and many other things, I would assume, similarly to some other settings, or well, Terra itself. The difference is that perhaps on Earth, the use and application of such energy sources is way more advanced." "I see, so that is how it is. Do those cost a fortune? Are they used for like all magical things?" asked Frank. Reminder. Texts between these mean that it is an inner thought, and not spoken words. Oh yeah, you're really smart. You guessed it right, Frank. Magic crystals are used for a variety of purposes. The higher their grade, the more useful and costly they are. Without them, making magical items would be awfully hard. Despite the existence of many exceptional mages in the underworld, magic crystals facilitate everything. This ring of mine is also made through them, alongside many other materials and well, magic spells and such. Although they might be mass-produced and sold in batches in the underworld, they're still a work of art on their own," said Matsuo. "I see. Can I make money if I gather a ton?" asked Frank. "Yeah, essentially you would be working for us the moment you begin hunting monsters. The contract says that you have to sell everything to our clan though, but do not worry, you will get well paid for it. You can choose between real money or contribution points, which you can exchange for various things in the tinker shop of our clan," said Matsuo. "Ah. So I'm already beginning my labor, huh? Anyways, how can I know how many contribution points I will have? Are they like little coins or something?" asked Frank. "Hey, that's quite an intelligent question too. But no, contribution points are not physical, but you can check how many you got through the crest you got from our clan, by simply touching it. A small amount of information, similar to a floating scroll, should appear in front of you. It says how many contribution points you got alongside your general information, like your age, and such. Try it," said Matsuo, as Frank touched the crest as he was asked to. Flash. A small, magical, and transparent scroll appeared before Frank's sight. The floating scroll revealed his name, age, birth, and many other things that he did not even remember saying. This was truly some kind of advanced magic that could even extract personal information with ease. "Whoa, now this is convenient. Although I hope I can see them in my status window later on," said Frank. "Isn't it?" He said Matsuo with a prideful chuckle over his family's clan. Break time was over as the class students resumed their studies until quite late in the day when classes were finally over. Frank had contacted his family and told them that he would be getting a bit later there than other days, as he needed to be introduced by Matsuo to the special hunting domains as he called them. Reaching the territory of the monk clan and after entering the large tower while greeting many other clan members, Frank was introduced to the hunting domains by being shown a large and spacious hall inside the tower. It was clearly a distorted and expanded space, as such space would not be possible to exist inside such a stretched tower. The hall was made of wood and decorated with many beautiful statues and monoliths. Each one seemed to be near a door in the vast hall, which seemed to represent the hunting domain behind the door. "Okay, so here we are. Each of these doors is hunting domains. We are going to the newbie one because, despite your good reflexes, you're still a shrimp, said Matsuo, opening the first door, which had a monolith resembling a tiny green man with a small horn on its forehead while wearing a small loincloth and carrying a wooden club. This is the goblin hunting domain. Well, you see, monsters are divided into various ranks depending on their strength. These goblins are all rank 1, so they are ideal for a newbie like you that is still developing its abilities. Of course, we are not in a game, so by simply killing monsters you will not simply get stronger out of nowhere. But the repeated practice of your abilities will. You are a healer, but I want you to be also prepared for any situation, so here, I will lend you this thing, said Matsuo, giving Frank a short, small silver-colored spear with a yellow-colored crystal stuck into the tip. A spear. It looks a bit like Gwendolyn's, thought Frank. That spear works both as a melee weapon and as a staff, which will enhance your magic by a bit when conjuring spells. I've wondered for a long time if you're good with offensive magic too. Oh, look at that, a little friend is right behind you, think fast, said Matsuo, as Frank glanced behind him as a tiny, green-skinned man with a bald head and a long nose and sharp ears appeared within the vast forests of this hunting domain behind the doors of the hall, carrying a wooden club. Jr. It laughed maliciously, as it directed its club towards Frank's head. Chapter 38, Killing Goblins to Grind EXP. Grr! Roared the red-skinned little demi-human, a goblin. Its wooden club was directed towards Frank's back at an incredible speed, but Frank himself managed to sense the presence of the creature a few seconds earlier. This was due to his augmented senses. By leveling up, not only strength or magic was developed, but his quality as a human being increased. This also included all 5 senses, such as hearing, smell, and the natural detection of an ominous foe. An ominous presence has been detected, freebnovel.com. The system alerted Frank about such presence, but it was not like he had already realized it beforehand. Frank quickly averted his gaze from Matsuo's fox-like smile as he moved his eyes towards the goblin. Raising his axe, he released a fast yet incredibly precise stabbing attack through the use of his spear technique skill. Clash! Matsuo glanced as Frank's superhuman capabilities shows themselves in his actions. His body had been strengthened through leveling, and although Matsuo was now aware of this, he knew that he had some kind of growth-type ability within himself. He wanted to test Frank's capabilities by letting him be surprised by a weak monster, to see if he was more than a simple healer. Frank's spear suddenly was covered in bluish ethereal energy, Frank's mana, which enveloped the spear and which power was absorbed by the jewel at the tip of the weapon. The spear moved even faster than the goblin's arm holding the wooden club, striking the goblin's chest with a loud clash sound, as the goblin roared in pain. Grr! The goblin, however, was still somehow alive, gnashing its teeth with anger and fury. Its yellow-colored eyes glanced at Frank's eyes with anger and the savagery of a monster. However, Frank had already experienced what was taking the life of another living being after having hunted many horned rabbits, and although killing a goblin certainly gave a different feeling as it was a humanoid being, Frank's mind was as calm as ever. He frowned as he gnashed his teeth as well, putting more of his strength into the lance and fully penetrating the goblin's chest with the tip. Clash! Jiggery-ah-ah! Ding! You acquired a small amount of EXP. It's dead, sighed Frank, as the goblin's body suddenly became a black-colored mist and disappeared out of existence, leaving a small, blue-colored jewel in the ground. What? It disappeared? Asked Frank in surprise. Good job, Frank, you surprised me there. You know how to infuse your mana into a magic weapon? Who taught you that? Or did you figure it out on your own? You might be more talented than I thought. Oh, and that? Well, it's simple, said Matsuo. I think I am rather untalented, to be honest. But it was easy to use. I just needed to point the tip at the goblin and kill it, nothing particularly complex. And what do you mean by simple? I thought you used monsters' materials. How can you get materials if the creatures disappear after they die? Asked Frank. Ah. That's because there are different types of monsters in this world. This special hunting domain is made cheaply, so the monsters in here stop materializing after they die. It is an efficient way of doing it because it's not like goblin corpses are worth anything anyways aside from the magic crystal, said Matsuo. So there are monsters that continue to be materialized after dying and others that simply don't? Asked Frank. Yeah, well, you see, monsters are born through various means. One of them is for negative emotions to accumulate in a certain area, like inside this domain. These goblins are like this. This is why they often called monsters as evil spirits in the past. They materialized through the accumulated negative emotions of humans. Our brains are pretty strong, and the mental energy we produce and exude does not simply go away and disappear. All matter transforms in this world, and so does that energy we exude. And the more population there is, the more negative emotions are created and converged, resulting in these adorable little, green-skinned men. And other things, said Matsuo. I guess I kind of understand it a bit more now. Then those that stay materialized are made by even more concentrated mana, negative emotions, and mental energy? Asked Frank. Yeah, usually, those that stay materialized have more concentration of mana. These are weak monsters, with not much mana within them. The mana becomes these magic crystals and the rest of their bodies simply goes back into the environment, feeding energy into creating more in the future, said Matsuo. That's intriguing, said Frank, as he felt the presence of more goblins sneaking through his back while walking around the trees of this vast domain. Is this place filled with these things and a forest? Asked Frank. Yeah, it has the size of an actual forest. This space is actually not infinite, but it goes around itself like a sphere, so you will never actually meet the end, said Matsuo, as he intercepted a goblin that tried to sneak behind him with a wooden spear. Griar. Light barrier, said Matsuo with his fox-like smile, as a barrier of light appeared before him, blocking the goblin's attack. That magic, muttered Frank with surprise and amusement. This is a simple defensive spell. Now look at this, said Matsuo. Light ray, said Matsuo, pointing his index finger towards the raging goblin's head, as a ray of shiny golden light flowed from his finger and penetrated the goblin's head like a bullet, leaving an empty hole within. Boom. The goblin disappeared in black smoke as a tiny magic crystal was left behind. Now take care of yours, said Matsuo, as Frank quickly evaded an attack from a nearby goblin's wooden club. His speed was clearly higher than these critters, and evading their surprise attacks was not anything hard for him, even if his evasion techniques were quite clumsy and inexperienced. Griar! roared the goblin, trying to attack him again as Frank's aquamarine eyes flashed with blue light. His body exuded a small amount of mana into his spear, using the tip of the spear towards the goblin's neck, stabbing it as the creature vomited blood while shrieking, only to die and disappear a few seconds afterward. Ding! You acquired a small amount of EXP. Now you, said Frank, as he used the spear to shield another goblin's club attack. Clash! Griar! Frank then began to think about using something else than the spear at this time, remembering how he had gotten a new time of magic after acquiring his mana core, which he had not much time to practice. However, the moment he acquired that magic skill, a small amount of knowledge had flown into his mind, giving him the clues to conjure at least a small offensive spell. He wanted to show off to Matsuo as well, to show him that he wasn't a simple healer and perhaps, through that recognition of more strength, to be more accepted within the ranks of the clan. Frank used the spear to intercept the goblin's angered yet clumsy attacks. Frank's reflexes were simply superior to the goblin by some amount, and through this, he gathered time to point the palm of his hand towards the goblin. Concentrate mana. More. More. Said Frank as he infused mana into the palm of his hand. A transparent, blue, and gray-colored sphere of ethereal energy was generated within a second. There! Said Frank, firing the sphere of mana towards the goblin's head, throwing the creature several meters away with great force. Boom! Griar! roared the goblin, flying through the air and then falling over the ground, not much later turning into smoke and disappearing. Freebnovel.com, ding. You acquired a small amount of EXP. Wow. Well done, man. I knew that you had more with you. Since when did you know how to do that? Asked Matsuo with excitement. Actually, I just learned it, said Frank with a plain voice, as he grabbed into the magic crystals and glanced at them. He waited for some kind of message that can let him absorb them, as Matsuo reacted to his words. Really? You just learned to do that? Man, you're a prodigy, said Matsuo. Is that so? That much? You're exaggerating now, said Frank. No. I actually took more than a year to learn my spells. Offensive spells are the hardest to learn. Yet you just did it on a whim? Asked Matsuo. I guess I am quite good, but that's not so impressive amongst the many sorcerers and monsters that exist in the underworld, right? Asked Frank. You're right, I guess if we compare you to the rest, yeah, you're still a rookie in training, said Matsuo while sighing. He found Frank's humbleness quite shocking. He was truly talented, yet he saw himself as a very little. This might actually be a good trait in Matsuo's mind, as this would push Frank to not simply be content with what he had, and to strive forward to get even better. Chapter 39, Constant Grind with Matsuo's Assistance. Frank glanced at the magic crystals as he tried to focus his mind on them, just as he had done for the mana cores of Terra. He thought that they might be capable of helping him on his cultivation through their absorption. Freebnovel.cm, ding. Ah, there it is, thought Frank. Source of materialized energy detected. Source, magic crystal, rank 1, cannot be absorbed to increase cultivation rank. Mana core cultivation can only be hastened through the absorption of the original's world materialized energy source, so I can't. I only can use mana cores from Terra. Is there anything else I could do with it though? Wondered Frank as he kept focusing his mind. Ding. User can convert, magic crystal, rank 1, into 1 app point. Convert? Greater than yes no, wait. I can? I wonder if I can do the same with mana cores? Wondered Frank, as he decided to dismiss the system option. For now, he was still in the middle of the hunting domain, and there was also Matsuo in front of him. This occasion will be nice to discover more of your capabilities because you seem to not even know your own, said Matsuo with a little chuckle. Well, actually, I got this, but it does not help in anything battle related, said Frank, as he grabbed the 3 magic crystals from the goblins he killed and opened his inventory, which showed itself as a tiny rift in space. Matsuo glanced with disbelief on his often closed eyes as they opened, seeing as Frank stored the magic crystals inside the strange space, which closed itself not much afterward. That's. Wait, since when? Asked Matsuo. I discovered it yesterday. It seems to be an inner space where I can store almost anything that is not living, even food, which will remain in some kind of homeostasis. It will not rot, and even warm food will remain warm inside. Convenient, isn't it? Said Frank. He decided to reveal this ability to Matsuo as fast as possible, as he would be using it to store items while hunting inside the domains within the clan. It reminds me of game inventories, but there are items like those in the black market. You know that only very advanced sorcerers capable of manipulating space can create them, right? But you seem to just have it as a branched ability. You are probably one of the top 10 most talented in the clan already. Storage magic is nothing to laugh at, Frank. You can become a living wagon for us, laughed Matsuo. I am not too fond of that idea. But if I can earn contribution points, said Frank. You actually could, but we aren't forcing you to anything. Anyways, any other crazy ability you got below your sleeve? Reveal it. Everything, Chief, said Matsuo. Well, I can produce dirt, said Frank with a plain face, as he began to produce a handful of dirt from his hands. That's it? Asked Matsuo as Frank kept creating tiny amounts of dirt that even after having been generated 10 times, didn't even amount to a pile. Yep, said Frank with a dispirited expression on his aquamarine eyes. I guess you can't simply be shown with useful abilities. From a useful storage ability to a useless one. I guess you're a mixed bag of abilities, Frank. Come on, maybe it can awaken in the future and you'll be able to shoot rocks. Perhaps, laughed Matsuo. Hey, don't make fun of me, said Frank. Ha ha. Well, let me do it a bit, your storage ability really surprised me, said Matsuo while patting Frank's back. And what do you mean by awakening? Asked Frank. You don't know? Ah, I guess you still need some basic knowledge about abilities. You see, after having gathered enough mastery into an ability user will sometimes receive some kind of enlightenment, be it from an external source or simply by figuring it out yourself. After that, an ability undergoes an awakening and becomes stronger and even more useful. It can often become completely different than before. I've undergone one awakening into my magic ability, which made it stronger and let me use a more varied arsenal of spells, said Matsuo. Freeban.com, so that's what it is. I wonder if my other skills can awaken too. It seems that the max level is always 10. So maybe if they reach 10, they can evolve. Perhaps the dirt skill will produce a bit more dirt afterward? Or maybe a brick, said Frank while thinking about the possibilities of the dirt skill awakening. Perhaps it did not seem as useless anymore? It was all up to his efforts. While Frank and Matsuo explored the forests in search of more goblins to slay, Frank got a sudden quest notification, asking him to slay 20 goblins, which in exchange would generate what the system called a boss monster summoning. Frank seemed a bit intrigued over it, but could not help but guess that it might bring more riches and experience points. He set off with more energy into the hunt for green-skinned little men with Matsuo, who quickly found a group of 3 walking around the forest. Frank distracted the group by firing 2 mana bullets, while Matsuo stopped their tracks with his light barriers. The goblins were raging in fury as they used their wooden weapons to hit the light barriers, but without getting nowhere. Just how much mana you have to maintain the barrier like nothing? Asked Frank. Well, I've practiced my mana usage and regeneration for years, which will naturally make it increase for you in the long run. Mana is like muscles, it needs constant practice to show off results and grow stronger and stronger, said Matsuo, as Frank used the spear this time to impale a shrieking goblin, while the other 2 evaded his attack. Gree-er. The impaled goblin gave out the last cry as it died quite quickly. Frank felt the small rush of experience points through his body as the goblin disappeared into black smoke, leaving a tiny magic crystal in the ground. Where are you 2 going? Asked Matsuo, creating another light barrier blocking the goblin's path. Meanwhile, Frank pointed his palm towards the nearest goblin as he concentrated his mana into it. Mana bullet is kind of weak. Is there a way to make it stronger without wasting much mana? Oh, I got it, said Frank as he got a sudden inspiration within his mind. He concentrated the mana bullet as he began to make it spiral around itself, generating more power without spending too much mana into it, and then firing the spiral mana bullet with great speed, reaching the nearest goblin, and exploding into its face. Gree-er. Boom. The goblin instantly turned into black smoke as Matsuo was left surprised once again. What? You just improved upon the spell like nothing. And you did not even use that much mana either, said Matsuo with a bit of disbelief. This rookie was way too good. It's nothing much, I just made the mana that made the spell spiral around, it created more centrifugal force, said Frank. Is that so? Perhaps you have another ability? Mana control is a rare ability, did you just get it as an innate too? Asked Matsuo, hitting the nail into Frank's talent while Frank finished off the other goblin through another spiral mana bullet. I might? I can tell that I can use mana easily, it is as if it bends to my will partially, said Frank. That's actually mana control. That explains your talent. Even if you are not using any element into your magic, said Matsuo, deactivating the barriers. Those are nice gifts for someone like me that got into the underworld by accident. All of you got plenty of time to get stronger, and most of the people might be able to crush me effortlessly, It is good to receive something that can let me grow faster," said Frank. "I guess that's a fair enough excuse for your talent," said Matsuo while rubbing his chin. "Are you not gathering magic crystals?" asked Frank. "Nah, grab them all with you, I am pretty much supervising you here," said Matsuo. "Ha, alright Sensei," laughed Frank as he saved the 3 magic crystals on his inventory, amounting now to 6. Frank and Matsuo kept exploring the forests and encountering more goblins, until they found a large group of over 8, which was a bit overwhelming for Frank, who ended up taking some hits even with Matsuo's support. Of course, he managed to also use his gift of life to heal himself, and although the goblins' attacks felt strong, they were not nearly as potent as he thought. His skin, bones, and muscles were simply tougher than before, most likely due to his leveling up and the defense stat. "So I can get contribution points by exchanging the magic crystals?" asked Frank. "Yeah, that's right, Kuhai. I do not think you got any use for them at the moment anyway, right? It is not like you got any alchemy ability, right?" asked Matsuo with a bit of skepticism in his voice. "Don't worry, I am not an absurd person with every ability," muttered Frank. "Ha ha. Okay, well, you can keep them too if you want to use them for something in the future, although they're just rank 1 magic crystals, so it's not like you can do much with them, bear in mind," said Matsuo. "I see, I'll keep that in mind, Senpai," said Frank with a mild smile as he kept looking for goblins. He had slain 15 and needed 5 more for this boss monster to show up. He was now level 6, so he probably would need the experience points of a boss monster to finally level up. Frank still wondered what could happen if he reached level 10 in the farmer job. Chapter 40, Boss Fight. Against the Goblin Champion. Frank kept practicing his magic while conjuring the spells made through the gray magic skill, an innate type of magic that he had unlocked after forming his mana core in Terra. It was certainly a strange type of magic, which he never remembered Gwendolyn ever talked about. He guessed that it might have something to do with himself, or with his ability to simply use any attribute. Gray magic could also mean that it might lack any attribute, and this is why his offensive spells simply were reinforced and pure mana, and not mana summoning a special element. He had to study more his innate magic whenever he gets time, perhaps in the World's Gate, which can serve as his time chamber to train skills and other things while not having to enter a world. After all, although the World's Gate was simply the bridge to other worlds, the space itself was very large, and whenever he was there, the other world's time would go as slowly as if he were in any of the other 2 worlds. Meaning that if he were to spend 2 days there training like a maniac, only an hour would go by in Terra and Earth. As Frank and Matsuo kept exploring the Goblin's Forest, the hunting domain specifically made for newbies, they came across 2 groups of goblins, one with 3 and another with 2. Frank quickly used the spear given by Matsuo to dispose of the group of 2 goblins, while Matsuo used his barriers to stop them from escaping from Frank. Despite being monsters with barely any intelligence, they still had basic survival instincts and would run away if they were to meet someone stronger than them that could easily wipe out their groups without much efforts, such as Frank. Frank quickly figured out how to use the magic spear as a staff as well, generating spiral mana bullets from within the tip of the spear and then throwing them to the targets he desired. The 2 shrieking goblins could only do much until they exploded into black smoke, leaving tiny magic crystals behind. "Griar!" roared one of the goblins that Matsuo trapped, moving towards Frank with great speed through a long leap, as it pointed its rusty dagger towards Frank's shoulder. Frank evaded in time as he felt the foreboding goblin's presence beforehand, moving away and managing to slip off its attack range and then throwing a large spiral mana bullet right into the goblin's back. Boom! The creature released a small shriek as it turned into black smoke, leaving a tiny crystal behind. The other 2 goblins glanced at the scene with both horror and frustration, roaring together as they rushed towards Frank. Frank decided to charge against them, pointing the tip of the spear towards one of the goblin's neck. A large river of crimson blood exploded out of the wound as the creature painfully released a last cry, turning into black smoke, alongside the blood that it splattered. Freebnovel.com. However, Frank quickly felt a slight pain in his right leg as he felt the blade of one of the rusty daggers from the last goblin pierce through his flesh a little bit. He quickly made the mana flow into his leg as he kicked the goblin's head with great strength, throwing it away from him and then using the sharp tip of the spear to penetrate the goblin's head. Boom! The creature turned into black smoke as Frank released a sigh of relief, taking out the dagger that was stuck into his muscle tissue and then healing back the wound through Gift of Life. His mana had become rather large since he acquired a mana core, and even though his regeneration ability was outstanding, regenerating 2 points of mana per second, he simply needed to wait 20 seconds until his mana were to be refilled again. Frank felt the rush of experience points embrace his whole self, but it was not enough to level up. Sigh, how many have been? 20 already? I wonder how much I can make in yens with these magic crystals? Asked Frank. Freebnovel.com, with 20 rank 1 magic crystals. They're around $1,000 each in my clan, so you'll make 20,000, which translates to 200,000 yen, or a bit more, Frank, said Matsuo. Wait, what? Really? In this little hour I already made like a 5-month salary? Asked Frank. The amount of money made broke his perception of reality a bit. Prepare yourself, Frank, in the underworld that the amount of money is absolutely nothing. To tell you the truth, this soul ring cost me billions of yens, so you'll be working rather hard to even get enough money to buy something useful, even if you think that you made a lot. Well, you can still buy a lot of things that are not magical, I guess. But it is not like it will increase your strength like that, and strength must be prioritized above all in the underworld, said Matsuo. I guess you got a point, muttered Frank, as he glanced at the system notification he recently acquired, congratulating him for defeating 20 goblins. Ding! The Rise of the Goblin Slayer, side quest, completed. Congratulations! You have defeated 20 goblins. Are you ready to take on the big bad boss of the goblins? Do not worry, the loot will not disappoint you. Work hard, you acquired the quest rewards, a medium amount of EXP, 20 APP points, Goblin Champion Summon. I wonder how I can summon the Goblin Champion? Wondered Frank, as the answer was given right in front of his sight. Flash. What is going on? Asked Matsuo as he and Frank glanced at their side as countless masses of black smoke, the energy that the goblins left when they died, beginning to gather into a giant mass that began to surpass the 4 meters of height. Flash. The mass of black smoke became thicker and more defined, and within seconds, a green-skinned giant, with a long and sharp nose and ears, bald head, and a horn on its forehead appeared. The creature was packed with muscles and reached 4 meters of height, glancing at Matsuo and Frank from above as it slowly raised a giant metallic club filled with spikes into the sky. Groo. Ding. The boss monster has been summoned. Wait, that fast? I shouldn't have accepted the rewards immediately. Thought Frank. What is going on? This has never happened before. And this power? This is a rank 2 monster, said Matsuo. Let's fight it then, said Frank with a relaxed smile. He was sure that he should be able to fight off the Goblin Champion with his current capabilities, and he was also inspired by the promise of loot after defeating it from the system. He wanted to get as strong as possible to protect himself and his family from the underworld on Earth, while also being able to survive in Terra while he explores the mysterious world there. And of course, to ultimately help Earth recover through traveling to other worlds, who most likely have greater danger levels. No, Frank, you're still a newbie, stand back and let me handle this, said Matsuo with a confident voice, walking in front of Frank. Blades of light emerged from within his golden aura as they began to rotate around him mystically. What's that spell? It looks awesome. Wait for a second, Matsuo, I also want to gather as much strength as a newbie. Let me help you at the very least, said Frank, running around the champion goblin who already began to move its metallic club around. Sigh. All right, but stand back, said Matsuo, as he launched 3 blades of light towards the Goblin Champion at fast speeds, flashing with iridescent lights as they seeped into the giant's flesh and exploded. Boom! Groo! The Goblin Champion groaned in pain. However, the areas that were affected didn't detach nor seemed too wounded. The creature was more resilient, far more for a rank 2 monster in Matsuo's mind. What? It should have died with that, said Matsuo with surprise in his eyes. Let me help you out, senpai, said Frank, moving near the Goblin Champion and firing 2 large spiral mana bullets towards the Goblin Champion's head. Boom! Groo! Roared the giant, walking towards Frank with its large and slow body as it began to pulverize the ground with its metallic club. I told you that we should work together, let's take it down, said Frank, as Matsuo nodded without much of an option left for him. The Goblin Champion's body was enormous, but it was slow. Its attacks were strong, but Frank and Matsuo were fast and nimble enough to evade its rage. Blades of light and spiraling bullets of mana flew towards the giant one after another. As it slowly weakened, the giant began to release a tantrum of attacks when it seemingly reached a certain HP threshold. Although Frank could not see its HP, he thought that it might have been the case. Blades of light, said Matsuo, firing more blades made out of light towards the giant as its body began to slowly feel weaker. Spiral mana bullet. Meanwhile, Frank fired more spiraling mana bullets and kept his distance from the creature's attacks. As they evaded its tantrum and threw more attacks, the creature's skin suddenly turned blazing red, as its eyes released fiery flames. It changed? Asked Matsuo once again in surprise. Oh, this is the boss's last stage, said Frank, as Matsuo barely understood what he meant. Chapter 41, Victory and Dropped Items? Ding! Freebnoll.com, the Goblin Champion HP has reached 20%. The Goblin Champion has entered on its Berserk mode. Frank's system alerted him about the changes within the boss, clearing showing that the system itself had somehow created this creature to foment Frank's growth, something that seemed to have never happened inside a hunting domain, or at least in all of the ones where Matsuo has ever been. This is such a strange anomaly. How did this even happen? I have to report this to the clan's elders and the great ancestor ASAP afterwards, thought Matsuo with a concerned expression. Grr! Roared the Goblin Champion on its Berserk mode. Its entire club became covered in flames as it increases its speed as well as its offense. The club began to demolish the ground and any nearby tree, while setting the entire forest ablaze, making any goblin nearby run away in fear. This is ridiculous, it's really like a game. But I wonder if this is a normal phenomenon or is my system the one doing it all? It would be worrying if it was the first option, as I would have to somehow explain this to Matsuo later on, thought Frank, moving around the Goblin Champion while barely evading its attacks. Although its physical attacks were evaded, the flames crossed a large distance, reaching him a few times. Thankfully, he used his gift of life skill to heal his wounds, and dirt to create handfuls of dirt to set off the flames on his clothes. This skill came out unexpectedly useful in this situation. These flames and the heat that this giant is producing. Is it like its own domain? Wondered Frank as he noticed that 3 meters around the Goblin Champion seemed awfully hot compared to outside of this range, and he even noticed how he received burn damage each time he stepped in there. Thankfully, due to Ruby, Frank had acquired the fire and burn resistance skill, so the amount of burn damage and fire damage that he was receiving was reduced a bit. Meanwhile, Matsuo used his light barriers to shield himself while conjuring rays of light from his fingers towards the Goblin Champion. The Goblin Champion's senses had been sharpened after entering Berserk mode, as it managed to evade some of Matsuo's attacks while intercepting others with a swing of its club, destroying the attacks through the blazing attacks. However, it was not capable of intercepting or evading 2 at the same time, as Frank kept firing spiral mana bullets while running around and evading the Goblin Champion's attacks and flames. Grr! Roared the Goblin Champion, jumping towards Frank as if it were a blazing meteorite. Frank tried to evade, but the flames released by the shock wave created after the Goblin Champion hit the ground with its legs flew towards Frank, almost skewering him alive. Flash. However, Matsuo came to the rescue with his light barrier, shielding Frank in the last second. This thing. The moment it changed, it became as strong as a rank 3 monster. Said Matsuo with awe and disbelief in his voice. Thanks for the rescue. Said Frank. Don't worry about it. Also, it seems to be weakened already, let's kill it once and for all. Said Matsuo. On it. Said Frank, as he began to concentrate a large amount of mana within the tip of his spear. Flash. Oh? You are doing a charged attack? Very well, I will let you take the spotlight as I distract it. Said Matsuo as he rushed around the goblin champion and began to conjure more rays, distracting the monster while slowly lowering its HP. Meanwhile, Frank began to concentrate his mana capacities within the tip of his spear. His mind was set solely in the task as Matsuo gave himself the job of distracting the goblin champion. Flash. The concentration of mana grew larger and larger, becoming a sphere as big as 1 meter. Now. Spiral. Said Frank, using the mana control skill to control his own mana to do as he ordered it to do. The mana began to spiral as the giant sphere was done. Now, Matsuo. Said Frank. Matsuo nodded as he threw his light barrier towards the goblin champion, blocking its metallic club attack and confusing him. Great Spiral Mana Cannon. Said Frank, giving a quick name to the new spell he designed using pure mana as its base. Flash. The giant sphere of spiraling mana was launched just like a cannonball towards the distracted goblin champion's torso, hitting it with great force and then bursting into a loud explosion. Boom. Gru-R. The goblin champion groaned in pain as the damage dealt by Frank's new spell was just enough for its HP to fall to 0. Gra-ah. The goblin champion began to slowly turn into black smoke as well, as many little shiny things fell from within its body before completely disappearing. The flames it produced also disappeared with it, but the forest was still quite burned. Ding! You gained a huge amount of EXP. Your level has raised to 7. The levels of the Grey Magic, Innate, Level 1, and Fire and Burn Resistance, Level 1, skills have increased. It's done. Phew! Muttered Frank, as he fell head on the burn floor. Frank! Said Matsuo, running towards Frank with a concerned expression. Frank raised his hand as he gave Matsuo a thumbs up. I'm fine, man, I just ran out of mana completely. I feel sluggish. Oh, it's back, said Frank, quickly getting up as his mana recovery was outstanding. In 10 seconds he was almost back to normal. What is your mana recovery? Anyways, we are done with this, so let's go back and report this to the elders and the great ancestor. This is a dangerous event, perhaps something has changed in the domain and it needs to be repaired or destroyed and remade, said Matsuo. Not without taking on the loot first, of course, said Frank, walking towards the shiny lights resting below the smoke of the burned forest. Loot? You mean the magic crystal? Asked Matsuo. Frank ignored Matsuo's words as he kneeled and moved the smoke away from the loot. Below where the goblin champion had perished laid 4 different items. Oh? So boss monsters drop items unlike normal ones. Could it be because of the system too? Wondered Frank, as he glanced at the items in the ground. There was a medium-sized glass bottle filled with a red and bubbling liquid, a large, fist-sized purple-colored mana crystal, a one small cubic-shaped, green-colored jewel with a strange marking on its multiple faces, and the same metallic club that the goblin champion was carrying. Matsuo walked towards Frank as he glanced at the items in the ground with perplexity in his eyes. What the? From where those things came from? Asked Matsuo in disbelief. From the boss. Matsuo, I have something to confess to you. I know we have been only meeting for almost 4 days now, but I think my powers caused this thing to show up, said Frank. He decided to be honest instead of awaking suspiciousness later on due to hiding his abilities way too much with those that were his sworn allies. If he wanted to survive in the underworld, he needed his allies to trust him thoughtfully. Your ability. Did it? Asked Frank. Freebnol.com, I will not reveal him the world-traveling part though, thought Frank, as he glanced at Matsuo and then waved his hands. Suddenly in front of Matsuo's eyes, holographic windows appeared. Frank had let him glance at his ability. The abilities you have seen me using were simply a part of my actual ability, which is this thing. I was hit by lightning in my sleep, and this thing came to be as my power. It is a bit embarrassing to reveal something like this, but I believe that you're a good person, so I decided on revealing this much to you," said Frank. "That's Frank. Such a strange ability," muttered Matsuo as he glanced at the holographic windows appearing within his sight. "With this, I've become something similar to a game-like character. I can learn skills, and even level up, increase my stats, equip items, and even generate items as long as I have enough source energy. Like the magic crystals," said Frank. He needed to be honest and straightforward. Now I am envious. Okay, I get it. I get it. It was hard to tell me and all. But still. Man, that's broken. It's broken," said Matsuo as he raised his arms. "Okay, calm down, you better not go telling this to anyone outside of the clan. I believe that the great ancestor might already know, due to how she was able to see through my abilities the moment she set sight into me," said Frank. "Is that so? Then I guess it will be easier to explain. So you generated that boss?" asked Matsuo. "Not exactly. Or maybe? Well, there was a quest, which was about killing 20 goblins. I completed it and then boom. The big boss showed up," said Frank. "That's also part of your ability then. And you can even generate items like these. This is like a very advanced minor ability user," said Matsuo. "Minor?" asked Frank. Chapter 42, Impressive Items. "Minor?" asked Frank, as Matsuo had mentioned a key word whose meaning in the underworld seemed vastly different than what a conventional minor might be. "Ah. Well, I guess you lack a lot of common knowledge and terms. A minor is someone capable of generating a resource within a specific space. Similar to actual miners, they bring resources by repeatedly taking them out of a certain area. Such people are often rare, and the items that are usually mined are things such as special types of encapsulated energy, such as negative energy, spirits, or magic stones, special types of magic crystals which are even more concentrated in their mana and magic properties," said Matsuo while crossing his arms and glancing at the shiny items in the ground. "So that's how it is," said Frank. "But you are vastly different, Frank. Your ability is, well, it is amazing, and you say that you are awakened too, right? You're probably one of Gaia's gifted awakeners then, not a simple awakener who had awakened a power already latent within. Your power might have been gifted by the world itself," said Matsuo. Frank already knew about such a thing, but hearing it from Matsuo's words gave it a different meaning. He felt kind of like the chosen one. And well, he was to an extent. Gaia's gifted are special types of awakened ability users who usually never had any latent ability, to begin with, but for some strange case, they were given power by Gaia's grace. Our world itself has chosen you. Although it is not, you are the only one, there are many like this. Each one always develops amazing powers that vastly surpass those acquired ability users such as martial artists, or those inherited ability users such as me and my family," said Matsuo. "Well, I already assumed as much, but hearing it from Matsuo gives this a bit of a different feeling. It seems that it was a good idea to tell him straight away about this to forge our bonds a bit deeper. I want him to trust me more as I trust him," thought Frank as he grabbed on the items on the floor. "That might be the case of my strange abilities, Matsuo. I feel like everything is happening so fast. I wonder if I am slowly losing the sense of my own self," said Frank as he glanced at the red-colored liquid in a bottle. His words were genuine. Frank had been feeling this way since he began to develop all types of crazy abilities through his system. He was feeling less and less attached to the world while beginning to feel as if he was entering into an abyss where he might not go back from later on. Matsuo glanced at Frank with concern. He was already treating him as if he were a good acquaintance in the underworld, but Frank was barely getting the grasp of it while still not knowing most common sense over it. There were many issues about how his life would change so much from now on, and what his powers, which were way more than he had ever imagined, would impact his entire life and perhaps that of his entire family as well. Okay, relax, Frank, one step at a time, we'll teach you the basics while we grow stronger together. It is not a daily occurrence for someone as talented as you to show up, but we'll get through it, said Matsuo with a gentle smile, patting Frank's shoulders and giving him a reassuring feeling. Although Frank was rather independent and did not need any type of approbation from others to feel alright, Matsuo's words reassured his heart a bit, as he was starting to feel rather strong pressure from what he was saying over the Gaia's gifted. Sigh. Alright, I better just get my own things sorted off. Let's grab these things and inspect the outside, said Frank. Sure buddy, said Matsuo, as Frank saved the items inside of his inventory and then walked outside of the hunting domain alongside Matsuo. After a few minutes both of them were in Matsuo's room. His house alongside that of most of his family members were located all around the monk clan territory. Man! These things. This is a health potion, right? These things cost a lot in the black market, said Matsuo. Wait, really? Asked Frank. Yeah. Their creation is complicated and only expert alchemists or sorcerers are capable of creating them. Healing wounds, and even regenerating limbs is possible within the underworld, but be prepared for its absurd cost, said Matsuo. Frank glanced at the red-colored liquid inside the bottle as its information was displayed to him. Health potion, D. A red-colored potion made with special ingredients that restore 30% of the consumer's health. It has a strawberry flavor with a bubbly texture, quite refreshing. Freebnov.com, this potion cannot restore lost limbs nor heal negative status effects. My ability says that it restores up to 30% of the consumer's health. Is it good? Asked Frank. Freebnol.com, what? It is. Such items might even save the life of someone near death. But it is only one, although you could make some money with it. I would recommend keeping it for now, so you can use it whenever you need it, said Matsuo. You're right, although I have a healing skill, it might not be reliable all the time. Or I might not be capable of healing others all the time either. I have to be prepared for the worst, said Frank. What about the other items? Can you see what they do? There is this giant magic crystal which I believe doesn't need any info. But this tiny green jewel and the club, said Matsuo. On it, Frank grabbed the tiny green jewel that released an air of magical properties and some green aura around itself, inspecting its properties through the ability of the system to see the information of anything that Frank owned. Speed rune, F, a special magical jewel infused with the magical properties of wind, enhancing the user speed. This rune can be encrusted into any equipment with an empty rune slot. Grants +5 agility to the equipment where it was equipped. After its use, it cannot be recovered and the only way to free the rune slot again is by destroying the rune. This. Does anything like this exist in the underworld? It's a special jewel that enhances the speed of the wearer of any equipment that has this rune encrusted into it, said Frank. Oh? Yeah, those exist, but they are incredibly expensive. These types of magic stones are often used in high-priced equipment that only the elite can buy. How much speed does it give? Asked Matsuo. Well, everything is in game-like terms, but it grants +5 agility. For comparison, I currently have 33 agility. So it does give a nice amount, said Frank. Well, if you can use it, it would be better for yourself so you can get any boost possible as fast as possible. That little speed might help you a lot, more than you might imagine, said Matsuo. You're right. And last but not least, this giant metallic club, said Frank, glancing at the club as he grabbed it. It seemed like it was to be a few hundred kilograms of weight, but he managed to lift it with a little bit of effort. Goblin Champion's Berserk Club, D, the powerful metallic club wielded by the Goblin Champion, possesses the strength of an almighty giant. requires 70 strength to be properly wielded, decreases agility if the wielder's strength does not match the requirements. Stat bonuses, plus 20 strength, skill bonuses, Furious Berserk Club Technique, Level 1, Special Effects, Enhanced Attack Power, Shockwave Creation. Well, it is a bit absurd, said Frank, as he decided to simply read its effects to Matsuo. What? That item would cost you a few $100,000. Said Frank with his eyes almost popping out of its sockets. To think that I just made it appear. Muttered Frank. Well, it was a hard battle, so the reward is. Well, rewarding. It's strange, it is as if your ability makes you work hard, but it rewards you greatly for such effort. Man, I wish it were always like that in life, sighed Matsuo. You could say that it is like that. So, what can I do with this one? My strength doesn't match it, so I cannot wield it properly. I would better sell it, right? Asked Frank. Yeah, we can buy it for you. Do you want contribution points or yen? We can also pay you in dollars, said Matsuo, representing the monk clan. It's not like I know any black market dealers. So I will take around 40% in yens, and the rest in contribution points, said Frank. All right, do you want to exchange the other magic crystals? Asked Matsuo. Frank thought about the possibility of using them for app points, but aside from upgrading the monster nursery, there was not much he could do with them until he was to unlock the app shop or the app gaga. So, for now, he decided to exchange them all for contribution points except the big magic crystal, which he saved on his inventory. All in contribution points. Also, can I buy something with what I'll get? Asked Frank. I believe so. I'll show you our contribution points shop, said Matsuo. Chapter 43, Acquiring Clan Contribution Points and Exchanging Skills. After a brief explanation, Frank discovered that contribution points had a value of around $10 per one, and each magic crystal from the goblins gave him 100 contribution points. As he exchanged 20, he got 2,000 contribution points. The club's price was $200,000. The 40% in money that Frank wanted $80,000 that converted into over 8 million yen. The other 60%, which were $120,000 in value, were converted to 12,000 contribution points, giving Frank a whooping 14,000 contribution points in a single night. Frank glanced at the cash with a crazed expression. On his phone, of course, as Matsuo had done the direct deposit into his bank account. With this money, I can buy anything I want now. Muttered Frank. Well, it's not like it is much anyways, you'll be needing way more for anything useful, laughed Matsuo. Yeah, but this money is enough for me. If I can earn this much every day, does a college or anything even matters anymore? Wondered Frank. Anyways, let's go to the shop, so you can see the items in our store and if anything interests you, said Matsuo, as both of them walked around the buildings, reaching a large building resembling an ancient Japanese castle, where many people were walking in and out. They were all members of the clan, some even brought giant monster corpses, while others large sacks filled with magic crystals. They were clearly bigger grinders than Frank. Ah, today's a busy day, it seems, Tilda, said Matsuo leading the way. Frank entered the building as he was greeted by a young girl with black hair and golden eyes. Welcome, dear clients. Ah, Matsuo-chan. Huh? Oh. You must be Frank James, the newbie, said the little girl with a pleasant smile. She was wearing a typical Japanese kimono with white and yellow colors. Her hair was also carefully tied with beautiful gold ornaments. Hello, nice to meet you, miss, said Frank politely. Ah, and he has such good manners. It is hard to find a young boy with such manners nowadays, said the girl, talking as if she were an old woman. Hello, Hinata. I brought Frank here to introduce him to the contribution points shop. He just sold me a bunch of stuff, so he's packed with around 14,000 contribution points. Do you believe there is something to help him out with that amount? Asked Matsuo. Oh, I see Fufu, I believe it is enough for a few newbie items. Accompany me, said the young girl named Hinata. As she walked towards the storage, Matsuo followed her and so did Frank behind Matsuo. Frank entered the storage room, which was filled with all kinds of items and artifacts. Several wooden boxes contained different types of concoctions or materials. There was also a giant butchery area where various clan members butchered the monsters bought by the shop for their body parts, which served as materials. Hinata led the pair towards a different, smaller room, where small items and other thingies laid around. Frank glanced with amusement at the marvelous items. There were many metallic accessories such as rings, bracelets, and necklaces, alongside many types of books or scrolls for people that wanted to learn special techniques or magic spells, although it was depending on the people's affinity if they could even learn such abilities. Frank then stopped as he glanced at a strange skull laying over a shelf. It was a completely white skull, however, its eye sockets had red-colored jewels inside, which shined with a mysterious and magical essence. That's a special artifact that can store spirits. It cost over 30,000 contribution points, Frank-kun, said Hinata with a smile. I guess I can't afford this for now, muttered Frank. Here, come here, I got a few items that you can afford, Tilda, said Hinata with a pleasant smile as Frank walked towards where she was with Matsuo. There was a small table that had a few items over, all of them were very small, and although they leaked some kind of magic essence, they weren't as strong as those found in the rest of the storage. Here I got you these newbie magic accessories that enhance the power of your magic by a small amount. I hear you are a healer, and as Matsuo just told me, you are also good at offensive magic, so they might be ideal for you as of now. And there are also these books, which you can read to perhaps grasp some knowledge and learn any spell that might be compatible with you, said Hinata. Frank glanced at the items. There was a bronze-colored ring with a blue gem, a necklace with a purple gem, a pair of earrings, both with tiny yellow gems, and even bracelets. Frank grabbed them with Hinata's permission as he managed to see their stats. Just like she had said, these were very newbie items, only giving small amounts of mana or magic, not surpassing 5 points at the most. Then, there were the books. There were 5 different books. Each one seemed to teach a technique or a certain spell to the reader. There was a body or a technique book, a bronze scan spell book, a lesser self-regeneration spell book, a light ray spell book, and a basic magic martial arts spell book. Each of these books cost 8,000 contribution points, but I can lend you 2 for the price of your 14,000 contribution points. Call it a newbie discount, said Hinata, realizing that Frank seemed more interested in the books than the accessories. Choose carefully, I believe that you can learn any of them, but it might take you a while to grasp the skill, said Matsuo. I see, said Frank, as he began to think about which book to choose from. I can give you a brief resume of them, said Hinata. Ah, I would appreciate it, said Frank. Fufu, sure. The body aura technique book teaches you body aura, the ability to use your mana to create an aura around your body that can enhance your basic capabilities, although it often works better at close combat. The bronze skin spellbook is an old spell made by our ancestors that lets you make your skin as hard as bronze, giving you a nice resistance to physical attacks. It's a good spell for newbies who commit mistakes while training in the hunting domains and might end up stabbed or attacked by the tiny critters. At this, Frank remembered how the goblins managed to stab him or hit him a few times despite doing his best to evade their attacks. If he were to have this skill, such annoyance would no longer be a problem. The Lesser Self-Regeneration Spell book teaches you the Lesser Self-Regeneration spell, which you can use to passively restore your health without the need to conjure your healing spell over yourself. This spell can be left activated into your body, and it will drain mana whenever it restores health, but will remain without doing so if there is nothing to restore. Very useful, isn't it? I recommend this one, said Matsuo while nodding. The Light Ray spellbook teaches you the ability to harbor your mana into your fingertips and to conjure the attribute of light into the mortal world with it. This is a favorite spell of our clan, many newbies use it, and it is very useful and efficient for long-ranged fighters, said Hinata. You already saw me use this one several times, didn't you? It is an amazingly useful spell, even for newbies. It is also faster than your mana bullets, and doesn't take a few seconds to form into your palm, as its activation is almost instant, said Matsuo. Oh, I might take that one, thought Frank. And last but not least, the basic magic martial arts spell book teaches you magic martial arts. It is the ability to use your mana to perform superhuman feats through martial arts, like the fighters from your Street Fighter games. Said Hinata with a cat-like smile. Now, choose carefully, said Matsuo. Frank had considered grabbing the combination of the Body Aura Technique book, and the Bronze Skin spell book, so he could get a good foundation into his physical power and defense, but was also considering improving on his magic and long-ranged skills. It was a bit frustrating for him, but in the end, he chose the skills that his heart desired. Well, I can always buy more tomorrow as long as I farm enough contribution points, thought Frank, as he grabbed the 2 books he wanted. Certainly. An interesting choice. Perhaps you desire to become more than a mage, Frank-kun. I will be seeing your progress from now on, Fufu, said Hinata, as she gave Frank the Body Aura Technique book, and the Bronze Skin spell books. The moment she did, Frank's crest shone brightly over his hand as an essence was taken away from within, the number of his contribution points then lowered to 0. And it's done, thanks for your purchase, dear guest said Hinata. You surprised me with those choices, but Eh? Said Hinata. Flash. In front of Matsuo and Hinata, the books that Frank was holding in his hands dissipated into yellow and white fragments of light, as they were infused into Frank's body. Frank felt the infusion of new knowledge and abilities awakening within himself. What? Asked Hinata in surprise. That's. What did you do with the books? Asked Matsuo. I learned them, the skills, said Frank. Ding. You learned the Body Aura, level 1, and the Bronze Skin, level 1, skills. Name, Frank James, race, human. Titles, world traveler. Gender, male. App points, 190, clan contribution points, 14.000 greater than 0, mana core cultivation, rank 1, initial stage, job, farmer. Job history, none. Level, 7, health points, 50-50 greater than 60-60 plus 10 freebnovel.cm, mana points, 43-43 greater than 49-49, strength, 36 greater than 41, plus 5, defense, 31 greater than 36, plus 5, freebnovel.com, magic, 38 greater than 44, resistance, 28 greater than 33, plus 5, agility, 28 greater than 33 plus 8, passive skills, world's traveler body, level dash, gift of life, level 2, curse resistance, level 1, hypnosis resistance, level 1, divine brand of the monk family of Tokyo, level dash, mana control, level 3, fire and burn resistance, level 2, level up, a broadens divine protection, level dash, a broadens champion divine crest, level dash, mana core, gray, level 1, equipment, farmer's jeans, F, leather gloves, F, leather boots, F, farmer shirt, F, straw hat, F, silver needle, C, active skills, farming technique, level 2, spear technique, level 2, gray magic, innate, level 2, level up, dirt, level 1, sewing, level 1, body aura, level 1, new, bronze skin, level 1, new. Relationships, Matsuo family, Tokyo Shrine Clan, Tame Monsters, rank 1, Lesser Flame Salamander, Ruby, level 4, Worlds Visited, Earth, Terra, Farm Town App. APP Special Functions, Inventory, World's Gate, Quest Board, Monster Pet Nursery, APP Gaka, Locked, APP Shop, Locked. Chapter 44, Learning New and Useful Skills. As Frank purchased 2 special books that seem to teach special techniques to strengthen one's body by exchanging them for 14,000 contribution points, He was surprised by a sudden system message when the books were given to his hands. Ding! A skill book has been detected. Do you wish to learn the Body Aura, Level 1, skill? Greater than yes no. Wait, what? Thought Frank, as yet another window appeared on his sight. Ding! A skill book has been detected. Do you wish to learn the Bronze Skin, Level 1, skill? Greater than yes no. Freebnovel.com. Wait for a second. This is this? This is like in those games where you can learn skills through skill books? Really? Is my system that thoughtful of me to give me such strength as if nothing? Well, I will still have to slowly level them up, but this also helps me skip all the boring learning that I would need to undergo to acquire them. Thought Frank. Frank, however, desired to cancel the learning for now, as he did not want to bring attention to him. But his fingers slipped off as he ended up pressing to both yes screens, which were also overlapping with each other, making it confusing to his sight. Flash! Suddenly, both books became fragments of light as they merged with Frank's entire body. A stream of information and knowledge rushed into his mind, giving him the knowledge and experience needed to learn the skills taught in such books within seconds. He was not granted power out of anywhere, but such an ability let him use his own capabilities to develop the skills at a faster pace. In front of Matsuo and Hinata, the books that Frank was holding in his hands dissipated into yellow and white fragments of light, as they were infused into Frank's body. Frank felt the infusion of new knowledge and abilities awakening within himself. What? Asked Hinata in surprise. That's. What did you do with the books? Asked Matsuo. I learned them, the skills, said Frank. Ding! You learned the Body Aura, Level 1, and the Bronze Skin, Level 1, skills. Frank had simply learned this straight away, with the cost of the books disappearing, that is. And because it happened right in front of Matsuo and Hinata, they were left in complete awe and even disbelief. Hinata in specific has not been introduced to Frank's complete powers yet. Just what? What was that? Frank? Did you just absorb these books? Asked Hinata. Well, yes, it is something that we haven't informed the clan yet. Hinata-san, please calm down, said Matsuo. Well, I've seen even more fantastical things in my life. But still, said Hinata. It is part of my ability, Hinata-san. Well, how to describe it? It is a perk that lets me, well, learn the skills from certain books straight away. It seems that as long as I am compatible with them, said Frank. He's a Gaius gifted, Hinata, said Matsuo. What? So, you can do that? And, well, I guess that explains it. Gaius gifted always have crazy abilities. But I have never seen one like this. Is it something like a super fast learning ability? Asked Hinata. More than that, it seems. It encompasses a game-like system. A lot of his abilities seem to be similar to that of games, to an extent. He even comes with an inventory. And well, I was about to report this, but he can also make monsters inside of hunting domains grow strong, spawning what is called a boss monster, which even drops items. Said Matsuo. That is wonderful. So that is from where you got that giant club? Foo. That means a lot of profit for the clan, Frank-kun. I think we got our golden egg roster, Matsuo, don't let it go away. Said Hinata with a greedy chuckle. I am not going anywhere, I owe Matsuo-kun my life, so the least I can do is to stay here and help the clan, said Frank with a mild smile. I see that both of you are quickly becoming good friends. That's good, I will keep my mouth shut for now, as you will report this info to the clan, said Hinata. I will, thanks for your consideration, Hinata-san, said Matsuo. Having been finally freed from Hinata, Frank left the contribution points shop as he walked back to Matsuo's room. Inside the room, both of them relaxed a bit to assess things out while drinking green tea. Man, can you stop giving me surprises like those? So now you can learn skills from books just like that? Well, I will have to add it to the report, said Matsuo. Is the report that important? Asked Frank. Yeah, it is important to keep track of the capabilities of each clan member, so they can be given special missions and tasks that are fitting of their strength and capabilities. Well, even with all of that, your powers are all centered in growing, so you can't begin any of these high-level tasks straight away, said Matsuo. What kind of tasks are even given in the clan? Like killing monsters? Asked Frank. What? No, not that. Well, there are some monster extermination ones, which often consist in cleaning magic domains that form naturally around the city, where monsters might begin to spawn and endanger the people there. But there are more than that, such as tasks to take down criminals from the underworld that think that Tokyo is their playfield, amongst other things, said Matsuo. I don't know why, but this feels as if we were more like Yakuzas, said Frank. The Yakuza clan is actually part of the underworld too, although their history is not as long as ours, and are part of our allied forces, said Matsuo. You what? Really? The Yakuza? Aren't they? Well, delinquents though? Asked Frank. Yes, they are, but so what? They are nothing compared to what the true monsters in the underworld are capable of. And they maintain a certain order within the many criminal organizations that belong or not to the underworld. They're like, well, to put it bluntly, watchdogs, said Matsuo. That's a surprise. I guess I will never see the Yakuza as I've always done ever again, muttered Frank in a slight disappointment. Since he was a child, he had thought that the Yakuza had powerful criminals and intimidating clans of katana-wielding delinquents with a lot of cool tattoos, but that was mostly what the media had made of them as a stereotype. If they were part of the monk clan, they were clearly the good guys in Frank's head from now on. Anyways, going back to the main topic, tell me whenever you feel like there is a new ability showing up. It is important to keep track of these things, said Matsuo. Okay. Although I am not going to do so, said Frank. Alright. Your compromise with the clan must be strong, Frank. You are part of our family. You can also check in the capabilities of any of our members by going to the auditory for free, so it is not like we are asking for your weaknesses, as the weaknesses of all of us are present there. Our clan is forged with trust and family bonds, and the crests in our hands represent that we are family now, said Matsuo. I see. I am glad you guys have very strong perceptions of this. It makes me feel a bit more relieved, said Frank. Anyways, did you like the hunting domain? Asked Matsuo. Yes, it was a convenient way to level up, although only one level went up. The items obtained were also nice for the contribution points. I am thinking tomorrow buying more skill books, as I feel confident that I can make a few more points, said Frank. That's good to hear. By the way, I didn't tell you this, but the hunting domains are adjusted a bit, so the time we spent inside of there wasn't as much as in the real world, said Matsuo. Oh, really? How much is the difference? Asked Frank. To put it simply, 1 hour inside of that domain was half an hour outside, but there are higher level domains where time is even more divergent, such as an hour inside being 10 minutes outside, said Matsuo. What? That much? That's indeed convenient, so I don't waste much time, said Frank. Yeah, but its overuse might bring you a lot of problems, alongside sleep deprivation, which is very dangerous for your mental health, so don't abuse these, okay? Asked Matsuo. Sure, I will try to not grind like a maniac, said Frank with a mild smile. Such smile was not very reassuring for Matsuo, who had already assumed that Frank might be some kind of hardcore gamer that loved to grind. Perhaps his own nature as one gave him such an ability. Chapter 45, Domain's Origins. Before leaving for his house, Frank could not help but ask Matsuo a few more questions regarding the domains where he had entered to hunt monsters. One of such questions was regarding the creation of them, as he wanted to be capable of creating his own domains to train and grind to his heart's content. Oh? You want to create one? Asked Matsuo. Yeah, you talk about them as if they were very simple to create, Is there a specific way of doing so? Asked Frank with intrigue, since he saw such amazingly convenient spaces that he had dreamed about being capable of creating his own, so he could grind at any time he wanted on his house or perhaps, create them in other worlds as well. To begin with, a lot of introductions over it will need to be done for you to understand it well, so sit for now and listen, said Matsuo. Ah, here we go, muttered Frank while sighing. The domains are spaces generated within our world due to the overaccumulation of mana, coupled with many other factors. You know how in the past there were a lot of stories about little monsters or spirits in Japan, who are known as the yokai, right? Asked Matsuo. Yes, the yokai. I had assumed that these monsters were real as of now, said Frank. Indeed, they are. These monsters terrorized Japan in the past because they had begun to appear through the domains created from the overaccumulation of mana, negative emotions, and spirits in the earthen plane. And because there were not many people capable of handling such spaces at that time, ancient Japan was almost destroyed by the hordes of monsters and demon kings, said Matsuo. So all those tales? Muttered Frank. Yeah, most of them were true. Because these domains appeared spontaneously, people were constantly fighting back against all types of yokai, and due to the fear instilled upon our people, we ended writing many tales about each type of little critter, up to the strongest ones that could even be considered demon gods. Said Matsuo. I am glad I wasn't born in those times. Thought Frank. Why does this correlate with creating domains? Because just as these domains were generated, they are a natural phenomenon. Just as magic itself, and also mana. If we are capable of controlling magic through the manipulation of mana, then why wouldn't we be able to create magic domains, artificially created by our own power? Said Matsuo. Okay then, so it's possible. You did not have to tell me all of the yokai stuff, you know? But I appreciate the lore, said Frank. It was necessary to give you some knowledge about the past of my country, Frank. It is the bare minimum, and the importance of magic domains, which correlate directly with history itself, said Matsuo. I see, I see. Please, forgive this humble foreigner, muttered Frank. Sigh, it's fine. In Japan people is quite xenophobic, but in the underworld that is often rare, because there are people from other countries everywhere. Some of the most respected clans such as vampires and werewolves originate from Europe, although in the outside world the society might be a bit xenophobic. In the underworld, despite all of its horrors, we simply don't mind people from other places. You also even got the crest, so you're my family no matter where you were born, said Matsuo. That's good to know, to be honest, aside from a few weird gazes which I've gotten accustomed to. I haven't experienced anything else, said Frank while shrugging. Perhaps Japan is finally becoming more open. Or just the people are simply becoming more aloof. Anyways, back to the main topic. To create a domain, you need to first know the nature of them and their structures. You also have to know that they are naturally created by the world itself. You could say that Gaia, the world, is making them, often by itself or naturally. Just as natural as someone's hair growth, said Matsuo. That's a weird comparison but okay. So is there some kind of book that teaches this? I might be able to cheese my way through by learning it, said Frank. Quite sharp, are you? Yes, there are a ton of books that teach how to create one. And so I happen to have one that I use to learn how to make right on my bookshelf, said Matsuo with a teasing smile. Eh? How much? Asked Frank. Not much, just sit down and listen to what I am going to talk about now, and it's yours, said Matsuo. Sigh. Okay, continue, said Frank. Matsuo released a fox-like smile as he sipped more green tea, beginning to speak once again to Frank about the history of Japan and the underworld that correlates to its ancient history for countless years. Aside from speaking about the many yokai that tormented people in the past, Matsuo gave Frank a brief introduction to the several deities that have existed in Japan since ancient times, which were created through the people's fears, hopes, and dreams. The world is mystical, and the existence of gods is just as true as our own. Gods have existed since ancient times, and within the underworld is well known that the gods that feudal Japan once believed and had faith to exist, and well, the people who have faith in them has not dropped much either. Did you see how each year people still come to our various shrines, despite the Christian religion have taken over the world? Japan has always been strict with its traditions, and the people hold great faith in the spirits of their ancestors, and also of the gods that we pray upon, said Matsuo. After all, those gods, or as we call them, kami, were the ones that brought upon the salvation of Japan from the hands of the yokai and three demon god kings, Shutendoji, Tamamo no Mae, and Emperor Sutoku. Although humanity's fears brought upon their existences, humanity's hopes brought upon their demise as well in the form of the gods, continued Matsuo. No way, even Shutendoji, Tamamo no Mae, and the Emperor Sutoku existed? Ah, and the gods that brought upon their end are? Asked Frank. That's right, those are the gods such as Tsukemi, Raijin, Fujin, Rijin, and even Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun, who is the founder of our clan and the grandmother of our great ancestor, said Matsuo. I see what? Wait. That woman I mean, the great ancestor Sama is the granddaughter of a goddess? Isn't she a? Indeed, our great ancestor has lived for thousands of years, Frank, she could be considered a demigoddess, even, said Matsuo. She's a demigoddess, unbelievable. And Amaterasu being the goddess of the sun. Does this explain why your clan has? Asked Frank. Bingo. Because we descend from the sun goddess herself, she had inherited her abilities upon our bloodlines, such as the natural affinity with the light attribute and holy magic, amongst other things. Said Matsuo. The bloodline of a goddess. Now you are the one who surprised me, said Frank. It is basic knowledge that you should know at this point, Frank, so I've given myself the task of teaching you this, said Matsuo. Oh yeah, it is even part of the mission that the great ancestor gave to you, isn't it? Asked Frank. Indeed, she's expecting a lot of things from you, Frank. Now that I think about it, I remember how the great ancestor's whole presence released an iridescent light that could almost blind me. Her presence was almost holy as well. Said Frank. Yeah, that is her natural divine aura of sunlight, a power that she possesses. She often never has it activated unless it is to prove the worth of a new member of our clan such as yourself. You passed that test immediately as you approached her without flinching nor falling blind. I was quite surprised when I saw you doing that, to be honest. Perhaps that first impression made her trust in you quite faster. People that see her presence for the first time fall blind for a week and cannot even give one step forward towards her, but you were unfazed, said Matsuo. That's because of my world's traveler body skill that let my mind and body adapt to any situation. I suppose. Though I was still quite shocked when I saw her, I was barely able to step a bit towards her, her whole presence was very overwhelming. So that is the power of a demigoddess in person. Will I one day reach such height? Thought Frank. Ha, you've listened well, although I can see your bored face. Anyways, there are many other clans across Japan like ours, which were founded by a certain god. There is also the fifth shoguns, who are powerful clans, the strongest of all Japan. One of them are affiliated with our clan due to the connections between the gods, said Matsuo. The strongest in all Japan? Asked Frank. Yeah, they're actually even recognized worldwide. Although we are, as a country, still not recognized as part of the strongest of the world, that would go to the four empires, that are the countries with the most history in the entire world, and that possess the most power and organizations. Those would be China, England, Russia, and France, said Matsuo. I expected as much. So Japan is not included there? Even with the gods at our side? Asked Frank. Frank, it's not like the gods are active anymore, and it is not like they cannot be defeated. There are people even stronger than gods, you know. And it is also not as if in these countries they did not have their own gods, said Matsuo. People that can kill gods. If these countries really have individuals like these, then they indeed deserve to be recognized as the four strongest in the underworld. said Frank with a concerned expression. Ah, relax, it is not like we are about to wage war or anything. These are peaceful times. If you can call them like that, ha ha, chuckled Matsuo, as he grabbed the book about the creation of domains and gave it to Frank. You've been a good boy listening to me, so have this, said Matsuo as if Frank was his little brother. Freebnovel.com, hey, I am not your little brother. But thanks man, said Frank, grabbing in the book as a system notification popped up. Ding. A skill book has been detected. Do you wish to learn the instant domain creation, level 1, skill? Greater than yes no. Chapter 46, Instant Domain Creation. After Frank was given a bit more of the common knowledge of the underworld by Matsuo, he was finally allowed to learn the skill he was waiting for. You've been a good boy listening to me, so have this, said Matsuo as if Frank was his little brother, giving him the book that taught him how to create magic domains. Hey, I am not your little brother. But thanks man, said Frank, grabbing in the book as a system notification popped up. Ding. A skill book has been detected. Do you wish to learn the instant domain creation, level 1, skill? Greater than yes no. Frank instinctively selected the yes option immediately after the system message popped up in front of his sight, as the book itself quickly began to fragment into bright, white, and yellow particles of light, impregnating his entire body as his very mind was given a stream of knowledge and even a bit of experience over the usage of the skill he was about to learn. Ding! You have acquired the instant domain creation, level 1, skill. I got it. And the specifications of how to make it are overly simplistic. I really thought there would be some need to do something else, but aside from willing it and forming the mana around, it is as if the world automatically will do the rest for you, isn't it? Asked Frank, as he grasped the ability to create domains in an instant. You really did learn it in a flash. Amazing, Frank. I would not recommend you use it at home, but perhaps in your backyard if you're really into wanting to grind more to level up. Though do not overdo it, sleeping is very important, said Matsuo. Sure, thanks a lot, Matsuo, see you tomorrow, said Frank, getting up from the floor as he hugged Matsuo. Oi, hugs now? Calm down, laughed Matsuo, as a Japanese, he was not very used to the warmer types of affection showcases that Western cultures had, such as hugs. Don't sweat it, it's just a hug, said Frank, as he walked out of the room while Matsuo released a sigh. Alright, don't spend all the night grinding though. Ah, I guess he didn't hear me. I bet he will, he seems like the type of person that would do something like that. I wonder what kind of new powers will come out tomorrow? Ah, I gotta go report his abilities, said Matsuo, walking towards a smaller tower within the facilities of the clan, and then, after a few minutes of waiting, meeting a small group of old men with long white beards and shining yellow eyes. Oh. But if it isn't the rascal Matsuo? How has your family been? Asked one of the old men. It has been all nice, ancestor, thanks for your concern, it is good to know that you're doing well. I can already notice that your mana has increased a lot since our last meeting. You're working hard, are you not? You're still young, take it easy, and make sure to enjoy your youth, said another old man. I will, Ancestor-sama, said Matsuo. Matsuo-kun, was there something you needed to report today? Asked one of the old men. He and the others already seemed rather acquainted with Matsuo. Indeed, it is regarding our newest member, the talented Frank James, said Matsuo. Oh, that rascal, the foreigner kid, said one of the old men. Oh, right, I remember him. He was a healer, was he? Asked another. Indeed, he is. Alongside many other things. Well, you see, continued Matsuo, as he went into detail about all the capabilities that he had discovered in Frank, the calm ancestors went from understanding to surprise, and some were even a bit in disbelief, even though their long lives, they had never seen someone capable of doing what Matsuo was describing. That's. Matsuo-kun, are you not putting a prank on us, right? Asked an old man. No, Ancestor. Frank is indeed a Gaius gifted, with the abilities that I had just listed, said Matsuo. The old man began a small commotion. That's insane. What kind of Gaius gifted would have so many abilities at the same time? This young man is a prodigy. We must ensure that he never changes his idea about our clan. If he ever ends up leaving us and joins another clan, we'll be losing an excellent clan member. Matsuo-kun, make sure to be nice to him. You must make him feel as welcome as possible within your clan. I will, ancestor. I am already doing that without being told so. I find in Frank a very good-hearted man. He is a good representation of our clan's principles, said Matsuo. A righteous young man with a good heart? It is nice to know that he hasn't grown wicked like other Gaius gifted, said another of the ancestors. Ah, Ancestor-sama, you mean? Asked Matsuo. Yes. We still have not forgotten that Gaius gifted girl, muttered one of the ancestors. Shutendoji's granddaughter, you mean? Asked another. Yeah, that girl, atop of being the descendant of that wicked demon, she was even gifted more power, muttered another. We had a hard time trying to instill our principles on her, but at the end, a demon is a demon, said another. She ended leaving the clan after the great ancestor left her to go willingly. She must have known that if she didn't, a catastrophic fight would have unfolded, muttered another. I will make sure that our clan does not commit the same mistakes with Frank, I assure you. Please, leave it to me, said Matsuo. Very well, then, we trust you, Matsuo-kun. You're a talented and righteous young man, a bit too hard worker. I still believe that you should rest a bit. Anyways, we'll register the abilities that you told us about that young man. You can leave, Matsuo-kun. Thanks, ancestors, said Matsuo, walking out of the large hall as the ancestors kept discussing the prospects of Frank's future. So this young rascal can level up? Asked one of the ancestors. Indeed, leveling up is a thing related to the games of nowadays that the younglings play, said another. To think that Gaia would give a human such as the young Frank a power similar to such games, said a third. According to Matsuo-kun, he also possesses stats, which are numbers that display his total power in several fields. By leveling up, he can instantly increase such numbers, which directly increases his power. He can level up simply by defeating monsters, said a fourth, while sipping some green tea. That's an impressive and overwhelming power. With that, he only needs some time to become unstoppable, said another. So he can simply grow without having to actually train his mana, techniques, or spells? Asked another. According to Matsuo, he can level up his skills too, by simply repeatedly performing them until the proficiency automatically increases, said another. That is also incredibly strong, said another ancestor. Add that to the ability to acquire a skill from any book that teaches a technique or spell. Instantly, said another. And he also can acquire items out of nowhere? Like those creator sorcerers or even the power of creation that the gods have, said another. Could it be, is the young man something similar to a demigod? Freebnoel.com, no. He is clearly far too weak to be like that, for now. But it might be that in the future, he will become one. We must ensure that he has forged a strong bond with our clan. Having a demigod as an ally might increase our total strength by a tenfold. That is right, it is better to help him grow in here, so he grows attached to our clan. As long as he behaves and works diligently, we'll welcome him. According to Matsuo, he might be an even greater hard worker than Matsuo himself. He had recently learned how to make domains, so he suspected that he might spend whole nights leveling up, said another old man. The future might be wilder than we imagined, muttered another. As the old men discussed and considered the upcoming future, the presence of the great ancestor suddenly appeared within the hall, as if she had teleported there within an instant, startling the old men for a bit. Ah! Great Ancestor-sama! Great Ancestor-sama, Our Lady, you could have called us to your tower if you wanted to speak to us. Great Ancestor-sama, is there something you desire? All of you felt it too, right? she asked while smiling, her yellow eyes glowing with sparkling sunlight. Her presence was incredibly overwhelming, but the ancestors, although not as old as her, were very strong, and already accustomed to her divine aura. Great Ancestor Sama. You mean? Asked one. Indeed, the boy, Frank, his presence. He does have it, said the Great Ancestor. So that was it. We thought that it might have been just a miscalculation on our part. But if the Great Ancestor Sama says so, it must be true, to think that the boy was to be so gifted to possess the source. Then, isn't he? Indeed, he is the connection within the cosmos and the rest of the worlds. This secret must be kept within our clan, said the Great Ancestor. Such amazing potential. He will truly bring upon our world a new era. We must protect him well. Many organizations know, the entire world might be after him. There are very people that know the true identity of his ability. For now, we must lay low and help him progress. He will bring salvation upon the world, but if he falls into the wrong hands, destruction and chaos is the only thing that we can wait for, said the Great Ancestor. It is a very delicate issue, Great Ancestor Sama. The Great Ancestor and the rest of the ancestors kept discussing their next course of action regarding Frank and his bright future, and the dangers that are already lurking all around them. Chapter 47, Skill Effects and Creating a Hunting Domain. Frank walked out of the Hmong clan residence as he crossed through the special realm space where the clan headquarters were situated. He hurriedly walked through the streets, reaching a local 7-Eleven mini-market. He had not forgotten that he promised Abaradin, the god of beasts in Terra, to bring him food and entertainment from Earth. Frank grabbed several types of savory snacks, from potato chips of all the flavors available, such as spicy, chicken broth, seafood, extra spicy, pepper, cheese, and more. Alongside sweet snacks such as all the flavors available of Pocky, cookies, mochi, Kit Kat, amongst many others. And about beverages, he bought as many as he could, from sweet milk drinks to various flavored teas and even soups in cans. The section of light novels in this 7-Eleven was rather lackluster, but Frank managed to find a few good ones, such as a certain light novel about a spider, another about a slime, and he could not forget the one about the death mage. This should be good enough. I do not know how fast a god can read, but 3 volumes of each should be sufficient? He also has to learn how to read Japanese, so I guess it will take him some time, unless he uses some godly power for it? Thought Frank, as the mini-market seller glanced at him with his eyes wide open, as the young and slim man in front of him was buying over hundreds of junk food. Does this guy even have the money? Thought the seller, as he recited the exorbitant number of the price of everything to Frank. I see, can I pay through my debit card? Asked Frank. Ah, yes. Muttered the seller, as Frank quickly bought everything through his bank card and left the mini-market almost emptied. Frank had asked about a part of the value exchanged from the items he found to Matsuo to be money deposited into his bank account specifically for this, so he had plenty of money to spare and buy abroad and whatever he wanted. Sigh, I can't believe I just wasted over 200,000 yen, really. Money is slowly losing its value in my head. Thought Frank. Frank then quickly saved everything inside of his inventory as he noticed no one around. I was over 8 p.m., so he hurriedly ran towards the train. After around half an hour, he was back home, greeting his parents and sister as he quickly joined dinner with them. After the delicious dinner that included eel meat, Frank went to take a quick bath before settling down on his bed. Although the day was long, he seemed to not be tired that much. Frank quickly glanced at his phone as he pressed the World's Gate app, as he was suddenly sent towards this space. Alright, time to train some skills. But first, I kind of want to see their descriptions. I have not actually done this for a while. And some are making me really curious, said Frank as he sat down cross-legged into the cold floor of the temple-like hall that harbored the World's Gate. Should I add some furniture in here? It beats sitting on the floor, thought Frank, glancing at his new skills descriptions alongside a few not so new ones. Instant Domain Creation, Level 1/10, a skill learned after acquiring the ability to manipulate mana around a certain space to automatically create a magic domain, a space separated from the real world but that at the same time, is present in there. The space created takes upon the appearance where it was generated. For further customization, the improvement of the skill is required. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Level 1, Newbie Hunting Domain, Rank 1-2, quite straightforward. So, I can create a hunting domain that can make monsters up to rank 2 appear. If I want stronger ones, I assume that I must level up the skill, probably through the repeated creation of domains. Thought Frank. Body Aura, Level 1/10, the ancient technique derived from China's ki manipulation techniques, but that uses mana instead of ki, life force, to create an impermeable layer of aura that covers the body. This aura enhances all of the user's physical capabilities, such as strength, defense, and speed, while sharpening reflexes. The skill can be left activated indefinitely, but mana will be drained constantly. Oh? So it is a derived technique from China's ones? Interesting, this made me remember the cultivation novels I once read a lot. This technique uses mana instead of ki. Then aside from mana, another force can be weaponized? I guess life force is something I should have already known, seeing how my gift of life is a skill that manipulates life force. Said Frank. Bronze Skin, Level 1/10, a technique derived from the ancient skin enhancing techniques of Europe, used in ancient times to harden the skin of warriors. This skill makes the user's skin as tough as bronze, enhancing defensive capabilities. This skill effectiveness can be enhanced with each level up. The skill can be left activated indefinitely, but mana will be drained constantly. Another rather straightforward skill, though I never imagined that it could have originated from Europe. This one skill alongside body aura will come in very useful, said Frank. Divine Brand of the Monk Family of Tokyo, Level / a skill that represents the brand and crest of the Monk Family of Tokyo. It enhances the user's magic by a small percentage, invisible, while granting the ability to collect contribution points for the clan. Wait, so this enhances my magic? I guess that is a nice plus. Mana Control, Level 3/10, a skill learned by those talented in the control of mana, the ability to bend mana to one's will. This skill gives the user the ability to bend mana to his will to a certain extent, which can be increased by the further increase in the skill's level. It also lowers the mana cost of spells. Oh yeah, Frank had already explained this before, but I didn't know that it lowered mana cost. Fire and Burn Resistance, Level 2/10, a skill learned by someone who has bathed in scorching flames and had burnt their skin and flesh, yet had survived from such pain and suffering and had slowly developed resistance to high temperatures and burns. Freebnovel.com. This skill enhances the resistance of any fire attribute attack while increasing the resistance over the negative status effect of burn. Very obvious effect, though the description is a bit too overly detailed. System. Abrodan's Divine Protection, Level / the Divine Protection of Abrodan, the god of beasts of the world of Terra, an honorable mark that grants their wielders the power to become a hero. Increases experience points gained, stat growth per mana core breakthrough, and skill proficiency, while giving the user greater affinity with beasts, nature, and beast people. Oh damn! Does this thing enhance my EXP gained, stat growth per mana core cultivation rank, and skill proficiency? Wait, it means that I can level up skills faster? This is way too good. I was actually thinking about asking Abrodan to take it back because it will bring me trouble in Terra, but I guess the benefits vastly outweigh any trouble I will go through. Abrodan's Champion Divine Crest, Level / the crest represents the champion and future hero of Abrodan, the god of beasts of the world of Terra. This crest enhances the ability of the user to increase their mana core cultivation rank while bringing a greater talent with all kinds of magic. This makes me cultivate even faster, I guess. And, it gives me talent in all kinds of magic? I guess that's fitting of a champion. Though I am not swallowing this whole champion thing yet. Mana Core, Gray, Level 1/10, a skill that represents the user's mana core, which is of a semi-transparent gray color, a unique mana core that can conjure all kinds of magic and cultivate at an outstanding pace by absorbing any other kind of mana core. This skill level will raise as the mana core cultivation rank increases. Ah, so that was it. This mana core lets me conjure all kinds of magic. Hey, that's way too good though. Is there any trap in this? Is this for real? Gray Magic, Innate, Level 2 Tense, a skill that represents the user's ability to conjure the mysterious gray magic, an innate type of magic that has awakened through the formation of a gray mana core. This magic grants the user the ability to create new spells of its liking while giving proficiency to all kinds of magic. The power of any spell is enhanced by the skill level. Current spells: Mana Bullet, Spinning Mana Bullet. I see, so I can create any spell I want. Is it being easy as the skill description says so? I doubt it. I don't think I can create a fireball simply by thinking about it. There must be some proper knowledge about it that I need. Or I could also cheese it through with a skill or spell book. Frank decided to try out his luck as he tried to create more spells. He first tried to conjure fire, which he failed to do so, then wind, which he failed to do so, then water, which he failed to do so. And he went around almost every attribute, failing all of them except conjurations using pure mana. Frank designed a new spell where he was able to manipulate his mana into a long whip-like thread of mana, which he named Mana Thread. I think I can even bind with it. But I need some practice. I wonder if I can create a hunting domain in here? Wondered Frank, as he had just recently finished doing his daily quest and acquiring small amounts of experience and chin app points. How exactly do I say this? Create hunting domain? Freebnovel.com, Flash. Suddenly, Frank's view changed. Or that is what he would have liked to happen, but the view was still the same. However, he was now inside a special domain that resembled the actual space where it was created. You have created the instant domain, hunting domain, rank 1-2, abandoned temple. Abandoned temple. Wondered Frank, as he suddenly felt the presence of a creature lurking behind him. Screech. Chapter 48, Abandoned Temple. You have created the instant domain, hunting domain, rank 1-2, abandoned temple. Abandoned temple. It seems to work even without being on Earth. Just what principles does this skill have? Wondered Frank, as his senses suddenly sharpened, alerting him from a lurking presence sneaking from behind. A large, flying creature screeched loudly, baring its sharp fangs toward him. Screech. Frank glanced at an enormous, almost 1 meter of height bat covered in dark fur and possessing sharp and long fangs. Its crimson eyes flashed with an eerie light as it confronted Frank head-on. This thing. The monsters already began to appear straight away, said Frank, moving a few steps back as he barely dodged the creature's sharp fangs. Frank's detection abilities had become better and better as he improved his senses through leveling up. Screech. The giant bat flapped its wings as it quickly changed its direction, moving towards Frank again. Frank quickly activated the body aura and then the bronze skin skills, while using this intrepid bat for a few experiments. He shielded himself with his arms as he let the bat bite into his arms. Screech. Frank felt a small amount of pain, as if something sharp pinched his skin, but did not manage to tear it down. These were effects of bronze skin and body aura stacked together. Frank could feel that his defensive capabilities had improved exponentially, but the drained mana was more than he had expected, as it quickly began to outspeed his mana regeneration. As the bat tried to bite down Frank's arms, he quickly tried out his newest spell, generating mana threads and entangling the bat with them. With the use of mana manipulation, the bat was tightly entangled, falling into the ground with a loud bang. Sound. Frank glanced at the struggling bat as the mana thread he created was tightly grabbing on the creature. Frank had just created yet another spell, which he simply named as Bind, adding it to his gray magic. Phew. It seems that the binding can last for a few more seconds, but I better dispose of it straight away, said Frank, conjuring a spinning mana bullet into the bat's head, exploding into mana smoke as the bat quickly turned into black smoke and disappeared. leaving behind a tiny purple magic crystal. Frank sensed a small number of experience points embrace his body like a refreshing cold breeze. He quickly saved the magic crystal as he detected several presences at the same time glancing at him, and alongside this, Frank's vision was greeted with a system notification, a new quest that requested him to defeat 20 giant bats for a dungeon boss to spawn. So, it's just like in there. They will only drop magic crystals, and the boss will most probably give away more valuable things. Thought Frank, as he noticed that his mana quickly regenerated back to full due to him having deactivated body aura and bronze skin momentarily. Damn, I should have asked Matsuo if he could have lent me the magic spear. Thought Frank, evading another giant bat while moving at great speed and intercepting it with a strong punch by using the strengthening of his body aura alone. Screech. The giant bat screeched in pain but seemed only annoyed. His bare punches were simply not enough to dispose of them, so he decided to simply finish it off through a shower of mana bullets. It seems that I am shaping myself into more of a mage than anything else. Maybe if I learn that martial art techniques book. Well, that can wait for tomorrow, said Frank, as he evaded 2 more giant bats while using mana threads and bind to entrap them while finishing them off with 4 spinning mana bullets. Freebnoll.com. As Frank kept fighting the creatures one after another, he kept using more and more magic, as he sensed that his magic senses became sharper, and his ability to manipulate mana was becoming better as well. He quickly started to think about new ways of using the mana, shaping its sharp spear tips, and firing them towards the flying giant bats through midair. Boom! 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 The 3 flying spears he sent hit right into the creature, making it fall into the ground as it exploded into black smoke. I'll call this one Flying Mana Spear, said Frank, deciding the name of a new gray magic spell. Screech. Frank kept fighting the bats, although his reflexes were sharp. Whenever one approached him without him being capable of evading in time, he would activate body aura and bronze skin at the same time, blocking most of the damage while making use of the approached bat to finish it off with a powerful flying mana spear. Meanwhile, because Frank was a bit obsessed with leveling skills, he conjured dirt with his free hand every second, creating piles of dirt everywhere in the span of the time that it took him to reach 20 giant bats defeated. As he neared the last giant bat needed, he kept detecting the presence of the monsters rushing towards him, which finally gave him a new skill related to this in specific. Ding! Due to having sharp senses of detection, you acquired the Detection, Level 1, skill. Because you are good at detecting the spots and weakness of foes, you acquired the Inspect, Level 1, skill. OF. 2 new skills. Finally. But isn't this way too fast? Perhaps is a broaden's divine protection helping me gather proficiency for skills faster? Thought Frank, as he made good use of his Inspect skill to see the stats of the nearest giant bat. Name, nameless. Race, giant bat. Types, dark, flying, monster rank, 1, level, 3, health points, 42, mana points, 8/8, strength, 27, defense, 19, magic, 18, resistance, 18, agility, 32, passive skills, flight, level 3, strong jaw, level 2, freebnovel.com, active skills, bite, level 2, sonar waves, level 2, it really just shows all of its stats. But I bet I have to level up detection for stronger enemies. Thought Frank. Screech. As Frank inspected the creature's status, the giant bat flew towards him with great momentum. However, he just raised his arm as he let it bite on it. Mana thread, bind, flash. Flash. Easily taking the bait, the bat was bind completely as it fell into the ground. Frank finished it off with a single flying mana spear, as the quest for the dungeon boss spawn was completed. He acquired 20 app points and also the reward of having the boss spawn straight away. Flash. The black smoke released by all the defeated giant bats gathered in a single place, as an enormous figure formed, reaching almost 3 meters of height with wings that easily surpassed the 4 meters. Screech! Roared the gigantic bat, glancing at Frank with voracious crimson eyes. This thing. Here it is. It's probably rank 2, I bet. Inspection. Said Frank with a fascinated smile, inspecting the monstrous creature in front of his sight before it was to fly towards his position. Name, nameless. Race, great giant bat. Types, dark, flying, monster rank, 2, level, 4, health points, 87-87, mana points, 34-34, strength, 57, defense, 25, magic, 26, resistance, 22, agility, 61, passive skills, flight, level 4, strong jaw, level 3, active skills, bite, level 3, sonar waves, level 4, intimidating glare, level 2, gust, level 1, it's quite strong. And those skills? Intimidating glare and gust? What the hell is gust? Like wind? Thought Frank, and as if answering his question, the bat flapped its wings into the air as it began to release gusts of wind towards Frank. Screech. Ah, damn, here it comes. Come at me, said Frank, as he tried to entice the bat to attack him with its fangs by yelling it. It was the same and obvious strategy of luring it in front so he could bombard it with strong spells while also adding the possibility of binding it in place. And as if it didn't know any better, the great giant bat flew towards Frank, while releasing strong gusts of winds toward him. Grisha. The great giant bat was about to bite on Frank's arm, however, instead of doing so, it released a strong sonar wave through its stretch, making Frank shiver in dizziness and confusion. Shit, said Frank, evading the confusion-inducing attack and then moving around the bat's range. Flying mana spears. Flying mana spears. He said, as the mana exuding from his body materialized into spear-shaped projectiles that flew towards the great giant bat, hitting it directly. Kriya. Oh? It seems that whenever it does a big attack, it cannot dodge as easily. Thought Frank. The great giant bat's body was drenched in blood, as its defense and resistance stats were still rather abysmal, making it susceptible to the damage of any kind. Frank glanced at the creature shriek in pain as he approached it with great speed, using this opportunity of weakness to conjure mana thread and then bind straight away. Frank was someone that likes to grab any opportunity given to him. He was not willing to see the creature slowly wake up from its pain. He instinctively strived forward, catching the weakness of the creature. I got you, said Frank, as the great giant bat fell into the floor. The creature glanced at its last view, as dozens of spears made out of transparent blue mana rained upon it one after another. Boom. Chapter 49, New Drop Skill Books and Equipment. The Great Giant Bat, the boss monster that spawned after defeating 20 giant bats, quickly met its end by the hands of Frank, as its body dissipated into black smoke while leaving a few items behind. What items will it drop now? Wondered Frank with a smile, as he saw the classical red potion and the magic crystal, alongside a skill book and a bracelet. Oh damn, even a bracelet. And is that a skill book too? So strong monsters such as bosses can drop skill books. This is getting way better now. It is finally my time to shine? Wondered Frank as he talked to himself like a maniac while inspecting the skill book, which depicted what seemed to be a person conjuring green winds around itself. Skill book, Gust, Degrade, a skill book that teaches the Gust skill, giving the user the ability to unleash a small amount of gust, wind, around itself. Cool down, none. It's the same skill that the bat used. Does that mean that I can get special monster skills through these wonderful skill books? Nice. Wait, how good would it be? The description seems rather underwhelming. Should I learn it or sell it? Wondered Frank. After a few minutes of thinking, Frank decided on learning the Gust skill, while constantly using it alongside his other skills to increase its proficiency as much as he desired. You learned the Gust, level 1, skill. Frank then spent around 7 hours grinding out giant bats, which seemed to be the only monster in this hunting domain, managing to defeat the boss 6 times, which brought him a treasure trove of low-grade items. Freebanal.com, over 80 rank 1 magic crystals. 3 more skill books, 2 of Gust and another of Sonar Wave, and 3 more accessories. I should keep what's good for me and then sell the rest tomorrow. Man, I am beat. Frank said, as he deactivated the hunting domain and glanced at his gains. The levels of the dirt: Level 1, Body Aura, Level 1, Bronze Skin, Level 1, Gust, Level 1, Detection, Level 1, and Inspect, Level 1, skills have increased. Your level has raised to 8. Your level has raised to 9. Ha, damn. What a nice grinding session. I am approaching level 10, what will happen then? Will I be able to change jobs maybe? Frank glanced at the Sonar Wave skill as he decided to learn the skill, as it seemed that it might pair well with his detection skill to facilitate his ability to detect things from far away by spreading sound waves. You acquired the Sonar Wave, Level 1, skill. Now that we got that out of the way, I will equip these 4 accessories. It seems that there isn't much restriction, as I can equip a ring for each finger and bracelets at each hand. It's not like in some games where there is usually a limit of only 4 rings and such," said Frank, glancing at the accessories dropped while equipping them through the system interface. Great Giant Bat Stark Bracelet, D grade, X2, a black colored bracelet dropped by the Great Giant Bat boss, enhances magic, mana, and resistance. Stat bonuses: +5 magic, +5 MP, +5 resistance. Skill bonuses: none. Special effects: lesser magic enhancement, lesser mana recovery increase. Great Giant Bat Stark Ring, D grade, X2, a black colored ring dropped by the Great Giant Bat boss, enhances magic, mana, and resistance. Stat bonuses: +5 magic, +5 MP, +5 resistance. Skill bonuses: none. Special effects: lesser magic enhancement, lesser mana recovery increase. Both the bracelets and the rings were 2 of each, and their stat bonuses were also identical, making Frank stronger both in magic and magic resistance, while it would also bring extra mana. Frank still had to see how much mana people in Terra could have through his inspection, but he suspected that he might be reaching the amount that those at the middle stage of rank 1 could have. Name: Frank James. Race: human. Titles: world traveler. Gender: male. App points: 220. Clan contribution points: 0. Mana core cultivation, rank 1. Initial stage: job, farmer. Job history: none. Level: 7 greater than 9. Health points: 60 greater than 80 plus 10. Mana points: 49 greater than 61 plus 20. Strength: 41 greater than 51, plus 5. Defense: 36 greater than 46, plus 5. Magic: 44 greater than 56, plus 20. Resistance: 33 greater than 43, plus 25. Agility: 33 greater than 43, plus 8. Passive skills: World's Traveler Body, Level Dash, Gift of Life, Level 2, Curse Resistance, Level 1, Hypnosis Resistance, Level 1, Divine Brand of the Monk Family of Tokyo, Level Dash, Mana Control, Level 3, Fire and Burn Resistance, Level 2, A Broadens Divine Protection, Level Dash, A Broadens Champion Divine Crest, Level Dash, Mana Core, Gray, Level 1, Equipment, Farmer's Jeans, F, Leather Gloves, F, Leather Boots, F, Farmer Shirt, F, Straw Hat, F, Silver Needle, C, Great Giant Bat Stark Bracelet, D, X2, Great Giant Bat Stark Ring, D, X2, Active Skills, Farming Technique, Level 2, Spear Technique, Level 2, Gray Magic, Innate, Level 2, Dirt, Level 2, Swing, Level 1, Body Aura, Level 2, Bronze Skin, Level 2, Instant Domain Creation, Level 1, Detection, Level 2, Inspect, Level 2, Gust, Level 2, Sonar Wave, Level 1, Relationships, Matsuo Family, Tokyo Shrine Clan, Tame Monsters, Rank 1, Lesser Flame Salamander, Ruby, Level 4, Worlds Visited, Earth, Terra, Farmtown app. App special functions, inventory, World's Gate, Quest board, Monster Pet Nursery, App Gakka, locked, App Shop, locked. Gray Magic, innate, spells, Mana Bullet, spinning Mana Bullet, Mana Thread, bind, flying Mana Spear, but even when my mana increases, my cultivation does not, which means that the amount of mana I have does not correlate with the quality and power of my mana core like Gwendolyn said. Then I guess I will have to grind mana cores from monsters to increase my cultivation. I wonder if I can create an instant domain there. Ah, I am beat, I will go to sleep at Terra and wake up there. I miss Ruby, said Frank, as he teleported to Terra, where he appeared right above his bed. He quickly closed his eyes as he wished himself a good sleep. Freebnovel.com, Frank's consciousness dived in dreams for a while, until he was sucked elsewhere, appearing in a rather familiar place. Jungles. And this warm sun of summer. Ah, a Broaden's place? Wondered Frank, as he walked around the vast and loud jungle filled with various types of animals until he finally found the clearing within, where a large shadow loomed. Frank met Broaden again, who was currently licking his fur. Broaden. Am I interrupting you from your bath? Asked Frank. Eh? Oh. No, Frank, welcome back, said Broaden with a friendlier tone of voice than before. Although his chimeric appearance was as intimidating as always. Frank then walked near him as he noticed that the god was not simply licking his fur, but large, bloody wounds spread across his back, which Frank did not see the previous time they met. Were those wounds there before? I don't remember seeing them, asked Frank. Well. Yes, I just did not show you them, I often hide them from any eye, but I was just washing them today, said Broaden. You're a god, right? Just what happened to you to get wounds like those? Asked Frank. I got them long ago when I quarreled with my siblings. They were actually larger before, they had healed quite a bit since then, said Broaden. I see. I hope that you are on good terms with them, muttered Frank. Not so much. Anyways, did you bring what I asked you for? Asked Broaden. Yep, all I could find. From savory snacks, sweet snacks, drinks, books, light novels, and manga. It all cost a little fortune, but I was strong enough to make good money in my world, said Frank, as he glanced at Broaden's three-heads eyes flash in excitement as if he were a young child. The enormous amount of snacks had almost startled him. The god quickly opens the snack bags through small tentacles that surge from within his chest, beginning to taste the delicious potato chips inside. Nom. Nom. Oh. It is really spicy as you said. Amazing. There are simply no snacks like these in here. What a delight. Ah, I can't stop eating, said Broaden, eating more and more potatoes, finishing several bags in the span of a few minutes. Then, the god proceeded to drink several cans of soup, flavored milk, flavored tea, and other drinks. After a few minutes, he sighed in relief, as if a bit satisfied. You've done good, champion. You may leave now until I call you for more snacks, he said. Wait, before leaving, can I ask you a few things? Like, did you know how much commotion would your divine protection bring to me and Terra? I am a human after all. Have you ever given your divine protection to a human? Asked Frank. Ah, that. I guess I did not think about it well enough. And no, I have not. I can understand why my children would seem a bit envious. But you are strong, so I believe you should be fine, right? Said Broaden with a very carefree tone. Sigh. I suppose. It is not like I will ask you to take it out. The benefits that it gives clearly outweigh the negative effects. Anyways, good night, I am back to bed, said Frank, as he left Broaden's divine realm. I might have not thought this out in detail, muttered Broaden as he began to chew into several pokies at the same time with his goat head. Chapter 50, Ryuberto's Visit. Frank slept peacefully after the dream with Broaden, which abruptly ended when he gave him the snacks and other things he brought from Earth. When he woke up, the first thing he thought was, wait, How did I even give him the things? I don't even remember opening my inventory. Indeed, now that Frank remembered it well, he had not opened his inventory at all when he gave away the items to Abroad, yet somehow, he was capable of. Are my memories blurry or? Frank just decided to check his inventory, only to find that the things were gone. It seems that Abroad had used some strange ability that let him just give away what he was going to give him. It was strange and made Frank wonder the true capabilities of a god such as him. If I remember correctly, the gods of Earth were born due to human beliefs, while the gods in Terra seem to have created humans and other races instead, seemingly having been born before mortals. Their existence is true quite the mystery in this regard, and are not so easy to accept like the gods on Earth. Perhaps even due to this, the power of a god from Terra might be several times greater than any god from Earth, except a few, I guess. Well, the strength and powers that could be used from world to world may change, or there might be laws that would prohibit a foreigner to use all of its power from its original world in another world. But it seems that thanks to my world traveler body skill, I am not restricted by such things. Frank was in deep thinking mode, as he had such a peaceful sleep that his mind felt very clear now. And perhaps, due to having leveled up, his mind seemed to have become sharper as well. I am thinking way too much now, but that's good, I guess. Is this because I leveled up? My magic stat might also increase my mental capacity. Although I do not feel like I have become a genius. I doubt this increases my IQ or something. And I am pretty sure that if there was someone that could hear my thoughts would think that I am an idiot. I kind of am, I guess this is why I must be more cautious, thought Frank. Frank woke up from bed with high spirits as he stretched his body a bit, glancing at the bed in front of him to find it empty. It seems that Cathal and her children were already on the first floor having breakfast. And just as Frank thought about it, he was called by someone. Frank! Come down. You're sleeping way too much, said Annabelle. Is Frank Kun such a sleepyhead? Asked Asterion to Annabelle. Yeah, he can't get used to waking up early, laughed Annabelle. Perhaps he's tired because of our hunt yesterday. He did most of the work with Ruby-chan, said Hilvra. I guess so, said Annabelle, remembering how much of a pushover she was yesterday. Her magic never managed to defeat not even a horned rabbit due to her terrible aim. He did a lot. Ah, I also want to go hunt today as well. Can we go, Mom? Asked Asterion to Cathal, who was eating a sandwich at his side. Maybe. But Frank has a meeting with the Pope today, and afterward, he'll go to register in the Adventurer Guild. And do not forget that he has to attend to the crops with me too. He's quite busy. He won't be able to go hunt every day, you know? Said Cathal. I guess that's right, said Asterion. Can we go by ourselves then? Asked Hilvra. No, young lady. You two are far too weak, and from what I hear, you didn't even manage to kill a horned rabbit, Asterion? Asked Cathal. Ah. Well, they're too fast, said Asterion. But I got one with my dagger, said Hilvra. Your dagger technique might be good that time, but how good would it be against a larger group? Horned rabbits are often evasive, but if there is a strong male, they will try to impale you with their horns. It is way too dangerous if you don't go with Frank, said Cathal. That's right, you two better stay in here. I can train you two in combat later in the week, so don't worry, said Gwendolyn. Frank was far older than the kids, and Gwendolyn knew that he would be able to handle quite fine the horned rabbits. This is why he was given the task to hunt one 2 days ago, in Terra. However, Asterion, Hilvra, and Annabelle were far too young and inexperienced, and the strength that they exuded, unlike Frank, was extraordinarily little. Just as the 3 kids sighed, as they desired adventure in their young hearts, Frank walked down the stairs. Frank! Called Asterion. Frank Kun! Called Hilvra. Frank! Called Annabelle. Yes? Good morning everyone! Muttered Frank, as the 3 kids approached him while glancing at him with puppy eyes. We'll go hunting today as well, right? Asked Annabelle. Will you teach me how to fight? asked Asterion. Frank-kun, I also want to learn magic, said Hilvra. Why are they so clingy out of the sudden? Ah, they feel like my little siblings at this point. Even Asterion to an extent, if I ignore the muscles. Okay, do not worry, we'll go hunt with Ruby today as well, even if there are a lot of things to do for me today, said Frank with a gentle smile. Yay! Said Annabelle. Freebnoll.com, nice. I will make sure to kill a horned rabbit this time, for sure, said Asterion. Me too, said Hilvra. Sigh. You're already taking the responsibility of the elder brother here, and it hasn't even been a week, said Gwendolyn. Well, Frank-kun is a nice kid, so it's obvious that the twins are attached to him. He's also an exceptional hunter, he brings free meat every day, said Cathal. She seemed a bit clingy of Frank too because thanks to him, there was free horned rabbit meat every day, which was often rather expensive to the commoners due to not many people having the capacity of hunting them as much as he. Yeah, I suppose the kid is very talented, said Gwendolyn. Frank and the rest of the kids then continued breakfast as usual, until it was 9 in the morning. Frank decided to take and get presentable for the priest, who was actually knocking on the door already. Annabelle greeted the young black cat man wearing white robes with a curious expression. Huh? Priest-sama? She asked. Oh my, but it isn't Annabelle-chan. You have grown into a fine little girl, have you? Your future seems rather bright. I can sense that your monocore is strong, keep working hard, said the priest, Ryuberto. Okay. Come in, said Annabelle, a bit weirded out over the words of the high priest. Although they were praises, they all came out of nowhere, so it felt strange instead of uplifting. Greeting Ryuberto's side was the beautiful house of Gwendolyn, and in the middle of the living room, there was a large wooden table where Gwendolyn and Frank were waiting for him. Oh my, have I come too late? Sorry for the delay. Today in the morning they came to pick up the priest that attacked you yesterday. Quite the handful he was, ha ha. Laughed Ryuberto. Pick him up? Asked Frank. Yes, due to his crime, which I reported to the authorities of the nation, he has revoked the title of priest, and he was made into a criminal slave for 5 years, said Ryuberto as Gwendolyn served tea to his cup. That's criminal slave? Wait, that much? Ah, well, he kind of deserves it, so I don't feel any remorse. But still, what is a criminal slave anyways? Thought Frank. And as if reading his mind, the high priest explained to Frank what a criminal slave truly was. A criminal slave is someone that has committed a crime and couldn't pay its sentence, so he is converted into a criminal slave and sold out into slavery, working in different areas until their sentence is over, said Ryuberto with a smile. I see, said Frank. Anyways, Ryuberto, now that we are all here, it's time to speak things that are a bit more important, said Gwendolyn. Indeed, said Ryuberto, glancing at Frank's eyes. Chapter 51, I will show you what I am made of. Frank was being slowly pressured by the aura that Ryuberto, the high priest, was putting over him the moment he entered the room. Although he was faking his resistance very well, he noticed that Gwendolyn nor Annabelle noticed it aside from him. The aura that Ryuberto exuded was strong, and seemed to put weight over Frank. For a moment, he began to think that it might be some kind of spell. But the question that arose in his mind was simple in such a situation. Why? Why is he exactly putting this pressure on me? Well, thanks to my high resistance stat, I seem to be capable of bearing it quite fine. Although it's still a pressure nonetheless. Is he doing this as a trial? To intimidate me, is it? Perhaps to make me fearful so I spit out the answers to his questions to come? I have to let him know that I am not intimidated by him, but simply yelling or confronting him won't do it. Mana control, thought Frank, as he used his mana control skill, exuding his mana from his body and controlling it in a way that permeated his body. Although this was similar to body aura, it was more magically oriented, so he named it Mana Aura, and it became a new spell too. Freebno.com. The Mana aura was unnoticeable as well and battled well enough against Ryubrito's pressure that had started the moment he sat down in front of him. Ryubrito quickly noticed, as his smile widened, almost to resemble a creepy one. Is this guy really my ally? Frank wondered. Now, Frank. I have a question for you. You have acquired Abradin-sama's divine protection and even his champion brand. But I am rather curious about how you feel about all of this. Do you want to become the champion of the Beastkin? Asked Ryubrito with a direct question right into Frank. Everyone fell silent as Frank began to think about a proper answer to Ryubrito's question. Well, to be honest, I am not sure. Everything happened quite suddenly, and I am still very overwhelmed about all of this. I am not sure either if there was ever a human with this crest. Was there any before me? Asked Frank. No, you're the first one in history, Frank. The crest or brand of Abradin's champion is an especially important one, you know? It represents the guardian of our nation, the guardian of our kin. For that to be a member of another race is a bit baffling. So, it is understandable that there might be people that envy you or disagrees with you being the new champion, said Ryubrito. Is this why you're asking me if I am willing to become the champion, and hero of our nation? Asked Frank. Yes. Since times untold that the wearers of the champion brand of the gods of Terra had become the representatives of their respective nations. The heroes of our world and the ones that protect it from outside threats. There's even a tale, where an incredibly strong rank 10 monster surged from within an enormous labyrinth in a faraway continent, the Demon King, who threatened the world itself. Only when the heroes gathered together from all the nations, was when the Demon King was finally defeated. And to tell you the truth, this tale is very true, it happened, said Ryubrito. I understand your point, but why are you telling me this tale? It is not like there is another Demon King, right? That happened long ago, assuming it by your tone and its meaning as a tale, said Frank. Indeed. I was telling you this because of the importance of your position now. Although most of the nation is still unaware, only more and more responsibilities will befall upon you from now on, Frank-kun. You'll have to train very well to accomplish everyone's expectations, and those of our nation as well. Unless you don't care about our nation, and simply want to do as you please? Asked Ryubrito. I kind of want to do whatever I want, Ryubrito. To tell you the truth, I just want to earn money and have a peaceful life. All the responsibilities you are giving to me feel terrible. But I am also not a bad person. And because I've already forged bonds with the people of this place, I feel that I have to do this to repay their kindness, and also, to protect them, said Frank. Oh? I did not expect that response. I was pressuring him to accept my duties, but he seems to have used his own magic to counter mine within seconds. And even now, I thought that he would refuse. But to think that he is so confident over his decisions. Impressive. I really thought that he would not want to do this. It is a bit obvious, he is a human, even with the brand, he has no responsibility, thought Ryubrito. Frank-kun, don't you feel used by our nation? Even after having considered that you will have to protect the people here? Even if you know this family, it is only a grain of salt compared to the rest of the nation's population. Are you truly willing to work towards people that will discriminate against you, and even try to kill you multiple times in the days to come? Asked Ryubrito, giving Frank a cold stare. No, I am not willing to help those people. And if they ever try to harm me, I will dispose of them. However, for those willing to believe in me, and for those willing to help me as I help them, I will protect them. What you say is very realistic, yes, and I had that in mind beforehand. But it is also realistic to think that not everyone in the nation is like this. The world is not simply all filled with scum, even realism can get to become unrealistic when you take out of consideration all the good-hearted people that exist in the world, Ryubrito. They do exist, this family is an example of that, said Frank. Impressive, hero, said Ryubrito, his eyes widened as he heard Frank's response. It was simply getting to the point, while also showcasing his realistic look on life. while also showing that he always thought that there was hope in people. No matter how much scum there could be, there would always be 10 good-hearted people as well. Just as how natural it was for people to be selfish and scums, it was also very natural for other people to be good-hearted, kind, and understandable, while also striving forward to protect their family. "See? What did I tell you?" said Gwendolyn. "I rest my case. I see how you are doing things, Frank. I agree on a lot with your mindset. But there is a clear disadvantage in you, something that will not make people follow you," said Ryuberto. Flash. Suddenly, Ryuberto released a stream of mana towards Frank in a split of a second. However, Frank instinctively intercepted it with his own mana aura, as he shielded himself with his arms. "Ryuberto, what are you doing?" asked Gwendolyn. "You wanna?" cried Annabelle. Clash. Both Ryuberto's stream of pure mana and Frank's mana aura clashed against each other constantly, like two ocean waves, creating impacts each time they hit each other. "Do you think that you can even make a difference with your current strength, Frank? In the world of Terra, strength is everything. No matter how advanced our society is, no matter how many years come, everything is always about strength," said Ryuberto. "I know that very well, Ryuberto. And I am not as weak as you imagine. I will work hard, and become strong enough to forge my beliefs into those that do not agree with me, even if I have to use brute force. I know very well how this world works, trust in my conviction. I am not a baseless person," said Frank, his eyes flashed with a golden hue as Ryuberto felt a strange presence glancing over him. Ryuberto felt as if Frank, despite still being rank 1 on his cultivation, had strong enough mana to rival his, a rank 3 mana core cultivator. Although he was not near as strong to make any of his words believable to the people of this nation, he had the talent to one day become like this. "If I were to use any spells, I would be able to quickly overpower him. But this, it is already impressive enough. And this mana, it is incredibly pure. Just what kind of magic is this?" wondered Ryuberto, as he stopped his attack. Things fell into silence a bit as Frank began to breathe heavily. Despite all of his skills, he knew deep down that if he were to actually confront Ryuberto, he would most likely die. However, Ryuberto did not attack Frank because he wanted to defeat him, but it was to prove his conviction. "Impressive. I am in a bit of awe, to be honest. I apologize for my sudden confrontation, Gwendolyn, Annabelle-chan. I was trying to test Frank's conviction. It seems that despite going against the odds of my power, he still yelled at me like an energetic young man. He is indeed fitting of a hero. You have to yell a lot, just as the tales say," said Ryuberto. "Yell? Wait. Like in anime where the more someone yells, the stronger he gets? Wait a moment. Is this how heroes did it too in the past and Terra? Sigh. Sigh. Ryuberto, don't do this again," said Gwendolyn. "Okay, calm down Gwen, ha ha. It was just a little test, perhaps a prank?" said Ryuberto. Despite being stronger than her, he seemed a bit intimidated by Gwendolyn's rage. "Frank-kun, I believe in you. I honestly believe that you, a human, can become an admirable hero. For now, I will handle a few things regarding you. So rest assured, whenever you hear of me again, you will be moving to the capital, like you, alongside Annabelle and the kids in here will be joining the prestigious Magus Academy," said Ryuberto. "Well, I was already planning to send him there. You see," muttered Gwendolyn, telling Ryuberto about Frank's double core and everything else. "What? Is that so? I guess that's why Abradan-sama made him his champion," said Ryuberto. "I better tell them this before more misconceptions are made in the future. Actually, I just discovered that I only have one core. I can use other spells because it is a strange core that can learn any spell, named Grey Core," said Frank. "Huh? How could you tell?" asked Gwendolyn. "Is that true?" asked Ryuberto in awe. "Yes. Time to lie a bit. Abradan-sama has visited my dreams last night, and he has given me this revelation. This was one of the reasons why he made me his champion," said Frank. "You saw a broad-sama? In your dreams? What a bliss!" said Ryuberto. "Impressive, Frank-kun," said Gwendolyn. "Is he not lying, right?" asked Annabelle. "I can prove it because I am capable of shaping my mana and creating spells without having to learn them beforehand. This is one of the abilities of my gray mana core and my innate gray magic." "Mana threads, mana aura," said Frank, showing his mana threads, the mana aura, the mana bullets, the spinning mana bullets, and even the flying mana spears to everyone present in the backyard. "Those spells are way too strong. You didn't know them yesterday, I am sure," said Gwendolyn. "It is truly as he said then. I knew it. This magic, pure mana, is a new type of magic." "A new attribute?" asked Ryuberto with fascination. "I call it no attribute, as it is mana on its purest form. But the magic by itself is called gray magic," said Frank. "To think that the ability to wield pure mana was possible," said Ryuberto. "Mana cannot be used without an attribute beforehand, to be able to use it as pure mana. That's something only gods are capable of, you know. You're truly a hero in the making, Frank," said Gwendolyn. "I think I might have shown off too much," thought Frank as he released a bitter smile. Chapter 52, Frank's Plans. After Frank showed off his capabilities to Ryuberto, even with his low cultivation rank, he surprised the veteran magus to greater extents, almost to the point where his complete faith was shifted from Abroad to Frank. However, Frank wondered how much of importance held the title of champion of Abroad. Yes, he had heard a lot from Ryuberto, but there were many other things he wanted to learn. Such as if he was going to end up joining wars against other nations and indiscriminately fighting and killing innocent people. He felt deep within his heart that there could be the possibility of him becoming a mere puppet for the aristocrats of this nation, being sent to war, forced to slaughter many people only for the benefit of corrupted politicians. This is why he wanted to grow strong enough to both protect himself and the people he cared for, such as Gwendolyn and pretty much everyone on this little farm. He wanted to become strong enough to protect them, to the point where others would not be capable of using them to extort him. Indeed, he was thinking way ahead of time, but this is how Frank was. Despite his young age, he was a man that liked to think a few steps ahead, and hopeful have various plans already prepared. Although he had none, for now, he was going to work forward into creating more. Due to the various experiences in life that he had since very young, Frank was shaped to be a cautious man. Since he was a child that he was bullied, learning to avoid conflict and even several things that could trigger certain responses in people that would lead to conflicts. His mental fortitude was also rather strong due to such experiences and a few of the traumas he had, which made his mind mature ahead of time, becoming a realistic person, but despite being realistic, he still liked to see things through a positive mindset, without becoming an idiot in the process. Just as Ryuberto said, strength is everything in this world. As long as I become strong enough to not be trampled by others, and also strong enough to secure everyone's safety, then I will finally be capable of doing as I please. There is also the task of saving my home planet, so impacting this world through my actions will help Gaia, but at the same time, I also want to change things for the better. If there is even war in the future, I want to be prepared to stop it before things become worse and thousands of innocents die. For this, I must study the structure of this nation, while also strengthening myself. I cannot spare a minute, even less a day," thought Frank. His mind was filled with the determination to accomplish his goals, which were firmly leading him towards the path he was working towards. His eyes, determined, shine brightly with golden colors, as he rested atop the grasslands for a bit, resting after having conjured many spells to reaffirm his potential to Ryuberto and Gwendolyn. Ryuberto had already left the farm, telling him that he would do the best of his capabilities to hide his identity for now, until he was to grow strong enough for its revelation, to the point that he would not be targeted by money. His goal for Terra was to achieve rank 3 on his mana core cultivation, at the bare minimum. Rank 3 magus were often respected by the majority of the citizens, and also by many aristocrats. They were often acclaimed and famous adventurers, war veterans, or high priests such as Riuberto. Being rank 3 meant that he had a reputation in society and that no one could easily step over him. Even aristocrats would have to pay mind to him and be cautious about their moves, if they even desired his demise in some way, shape, or form. Frank clenched his fist as he glanced at the clear sky. His face was not smiling, he was rather serious. He was thinking about way too many things, too many possibilities, too many things that could go wrong. He had to think everything carefully. He was not being reckless at all, some could even say that he was rather cunning. Despite his often innocent personality, he was someone that was not innocent at all. He was someone that should actually be incredibly asocial due to the circumstances he had in life. He should be someone that should hate anyone except himself. He should be someone that should not trust anyone ever. But he desired to do the opposite. He wanted to be social, to form bonds, and to forge alliances and friendships. He wanted to have people he could trust, that he could love, and that he could make him happy. Unlike many other people that had similar lives to Frank, he wanted to do the complete opposite of what would be expected of him. Not because he was stupid, but because he desired things to be good, to be better, and to not hold bitterness within his heart pointlessly. He was simply a human being, a normal person. He wanted to live honestly, and to be as humane as possible. Because he knew that such humanity would hold up into his sanity. He already predicted that traveling through worlds would change his life and his personality tremendously. The task given to him was simply overwhelming. This is why he needed something very important that could only be forged through such trials, through such bonds, through such connections. A strong will. Frank sighed, as he waved his head, moving away from his chaotic storm of thoughts. Since he leveled up, that his mind had become sharper, he was constantly thinking more and more, to the point that sometimes, his thinking process would overwhelm him, as he had very little time to transition from his former thinking speed to the new one. Very well then, time to register into the Adventurers Guild. Riuberto has given me this artifact to hide my crest, so I should be capable of registering without causing much commotion. According to Gwendolyn, the Adventurers Guild is a very important place if I want to grow stronger, as it will give me tasks and quests to complete where I can gather money and resources for my cultivation to progress. Although I have not taken complete hold of the cultivation process, it is rather simpler than in other cultivation concepts, thought Frank. Indeed, Terra's cultivation was fairly different than conventional fiction about cultivation. In Terra, cultivation was done through the user's mana core, and what was needed is the constant flow and increase of mana through it. For that, one did not need to sit inside a room for 100 years like a complete clown, but needed to actually do action. By constantly spending mana and using several cultivation resources such as concoctions, pills, and elixirs, it was possible to increase one's cultivation. The usual method was to simply hunt monsters while constantly spending mana into conjuring all types of spells. Just like a muscle, the mana core would develop as more mana is constantly used and regenerated back. The thing is, if it were to be this simple, wouldn't the world be flooded with countless rank 3 or above magus? Well, in fact, although they were not so many, they were still a rather sizable amount. According to what Frank heard from Gwendolyn, the amount of rank 3 magus in Abrodan's nation was over 500, but that number, when compared to the over 3 million citizens, was extraordinarily little. However, many circumstances in life could inhibit the normal folk to cultivate, such as a lack of a large mana pool, a bad talent in mana core quality, and a lack of magic affinity. This is why, even if it seemed rather simple to cultivate, it required a lot of things that people could not decide, as they depended on their upbringing and lineage. A natural talent that could not be upgraded so easily, as it would often cost a fortune, and 97% of the population was poor. Although sometimes aristocrats would be born almost talentless, there was nothing that money could not do. Buying the necessary materials and items would easily bring that untalented child to the highest talent, while those born talentless while being poor, would remain talentless for the rest of their lives. Freebnovel.com. The world was unjust. From the moment that people were born, they were already at a disadvantage. But Frank wanted to change this. He desired to change the structure of life. He knew that within the limitless potential of his ability, there could be the power to strengthen others and to bring talent to them. He didn't want to use his powers completely for selfish purposes, but to bring prosperity to others to an extent, as this would also count as echoes that will recover Earth's wounds. His first targets would be Annabelle, Hilvra, and Asterion, but first of all, he wanted to check many different things. And Ruby was also part of his plan. He wanted to find in these young and promising kids, trustful and strong allies, and he was willing to help them achieve that. I wonder if, just like Ruby, I can give the gift of letting others increase their cultivation through the consumption or absorption of mana cores. And what if I could somehow let them benefit from leveling up? Or even let them learn skills from skill books? I have to forge a strong party in these kids. Well, I am already attached to them, so might as well. Gwendolyn and Cathal could also be included. But the whole introduction to my system will be quite complicated, but I think I can mask it behind a Broaden's divine protection and my grey magic. Thought Frank, as he went to the town accompanied by Gwendolyn. Chapter 53, Registering in the Adventurers Guild. Gwendolyn, how hard is it to cultivate to rank 3 at your position? Don't you have enough money for the resources to do so? Asked Frank. Well, my talent is not the highest, so if I don't bring myself many materials, I might take several of years until I finally reach that rank. Unlike Riuberto, who has rank A, I am rank B. Riuberto was so talented that he easily reached rank 3 at the age of 20. Meanwhile, I am already in my late 20s and here I am, still stuck at rank 2. Sigh. And it becomes even harder to have enough money because I use that for our life as well. Food, materials, and many other things drain my money very fast. However, as long as you get rich later on, I am sure that I will be able to reach rank 3 and even rank 4. After all, even after everything considered about strength, money moves the world, said Gwendolyn. It is rather unnerving for you to think that I will get rich, and putting so much faith on it might be a bit too pressuring for me, don't you think? Said Frank with a bitter smile. What? No way, I am gambling a lot on you, boy. So you better do your best, okay? Said Gwendolyn. Sigh. Since when I became dependable to others? Right, the magic show-off, there it is, thought Frank. I will make sure to not disappoint you, Gwendolyn. Said Frank. Sure, but what about your mother and your sibling? You should tell them what you are now, right? Asked Frank. About that, I think it could be better for it to remain a secret, said Frank. I see. Well, it can't be helped, said Gwendolyn. Although Frank had partially lied about having a family in Terra, he referred to his family on Earth when Gwendolyn asked him. He didn't want to reveal anything to them for now due to the dangerousness of his powers. They were simply way too amazing and could bring a lot of unexpected visitors to his life and family. Although his family was already being protected by the monk clan of Tokyo, it was still better for things to remain a secret within them. Frank and Gwendolyn finally reached the Adventurers Guild building after a few minutes of walking, a large building that seemed to have up to 3 floors and that distinguished itself from the rest of the buildings on its quality, seemingly resembling that of an aristocrat. Freebnovel.com. Inside the guild, there was also a bar and a restaurant, where adventurers would come to rest after having done their quests. In Terra, adventurers were not much different than adventurers in other fantasy world settings. They were people strong enough to be capable of slaying monsters that appeared in dungeons, and they brought their corpses and mana cores to the guild to sell them and make a living through it. There were also many quests set by citizens, which required adventurers to hunt special types of monsters or do special tasks such as the creation of potions, the gathering of herbs, and so on. Not all adventurers were incredibly talented magus, as they would often be stuck at rank 1 with a few spells, but that was often enough to do a lot of simple tasks and make more money than the common folk that was not even capable of conjuring a spell. However, on a few occasions when talented magus registered as adventurers, they would quickly raise in the ranks and become prestigious adventurers, which could go all the way up to rank S. There were even quests especially for rank A2S adventurers, often made by rich aristocrats themselves, requiring the extermination of certain powerful monsters that were storming a certain town or had appeared around a dungeon, and were threatening the life of a large number of citizens. In Terra, dungeons divided themselves in the same ranks as adventurers, from F to S. S-ranked dungeons were incredibly dangerous dens of monsters that could easily destroy a whole city overnight if there would be a dungeon outbreak or monster wave, where monsters would fill a dungeon so much that they would be expelled by the dungeon itself, storming their surroundings and creating total mayhem and chaos. Such places need to be constantly cleaned by strong adventurer parties to maintain peace and prosperity. And even dungeons of the lowest ranks such as F and E needed to be cleaned at least once a month, so there would not be many threats of dangerous dungeon monsters roaming the surrounding villages or towns. Although dungeons were treasure troves of materials through monster corpses, monochores, and treasure chests, they were also dangerous dens of calamity, brought upon by the goddess of chaos. Proper caution and care needed to be taken for the people to live peaceful lives. Due to this looming threat that would never end, adventurers were always required. Frank and Gwendolyn entered the building as they glanced at the dozens of adventurers' parties, picturesque groups of peoples of all shapes and sizes talking, celebrating, drinking, and planning their next course of actions. There was a bard in the guild, giving the atmosphere an even happier and carefree tone as the music and songs filled the ambient. "Ah, there isn't a line today, come, Frank," said Gwendolyn. "All right," said Frank, walking near Gwendolyn as she presented him to the receptionist, an adorable frog canvas girl. Which seemed rather familiar to Frank. "Ah, registering. It has been a while since, huh? Ah, it's you," said the girl, as her emerald and golden eyes shine brightly after glancing at Frank's face. "It's you, it is nice to see you," said Frank. "Oh? Do you know him?" asked Gwendolyn. "Yes, miss. Actually, you were there as well, but I guess it is understandable that you did not recognize me at that time as I was wearing a hood to protect my skin from the intense sun," said the frog-keen girl with a cute smile. Her appearance was that of a normal human girl, however, her skin had a few green-colored marks, while the rest of her skin was pale white, and her hands were covered in a bit of sticky fluid. Her hair was deep green, resembling algae, but her smile was bright, despite the gloominess that her species' appearance often brought. This girl was the frog-can girl that Frank had stumbled across yesterday in the streets. After having calmed her anxiety down through Gift of Life, Frank quickly let her go. He would not have imagined that she was in fact the receptionist of this adventurer guild, or well, one of the many that there were. Freebnoll.com, let me register you straight away, said the girl, as Frank smiled over her cheerful personality, which she did not show when he first met her. Should I ask her name? Frank wondered. The girl asked Frank a lot of questions regarding his magic affinities, his complete name, his time of birth, and many other things. He was registered by her as life attribute magician with both healing and offensive spells. And due to his mana levels, which were calculated through the large crystal sphere in the counter, Frank was given E rank instead of F rank, despite being rank 1 on his cultivation. Amazing, Frank Kun, you're most likely an A-grade mana core user. Such talent. Geez, I envy you. I am but a pitiful C-grade, only because of my Andy that I managed to get into this prestigious job, said the girl. It all has been quite confusing, as I had just discovered my talent just today in the morning. By the way, what's your name? Asked Frank. Ah, my name is Klishaya, but you can call me Klish. Here, said Klishaya, giving Frank a small medallion made out of iron, which cost a few coins that Gwendolyn paid. This is your adventurer register card, make sure to not lose it. It will automatically register your rank whenever it increases through merit or strength. It also comes with a few magical functions such as the ability to calculate your mana level, said Klishaya. That's very useful. Thanks a lot for your help and patience, Klishaya. I wonder who made such artifacts, said Frank. No worries, Frank-kun. Well, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I work here almost every day. There's also a lot of E2F rank quests in the quest board, so make sure to come back again to grab some quests. I will make sure to help you take them as fast as possible, said Klishaya. Sure, I might come back tomorrow, so until then, see ya, said Frank. Thanks a lot, Klishaya-san, said Gwendolyn. Bye, thanks for registering Tilda, said Klishaya as she waved her hand. Chapter 54, New Mind-Related Skills? Ding. Register on an Adventurer Guild, Hidden Quest, completed. Congratulations! You finally registered as an adventurer in the guild and got your citizenship. Just how amazing are you? No, so much, that is just the bare minimum. Nonetheless, you still put some effort into the task. Enjoy your rewards, World Traveler. You acquired the quest rewards, a large amount of EXP, 50 APP points, Rainbow Commemorative Reward Package, DE Grade, X1. Frank was startled a bit by the system quest notification popping out of nowhere, as he had already spent several hours on the farm, and for some reason, the quest was finally completed after so long. Is this system bugged or something? Anyways, these rewards are nice. I didn't expect this hidden quest for something so simple. But it is a nice surprise. It seems as if the system incentives me through rewards. It really does know very well of human nature, thought Frank as he released a bitter smile and whipped out the sweat of his forehead. Alongside Cathal, Asterion, and Hilvera, he had been working on the field since he finished registering as an adventurer. He had already lunch and was now on the last hour of his daily work. The plants being taken care of in Gwendolyn's farm were mostly comestible plants such as carrots, lettuce, and tomatoes, but there were a few smaller fields filled with orange trees. This is why Gwendolyn always had fresh orange juice. Are you thirsty? Mom told me to bring you this, said Annabelle, as she ran towards Frank while carrying a few glasses with fresh orange juice over a small wooden table. Oh, thanks a lot, this hits the spot, Tilda, said Frank, releasing a sigh of relief over his hard work today as he drank the orange juice in one go. Phew, this orange juice is always so refreshing, said Hilvera. It really hits the spot, just like Frank said, said Asterion. I'm beat. I want something to eat, muttered Cathal, resting her arms into her shovel that was deeply stuck into the ground. Her enormous chest bounced around, making Frank's eyes divert to them almost automatically. Not only her breasts were almost enormous by human standards, but her entire chocolate-skinned body was muscular yet incredibly feminine and curvaceous. Her hips were wide and sexy, and her arms were dripping with sweat, giving her a very erotic atmosphere that Frank, a guy that often tried to remain calm, could not easily resist. However, he quickly averted his gaze from Cathal as Hilvera almost caught him in the act. Freebnov.com, anyways, I think it's time to go back? Asked Frank. Yeah, Mom told me to tell you that work was done, come back home to take a bath and then have dinner, said Annabelle, running back home. As Frank went back home with the rest of the Minotaur family and took a quick bath, he began to wonder how much EXP he needed to reach level 10. It seems that even after having gotten a large amount of EXP from the recent quest, he did not level up yet. Do I need to defeat more boss monsters? Well, as long as it's just that, it should be fine. Talking about that, I should try out the domains in here, bringing Ruby with me, of course, thought Frank. Suddenly, as he was taking the bath and washing his muscular body, which still surprised him to this day, a system window popped up again. Ding! Due to your fast thinking process, you have acquired the Thought Acceleration, Level 1, skill. Oh. Well, I have been thinking so much lately, it's easy to understand that a skill like this would pop up. Though, to be honest, I wonder if there are other skills such as parallel thinking or things that could help me think things such as mathematics faster? Wondered Frank as he began to change clothes, and then. Ding! Due to your accurate predictions, you acquired the prediction level 1 skill. Oh. Okay. System? Are you stalking me right now? Wondered Frank. Ding! Due to your fast thinking process and accurate prediction, you acquired the arithmetic processing level 1 skill. Is this because of Abradon's divine protection? I remember reading that it gave me high proficiency for skills. But it's a bit ridiculous. Ding! Due to your acute predictions, fast thinking process, and calculations, you have acquired the parallel thinking level 1 skill. So I'm just being showered in skills? Okay. No, wait, this is not okay. Isn't this way too good? Why? Why am I getting these awesome thinking skills? Am I that good of a genius? No way, I do not want to get cocky. System, why do you keep incentivizing me to get cocky? Do you want me to get myself killed or something? Asked Frank. Ding! The level of the prediction level 1 skill has increased. You know what? You are cocky here. But okay, I will not judge your actions anymore. I know that you're trying to do the best for me, right? Said Frank, expecting another level up from prediction as a yes, but nothing happened. Frank. Hurry up, or the porridge is going to get cold. Said Gwendolyn. Frank, hurry up. Or mother will eat it all. Said Asterion. I love horned rabbit porridge. Said Cathal with a delightful voice. Shit, alright, I can't miss on this. Muttered Frank, getting out of the bathroom as he quickly joined everyone else in dinner, while he used this time to inspect his newly acquired skills through Inspect. He had discovered that Inspect could be used to check skills as well, seemingly giving the same results as his normal check, however, it would increase the skill proficiency, so it was worth it. Thought Acceleration, Level 1/10, the capacity to accelerate thought process. Increase the level of this skill for greater effects. Prediction, Level 2/10, the capacity to predict certain events to occur does not guarantee an accurate prediction. Increase the level of this skill for greater effects. Arithmetic Processing, Level 1/10, the capacity of doing calculations at high speeds. Increase the level of this skill for greater effects. Parallel Thinking, Level 1/10, the capacity to use the mind to think many things in parallel. Increase the level of this skill for greater effects. The descriptions are awfully simple, but the effects are as well. Perhaps I should not have set such a high standard of these skills, they seem considerably basic. But I believe that they might get fairly good as they level up. How can I level them up faster, I wonder? Perhaps by thinking a lot? But am I not thinking a lot already? I wonder if I could do multitasking as I did before with the bats, then, I could be able to level up skills faster. These skills might bring this capacity of mine to an even greater height. Thought Frank. Ding! The level of the arithmetic processing, level 1, skill has increased. Oh? This works, I guess. The more I think, the more my mind develops, like a muscle. Fascinating, thought Frank. Frank kept thinking about many things, planning about many things, and using parallel thinking to both planes these things out while conversing and chatting with everyone else, after half an hour, where everyone had finally their fill. Although his skills had not leveled up yet, he considered that they might have accumulated a good amount of proficiency. Today everyone finished work quite early, and even after dinner, the sun was still slowly approaching the horizon, so Frank decided to go for a hunting session with the 3 kids that had been waiting for the whole day. Asterion, Hilvra, and Annabelle. Alongside them, there was the addition of the adorable Ruby, whose Frank realized that she had reached level 5, as she went hunting on her own whenever she felt bored or hungry and had most likely defeated and eaten many horned rabbits. Chapter 55, Sharing the Power. As the group walked towards the nearby forest, Frank checked Ruby's status, finding out that she needed only 5 mana cores to finally begin her mana core creation, He planned to do this tonight with her as everyone slept, hopefully inside a domain, so they would not even make any commotion. With Frank's new spells such as mana threads, bind, flying mana spears, mana bullet, and more, it had become incredibly easy for him to hunt horned rabbit, without even letting any of them run away whenever the group found a large group of these little monsters. He decided to leave Asterion, Hilvra, and Annabelle to practice their techniques and magic with the horned rabbits as well, as if he were to simply catch them all, it would not be fun for the rest. Frank made sure to instruct Annabelle over the use of magic, teaching her a bit over how to manipulate mana and to sharpen her senses. For some reason, Annabelle was able to understand some of what he said, accurately managing to kill 2 rabbits on 2 different occasions through her fireball. "I can believe it. I did it," she said in happiness, almost as if it was the greatest accomplishment of her life. Frank believed that her reactions were a bit too much, but she was a young girl who has not experienced many things in life. Having done this achievement was already very amazing for her. "Good job, Annabelle," Frank said as he petted Annabelle's head, which she let him do so for a bit only because he helped her learn how to handle magic better. "Hey. It was nothing, I will keep practicing so Mommy can be proud of me," said Annabelle with shining eyes. Ding! Due to your great tutelage, you have acquired the Tutoring, Level 1, skill. Tutoring? Wondered Frank, glancing at the information of his newly acquired skill. Tutoring, Level 1 10th, enhances the proficiency of teaching and instilling skills into the minds and bodies of anyone willing to learn. Increase the level of this skill for greater effects. Wait, does this mean that I was teaching Annabelle the mana control skill as I taught her how to use her mana? Is this why she learned so quickly? Damn, thought Frank. Freebnovel.com. As Frank thought about what he had done, he then began to wonder. Could I be able to teach other skills, perhaps those that could go against someone's affinity such as gust or gift of life? Although I am not sure how I would teach it, though. Thought Frank. As the hunting continued, Frank ended up teaching, even more, mana control to Annabelle, as she began to quickly dispose of horned rabbits with her fireball at her little wand, although after having conjured 5 times, her mana had plummeted, and she could not conjure any more spells. Ugh! Is this mana sickness? Wondered Annabelle. I heard Mommy saying that mana sickness was a slight after effect that magas get when they overuse their mana, said Asterion. I see. Well, here, I hope this calms you down, said Frank, conjuring gift of life over Annabelle's head, as she slowly felt better, although her mana was still low. Oh, your healing ability is wonderful, Frank, said Annabelle while sighing in relief. Hey, now that Annabelle is out of the way, can I learn some mana control too? Asked Hilvra as her tail waved around in excitement. Ah, me too, said Asterion. But you two have not awakened your mana course, have you not? Asked Frank. As Frank dropped these words, the 2 kids seemed a bit saddened. Ah, you are right, muttered Asterion. But I wonder when will we awaken it? We have already gone past the time when it is needed, we might end up with our mana cores dried up like Mommy, muttered Hilvra. It seemed that the twins wanted to learn mana control from Frank so they could, perhaps, awaken their mana cores and get, by luck and chance, an innate spell. Okay, I think we can do something. But you will have to keep it a secret, okay? Annabelle, you're also included if you don't, I will stop teaching you mana control, said Frank. Ah. Okay, I will keep my mouth shut. Sheesh. Sighed Annabelle. Sure, but what do you have in mind, Frank-kun? Asked Hilvra with curiosity. Yeah. Don't tell me that you can awaken mana cores? Asked Asterion. Kind of, I have something that might work. Here, said Frank, opening his inventory and taking out the 2 Gust skill books that he had gotten from defeating monsters back in Earth. These skill books were part of the plentiful loot he got after killing the great giant bats bosses a few times. Remembering how Ruby managed to get the ability to absorb mana cores despite not being from this world by simply being offered to do so by me, Could it be possible for me to let others learn skills by offering skill books that I acquired through loot? If the same logic is applied to Asterion and Helvra, then perhaps, thought Frank, offering the two emerald-colored books to Helvra and Asterion. This is an ability I acquired from the Broaden's divine protection. Keep it a secret, as it is very strong. I want to use to make you all stronger because you're all my friends. And my family too, said Frank. Family? Really? But we have met for only 2 days though? Asked Asterion. I know, Asterion, I was trying to be emotional here. Just take them and be done with it. Said Frank, he knew that he was being overly emotional for nothing. Asterion, don't be rude, Frank Kuhn is offering us. Are these grimoires? Asked Helvra. Grimoires were special items within Terra, special books imbued with magic that was capable of letting magus instantly learn spells that they held an affinity with. Such magical items were one of the most precious items within Terra that could be acquired through the dungeons created by the Goddess of Chaos. And although there were ways to create artificial grimoires, it was easier and cheaper to obtain them through dungeons. However, for poor kids like Asterion and Helvra, a grimoire would cost a fortune. It was an item that they often thought that they would never have the chance to even see, even less acquire and use. But now, it was in front of them. It was obvious that the two would hold some disbelief from Frank's offering. Grimoires? Yes, you could say that they are. Now, both of you, grab one, said Frank. Although he was a good-hearted man that wanted to help these kids, he also wanted to do a few experiments with his own capabilities. Okay, why not? Said Asterion, grabbing the book on Frank's right hand. I will trust you, Frank Kuhn. Said Helvra, grabbing the book on Frank's left arm. Frank concentrated his will into what he wanted to let the two Minotaur twins do, as Annabelle glanced with curiosity. Freebenville.com, maybe. If I activate tutoring? Wondered Frank, activating the tutoring skill, and then. Huh? Something strange appeared in front of me. Said Helvra. What is this thing? Looks like a glass window? Asked Asterion. Can you understand what it says? Asked Frank. Yeah, kind of. Said Asterion. Yes. Said Helvra. Although they were poor kids, Asterion and Helvra were taught by their mother how to read, and the system windows that appeared in front of their sight had shown up using their language, that of Terra. It says something about do you want to learn the Gus skill book? Asked Asterion. Yeah, it's the same for me. Said Helvra. Very well, those are special grimoires that need my permission to be taught to you, accept yes and learn the spells, said Frank. Okay then. Whoa! Cried Asterion. Pfui! Cried Helvra. Suddenly, the books disintegrated into light particles as they engulfed both Minotaur kids with great power. Their entire selves seemed to have awakened to some kind of talent power, as their chest began to glow in iridescent emerald light, the wind began to shake around them as it was suddenly absorbed into their bodies. Flash! 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 And just as it came to be, the catastrophe quickly ended with both kids kneeling as they gasped for air. Ding! You have successfully shared your source to Asterion and Helvra. Asterion and Helvra had been granted the titles of apprentices below your tutelage. Ah! I'm alive? Asked Asterion, quickly getting up as he began to feel a strange flow of wind around his body. I am. Fine? Huh? Wind? Asked Helvra. You too awakened wind attribute mana course. Said Annabelle, as her sharp eyes quickly discerned the truth. Really? So this is why I feel so light? Said Helvra. It is true. Frank. You actually helped us awaken our mana course. Said Asterion. I sure did, no need to thank me. I was actually doing a little experiment, but I am glad that it resulted well for you too, Bump. Suddenly, Asterion and Helvra charged towards Frank, as they engulfed him in a dangerous hug. Thank you so much, Frank Kuyan. cried Hilvra, as her tears flowed over Frank's shoulders. Boo-gee. Thank you, Frank. I am really thankful. I will make sure to repay this favor by tenfold. Cried Asterion at the same time, crying all over Frank's head. His enormous muscles were almost asphyxiating Frank. I am glad that you two are happy, but please. Let me go. Cried Frank, as the twins didn't let him go until a few minutes passed and they finally cleaned the tears in their youthful eyes. To think that I can become a magus, said Asterion with incredible happiness showing in his eyes. It is really a dream came true. Cried Hilvra. Both of them seemed to see being magus as an impossible dream, yet Frank came into their lives and no long after, made their dreams come true immediately. It was all too fast, but they were already incredibly grateful over him, to the point that they were a bit devout of him. I can believe it. Is this the power of a Broadsama? Perhaps you're really a hero, muttered Annabelle. The level of the tutoring, level 1, skill has increased. Chapter 56, Talented Kids. After Frank managed for Hilvra and Asterion to acquire the skill gust through his system, which also ended up awakening their mana cores into wind attribute mana cores, he began to think about what to do now. Alright, now that they awakened, we can simply tell Cathal-san and Gwendolyn-san that after pushing hard your limits both of you awakened your gust spell. Yeah, that sounds nice enough, right? Asked Frank. Is there really a necessity to keep this a secret, Frank-kun? Wouldn't it be better to tell them so they can be happy about your amazing powers? Asked Asterion with an excited smile. Yeah. I mean, if you want it to be a secret, we'll keep our mouths shut. But I wonder why you want this? Asked Hilvra. There are many reasons, I will explain them to you right now, so hear me well, said Frank. The three kids sat down over the springy grass alongside Ruby, as they nodded their heads like obedient students. First of all, although it is an amazing power, it is too dangerous for everyone to know immediately. If things end up spreading around, more people will come to ask me for things, and it will ultimately bring trouble to our door. This world is filled with corrupt people, as Ryubrito told me. Revealing too much of my powers will only make us all become these people's next prey. I am strong, but not strong enough to do as I please, and even if I can run away, they could use all of you to extort me, right? This is why we must keep things a secret. For now. At least, I will slowly introduce things, so they do not feel as much of a shock. This whole process was an experimentation of my part, well, mostly, said Frank. The kids then finally understood a bit more of why Frank tried to hide something as impressive as the power that let Hilvra and Asterion learn skills. But there is more than that, muttered Asterion. Ah yeah, this strange window thing in front of our site, said Hilvra. Window thing? Wait. Didn't the system say something about sharing the source? Is this, muttered Frank. Yeah. You helped us awaken our mana cores through the rare Grimoire iris you had, but after that, we also got this strange thingy. It says status, said Asterion. Is this part of a Broadsama's divine protection powers, Frank-kun? Asked Hilvra innocently. Did they acquire the system? Oh no. Now that they have the system, I am not unique anymore. Damn it, now how will I keep being the main character? As if this were such a stupid cliché-filled web novel world, this is the real world, after all. Although I really wonder what is the full extent of the system they got, thought Frank, as he fell silent while the kids glanced at him think. And then. Ding. Hilvra, and Asterion, had become your apprentices. The source that you have shared with them had unlocked their hidden talents. Now both of them, or anyone that received the title of apprentice, shall inherit the ability to level up, change jobs, equip equipment, and obtain skills. However, the leveling speed of those that have shared your power is decreased compared to you, and they cannot learn skills as proficiently as you either. But fear not, tutor, as long as you are near them, a party will be automatically formed, and their gained experience will increase. And as long as you teach them skills, The proficiency they need to acquire the skills and level them up is lowered, so that's how it is. It seems that they cannot use the shop or anything, so what they can do is very limited. But even then, it is incredible. With this, they would be able to grow impressively fast. Muttered Frank. Frank Kun? Asked Hilvra. Frank? Asked Asterion. I figured it out. What you got is also part of a broadened divine protection. It is a way for me to share my powers with you. It is called the system, and you can defeat monsters to gain power through leveling up. You can also gain skills, which are similar to spells. All of such things are just in addition to your already awakened mana course. This is part of my true power, use it well, okay? Said Frank. Hilvra and Asterion's eyes shine brightly with excitement as they heard Frank say that they had gotten part of a broadened divine protection powers, while also having acquired a power similar to him. Although they had met for 2 days, their admiration towards Frank skyrocketed to even further heights. Woo-oo. So awesome. So we can grow just as strong as a hero like you, Frank Kun? Asked Asterion. I will make sure to use this power to protect everyone. Said Hilvra. Me too, count me on, I will become your right hand. Said Asterion, remembering the tales he had read about warriors and adventurers. That's right, let us all grow stronger together. Ha, such childish words. But they are also filled with hope and goodwill. I have to raise these kids well, they will become important allies, thought Frank as he gave the two a gentle smile. Eh? Is that so? Frank, let me also get the power. I am keeping the secret after all. Said Annabelle. I don't have more skill books, so I can't do it for now. Unless there is another way? Wondered Frank. Frank began to think that if he were to teach Monocore to Annabelle, there might be the possibility of making her his apprentice too. Really? Sighed Annabelle as her fox ears twitched around. But there might be other ways to acquire it. For now, let's continue hunting. All of you must train your magic as much as you can. I will pour you with mana, so don't worry about that, said Frank. Mana? Will you give us mana? Asked Asterion. Huh? How? Asked Hilvra. That's impossible. Granting mana to another person simply by willing it is not something that anyone is capable of. Special artifacts are needed for asked Annabelle, as Frank touched her shoulder as his blue-colored mana aura emerged from within his body, flowing like a stream of mystic energy towards her. She slowly felt as if her mana core was filled up to full within less than 5 seconds. But how had Frank done such a thing? It was simple. He had mana control as a skill, which let him manipulate mana. He simply used this method to infuse mana into another person by manipulating his own mana and moving it like a stream into another people's body. Because the mana was completely devoid of any attribute, it was rich and pure, making its way into Annabelle's mana core without complications. Frank decided to name this gray magic spell as Mana Transfer. How? My mana. It's all filled. Said Annabelle. It's a spell I just created. It is named Mana Transfer. I pour my no attribute mana into your mana core and fill it again, said Frank with simple words. Is that so? Damn, you are such a show-off. How many powers you got? But thanks. Asked Annabelle with a slight blush. Does this mean that we can always have mana near Frank as well? Asked Asterion. Kind of. My mana regeneration is very high. So all the mana I spend is often regenerated a few seconds afterward, said Frank. Amazing. Let us go train then. I want to try out the power of my winds. Said Hilvra. The party quickly resumed their hunting session as they explored the forest's deepest areas, finding fewer horned rabbits and more walking mushrooms, alongside large rats named demon rats. Asterion, Hilvra, and Annabelle, by receiving Frank's teachings through his tutoring skill, slowly grasped the power of mana control, managing to make the manipulation of their spells or skills smoother. Asterion was able to enhance his speed with gust, making his movements faster, and finally managing to catch up with walking mushrooms and demon rats with his axe, which he used in combination with his Herculean strength to reduce the monsters into smithers. Hilvra on the other side used her gust to manipulate the wind differently, using it to move her daggers around the air with great control, using them as missiles that could even fly for several meters before falling. She was slowly learning how to change their trajectories as well. And lastly, Annabelle slowly grasped mana control to the point of becoming more accurate with her fireball, and even improvising a new upgraded version of it, that seemed like a fire whip, but that needed a lot of practice to become an official spell. Due to their efforts, the three kids ended up learning mana control right before the sun finally fell into the horizon and the night came. This also caused Annabelle to become Frank's apprentice and acquiring the shared and limited power of the system. Through what they defeated, Hilvra and Asterion seemed to have reached level 3 in their current jobs, which were warrior for Asterion, and hunter for Hilvra. Meanwhile, Annabelle had the fire mage job straight away. Frank wondered what the conditions for such jobs were to be even chosen, and why was he given just the farmer job from all of them. The three kids already had cooler jobs than him. Well, he still was vastly stronger than them, so this did not make him that worried. And about Ruby, she reached level 6 and as one mana core short of getting her own. Name, Asterion. Race, Minotaur. Titles, Apprentice. Gender, Male, Mana core cultivation, Rank 1, Initial stage, freebnovel.cm, Job, Warrior. Job history, none. Level, 3, Health points, 55-55, Mana points, 25-25, Strength, 30, Defense, 20, Magic, 15, Resistance, 15, Agility, 25, Passive skills, Minotaur strength, innate, level 1, Mana core, Emerald green, level 1, Mana control, level 1, Active skills, Axe technique, level 1, Gust, level 1, Wind attribute magic, innate, level 1, Name, Hilvra. Race, Minotaur. Titles, Apprentice. Gender, Female. Mana core cultivation, Rank 1, Initial stage, Job, Hunter. Job history, none. Level, 3, Health points, 40-40, Mana points, 35-35, Strength, 27, Defense, 18, Magic, 30, Resistance, 20, Agility, 35, Passive skills, Minotaur strength, innate, level 1, Mana core, Emerald green, level 1, Mana control, level 1, Active skills, Knife technique, level 1, Gust, level 1, Wind attribute magic, innate, level 1, freebnovel.cm, Name, Annabelle. Race, Foxkin Beast Girl. Titles, Apprentice. Gender, Female. Mana core cultivation, Rank 1, Initial stage, Job, Fire Mage. Job history, none. Level, 1, Health points, 25-25, Mana points, 30-30, Strength, 12, Defense, 10, Magic, 30, Resistance, 18, Agility, 25, Passive skills, Mana core, Red, level 1, Mana control, level 1, Active skills, Fire attribute magic, innate, level 1, Fire attribute magic spells, Fireball, Fire whip, work in progress. Chapter 57, Happy moments at day and hunting monstrous giant spiders at night. It seems that Asterion and Hilvra learned wind attribute magic as well as gust, separating both skills. They probably have no spells in wind attribute magic yet, so they have been simply using gust, thought Frank as he inspected the twin status as they walked back home. Ding! Share your power, hidden quest, completed. Congratulations! You are actually not a selfish and edgy prick that thinks that only he should be the strongest and reign over everything. Your mental maturity is quite surprising. Many others would simply drown in their power and not even think about being considerate towards others to this point. Amazing. But is that it? Keep recruiting more people. The more you do, the more echoes are done. And the more echoes, the healthier I get. You acquired the quest rewards, a large amount of EXP, 50 APP points, Rainbow Commemorative Reward Package, C Grade, X1, oh. These things are more like achievements. But was that guy talking in the quest? Yeah, I assumed as much at this point. And thanks, I like to not be the stereotypical edgy kid. I would rather kill myself before becoming something like that. Thought Frank. Grower. Said Ruby, as she licked Frank's face. Her size should not let her easily stay on Frank's shoulder as she was getting chunkier as she leveled up. However, as she reached level 6, Ruby acquired the body size alteration skill and gained the ability to alter her size slightly, being able to make herself smaller or bigger by a few centimeters. This was enough for her to reduce her size to that of a small lizard. She used this size reduction to her advantage as she made Frank's clothes her new home, staying inside of his t-shirt, and even sitting on his shoulders. Perhaps thanks to this new ability, she would be able to come inside the house with Frank instead of having to stay outside. After finally reaching the house, it was time for explanations. Everything was explained thoroughly as they planned. Hilvra and Asterion were rather bad actors, but they did not have to lie at all, simply going along with what Frank said. After having experienced so many fantastical things already, both of them accepted it quite quickly and were simply very happy over the twins' talent to awaken it while they were training against monsters. In special Cathal was moved to tears after discovering that her babies had the talent that she lacked. Having children more talented than oneself was perhaps the thing that every parent wanted. Bwah, my little angels. I knew it. I knew that you were talented. Mama knew that you would not inherit my talentless. I am so happy, cried Cathal as her tears flowed through her eyes. Due to the enormous status difference between those that never awakened their mana cores and those that did and had the chance to become megas, such an event as this made Cathal exceedingly happy, knowing that her children would at least have a better life than hers. Hey, stop being so clingy, Mom, said Asterion. I will make sure to make you proud, Mommy, said Hilvra with shining eyes. You sure will, my little princess. I know you too will, said Cathal with the happiest smile that Frank had ever seen on her beautiful face. Did I brought such happiness to her? He wondered. Annabelle also explained things about mana control, and that how Frank had good talent in teaching to manipulate mana to others. The explanation of Frank's unusually faster mana regeneration and also the mana transfer spell were shared as well, but very lightly. Freebnovel.com, nonetheless, both Gwendolyn and Cathal were even more impressed by Frank than they were already. To think that you can transfer mana to others without the need of an artifact, muttered Gwendolyn. Amazing, Frank-kun, I expect you to take good care of my little angels, they look up to you a lot. Don't disappoint them, said Cathal with a gentle smile, patting Frank's shoulders. Frank could not help but nod. Of course, they feel like my little siblings as well, so I don't have much problem helping them out. It is also pretty fun to go hunting with a party, said Frank. Isn't it? Perhaps if you all grow stronger, then you would be able to explore a dungeon and earn riches, said Cathal. That's pretty late from now. They still gotta receive my friend's magic classes, said Gwendolyn. Oh? When is she getting here anyways, Missy? Asked Cathal. In around 3 to 4 days. But it could be earlier. Or later, who knows? She's quite sporadic, said Gwendolyn. Although Frank possessed the mana control skill, he was still excited about being taught more about magic in detail by a magus such as this which that Gwendolyn had as a friend. There are many things I have not grasped about magic yet, and there might be many more I would need to know to even use my abilities, those gifted by a Broad-sama, to its fullest potential, said Frank. Indeed, it is nice that even as strong as you're still humble, said Gwendolyn. Yeah, I am glad Frank-kun stays humble and doesn't let his power get into his head like all the arrogant magus at town, said Cathal. The whole family kept chatting until it was bedtime. Everyone had already dined and even bathed, so the next step was simply to go to bed. However, after making sure that everyone slept peacefully, Frank sneaked out of the house and ran with Ruby near the forest, deep within the woods. After disposing of a few annoying walking mushrooms, Frank finally sighed as there weren't any more annoyances around. Now, time for this. All right, Ruby, let's grind for a bit, said Frank. Grower, said Ruby. Create hunting domain, said Frank, as he activated the instant domain creation in another world, Terra. Flash. It's working? Asked Frank in surprise, using a power that seemingly was only to be used in Earth due to the implications it had. He was surprised because such rules could be bent in Terra to do the same thing as in Earth. But did Terra had a god that helped him in making the domain? On Earth, it was the Earth itself, Gaia, who helped anyone make an instant domain, although the user also had to know the principles and mana control to an extent. However, Terra was a place where such a concept didn't exist. How could this skill work? Unless the power to create instant domains immediately changed to something else the moment Frank acquired it as a skill. Flash. Space suddenly distorted for a small amount of time, as Frank felt as if he had gone elsewhere, yet he was still in the same place. Ding! The hunting domain, Spider Queen's Nest, Rank 1-3, has been created. It's actually worked. Huh? Asked Frank in surprise, as he realized that the deepest areas of the forest were now covered in countless spider webs. Several ominous presences detected. As Frank was alerted of the presence of much ominous presence through his detection skill, he reinforced his body through body aura, bronze skin, and mana aura, quickly taking out the magic spear that belonged to Gwendolyn. Gaisha. Suddenly, a giant spider, of over 1 meter of height jumped out of the nearest tree. Its entire body was completely black, while its abdomen was covered in a skull-shaped tattoo. The creature bared its fangs towards Frank as it secreted deadly poison, but Frank responded with even faster speed, raising his spear towards the jumping spider, and impaling its abdomen. Jinxia. The giant spider struggled as it tried to survive. Even after such an amount of damage, it seemed to still hold on to the will to live. Mana bullet, said Frank, firing a transparent sphere of mana towards the spider as it received enough damage to die, exploding into black smoke. Frank felt the flow of experience points but did not have the time to glance at the tiny item that the creature dropped, as soon after, 3 more spiders jumped out of the trees nearby. Freebnoll.com, Grower. Roared Ruby, jumping out of Frank's clothes as it became as big as the spiders themselves. Ruby opened her jaws as she unleashed a powerful blazing breath, burning one of the spiders to a crisp in mere seconds, as the creature shrieking in agony as it fell on the ground, not long after turning into black smoke. Good job, Ruby. Flying mana spears, said Frank, intercepting the second spider with his gray magic spell Flying Mana Spears, which unleashed a barrage of magic-made spears that clashed against the spider's body like volts. Clash! 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 Chishaya! Shrieked the spider, quickly turning into black smoke and disappearing. And for you, Gust, said Frank, as he raised his palm towards the third spider, unleashing a strong gust of emerald mind, making the spider lost its balance and falling elsewhere, where Ruby intercepted it with her fire breath, quickly grilling it alive as it disappeared into black smoke. 4 down, said Frank, as he glanced at the quest he had just gotten, which needed him to defeat 30 spiders for a boss to show up. These monsters can both poison and use webs, and they're quite tricky as well, preferring to ambush us from behind. We have to be careful, Ruby. Let's go, said Frank, as Ruby followed after Frank as the two entered the accursed forest of spiders. Chapter 58, Stabbing Through a Giant Spider Nest. As Frank advanced through the new instant hunting domain he created, he used many skills at the same time to enhance their proficiency, such as Dirt, Body Aura, and even Gust. And as he wandered around with Ruby, he began to discover many differences between it and the others he had been or created before. For instance, this hunting domain had changed from its original appearance. Unlike the one he made within the World's Gate, which remained as the same temple, this one modified the forests around and made them into an intricate labyrinth filled with spiderwebs and spiders everywhere, and as he approached the center of this labyrinth, He felt an ominous presence slowly awakening within. Could that be the boss? But the quest says that it will generate one, isn't it? Wondered Frank, as he pounced towards the left, evading a rank 2 giant venomous spider that tried to bite him with its enormous fangs. Ruby jumped out of his shoulder as she grew in size, biting the spider's abdomen as greenish blood and innards exploded into the surroundings. The spider shrieked in agony as it was then finished by Ruby through a strong fire breath attack. Good work, Ruby. It seems that we're fighting rank 2 monsters now. This is mostly why they are becoming rarer, said Frank, using Inspect into a spider that was crawling over the trees, waiting for an opportunity to jump over him or Ruby. Name, nameless. Race, giant venomous spider. Types, arachnid, poison, monster rank, 2, level, 1, health points, 85-85, mana points, 25-25, strength, 45, defense, 32, magic, 19 freednoel.com, resistance, 25, agility, 45, passive skills, poison immunity, strong jaw, level 3, spatial maneuver, level 2, active skills, poison fangs, level 4, bite, level 2, spider thread, level 3, stealth, level 1, this one is chunkier. Rank 2 monsters really have a big difference in stats compared to rank 1. And that poison fangs is level 4. I would surely die before even developing a poison resistance without attack, thought Frank as he carefully kept enhancing his body with the body aura and bronze skin skills, alongside the mana ore for an extra layer of protection. Grashaya. The spider quickly attacked as it thought that Frank had lowered its guard, only to find itself trapped within Frank's mana threads. Although I am not as skillful as you with your spider threads, at least I can produce these whenever I want. Bind, said Frank, conjuring the bind spell that could only be used when mana thread was already entangling an enemy. Bind enhanced the mana thread's power and strength, trapping the spider within as it fell hopelessly into the ground. This spends a lot of mana, more than I can regenerate, so I better dispose of you straight away, said Frank, conjuring several spheres of mana and raining the struggling spider with them, making it disappear within an explosion of black smoke. Frank glanced in Ruby's direction as he sensed that she was in danger, rushing towards her and finding her cornered by 2 spiders. Although her ability to burn them was pretty good, especially because these monsters were weak to her fire, her mouth had suddenly been covered in a spider web and was tightly closed to the point that she was having difficulties exuding her fire breath. In fact, her throat was beginning to bulge as she overly accumulated the gases produced within her throat and lungs to create the flames of her breath. Frank feared that if she continued recklessly trying to unleash fire, her throat would explode alongside her lungs. Ruby used her claws and tail to slap the spiders whose fangs could not penetrate her iron-like scales, but this struggle quickly came to an end as Frank bit one of the spiders while making the other 2 fall back through flying mana spears. Chishia! Roared the bind spider, quickly meeting its end by Frank's spear. Crash! Ruby, stop accumulating flames, it's dangerous, said Frank, cutting the threads off her mouth as Ruby unleashed a gigantic breath of flames that released itself like a burning explosion, burning alive the other 2 spiders within seconds. Boom! With all of the spiders turned into black smoke, Ruby gasped for air for a little while as Frank caressed her. Don't be so rash. And I am sorry for losing you for a bit, stay at my side, said Frank. Grower, said Ruby, as if nodding. Frank glanced at the dropped items, finding that the monsters in these domains were similar to the ones on Earth, dropping magic crystals instead of mana cores. Frank quickly picked the crystals as Ruby devoured one. Her mana core was not formed yet, and eating a magic crystal certainly did not create the mana core either, but it seemed that her vigor and mana recovered through this rough method of consumption. These things don't let corpses for you to eat, huh? Don't worry, I will give you something tasty whenever we finish this place. We have around 10 spiders left to kill before the boss. Let's continue, said Frank, as Ruby followed him from behind with a happy groan. The pair rushed around the forest, clashing against the gigantic spiders. A group of 3 spiders greeted them again through their typical ambushes. One of them had tried the same trick as before, covering Ruby's mouth, which came to an end very quickly as Frank broke the spider's balance with his gust. The spiderweb ended up covering one of the other 2 spiders, making it an easy kill for Ruby's overpowered fire breath. Meanwhile, Frank used his spinning mana bullet to devastate the one that managed to escape and was planning on biting his legs. The 3 spiders quickly turned into black smoke, as the pair grabbed the magic crystals dropped and quickly confronted yet another group of 3, not a few meters afterward. As we advance through the forest, they're getting more organized, now they're always in groups of 3. Are they learning somehow? Wondered Frank, using his sonar wave skill to unleash a small echo that showed him the nearby monsters approaching. There are 4 more a few meters away. Shit. Let's hurry up before we get cornered, said Frank. Grower. Frank used his great senses and flexibility to quickly make quick work of the nearest spider, while another slightly brushed his leg with its fangs before it was thrown away by his gust skill. I actually got hit by the poison nonetheless, muttered Frank, as he felt a sharp pain rushing into his leg, which he forcefully suppressed through his gift of life skill using life energy to battle against the poison, slowly eroding it and curing himself within a few seconds. With such a small dose, I suppose I barely did it, sighed Frank as he glanced at Ruby's finish the 3rd spider with a strong, fire-covered bite. Ding! Due to surviving a lethal poison attack, you have acquired the Poison and Toxin Resistance, Level 1, skill. This makes sense, I suppose, thought Frank, as he imagined that reaching level 10 on this skill might bring him immunity to the poison and toxin attributes. Grower. With Ruby's groan, both of them glanced at the group of 4 spiders approaching. All of them seemed to be jumping over the treetops as they quickly ambushed the pair with their spider webs, trying to cover them entirely with these threads straight away for an easy kill. Ruby. Fire breath, said Frank, commanding Ruby as she roared, releasing a powerful breath of fire that quickly burned down the spider webs. Flash. Just shut, roared a spider, sneaking behind Frank's through her high-leveled stealth skill, but through Frank's detection and sonar waves, he managed to detect her in time, shielding himself with his mana or combine with his gust, throwing a strong wave of pure mana and wind towards the spider as it bounced back by it. Grey. Flying mana spears. Frank unleashed a barrage of spears made of transparent energy that flew towards the unbalanced spider, clashing towards it multiple times until it exploded into black smoke. Boom. No time to lose. Sharp spear. Penetrating stab. Frank unleashed 2 spear techniques one after another against the nearest spider. The attacks unleashed clashed over the spider like 2 shockwaves, making it lose balance and falling into the ground while shrieking in agony and then disappearing into black smoke. By using my spear technique, I feel like I am getting better and better at handling this weapon, despite not learning actual knowledge from people. Frank glanced at Ruby again as she remained at his side while unleashing fire breath and making one of the spiders stand back. Cheshire. Meanwhile, the other roared behind Frank. Frank quickly saw his mana recovering back again as he conjured a large spinning mana bullet, throwing it towards another sneaky spider that tried to use stealth behind Frank. The sphere exploded into the spider's face, making it disappear into black smoke with a boom. And as Frank did this, Ruby quickly disposed of the remaining spider with her flames. Both of them sighed in relief as Frank glanced at the system notifications. He had completed the boss quest and given 30 app points alongside the dungeon boss room unlocking instead of boss summon. Wait, dungeon boss room unlocking? Said Frank, as the roar of an intimidating beast resonated within the depths of the forest. An ominous presence has been detected. Chapter 59, Boss Battle. Against the giant venomous spider queen. An ominous presence has been detected, freebnoel.com. The dungeon boss, rank 3, Earth's rank, giant venomous spider queen has been freed from its dungeon room. Rank 3. And it is coming right here, said Frank, detecting the ominous creature walking its way towards him at great speed, breaking down trees and anything on its path, while releasing an ominous screech. Grishaya! Boom! Suddenly, a tremor unfolded as the enormous creature made its appearance. Frank quickly ran with Ruby on his shoulder, who had reduced her size, several meters away from the intimidating beast that leaked an aura of beastly and monstrous bloodthirst. Grishaya! Unlike monsters from Terra that scaled in ranks based on their cultivations, the monsters of Earth had many ranks of power. A rank 3 monster from Earth could be compared to a rank 1 peak stage monster in Terra, and up until now, Frank had only been fighting monsters that didn't even have their mana cores awakened in Terra, so they were even weaker than any monster he had fought. And because somehow the monsters from his hunting domain were from Earth and not from Terra, their ranks scaled differently than those in Terra. Nonetheless, a monster of rank 3 was capable of devastating a whole city if left unchecked. Frank was incredibly wary over this creature that glanced at him with a concerned look, trying to use inspect into it. Name, nameless. Race, giant venomous spider queen. Types, arachnid, poison. Monster rank, 3, level, 1. Health points, 215. Mana points, 65. Strength, 85. Defense, 67. Magic, 45. Resistance, 50, Agility, 60, Passive skills, Poison immunity, Strong jaw, Level 4, Spatial maneuver, Level 3, Iron exoskeleton, Level 2, Physical damage resistance, Level 3, Active skills, Poison fangs, Level 6, Bite, Level 4, Spider thread, Level 4, Aura of fear, Level 3, Charge, Level 3, Detection, Level 1. Those stats. This thing is certainly strong, thought Frank, as he considered not only the stats but the high-leveled skills. The queen's poison fangs were a whopping level 6. Just how strong was her poison? Grishaya! However, despite common belief, the creature roared only to point its butt towards Frank and Ruby, releasing a giant spiderweb that could easily capture them if it were to hit them. Ruby, take my mana. Fire breath, said Frank, evading the web while also pouring his mana into Ruby's through mana transfer, making her roar like a tiny dragon, and unleashing powerful flames that burned down the threads in an instant. Groar! Flash! The powerful and blazing flames penetrated the queen's spiderwebs as they burned through it with utmost ease. The spider queen quickly realized that its attack was futile, but did not quickly realize that Frank had somehow sneaked around her area, firing consecutive flying mana spears towards her, alongside entangling her legs with his mana threads for a small moment. The Spider Queen found itself bound for a few seconds before it could use its brute force to make its way out. This opportunity was quickly taken by Frank, who had managed to create this chance. He and Ruby unleashed their attacks, as mana spears and fireballs made through Ruby's fire breath fell over the monster. Boom! 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 Grishaya! It cried in anger, as it shook off the binding on its legs and it began to make tremors through the stepping of its claws. The beast then suddenly enhanced itself with a speed that Frank could not detect before, charging towards him like a truck. Flash! That must be the charge skill. Damn it! Frank is taken aback once again due to the ridiculousness of the rank 3 boss. Its entire gigantic, over 3 meters tall body charges at him as if it were incredibly nimble. Shit! Ah, I got it! Ruby, jump and get bigger right when I tell you. Trust me, said Frank, as the Spider Queen was already in front of him. Grisha! Grower! Ruby jumped out of Frank's shoulders into the air, just above the Spider Queen. Now, get big! Said Frank. Ruby nodded to Frank's request as it quickly increased its size, appearing above the Spider Queen and covering it with deadly flames and then her own weight that fell like a meteor over the entity. Clash! Grishaya! Right where I want you! Said Frank, as he suddenly created dozens of flying mana spears into the Spider Queen's open mouth. Its giant fangs released many toxins and venoms, and although some covered Frank, thanks to his equipment covering some areas of his body and also his new resistances, it was possible for him to bear the splattered poison without receiving a direct hit. Numerous amounts of flames and mana spears flew towards the Spider Queen's agonizing body, as Ruby jumped out of the abdomen before the Spider Queen were to crush her with its claws. Freebnov.com, boom. 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 The mana spears flew one after another, bathing the Spider Queen with pain. Frank quickly checked its status to find that the creature had lost a sizable amount of HP and seemed currently confused over the attacks. Both he and Ruby had already run around once again, constantly moving around so they could not be easily detected by the Spider Queen's own detection. Grushai. The Spider Queen, annoyed and frustrated, began to converge poison within its jaws, firing it like projectiles around its surroundings. What kind of method? This spider is way too crafty, thought Frank, enveloping himself in winds through gust. Alongside his mana aura, body aura, and bronze skin, the projectiles had the size of tennis balls but held great strength and corrosive properties. Frank protected Ruby inside of his clothes, while he endured and defended from the hits through his combination of skills, which generated something similar to a wave that could be used as a barrier as long as Frank used mana control with it. Clash. 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 Frank kept tanking the hits with his pseudo-barrier, as he kept understanding the method of barrier creation, to the point that within a few seconds of struggling, he managed to perceive the power to create a new spell. Mana Barrier. Dispelling every skill or spell over his body, Frank suddenly conjures a barrier made by his own clear mana. The poison bullets hit it but seemed to have a hard time getting by. They often left a lot of cracks, but they were quickly recovered through Frank's mana transfer, which he used on his own mana barrier. Without wasting any time, he rushed from the side of the Spider Queen, raising his arms as he charged with a strong spinning mana bullet. Flash. Take this with you, he said with an angered look on his eyes and a fiery conviction, as the Spider Queen was left in slight disbelief over Frank's ability to quickly generate a countermeasure to her attacks. The spinning mana bullet flew towards her as she tried to use charge to evade. Grower. However, just at that moment, the big Ruby greeted the Spider Queen with her fiery fire breath, blocking the monster's path and making it receive both flames and a giant spinning mana bullet into the face. Boom. Greishaya. The Spider Queen roared in tremendous pain, as its HP quickly plummeted. Another one, Ruby, keep firing them. It seems that this one does not have a second stage like the Goblin Champion, said Frank, although Ruby had no idea what the Goblin Champion was. Whatever her master said must have been good. Thanks to Frank's mana, she kept blasting the giant spider with her fire breath, as Frank overwhelmed it with his flying mana spears. Boom. 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 The Spider Queen's legs exploded, as it slowly lost its capacity of moving. Spinning mana bullet, roared Frank, as he used mana threads to entangle the remaining legs for a split of a second at the very least, unleashing the last attack into the Spider Queen's face, ending with a loud explosion. Boom. Goriya. The Spider Queen felt its body crumble as it exploded into black smoke, leaving many shiny things within the ground. Frank and Ruby were static after this, both of them gasping for air. Ha! Ha! I did it. Hot damn, rank 3 monsters are insane. I better not fight these until I get powered up enough, he muttered, resting in the ground as he sensed that no more spiders were around for a while. Grey hour, muttered Ruby. Ding. Ruby, leveled up to level 8. You have leveled up to level 10. Due to having reached level 10 with the farmer job, you acquired the botany level 1 skill. Due to having reached level 10 with the farmer job, you acquired the legendary farmer title. Due to the effect of the legendary farmer title, you acquired the druid level 1 skill. You have reached the requirements for job change. Please visit the job change tab in the system menu for further details. The levels of the gift of life, level 2, thought acceleration, level 1, prediction, level 2, arithmetic processing, level 2, parallel thinking, level 1, poison and toxin resistance, level 1, farming technique, level 2, spear technique, level 2, dirt, level 2, body aura, level 2, bronze skin, level 2, Instant domain creation, Level 1, detection, Level 2, gust, Level 2, and sonar wave, Level 1, skills have increased. Because of your great ability to concentrate, you acquired the concentration, Level 1, skill. Level 10. Phew. I want to say, at last, but it had been a week if I count the days I have spent in both worlds. Muttered Frank. Name, Frank James, race, human. Titles, world traveler, legendary farmer. Gender, male. App points, 350, clan contribution points, 0, mana core cultivation, rank 1, initial stage, job, farmer. Job history, none. Level, 9 greater than 10, health points, 80 greater than 90, plus 10, mana points, 61 greater than 67, plus 20, strength, 51 greater than 56, plus 5, defense, 46 greater than 51, plus 5, magic, 56 greater than 62, plus 20, resistance, 43 greater than 48, plus 25, agility, 43 greater than 48, plus 8, passive skills, world's traveler body, level dash, gift of life, level 3, curse resistance, level 1, hypnosis resistance, level 1, divine brand of the monk family of Tokyo, level dash, mana control, level 3, fire and burn resistance, level 2, a broadens divine protection, level dash, a broadens champion divine crest, level dash, mana core, gray, level 1, thought acceleration, level 2, prediction, level 3, arithmetic processing, level 3, parallel thinking, level 2, poison and toxin resistance, level 2, concentration, level 1, equipment, farmer's jeans, F, leather gloves, F, leather boots, F, farmer shirt, F, straw hat, F, silver needle, C, great giant Batstark bracelet, D, X2, great giant Batstark ring, D, X2, active skills, farming technique, level 3, spear technique, level 3, gray magic, innate, level 2, dirt, level 3, swing, level 1, body aura, level 3, bronze skin, level 3, instant domain creation, level 2, detection, level 3, inspect, level 2, gust, level 3, sonar wave, level 2, tutoring, level 2, botany, level 1, druid, level 1, relationships, Matsuo family, Tokyo Shrine Clan, tame monsters, rank 1, lesser flame salamander, ruby, level 8, worlds visited, Earth, Terra, farm town app. APP special functions, inventory, world's gate, quest board, monster pet nursery, job change sanctuary, new, APP Gaka, locked, APP shop, locked. Gray magic, innate, spells, mana bullet, spinning mana bullet, mana thread, bind, flying mana spear, mana aura, mana transfer, mana barrier, chapter 60, the spider boss skill books. I have become stronger, but how strong am I compared to the rest? Just where may I be in the classification of strong people? I am certainly not yet as strong as a peak stage rank 1 cultivator, but perhaps after the job change. But even then, perhaps growing after that will become a bit harder compared to now. I also need to see where someone like Matsuo would be in terms of strength, so using inspect on him is a priority whenever I get back at Earth and met him again. But he was certainly strong, perhaps just as strong as Ryuberto. Thing is, he was just very surprised about the things happening with the Goblin Champion, but I am sure that he would have cleaned the floor with it if he had used all of his power against that monster. Well, he was being considerate of me, as I wanted to grow strong from that experience. If he had intervened, it would not have been as enriching, thought Frank, as he submerged himself into his mind as several thoughts flashed within, as the level of his skills increased, and as he acquired the concentration skill, his ability to concentrate became greater. Frank sighed once again as he moved his thoughts and worries. For the time being, he was getting strong fairly quickly according to Matsuo, But also according to Matsuo, there were people within the underground that could be considered to be demigods. He was simply not enough, even with his fast progression. He was always concerned if he would even manage to catch up in time before some kind of a disaster were to fall upon him or the people he loved. I have to keep striving forward from now on. And this, let's see the loot, for now, perhaps there is something that can help me out in getting stronger fast, he said, as Ruby roared. Ah, you got very strong, Ruby, already level 8. Perhaps you might be able to evolve at level 10. Well, if it's similar to my job changes, then that might be the case. You're a rank 1 monster, Earth scale, yet you're so strong already. I can't wait to see how strong you will get at rank 2. Said Frank as he petted Ruby. He opened his inventory and gave her 3 butchered horned rabbits, which she quickly began to devour happily. Finally, Frank glanced at the loot left by the giant venomous spider queen. When the black smoke dissipated, a few items were revealed within. There was one skill book that was white and black, having an illustration that resembled spider webs. There was also 2 runes, one was red colored and the other was purple colored, and lastly, there was a beautiful black mask with the design of the shadow of a spider, with 8 legs and 8 eyes. 6 of them were small red jewels, while 2 were bigger than the others to work as crevices for the wielder. This book. A spider thread skill book. That might be useful if I can combine it with my mana threads and bind. And if I apply sewing to this, I might be able to make a few things myself. And these crystals are more runes. I have not used the other one I had because I did not want to waste it. But the red colored one is an attack rune that gives +5 strength, and the purple one is a poison attack rune? It gives the poison attribute effect to any weapon it is infused with. Amazing. But this mask. Frank grabbed the mask and used inspect on it. Dark Spider Assassin Mask of Stealth, C grade, stat bonuses, +15 speed, +5 MP, +3 strength, +3 magic, skill bonuses, stealth, level 1, camouflage, level 1, silence, level 1, special effects, stealth enhancement, camouflage enhancement, silent steps. Rune orifices, 1, empty, 2, empty, a stealth accessory, just like the one Matsuo has. I hit the jackpot here. And it is C grade to boot. The stats bonuses are amazing for the mask, and it comes with 3 skill bonuses, all of them related to hiding my presence. And, lastly, it has orifices for runes. Something that none of the equipment I have had. It has 2 orifices as well, so I could stick the speed and strength runes. The poison attack rune needs a weapon, said Frank, as he quickly equipped the mask and felt the effects immediately. It was almost like Matsuo's accessory, but instead of affecting a large range, it only affected him. He seemed to have become a bit undetectable, as Ruby had to sniff well enough to find him. I suppose as I level up these skills within the mask, I will be able to increase my stealth capacity. It also might be possible to learn the skills by myself after using them for enough amount of time. Well, it is not like I am replacing this mask anytime soon. It will probably stay with me for a long time until anything better shows up, and it might not even be specifically for a mask. Although walking with this everywhere might seem a bit bad, for now, I will make it invisible, said Frank, turning the mask invisible through the system function, making the mask virtually disappear while leaving all of its effects on him. He was even able to touch his face back. It was as if the thing was not even there anymore. It seems that I can also turn on and off the stealth, camouflage, and silence skills at any time, so I won't be stealthy everywhere, said Frank, turning off his stealth abilities. Freebno.com. He then grabbed the 2 runes he got, saving the poison attack rune for the moment, and deciding to use both the speed and strength runes into the mask, which he had already equipped. Ding! Do you wish to insert the runes into the desired equipment? You will be able to free the orifices, but the runes will be destroyed if you do so afterward. Greater than yes, no, yes, ding. Inserting runes into the desired equipment, please wait, flash. Suddenly, both runes turned into flashes of green and red light. flying towards Frank's mask, and pouring their entire essence into it. They disappeared? Wondered Frank, as the mask appearance didn't change at all, yet the effects of the rune appeared in the equipment status, showing that both orifices now held the 2 runes. Due to this, the equipment gained a bonus of +3 speed and +5 strength. I will have to wait until I get a nice weapon. A knife or a short sword might be fitting, or anything. Honestly, I just want a weapon of my own instead of borrowing them, thought Frank. Now, this skill book, I will use it immediately. I've read a lot of web novels or light novels to know that thread creation is always a useful skill, said Frank, touching the skill book and learning the skill right away, as the skill book quickly turned into light particles that were infused into his body. Ding! You learned the Spider Thread, Level 1, skill. And just like that, Frank glanced at his hands as spider threads flowed out from below his nails. The whole scene was strange and odd, and it made Frank felt a bit of nausea due to the strange feeling of secreting threads from his fingers. However, he endured it as he created a long thread and cut it off, analyzing its quality. He learned that it was flexible, strong, and even a bit sticky. Damn, will I become like that superhero now? He wondered, as he imagined himself going through the towering buildings of Tokyo with his spider threads while wearing his spider mask. It was all quite fitting, which made him a bit concerned. Spider Thread, Level 1/10. The ability to produce spider thread, a special skill possessed by spider-type creatures. Can make customizable threads. Customizable qualities: viscosity, elasticity, resilience, texture, strength, size. So by just thinking about it before producing the threads, I can customize their qualities. If I make it sticky enough while making it resilient and strong enough to resist my weight, then it is perfectly possible to go around towers in Tokyo. Oh God! Muttered Frank. Although this was fascinating, he still has not recovered that much over the shock of him producing threads. It was as if he had slowly become something else than the normal human he was. Although it was instantly and it was as if he did not even realize it, it was still quite shocking for his normal human mind. However, just after a few minutes, he felt simply fine, so he gave in to his desires and began to experiment with his threads for a bit, making Ruby a bit confused. He realized that he sucked at controlling threads, and it was completely different than the mono threads that moved to his will. It was also particularly hard to blend both of them, but he assumed that as he kept practicing, that he would get good at it eventually. Oh right, I also got those other skills, should check them up as well.